Great to have you with us. If you enjoy the videos, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating. Now, let's dive into God-level Tycoon system in another world right here on GMT Recap. Lu Lei frowned and shouted loudly. Aunt Wu Nan Zhang. Lu Lei stormed into the living room, yelling, "Why did you freeze my card?" Wu Qing seemed to have anticipated his reaction, resting her chin on her hand as she replied calmly, "Xiao Lei, you're back? Don't be in such a rush. Let's talk after dinner." Lu Lei's stepmother, Wu Qing, looked at him with an indifferent expression. Lu Lei clenched his teeth in anger. Dinner? What dinner? What did the bank say? They froze my card. Seeing his anger, Lu Mei pretended to act coy. "Brother, I'm hungry. Can we eat first and talk later?" Wu Qing's daughter, Lu Mei, was right beside her. Even his younger brother, Lu Shiyu, sneered. "Yeah, what's the rush? Let's have our last meal first, then we'll talk." Wu Qing's son, Lu Shiyu, stared coldly at Lu Lei. Lu Lei glared back at him with murderous eyes. "What do you mean, last meal?" Wu Qing took a sip of red wine and sighed. Shiyu can never keep anything to himself. She explained coldly, "Xiao Lei, here's the thing. Your father's whereabouts are unknown, life or death, no one knows. The corporation has been busy lately." Wu Chang and her two sly children exchanged a glance with Lu Lei. "So I asked your father's lawyer, Uncle Huang, to transfer the shares of Shang Lei Corporation under my name." When he realized her true intentions, he shouted angrily, "My father has been missing for 3 years, and you plan to take over the company for yourself?" Wu Qing impatiently interrupted, "Not planned, already done. And then you even pretended to be close, inviting us to share a final meal together." How could Lu Lei swallow that rage? He pointed straight at her face and snapped, "Lu Cha, after all those years I treated you like family, and you dared to take advantage while my father was gone." Seeing her mother being scolded, Lu Shiyu stepped forward to warn him, "Watch your mouth. Careful, or I'll tear it to shreds." Wu Qing quickly stepped up, placing her hand adorned with dazzling diamonds on his shoulder to soothe him. "Don't say Wu has no feelings. I'm just thinking about your future." She pulled out a gold card, prepared in advance for him 5 million and a sheet of paper, her voice soft and coaxing, "Just sign your name, and this 5 million will be yours. You'll never have to worry again." By now, Lu Lei had calmed down significantly. He simply smiled and took the papers. It was clear she had planned this all along. Wu Qing sipped her wine again. "I won't deny it. If you're not with me, may heaven and earth destroy you." Lu Shiyu held out a pen in front of him. "Lu Lei, hurry and sign it. Otherwise, don't even dream of getting that 5 million. Lu Mei, sitting beside him, chimed in sweetly, "That's right, brother, mother is doing the right thing. Just sign it, it's good for everyone." Lu Lei took the pen. "I can sign, but Wu Qing is older than him, so naturally he would be more experienced. I know it's not that simple. If there are conditions, just say them." Lu Lei twirled the pen in his hand and said, "I don't need 50 million. He paused for a moment, then stated seriously, "I want the ancestral land of the Lu family." The three of them, Wu Qing and the others, froze upon hearing that. Lu Shiyu couldn't help but grin. "Are you serious?" Lu Mei covered her mouth and mocked, "That land is just a small supermarket. Including the goods, it's worth maybe 3 million at best. Are you out of your mind?" But Wu Qing remained composed and ordered, "Shiyu, go print a new contract." Shiyu quickly responded, "Yes." A moment later, a new contract was printed and placed in front of Lu Lei with a prompt, "Here's the new contract. Sign it." He didn't say much and calmly signed his name. Immediately after, 2 glasses of red wine were filled. Wu Qing, pleased with having achieved her goal, raised her glass to Lu Lei. "Then let's drink to a brighter tomorrow for you." But his expression was full of disgust. As soon as she finished speaking, he flung the entire glass of wine in her face. He spoke each word through gritted teeth, exuding a murderous aura. Liu Cha looked at her, "You're an eyesore." Wu Qing, unfazed by the act, calmly wiped the wet streak from her face and said, 2 million for a glass of wine. And she even regretfully licked the remaining drops of wine from her hand. Young Master Lu loves doing loss-making business. Lu Lei, furious, left behind only a warning before turning to walk out the door. What you've taken today, I, Lu Lei, will one day take back with my own hands. He slammed the door shut, clearly expressing his anger. Lu Shiyu, seeing him leave, couldn't accept it. Mother, how could you let him leave so easily? Wu Qing simply cast him a cold glance, her tone mocking, if he's so capable, let him come. Her expression turned cunning as she reminded, just spread the word that he's acting like this, and someone will take care of him. Night fell in utter silence. Lu Lei arrived in front of a small shop, Lu Rea Zuzhe. His expression was one of unwavering determination. His grandfather had once told him this land must never be sold, as long as this land stands, the Lu family stands. Lu Lei stepped forward and opened the door. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared, enveloping his entire body. Rays of light continuously rained down, and Lu Lei squinted his eyes in suspicion. What kind of light is this? At that moment, the system instantly sounded. Stan confirms identity of master, store operates on supply and demand, initiating master recognition process. Name Lu Lei, height, 1.85 meters, age, 22, bloodline successfully identified. After scanning his entire body, the system loudly announced, "Congratulations, Master, on entering the alternate world." Following the announcement, Lu Lei was transported to a strange room. His eyes widened in astonishment. Why has my house turned into this? Surrounding him were bottles of various sizes and colors. Not just a few shelves, but many shelves like that filled the entire store. At that moment, a noisy commotion suddenly erupted outside. Open the door! Open the door! Is anyone there? Open up quickly! Jean de Biao automatically opened the door and entered, an unpleasant smell wafting from his mouth. Martial cultivation has returned. Then, Jean de Biao rushed over and hugged his leg, weeping. Martial cultivation, you must help me. If you don't help me, I'm as good as dead. Lu Lei hurriedly covered his nose and waved his hand. Why do you smell so bad? Hearing that, Jean de Biao proudly replied. Martial cultivation, Hui Ren is truly incredible. I've suffered because of this for so many years. Seeing how shameless he looked, Lu Lei scolded, do you think just because I can smell who released me, I'll help you? Jean de Biao was so happy he drooled and said earnestly, happiness. I've been waiting my whole life for someone like you in martial cultivation. Suddenly, the system issued a reminder, the first order for the supply and demand store has arrived. Please confirm the mission, Master. Lu Lei was overwhelmed, mentally screaming, what can I do? Should I take him to see a doctor? But the system didn't let up, repeatedly urging, please confirm the mission. Without completing it, the next phase cannot begin. Completing the mission will grant a reward. Annoyed by the system's constant noise, Lu Lei clutched his head and could only compromise by shouting, all right. Stop reading already. He smiled and held out a candy in front of Jean de Biao. It was a green chewy candy, with deodorizing effects and long-lasting freshness. It had just hit the shelves at the Lu family supermarket. But seeing him shove a handful into his mouth just like that, Lu Lei shouted helplessly, tore off the wrapper, and ate one himself. After eating, Jean de Biao contentedly blew out a fragrant breath. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Lu Lei. Martial cultivation, how much does this divine item cost? Meanwhile, Han thought to himself, how would I know? But in the end, he still held up 3 fingers, glancing at Jean de Biao as if questioning him, trying to deceive him a little. Seeing the 3 fingers, the young man answered honestly, Mr. Martial Cultivation, although this medicine is good, isn't 3 lower grade spirit stones a bit too much? Can I pay with something else instead? Lu Lei, not understanding, asked, what is it? Jean de Biao blushed upon hearing that and stammered, it's something every man wants, you know what I mean. Then he presented a purple-colored bottle essence converging pill and didn't forget to paint a vivid picture of Lu Lei being surrounded by beautiful girls, indulging in pleasures and experiencing boundless ecstasy like a god of joy. Hearing that, Lu Lei turned red and shouted, what do I need that for? Then suddenly, he froze in surprise as the system once again made an announcement while transporting him. Your time in the other world has ended. Auto-clearing the client. Returning to the mortal world. First mission complete. User has obtained the status of beginner wish-granting person. Lu Lei rolled his eyes and sat dumbfounded on the floor of the shop. The system, unconcerned with his emotions, continued to deliver information. The user is now the owner of the Wish and Dog Supply Store. We hope the user strives to grow stronger in the days to come. If the store reaches a revenue of 1 million, it will be upgraded and allowed to build a new spiritual energy field. Additionally, a portion of a mysterious grand gift package will be granted. Current business income is under 1 million. Commercial rank, Xiaobai, level 0. He gnashed his teeth in anger. Fine, I get it. Stop being so calm. 3 days later, outside the Lu family supermarket, an eye-catching pink car appeared. A pair of slender legs stepped out of the vehicle, followed by a girl in cold, stylish sunglasses. Her demeanor was confident yet distant. Meng Fu Yao, Lu Lei's childhood friend. Meng Fu Yao stepped into the store, her voice soft as she called out, Lu Lei. Lu Lei hurriedly hid the brass jar of restoration elixir behind his back. Elder Miss Meng, what brings you here? Meng Fu Yao smiled warmly and asked, I heard you've returned to the Lu family ancestral ground for the grand opening of your supermarket. How's business? Are there many customers? He scratched his head, stammering, It's okay, I just started, making up for it with diligence, though deep down he was filled with worry. Rumor had it that Fu Yao had learned of him being driven out by Wu Qing and had made quite a scene. Yet now, she acted calm and composed, clearly trying to comfort him. As if sensing his thoughts, Meng Fu Yao put her hands on her hips and suggested, Given your situation, why not come with me? Lu Lei stepped up close to her. What's this? Why are you asking me to follow you? We already broke off the engagement, haven't you given up yet, Fu Yao? Seeing that he was being mocked, he frowned in displeasure, then, without mercy, slammed her high heels down onto his foot. Lu Lei cried out in pain, Aida. He clutched his injured foot and began hopping on one leg. Fu Yao paid no mind to his reaction, thinking, that airhead fool, then I can rest easy. She waved her hand coldly and turned to leave. Take a few days off. Later, I'll find you a job more worthy of you. Meanwhile, inside, Lu Lei watched Meng Fu Yao drive away and let out a bitter smile. What's so great about me, Lu Lei, that would make Elder Miss Meng worry about me like this? As Meng Fu Yao drove, she muttered to herself, that old hag Wu Qing, how dare she treat Lu Lei like that? She won't get away with it. Suddenly, a car sped past her. Inside were 4 burly men. Thinking of Lu Lei, Su Chang let out a boisterous laugh. Today, we'll make that Lu brat remember us for life. Ha ha. 3 against 1. Moments later, the group appeared outside Lu Lei's shop. Su Chang, belly bulging, bellowed, Lu Lei, get your ass out here. Hearing someone call him, Lu Lei stepped outside. I just opened up, the boss promised to come celebrate. He curled his lips into a mocking smile. Such attention, I'm honored. Yang, angered by his fearless demeanor, warned him sternly, I'll smash your shop to pieces. Even so, he didn't pass up the chance to put Lu Lei down. But if you kneel and call me dad, admit your mistake, who knows, I might consider letting you off, maybe even reward you with a bite to eat. The 2 lackeys beside him chimed in, call him dad, hurry up. Lu Lei found the act boring and let out a yawn, thinking to himself how people always long for what they lack. Not only was he not angry, he even smirked provocatively, you wanted a kid but couldn't have one, right? Su Chang gritted his teeth and immediately ordered his underlings, get him. Don't listen to that nonsense. The 3 lackeys obediently charged at Lu Lei together. At that moment, the system suddenly spoke up, Eye of Wish Fulfillment activated. Lu Lei frowned, focusing on dodging the attacks, silently suspicious, we're in the middle of a fight, don't talk nonsense. After scanning Su Chang's entire body, a stream of detailed information appeared, name, Su Chang, gender, male, requirement analysis, due to nightly exhaustion, potential debilitation requires intimate healing. At the same time, the spiky-haired orange-haired guy swung a heavy punch at Lu Lei. Go to hell. Seeing him agilely dodge, the system was astonished. How could he predict that too? The system observed and commented simultaneously. The client has immense potential. Actively find a way to market the divine pills. Lu Lei, unarmed, fought against 3 armed men. He grew slightly irritated as the system kept chiming ding-ding, advertising during a fight. What kind of dark system was this? The opponents were displeased, avoiding a direct confrontation. Lu Lei smirked, his voice calm. Fine then. Yet his eyes brimmed with killing intent. Go ahead, play your ad. Suddenly, he launched a powerful kick to the orange-haired man's stomach, sending pain shooting through his back. Then, he stomped hard on the short-haired man's shoulder, causing him to tear up in pain. Finally, Lu Lei delivered an uppercut to the last man, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. When Su Chang saw Lu Lei take down his 3 accomplices in no time, he stepped forward. Despite his bulky frame, his speed was astonishing. In a flash, he was right in front of Lu Lei. However, Lu Lei remained vigilant and struck first. Sig, exhausted, landed a precise punch squarely on Su Chang's face, leaving him dazed. Su Chang collapsed heavily to the ground. Lu Lei smirked mockingly, feeling as though his energy had been completely drained. Those words inadvertently struck Su Chang right in the heart. He shed tears in sorrow. Su Chang seemed to suddenly think of something, lowered his head, and cried out loud. I didn't want this either. He recalled the doubtful look on his girlfriend's face. Brother, are you all right? Lu Lei stepped forward, smiling reassuringly. I wasn't wrong, was I? Su Chang no longer looked fierce as before, his voice was full of grievance. What was I supposed to do? My girlfriend. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Lei took out a small bottle. Take a look at this precious treasure I've prepared for you. Yuan Yang's pupils were blank with confusion. What is this? Once again, Lu Lei painted a perfect picture of the medicine. This can help you gather your essence, nourish your body, bring joy and ease, regulate your energy, and restore your vitality. Tongzi Gui Yuan pill. Su Chang looked like he had found a savior, his eyes shining brightly. Is this supplement any good? Lu Lei smiled confidently. Who do you think I am? I don't need to trick anyone. Don't worry, just take it. If it works, you can pay. I'm not afraid you won't come back. Even though he got something good, Su Chang didn't forget to throw a little warning at Lu Lei. Fine, I'll go try it. But if it doesn't work, you'd better wash your neck and wait for me. Hearing that, cold sweat broke out all over his head. All right. Su Chang walked away first, leaving his 3 frightened subordinates scrambling to follow. Boss, wait for us. Meanwhile, Lu Lei watched them leave with doubt in his eyes. Everyone else's system was about cultivation, so why had his turned into some second-rate knockoff? The next day, while Lu Lei was lingering in front of the shop, a group of people suddenly appeared. He warily and coldly asked, Who are you? 3 men stepped forward, and one of them sneered. Well, the esteemed young master of the Lu family reduced to the sorry state. Life truly is unpredictable. 6 burly, muscular men surrounded Lu Lei. Young Master Long arrogantly tilted his chin. Young Master Lu, you look absolutely pitiful. Want me to introduce some woman to help the Lu family avoid extinction? I'm the one pursuing Meng Fu Yao, young Master Long. Lu Lei ignored his sarcasm and feigned concern with a mocking tone. Oh? Young Master Long knows a lot of women, does he? He pushed up his glasses to hide the anger in his eyes. Ha, what a joke. Your eyes really are bad. Back then, Meng Fu Yao was your fiancée. You must have been blind to give her up. When Lu Lei caught the meaning behind those words, he frowned. Gave up Meng Fu Yao? Lu Lei narrowed his eyes, as if suddenly remembering something. Meng Fu Yao unhappily retorted. I never agreed to any childhood engagement. Her face was full of determination. I will find my true love. Lu Lei cheerfully accepted that reason. All right then. Meng Fu Yao looked at him in disbelief, as if the whole thing had gone too smoothly to be real. A day later, still under the same tree, Lu Lei, his face scratched up, smiled and announced to Meng Fu Yao, "I told my father and cancelled the engagement." The result? I got beaten up badly. She was stunned, blushing with embarrassment. Seriously? At that moment, Lu Lei truly looked like a grown man. She was free now. He smiled, encouraging her. Go find the love that belongs to you. And Fu Yao was now so moved she was on the verge of tears. Young Master Long, seeing Lu Lei remain silent, suspiciously called out, "What are you standing there for?" Lu Lei simply smiled gently. Young Master Long saw that expression and angrily asserted his dominance. "You and she were over a long time ago. From now on, she's mine." Lu Lei didn't show much reaction, just calmly replied, "Is that so?" That answer made young Master Long visibly displeased. He walked up, grabbed Lu Lei's collar, and snapped with disdain, "Look at you, what the hell are you supposed to be?" But before he could finish his sentence, a punch had already flown his way. Lu Lei, without saying a word, landed a punch on him. The guy's flashy glasses flew off as a result. Young Master Long, holding his swollen cheek from the blow, ordered, "Then beat him up for me, show him who the real boss is around here." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 burly men surrounded Lu Lei. Once again, he took the initiative and launched a kick at one of them, but the man casually raised a hand to block it. Lu Lei frowned in caution. These bodyguards weren't ordinary. It seemed he had to get serious in this fight. With that thought, he launched a surprise move from behind, putting all his strength into ramming into one man's back, then immediately twisted the arm of another. The last one, seeing this, rushed in to restrain Lu Lei, only to receive a powerful kick that snapped his head backward. Taking advantage of Lu Lei's momentary distraction, young Master Long appeared behind him, holding a glass bottle from who knows where. A loud shattering sound rang out as young Master Long shut his eyes and gritted his teeth, smashing the bottle directly onto Lu Lei's head. Blood streamed from the wound on his head, and though in pain, he clenched his teeth and sneered, "Ganging up on me wasn't enough, now you're using weapons too?" Having landed a hit, young Master Long seemed to be fueled with new energy. There was no need to talk about honor with a worthless mutt like him. He once again ordered his subordinates, "Go beat him up for me." Suddenly, a powerful voice rang out. "Dare to touch Brother Lei? Looking for a beating, huh?" Lu Lei was startled in surprise, and even young Master Long and his men were taken aback. They all cried out together when they saw the person who appeared. Su Chang stood in front of Lu Lei, his posture protective. "Brother Lei, don't worry. As long as I'm here today, no one dares to bully you." Even so, Lu Lei didn't feel grateful, only slightly suspicious. Why is Su Chang here looking like this? Could it be the Yuan returning pill is working? Young Master Long, noticing his strange behavior, questioned. "Su Chang, didn't you have a grudge against Lu Lei? Stay out of this." Su Chang cracked his knuckles and threatened through clenched teeth. "Who said I had a grudge against Brother Lei? If you dare lay a finger on him, I'll make you pay." Young Master Long's expression instantly turned pale. What rotten luck, this Su Chang was a well-known thug around here. If he messed with him, his business would definitely suffer later. After weighing the pros and cons, he chose to take the high road. "We're all injured. For Su Chang's sake, let's just drop this." In the end, he didn't forget to warn Lu Lei. "But regarding Meng Fu Yao, I suggest you stop thinking about her." After giving clear instructions, he didn't say another word and immediately turned around to lead his men away. "Let's go." Only when they had all left did Su Yan turn around with a guilty expression. "Brother Lei, did I arrive in time?" But at that moment, Lu Lei's vision was fading more and more. And the last image he saw was Su Chang's worried face. He shouted in fear, "Brother Lei!" Su Chang's house was in one of those apartment buildings of roughly equal height. Lu Lei slowly opened his eyes, but the first thing that appeared before him was a pair of full breasts, and even the bra beneath. His eyes widened immediately, his face flushed red, and he coughed to mask his embarrassment. Ahem. That cough also managed to draw Han Xiaozhao's attention. Lu Lei sat up straight and asked in a daze, "Why am I here?" Han Xiao stammered as she backed away. You're awake. This is my brother's place." She blushed and hesitantly replied. "My brother Su Chang told me to take care of you." She spoke while glancing at the medical supplies on the table, as if to confirm her explanation. "I only helped clean and dress your wounds, now sit up." "Men like you really make such a fuss over everything." Lu Lei sat up, and Han Xiao once again got on the bed to tend to his injuries. After everything was settled, Lu Lei smiled and asked, "Thank you for taking care of me, beautiful. What's your name?" The other party politely replied, "Han Xiao." At that moment, Su Chang walked in from the door, hesitantly announcing, "Brother Lei, good news. I've introduced you to a big order." Inside the technician's room, a group of men were sitting around, laughing and chatting. "Don't joke around." Su Chang smiled and introduced, "This is Brother Lei. The supplements I'd been using were recommended by him." Lu Lei greeted nervously, "Pleasure to meet you, pleasure to meet you." Suddenly, he squinted his eyes. The system notification rang out, "Eye of Wish Fulfillment." When activated again, all the men in the room were instantly scanned. Before long, above each of their heads appeared information: frequent urination, bloated stomach, night sweats, weak qi, fatigue, except for Su Chang, who had already been treated and looked cheerful. After a quick evaluation of their conditions, Lu Lei helplessly patted his forehead. Su Chang really knew how to pick his friends to eye in the end. He could only agree, "I understand your situation. Since you're friends of Su Chang." Despite hearing this, the men didn't seem convinced. "How come I've never heard that the young master of Shanglei group was this amazing?" They started mocking in unison, "Weak performance, 30 seconds. Unless you take off your pants and let us check. Yeah, strip down and show us how tired you are." Humph. Yang, angered by the way his savior was being criticized, scolded loudly, "What's wrong with you guys? Don't you trust Su Chang?" Lu Lei patted him on the shoulder to reassure him, "It's fine." In the end, he casually left a sentence behind, "I'm not selling anymore. One day, you'll come begging me." Suddenly, from the doorway, Sister Fawn walked in with a cup of water, smiling gently, "Brothers, I brought some ginseng tea for you." She was incredibly attentive, spoon-feeding Su Chang bit by bit. "Darling, drink this and come home early, okay?" The others were dumbfounded by the scene. Had Sister Fawn taken the wrong medicine? Even someone as tired as Su suspected she might be an imposter. When Sister Fawn overheard their gossiping, she shot a warning glance around. The guy who was being stared at by Su stammered and grabbed hold of himself. "What are you looking at me for?" Sister Fawn furiously stomped one foot on the table in warning, "You dare act out just because old lady didn't say anything? If you don't want to live, old lady will gladly help you out." The guy immediately stammered, "Sister Fawn, I was wrong. Su was wrong. Week 30 seconds was wrong. So tired." Then she turned back and lovingly kissed Su Chang on the cheek, "Husband, I won't bother you anymore." Everyone present once again cast suspicious looks at Su Chang, who was smiling and waving. The guy who was scolded by Su asked, "Sister Fawn, what's wrong with you? Did you take the wrong medicine? Why are you suddenly being so nice to Brother Su?" "I'm tired." "Stop reminding me. You still dare say Sister Fawn took the wrong medicine?" Su Chang, seeing the situation, immediately pulled Lu Lei over to boast. "It wasn't her who took the wrong medicine, it was me who took supplements. Women like her only yield to strong men." Su and his group of 30 seconds tired people finally believed it after a while. "Wow, how much are your supplements? I need them all. Me too." Lu Lei smirked in satisfaction and called for drinks. They immediately shouted in unison, "Brother Lei." The next morning, at the Lu family supermarket, a small store, yet one that gave off a very warm feeling, Lu Lei stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Everything sold out last night. I need to go to the other world to restock." Then he called out, "System, I want to go to the other world." "System?" Hearing him call, the system wasn't pleased and complained, "Got it, don't call me twice." Teleportation initializing. Lu Lei couldn't believe his ears, but couldn't refute it either. Could the system actually talk back now? After being transported to the other world, Lu Lei smelled something and froze. Not long after, he was startled and began tearing up. Holding his eyes, Lu Lei cried out and fainted. "What is this smell? It's so spicy and refreshing." Jean de Biao appeared once again, but this time there was someone else behind him. This person cultivates martial arts. He is our elder who specializes in alchemy. Wang Hung, he heard that martial cultivation possesses many miraculous elixirs, and at this moment, Lu Lei's head was spinning amidst the pungent and irritating odor. Nevertheless, the system's function continued, scanning through the eye of all response, and due to improper breathing techniques from cultivating the art, it detected a severe stench. After obtaining the information, Lu Lei began searching. The root of the problem was indeed caused by flawed cultivation methods. Wang Hung stared at him in shock. Martial cultivation knows the reason why? Soon after, Lu Lei took out a glass box, inside of which was a fairly large bottle. "Apply this all over the body once a day, it will help eliminate the foul odor," Lu Lei explained. Wang Hong was moved to tears. Martial cultivation truly possesses boundless power. Jean de Biao patted him on the shoulder reassuringly. "Elder, I told you, martial cultivation has many fine elixirs." Having learned from the previous experience, this time Lu Lei proactively proposed, "I'm not giving this away. What do you have to offer in return?" Naturally, Wang Hung gladly presented his item. This immortal, have a marrow-cleansing spiritual elixir. It can strengthen the body through cultivation." Jean de Biao beside him also affirmed, "Still the same rule, 1 barrel of child origin pills." Lu Lei asked calmly, "Is this all there is?" He smiled faintly. Jean de Biao looked slightly worried upon hearing that. "Is this amount of martial cultivation too little?" Lu Lei quickly denied it. He frowned, revealing a contemplative expression as he inquired, "My spiritual medicine only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. If I knew which cultivation techniques you two practice, I could offer a more suitable remedy." He looked at the two of them and proceeded to make suggestions: cultivation methods, medicinal ingredients, spirit stones. He wanted to fully understand their cultivation process while secretly calculating in his mind. If he could also cultivate their techniques, perhaps it would be useful for future transactions. Why not learn about the cultivation methods of their world? It was unclear whether the two individuals in front of him understood his implication, but they respectfully clasped their hands, bowed, and said, "Thank you, martial cultivation. Truly, you are benevolent and generous. We shall repay your kindness." Suddenly, he felt something, and sure enough, the system had brought him and that pile of medicine back to the real world. He felt a bit dissatisfied and complained every time a transaction took place, he would be pulled out before he could finish speaking. What kind of business practice was this? The system felt a little apologetic to it. Was the system's lack of thoroughness. The master didn't have enough time in the other world because the transaction level wasn't high enough. A line of information appeared: current revenue, 75,000 out of 1 million yuan. Preliminary level 1 in the business realm. The corner of Lu Lei's mouth twitched slightly. What can you even do in 10 minutes? System, can I pay 5 yuan to get an extra hour? The system offered no further explanation, only reminding its master that he must quickly reach 1 million in revenue to unlock more features. Lu Lei stroked his chin in thought. Su Chang was in a hurry to ship goods. He had to grow stronger quickly, defeat Wu Qing, and take Shang Lei back. He was so deep in thought that he didn't notice someone approaching from behind. Fu Yao looked at him curiously. "Boss Lu, your goods are moving fast these days, huh?" Then, she spotted the pill bottle and a large medicine box behind him. Thinking of something, she blushed and said, "Looks like Boss Lu is expanding his business quite a bit." Suddenly, a hand slammed hard against the wall behind her. Lu Lei held the bottle of pills out in front of Fu Yao, his expression like a boy. "That's right, want to try the goods?" But Fu Yao didn't pay much attention. "Put that away, let's get to the point. Lin Xiaoya's birthday is today, let's go celebrate." As soon as Lu Lei heard that, he shook his head and refused. I don't have any nice clothes to it'd be embarrassing to show up. Meng Fu Yao seemed to know him all too well. She took out a Western-style outfit and said, I knew you'd find an excuse. Lu Lei looked at the suit Fu Yao handed him, smiled faintly to himself, and thought that the suit looked new. Since she had gone through the trouble, it wouldn't be right to refuse. He once again leaned in close to her and said, It's rare for elder Miss Meng to be this considerate. Lu Lei obediently accepted the outfit. Then I shall obey. But that action of his left Meng Fu Yao momentarily stunned. At the Fengdu Hotel, during Lin Xiaoya's birthday party, a formal gathering held at a high-rise luxury venue, Lu Lei and Meng Fu Yao arrived together, looking every bit a perfect match. They had just taken a few steps when young Master Long suddenly appeared. I was wondering why this place lit up all of a sudden. Turns out elder Miss Meng has graced us with her presence. Lu Lei stepped forward with a mocking smile. Young Master Long, what brings you here? Young Master Long, clearly displeased at the sight of someone he disliked, retorted, Even the crippled young master of Shanglei is here, why wouldn't I be? Then he turned back with a cheerful tone to someone behind him. Godfather, you're here. Long San Shang, with his hands in his pockets, coldly reminded them, All of you, go in. Don't just stand around outside. Chairman of Tang Fei Real Estate, Long San Shang. The party was in full swing, with the soft melodies of piano music flowing through the venue. Lu Lei and Meng Fu Yao walked side by side into the grand hall. From afar, Su Chang recognized him and waved, Brother Lei. Lu Lei turned to the person beside him and said, Su Chang's calling me. I'll head over there. Su Xiao pointed to the seats next to her. Brother Lei, over here. The people from the technician room the other day are here too. Hello, Brother Lei, the five from the technical department greeted. Han Xiao walked up and clung to Lu Lei's arm sweetly. Brother Lei, they were just praising how amazing you were in that fight. He quickly joked, Your brother and I bonded through fists. Meanwhile, Meng Fu Yao, witnessing the scene, bit her lip in jealousy and asked coldly, Miss, may I ask your name? The other replied indifferently, I'm Han Xiao. Meng Fu Yao glared at her in anger. Han Xiao pretended not to notice and tightened her hold on Lu Lei's arm, chirping, What's wrong? Meng Fu Yao could no longer hold back her anger, though she still reminded her gently, Would you mind letting go of his arm? Thank you. Hearing that, Han Xiao only clung tighter, her tone mocking. Is he your boyfriend? Meng Fu Yao ignored the childish provocation and, with great poise. The answer was no, but he's a VIP guest, he has to sit in the VIP area with me. On the other side, Lu Lei also brushed her hand away. Alright, let go now. Then he walked over to Fu Yao and said, Today, I'll be sitting here. Seeing her stunned expression, Lu Lei continued explaining, Let me earn that VIP seat with my own strength first, then we'll talk. Meng Fu Yao was furious but couldn't say anything. Lu Lei noticed this and gently asked, Do you need me to walk you out? Fu Yao turned her head away in anger. No need. She finally left behind a cold remark, I'll go by myself. Young Master Long saw Fu Yao leave in anger and looked at Lu Lei's group with mockery. Oh? That beautiful woman didn't want to stay, and you think she'd rather sit with you guys? One of them shouted angrily, What's that supposed to mean? Lu Lei smiled calmly and tried to ease the tension, Let it go, keep it down for Chioya's sake. But young Master Long wouldn't let it slide, pointing straight at Lu Lei in disgust, Just a fallen young master, what's so great about you? You dare call Chioya your little sister? At that moment, a sweet voice rang out from behind. Brother Lei Lu. Startled, he turned his head, and a young girl with green hair and a pink bow on her head threw herself into his arms. Brother Lei, it's been so long. Lu Lei smiled fondly and let the girl hug him, then gently patted her head with affection. Wow, it's only been a few months, and you've become even more beautiful. That girl was eldest Miss Lin Xiaoya. The two chatted and laughed happily, while over on the other side, Meng Fu Yao looked a bit downcast. Young Master Long, seeing he was being ignored, shouted angrily to make his presence known to everyone. Lu Lei, how dare you act so arrogantly and show no regard for Long Third Master? Su Chang's group of friends, seeing this, responded with disdain. So what if you're the Long Third Master? You think we're afraid of you? But not long after, someone appeared who left them all stunned. A dark figure stood tall behind young Master Long. The man had a large scar across his face, making his appearance even more intimidating. Lu Lei frowned in alertness. Long Third Master used to be a battle-hardened wolf. This time, things could get serious. Suddenly, someone else came from another direction to mediate. All right, there's no need to make this a big deal. It turned out to be Lu Shiyu. He smiled. Everyone, for my sake, let this matter go. Wu Qing's son will inherit Shang Lei Group. Lu Shiyu. Lu Lei suspiciously asked the other person, Lu Shiyu, why are you here too? Lu Shiyu responded confidently, today is my engagement ceremony, of course I have to be here. Lu Lei was taken aback, his face then showing a hint of confusion. Engaged to whom? Lu Shiyu smiled shyly. Of course, after stammering for a while, he pointed toward Lin Xiaoya, who was eavesdropping nearby with the lovely and adorable Miss Linya. The girl widened her eyes in fear, stammering, unable to speak. Wah! What? What? A terrified scream echoed through the tall hotel building from Lin Xiaoya, engaged? Why didn't I hear anything about this? Lu Shiyu grinned wickedly, staring straight at the girl. Didn't your father tell you? The more he saw the frightened look on her face, the more delighted he seemed. The birthday party is also the engagement party he hopes you'll marry into the Lu family soon. Seeing such indecent behavior, Lu Lei stepped forward to shield his sister. Xiaoya doesn't want this, don't come any closer. Lu Shiyu shouted, this is a matter between the Lin family and Shang Lei Group. What does an outsider like you know to meddle in it? Lu Lei glanced at him unhappily, then frowned provocatively, if you're so tough, come here. Lu Shiyu, somewhat intimidated by the situation, hurriedly dragged someone else into it to warn him, Wu Lei, you're being so arrogant, do you really think no one here can deal with you? Third Master Long and Young Master Long are still here. Young Master Long, seeing someone who disliked Lu Lei, cheerfully joined in, that's right, just because the tiger hasn't roared, you think it's a kitten. Brothers, get in there and beat him to death for me. Meanwhile, Lu Shiyu secretly smiled cunningly. He had long heard that young Master Long wanted to deal with Lu Lei, and now he saw the perfect opportunity to let him do just that. Su Chang, seeing his brother being bullied, flared up with righteous fury. If it's a fight, then it's a fight, who's afraid of whom? He stepped up to young Master Long and taunted, come on, hit me. Suddenly, a loud cough interrupted everyone. Old Lin Yuan Lei approached with a cane, and everyone respectfully greeted him, Lin CEO, Lin CEO. He asked calmly, what's going on? Though elderly, his tone carried undeniable authority. Have I not welcomed the guests properly? This was the chairman of the Yao Lin family conglomerate, Lin Yuan Lei. Seeing someone arrive, Lu Shiyu immediately pretended to cry and tattled, Uncle Lin, Lu Lei is a toad lusting after a swan. He's trying to stop Xiaoya and me from getting engaged. Lin Yuan Lei felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing that and coughed a few times. Ahem, Xiaoya, your mother and I have already agreed to this. Sure, you and our family are well matched in terms of status. Lin Xiaoya tearfully refused. I don't want to. I don't want to marry him. Then she clung to Lu Lei's arm, speaking with a hint of emotion, I want to marry someone I love. That statement made Lu Lei blush with embarrassment, while Lu Shiyu and young Master Long curled their lips in disdain. Worried about his daughter's impulsiveness, Lin Yuan Lei reminded her, marriage is a serious matter, it's not something to be treated like a childish game. But Lin Xiaoya was very certain. I love Brother Lei. Her eyes looked sincerely at her father. I've liked him for a long time. He was once engaged, but now he's free. Everyone present was stunned, while Fu Yao frowned in displeasure. Lin Yuan Lei continued to persuade her, Lu Lei ahem, look at him now, not how can he be worthy of you? Shang Lei Group no longer belongs to him. But Xiaoya remained stubborn, I don't care. I love Brother Lei. Tian Lei hurriedly grabbed the little girl's hand. Xiaoya heard her father say, he reminded everyone in front of all the guests that you are the heir of the Yaolin family corporation, and that staying by Lu Lei's side would only harm him. Then he glanced at Lu Lei, his tone slightly threatening. Besides, you like him, but does he like you? He clearly understood the man's intention. It was obviously to force him to admit he didn't like Xiaoya. Xiaoya, hearing her father's words, looked somewhat anxious as she stared at him. Brother Lei. Lu Lei froze for a moment, then spoke firmly, that's right. His expression was full of confidence and sincerity. I really like Xiaoya too. Everyone present was stunned, their eyes wide, mouths agape. Lin Yuan Lei clutched his chest, pretending to tremble. You little rascal. His close associates rushed over in fear, CEO Lin, CEO Lin. Xiaoya also called out in worry, ah. Suddenly, Lu Lei stepped forward and whispered a few words into Lin Yuan Lei's ear, leaving him startled. Then he turned to the others present and said, I'm taking Uncle Lin to rest. Young Master Long immediately stepped forward to block him. Do you think you can just leave? Meng Fu Yao quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. Everyone, please stay calm. This is CEO Lin's banquet. CEO Lin's health isn't well, I hope you all won't cause any trouble. Upon hearing the voice of the woman he admired, young Master Long obediently relented. If Elder Miss Meng says so, I'll respect her wishes. Seeing this, Lu Shiyu also gave in. Very well, let CEO Lin rest first. We'll talk about this later. 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan Lei, looking radiant and refreshed, stepped out together with Lu Lei. He called out loudly, I have an announcement to make. His face was beaming with a bright smile, yet the news he delivered was shocking. The engagement party today was officially cancelled. Lu Lei watched Lin Yuan Lei trembling non-stop. The system started scanning, activating the wish-fulfilling eye, and then the information about him began to appear. Name, Lin Yuan Lei, gender, male, age, 50 years old, demand analysis, declining vitality, cause. Lu Lei smirked and thought to himself, so that's how it is. He then made a proposal to Lin Yuan Lei, I have a way to cure your family's genetic disease, no need to beg Lu Shiyu. He looked out the window, hastily arranging Xiaoya's marriage. This isn't like you, Uncle Lin. The Yaolin Family Corporation has a history of over 300 years. There's no need to form a marriage alliance with the Shang Lei group. Thanks to the system, Lu Lei spoke with much more confidence, and for Uncle Lin to act in such haste, it could only be because of the hereditary disease. The Yaolin family couldn't even cure the disease of its own patriarch. If word got out, it would be extremely dangerous. Ask and it is given, the inside eye is truly convenient. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yuan Lei's cane immediately fell to the ground. He stormed forward, grabbed Lu Lei by the collar, and shouted, You'd better really have a cure for me, cough, or else I won't just accuse you of slander, I'll drag you in front of Lu Shiyu to apologize. Lu Lei quickly grabbed his hand to stop him, Uncle Lin, please don't get agitated. Then he stuffed a small vial into his hand. This hereditary illness weakens the body from birth. The bone marrow purification elixir passed down to me by my grandfather truly can help, along with Gu Gue Yuan. Lu Lei affirmed with utmost sincerity, Lu Shiyu can only fake this medicine. I am the true heir of the Lu family. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan Lei tilted his head back and drank the entire bottle in one go, out of respect for his grandfather. Ahem, I'll believe you this once. Immediately, its effects astonished him. Lin Yuan Lei, brimming with vigor, felt an overwhelming sense of energy coursing through his entire being, as if all his internal organs were fully revitalized. In the hotel's grand hall, before the guests, he joyfully announced, I declare the engagement ceremony today is cancelled. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoya ran over joyfully. Wow, thank you, Dad. He smiled, gently patting his daughter's head. Don't thank me, thank your brother Lei. Lin Shiyu frowned, a menacing aura surrounding him. CEO Lin, what do you mean by this? Lin Yuan Lei ignored his attitude and replied coldly, Young Master Lu, I'm sorry, but I have only one daughter. I can't just marry her off so carelessly. I have no other choice. Ashamed and furious, Lu Shiyu pointed at him and shouted, Don't forget you have something to beg the Lu family for. Lin Yuanlei responded with a bright smile, no need to trouble yourself, young Master Lu. The Lin family has its own way. Seeing that he couldn't change anything, he turned away from his half-brother. Lu Lei, you dared to harm me. Just wait, Shang Lei group won't let you off. Hearing this, he only smiled and reminded him. You're now young Master Lu. I in public, mind your image. Realizing things weren't going in his favor, Lu Shiyu immediately turned to leave. Let's go. Lin Yuanlei naturally didn't try to stop him and didn't bother to see him off. Lin Xiaoya rushed over joyfully to hug her brother. Brother Lei, you're amazing. Young Master Long noticed Meng Fu Yao looking displeased as the two Lu Leis laughed and played nearby, so he made a suggestion, trying to lift her mood. Want a drink? This time, Meng Fu Yao didn't ignore him. She raised her glass and said, You think I'm in a bad mood? I'm just feeling a bit sentimental. Thank you, young Master Long, for giving me face today. Young Master Long was absolutely delighted. For Elder Miss Meng, of course. Absolutely. Their glasses clinked. A drop of golden liquor fell. They drank it all. On the road, in a certain car, a sly voice rang out. Take her to my villa. Tonight, I'll use my masculine charm to conquer her. Young Master Long licked his lips, a dangerous look on his face. You didn't expect this, did you? That I dare make a move on you at the party. This trick works like a charm. Fu Yao, weak and helpless, could only mutter under her breath, despicable, shameless. She clung to the car door, repeatedly pleading, Let me out of the car. How could young Master Long possibly let her go? He merely coaxed her in a low voice, Baby, don't be anxious. I love you so much. Suddenly, the car came to a screeching halt, throwing young Master Long backward. He asked furiously, What's going on? The driver looked outside the car window and reported, Boss, it's Lu Lei. At the same time, Lu Lei had already blocked the car and stepped out like scum. He shouted angrily, Let Meng Fu Yao go right now. His expression changed when he saw a group of men in black cloaks and hoods had silently appeared behind him. Young Master Long curled his lips and murmured, Lu Lei, I've been waiting for you to walk right into this. Immediately, a man in black rushed forward, swinging a baton toward him. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. It was unclear whether it belonged to Lu Lei or the attacker. Lu Lei was caught off guard, momentarily frozen in place. Young Master Long laughed heartily with satisfaction. Break his limbs for me, let him watch as I butcher Meng Fu Yao with his own eyes. Ha ha ha. Immediately, a group of people surrounded Lu Lei. Because of the sneak attack just now, he collapsed to the ground in pain. Crack. The wound on his head was continuously bleeding as he glared coldly. Meng Fu Yao is not someone a despicable loser like you can lay a finger on. One of the subordinates, enraged by Lu Lei's repeated insults toward his superior, tightened the grip on his weapon and charged forward, aiming to strike Lu Lei's head again. Dust and smoke filled the air, and young Master Long outside stared wide-eyed, his whole body trembling. Over here, Lu Lei crushed the thorn-covered wooden stick in his hand. Fortunately, the marrow-cleansing elixir helped strengthen his tendons and bones even for an ordinary person. Now his whole body was as tough as stone. Young Master Long, a bit frightened, shouted an order, What are you all standing there for? Charge! Whoever beats him down gets 500,000. Lu Lei's eyes were extremely alert. With a single hand, he easily knocked away all their weapons. How is this possible? Even so, his opponents didn't give up, continuing to attack him barehanded. But Lu Lei was quicker, landing a direct kick to the boy's chin. Ah, you bastard! He immediately fell backward, bumping into his teammate. What? Young Master Long was drenched in cold sweat, terrified. Lu Lei carried a wooden stick on his shoulder, threatening coldly. Young Master Long, you're next. Sensing the situation turning against him, he hastily dragged Meng Fu Yao out of the car to use her as a hostage. Don't come any closer, or I'll kill her. Seeing this, Lu Lei grew even more enraged. He frowned, gritted his teeth, and released Fu Yao. A punch straight to young Master Long's head made blood spurt from his nose. Then, he picked Fu Yao up in his arms, ignoring the others. I've already called the police, they're on their way. On young Master Long, he also left a name tag. I'm a kidnapper, please arrest me. After being rescued, Fu Yao began to moan, it's so hot, I feel awful. Lu Lei could only comfort her softly. Hang in there a bit longer, we're almost home. Not long after, the car stopped in front of Lu Lei's shop. He carried her into the store, and seeing she was still unresponsive, reminded her. We're here, you can rest. But before he could finish his sentence, Fu Yao had already reached up to touch his face. Her whole body was drenched in sweat, her mind hazy. She clung tightly to his neck. Lu Lei, was it you who saved me? Lu Lei. She murmured. Elder Miss Meng. Suddenly, Fu Yao opened her eyes and realized she was completely tied up. She angrily shouted at Lu Lei, who was dozing off in a seated position nearby. Lu Lei, is this your doing? Startled by her yell, he yawned and replied. Elder Miss Meng, you were so proactive last night. If I hadn't tied you up, I might not have been able to control myself. Fu Yao hurriedly tried to recall what had happened the previous night, stammering. You untie me right now. She asked shyly. You didn't do anything to me, did you? Lu Lei answered honestly. If I had taken advantage of you, I'd be no different from young Master Long. He smiled brightly at her. After all, she wanted to be with the one she liked. Fu Yao was a little embarrassed but still curiously asked. By the way, how did you find me? Lu Lei frowned and explained. When Lu Shiyu left, I didn't see you. Su Chang said young Master Long had taken you away. I found that a bit suspicious, so I borrowed Su Chang's car. Fu Yao was stunned by his sharp intuition. Then, she threw herself into his arms and hugged him in gratitude. Thank goodness it was you. Otherwise. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed outside. Lin Xiaoya burst through the door. Brother Lei, are you home? The girl suddenly cried out in shock. Ah, you too. At that moment, Lu Lei and Fu Yao were in an extremely intimate position. Xiaoya's hands trembled as she pushed the door open. The scene before her eyes left her stunned. Seeing this, Fu Yao immediately panicked and spoke up. Xiaoya, it's not what you think. Lu Lei also hurriedly waved his hand. Please, let me explain. She clutched her chest, stammering. Moments later, she fainted, leaving the two in the room terrified. Xiaoya. Scene transition at the Lin family's private hospital. Lin Yuan Lei approached, and Lu Lei quickly stood up to greet him. Uncle Lin. He sighed, Xiaoya is all right, then turned to Fu Yao and said, Xiao Meng, could you step out for a moment? I need to speak with Lu Lei. She didn't say much upon hearing this, simply walked out, and turned to Lu Lei, I'll wait outside. Only when her figure disappeared behind the door did Lu Lei speak up. Is Xiaoya still unconscious? Lin Yuan Lei nodded. That's typical for the first onset of the hereditary illness. The medicine you gave her has temporarily suppressed it. She just needs some rest. With furrowed brows and a resolute gaze, he said, this medicine can only suppress the illness. I will definitely find a cure for this disease. Lin Yuan Lei immediately responded, I believe in you. Then he added, let's not talk about this for now. But tell me honestly, do you really have feelings for Xiaoya? Yesterday, you said you liked her. Was that because of the situation forcing you to say so? Hearing this, it was as if he had been struck across the face. His whole body froze, and he dared not hide anything. Right now, I can't think about love. If Xiaoya wakes up, I hope Uncle will let me know. Lin Yuan Lei understood upon hearing this. He let out a soft sigh and asked, do you still remember known Xiao Meng? Lu Lei replied firmly, no. Right now, the most important thing to me is taking back Shang Lei group. Hearing that, Lin Yuan Lei stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Very good. You're afraid Shoya will get dragged into this, you're truly a man. But then his face darkened. But Shoya, she will wake up. Is that what you said back then? Scene shift to inside Long Sanshang's mansion. Young Master Long pleaded anxiously, Third Master, you must take revenge for me. Long Sanshang glanced over with certainty. I will definitely avenge you. But do you know where you went wrong? Young Master Long trembled and swallowed hard. My mistake was not killing Lu Lei when I had the chance. Long Sanshang sighed softly and said, wrong. First, you're easily manipulated, you have no mind of your own. Recalling the earlier scene, young Master Long sneered arrogantly, Mr.Hu tried to act fierce but ended up looking like a kitten. Long Sanshang's icy voice rang out again, second, Meng Fu Yao doesn't like you, yet you dared to force her. Shameless. At this point, he couldn't hold back any longer. He slammed the table and stood up, his cold gaze sweeping across that face. The third point is the most important. Long Sanshang patted the young Master Long's face, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Third Master, Long Sanshang gripped his shoulder tightly. You've made me lose face. Useless. Young Master Long's face turned pale as he looked at Long Sanshang, his voice shaking, Third Master, I'm sorry. Long Sanshang snorted coldly but still left him a way out. Considering how filial you've been all these years, don't come to Fengdu again. I'll leave a store for you. Hearing that, young Master Long felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank you, foster father, but that Lu Lei is truly detestable. Long Sanshang turned his back, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Don't worry. This time, the one who'll lose face won't be us. Oh, someone will deal with him. Scene transition to the Lu family mansion. Lu Shiryu, filled with indignation, clenched his fists and made his accusation. Mother, that bastard Lu Lei has gone too far. This time, the Shang Lei group's reputation is completely ruined. Wu Qing calmly watered the plants, looking at her precious son as she spoke. I told you to marry into another family to temper your nature. How did it end up like this? Hearing this, he crossed his arms, his voice firm. I suspect Lu Lei has the backing of some powerful figure. Otherwise, why would the Lin family agree to his terms? Wu Qing sneered, Lu Lei, huh? We won't even need to dirty our own hands. Lu Shiryu, his face downcast, asked, then what should we do? Wu Chung plucked a petal from a flower, her smile dark and enigmatic. As long as the stakes are high enough, someone else will do it for us. Inside an ancient castle, a man leaned back on a sofa. 5% of the shares. Sister Wu really was generous. He was Yuan Shing, who styled himself as the Dark Nobleman. In Yuan Shing's hand was a photo of Lu Lei. His eyes fixed intently, he spoke into the phone, don't worry. I'll take care of it. After hanging up, he immediately looked to his subordinates and ordered. Did you hear me clearly? Get everything ready. They received the order and responded in unison, yes. Scene shifts to the interior of the otherworldly shop. Wang Han looked at Lu Lei and said, the issues that martial cultivation mentioned are, in fact, rooted in damaged spiritual veins. The marrow cleansing elixir primarily strengthens the physical body, it doesn't replenish spiritual energy. Hearing this, Lu Lei immediately asked, then is there any way to heal it? Wang Han took out a spiritual pill and handed it over. This is a Runling Zhu, it might be effective. However, the perfume from martial cultivation only masks the fox scent on the body. It cannot cure the underlying illness. Lu Lei glanced at Wang Hang's expression, showing a hint of dissatisfaction. You don't believe me? Wang Hong responded without hesitation, I mean no offense to martial cultivation. But even the Runling Zhu is unknown to you. The medicines from martial cultivation merely treat superficial symptoms. Upon hearing that, Lu Lei shouted, insolent. How am I supposed to remember every basic pill formula and cultivation method? Do you know them all yourselves? How dare you question me? Seeing his anger, Jean de Biao immediately dropped to his knees, trembling. Martial cultivation, please calm your anger. Martial cultivation, please calm your anger. Lu Lei pointed at him and commanded, Jean de Biao, don't get up. I have something to give you. Lu Lei furrowed his brows, thinking to himself, looks like they won't submit unless I hand out something valuable. He took out a bottle of mouthwash, handed it over, and said, use this to rinse 3 times a day. If you persist for a while, it can cure bad breath. Jean de Biao immediately opened the cap and took a swig of the Lu family mouthwash. Wang Hong stared wide-eyed at Jean de Biao, then asked, seriously? He turned his back and said, Jean de Biao, leave your medicine here and exchange it for 5 bottles of mouthwash. Seeing this, Wang Ping hurriedly chimed in, martial cultivation, what about me? Lu Lei responded bluntly without the slightest courtesy, go back and let me work. I've always returned an inch with a mile. If you doubt me, there's no need for further dealings. Hearing this, Jean de Biao quickly tried to persuade him, honored one, we carry a great responsibility this time. We hope to cure our ailments so we can face the sect with dignity. Wang Hong bowed his head in plea, martial cultivation, for the sect's sake, please forgive me. Hearing that, Lu Lei waved his hand, putting on a dignified air, forget it. A healer must be compassionate. I won't bother with such trivial matters. For Jean de Biao's sake, I'll let you off this once. Remember, there won't be a next time. Upon hearing that, both men bowed deeply with utmost respect and said in unison, thank you, honored one. With that, Wang Hong pulled out a treasure-filled box and presented it before Lu Lei. Thank you, honored one. This is the Run Ling Pearl. I've brought the martial cultivation technique, spiritual herbs, and spirit stones you previously mentioned. I apologize for my offense. He turned his head, his face still cold and emotionless, pushed forward a row of mouthwash bottles and said, take it. Only after the 2 of them had left did Lu Lei reveal his emotions. He exclaimed excitedly, we're going to make a fortune. If I can sell these divine elixirs, I could upgrade the shop.to use the Ling Zhu. It needs to be infused with spiritual energy by the user. Alright then, I'll try refining the energy myself. With that, he immediately sat down in the shop to begin refining energy. Suddenly, his phone rang. Lu Lei's expression darkened as he picked it up. Hello, switch to the Lakeside Lu Tian CAF scene. Lu Lei grabbed his bag and headed out, speaking up. Su Chang, dealing in supreme divine items like this in broad daylight, you're getting bolder. Su Chang, with a gloomy face, replied flatly, I already transferred the money to you. Lu Lei sat down, propped his chin on his hand, and asked, what's wrong? Not happy? Did your girlfriend say you're too intense? Su Chang turned his head away, lost in thought, and said, Xiao Zhao's in love with some tall, rich, handsome guy. Hearing that, Lu Lei responded, that's good news. Xiao Zhao left me. But Su Chang immediately interrupted, you don't know who she's dating. It's Yuan Shing, the heir of Jia Yuan Electronics Group. He doesn't care about the family business, just causes trouble. Girlfriends? He switches them like changing clothes. Why would Xiao Xiao like someone like him? Meanwhile, Yuan Shing had brought Xiao Xiao next to a badass-looking helicopter and said, baby, let me take you to the skies. Tiao Tiao looked at him with sparkling eyes and blurted out unconsciously, so cute. Su Chang and Lu Lei stared wide-eyed at the helicopter flying away. They just took her like that? Could it be a kidnapping? The 2 immediately sprang into action, chasing after the helicopter in the sky. Lu Lei stammered, chase. But how? Su Chang was left frozen in place, unable to respond. That evening, at Su Chang's house, Lu Lei, upon arriving, asked right away, have you found out the address of his villa? Su Chang quickly replied, found it. Let's go there now. Just then, the door suddenly swung open. Caillou Tiu stepped in, holding a large bouquet of flowers, praising nonstop, Mr. Yuan, such a romantic CEO. A private castle, candlelit dinner, and roses too. Seeing her return, Su Chang asked suspiciously, Xiao Xiao, weren't you taken away? Lu Lei, unable to bear her dreamy expression, reminded her, Xiao Xiao, you're not close with him. Why would he treat you so well? But Xiao Xiao paid no mind to anything else. Her eyes sparkled as she recalled Yuan Shing's appearance. CEO Yuan is so handsome and treats me so well. There's no way he could be a bad person. On the other side, Yuan Shing's eyes gleamed with malice as he gave a sly smile and said, Sister Wu, don't rush. Tomorrow, I'll make Lu Lei be shunned by his own family. Isn't Lu Lei good at fighting? I've prepared the best boxing ring for him. The next morning, a panicked scream echoed. Boss Su, someone is wrecking the shop. A heavily muscled man glanced at Su Chang with a fierce glare. Who dared to provoke Tai Sui himself? Su Chang panted heavily, forcing out his words, I caused trouble today. That man turned out to be the owner of Boxing Men. Without saying a word, Mlen threw a punch directly into Su Chang's beer belly, sending him crashing into the wall. Lu Lei, die, you useless trash. Mlen had mistaken Su Chang for Lu Lei. Just as Xiao Xiao arrived and witnessed the scene, she screamed in shock, Brother Mlen. Xiao Xiao blushed and murmured, Pretty girl, I like. Immediately, Yuan Shingze drove his supercar right up to them and shouted, Xiao Xiao, a real man like Su Yang doesn't suffer petty losses. Run. The two of them quickly jumped into the car. Yuan Shingze urged, Hurry up, I'm speeding you here. Mlen stood behind, watching the car disappear into the distance, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he reported the mission accomplished. The three of them stopped on a street quite a distance away. Su Chang got out of the car, fuming with anger. When I find out which bastard did this, I'm going to destroy him. Upon hearing this, Yuan Rongzhe seized the opportunity. I already know who did it. Last time at Lin Xiuya's engagement party, Lu Lei embarrassed Lu Shiyu, and you're close with Lu Lei. That's why they started taking revenge. Su Chang, I think it would be better if you proactively sever ties with Lu Lei to avoid further trouble. Su Chang frowned at that, shouting in fury. Over something like this, you expect me, Su Chang, to cower like a turtle? Who do you think I am? Yuan Rongzhe tilted his head, putting on a sincere expression as if offering heartfelt advice. Xiao Xiao, you should advise your cousin Lu Lei that he's fallen out of favor. Xiao Xiao thought it made sense and spoke up. You're lucky nothing happened to you today. But what about next time? Su Yang's expression turned stern. Xiao Xiao, today someone smashed the shop and told you to give up your friends. Tomorrow, someone else might smash the shop and tell you to give up your family. Hearing that, Xiao Xiao could only utter one word. Brother. Yuan Shingze, upon hearing that, incited them further. Today it's just King of Boxing smashing the shop. Who knows, maybe tomorrow they'll come armed. Su Chang and Xiao Xiao were both stunned upon hearing that. He sneered and looked at him. You haven't even entered the shop. How do you know it was King of Boxing who did it? Xiao Xiao also covered her mouth in shock. Could it be him? Only then did Yuan Shingze reveal his true face. He called over his men, their expressions dark and grim. Why did you have to be so smart? You could have left here safely. The figures behind him gradually emerged. It was the assassin Sha, and Su Chang hid both hands behind his back, staring at them. I knew you were up to no good. During that moment, his hands behind his back quickly sent out a message. Sha extended his sharp hand and launched an attack. Su Chang instantly charged forward. Xiao Xiao, run first. 15 minutes later, Lu Lei arrived. He found Su Chang lying there, covered in blood, his expression darkened. Su Chang, hang in there. I'll find a way to stop the bleeding. Su Chang grasped his wrist, weakly giving instructions. Xiao Xiao. Save Xiao Xiao. Lu Lei pressed down hard on the wounds, his brows furrowed deeply with determination. Don't worry. I will definitely save Xiao Xiao. The fire of rage flared in Lu Lei's eyes. Yuan Shingze, I will not forgive you. Lu Lei got into the car, his gaze icy cold, silently calculating. This time going to Yuan Shingze's place, the odds of coming out unscathed were slim. He had to draw the reserve spiritual energy from the Run Lingzhu to prepare for the worst. He arrived at Yuan Shing's castle, whispering to himself, "Xiao Xiao, I'm coming." At that moment, in Yuan Shing's room, he looked at Xiao Xiao and said, "Welcome to the Dark Tower, my dear guest." In her heart, she silently judged, what a vulgar name. On the surveillance screen, a familiar figure appeared. Lu Lei glanced around, and immediately a voice rang out. "Lu Lei, each floor here has top-tier experts waiting to deal with you." Len appeared, laughing loudly, "Come on, fight me. Boxing men champion. Feel the despair of the Dark Tower." On the other side, Yuan Shingze laughed with excitement. "This is the South African underworld boxing champion I hired for 40 million. He once single-handedly slaughtered an entire gang. He can throw 10 punches in a second, each powerful enough to punch through a brick wall." Before he could finish his sentence, Len was knocked out by Lu Lei with a single punch. Xiao Xiao looked at the surveillance screen, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke up. "If there's a breakthrough in the first level." Upon hearing this, Yuan Shingze continued. "Even if he's lucky enough to break through the first level, there are still the cruel challenges waiting for him. The second level is the International Assassin, enough to send shivers down your spine. Assassinate the demon serpent Shan, the cost to hire the deadly assassin Shan is 70 million. His speed is so fast that even the most advanced cameras can't capture him, and his claws are laced with deadly poison. Ignoring the ramblings of this person, on the other side, we have Lu Lei." He gazed at Shan with a bored look, and with a glance, he immediately noticed the glint of the assassin preparing to strike. The sharp claws reached out, but Lu Lei effortlessly severed them, causing Shan to scream in pain, and then followed up with a blow to the middle of his head, knocking him unconscious. Xiao Xiao silently stared at the screen behind him, then looked at Shingze, who was speaking even more impressively, worried that Lu Lei wouldn't get the chance to enjoy the benefits. The third floor is the favorite of the spear combat fan, Lucky. Yuan Shingze's eyes gleamed with a sinister excitement as he continued, "The next level features a prodigy from a prestigious spear fighting family, whom I spent 200 million to invite." On the other side, Lu Lei drove a knife straight into the forehead. Lucky let out a sinister laugh. This was the lethal poison he had just picked up. Instantly, a side character appeared, and not even a second passed before he dropped dead. Inside the surveillance room, Yuan Shingze pointed to the fourth floor and went on, "I hope he doesn't try too hard, because the final one is the Mad Butcher, an infamous killer with hundreds of lives on his hands." The Mad Butcher, riding his chainsaw, Thomas Lu Lei, did a quick lap around the place, categorizing the trash on the fourth floor into 3 types: wet waste, dry waste, and recyclables. Yuan Shingze laughed, his eyes glinting with greed. "Once I deal with Lu Lei, 5% of Shanglei Group's shares will be mine. And when that's done, that old hag Ruansher sure I'll be the new chairman of Jia Yuan Electronics." Xiao Xiao looked at him with a bored expression, not even bothering to speak. "Keep dreaming." Yuan Shingze still thought he had it all figured out. He stepped forward and grabbed her chin. "Dreaming? This is reality. And you're honored to witness my rise." Xiao Xiao gently reminded, "How about you turn around and take a look?" At that moment, Lu Lei stepped forward, his voice echoing like it came from the depths of hell. "Oh, the fourth floor's already done? And you haven't even started fighting yet." Yuan Shingze spun around, stunned. "What's going on?" He stood at the door, looking at Yuan Shingze's face, which seemed as if he had just swallowed something bitter, and shouted loudly, "Let Han Xiao Xiao go." Seeing this, Yuan Shingze sneered, "Lu Lei, don't think you've won just yet. I'm not like young Master Long. I always come well prepared." Lu Lei covered his mouth and mocked, "To think the dignified young Master Yuan would stoop to comparing himself with young Master Long, it's a bit beneath you, don't you think?" Yuan Shingze bristled like a porcupine and shouted, "Shut up." He opened a bottle of elixir and downed it in one gulp, saying, "Now I'll show you the true power of the marrow cleansing elixir. Elegant, powerful, flawless. I'm very satisfied with my body right now." Seeing that, Lu Lei rubbed his chin and muttered, "So this is also the marrow cleansing elixir, huh?" Taking advantage of Yuan Shingze's preemptive strike, he caught Lu Lei's movement with a glance. He sneered, "Your moves are as slow as a 90-year-old woman." Slanting Lu Lei's body hard onto the ground with his elbow, he looked down from above. Yuan Shing smirked, "I like that look of despair on your face." Bruised and battered, Lu Lei sat up, gritting his teeth. "Don't you have spiritual fluid? Where did you get it from?" Yuan Shing held the medicine bottle excitedly in his hand. "It was your beautiful and gentle sister Wu who gave it to me. You were foolish enough to escape from Shanglei, so of course you've lost the right to act tough." Upon hearing this, Lu Lei stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and replied casually, "All right, I've got the answer I was looking for." Seeing this, Yuan Shing was stunned. "You can still stand up?" "Impossible. Looks like I can't hold back anymore." With that, his expression turned grim as he unleashed a barrage of punches toward Lu Lei. Lu Lei furrowed his brow and sneered, "You've got no real fighting experience, muscles alone aren't enough." But Yuan Shing refused to admit defeat. "I told you I came prepared." He pulled a pistol from his waistband and shouted, "Go to hell." Xiao Xiao was horrified and screamed, "Brother Lu Lei." The gunshot echoed, Yuan Shing full of smugness. No matter how good one's martial arts were, one shot was enough to bring them down. But as the smoke cleared, Lu Lei was still standing firm. His hand was covered in blood, it seemed he was still slightly injured. Lu Lei opened his hand and let the bullet fall to the ground, casting a disdainful glance at him. "You didn't trust your own strength, so you used a gun. Then why did you bother taking the medicine?" Only now did Yuan Shing feel fear. His eyes were wide, and he stammered in a panic, begging for mercy. Lei, brother Lei, let's talk this out, please." Lu Lei said coldly, "We can talk. But first, we settle the debt of Su Chang." As soon as he finished, Yuan Shing received a brutal beating he'd never forget. When it was over, Lu Lei picked up Xiao Xiao in his arms, shot Yuan Shing a warning glance, and said, "Young Master Yuan, you're not the one I want revenge on. Let today end here. I hope you won't bring trouble upon yourself again." Yuan Shing lay flat on the ground. When he saw someone approaching, he cried out, "Brother, it hurts so much, save me." The man leaned in and covered his mouth. "Young Master Yuan, if what happened here gets exposed, it will be difficult for everyone." Yuan Shing's eyes twitched, and he let out a soft sound, A second later, the man had already taken him away. "Young master, please, this way." At that moment, in Su Chang's hospital room at the Lin family hospital, Han Xiao Xiao spoke gratefully, "Fortunately, we had you, Brother Lu. Otherwise, this would have been real trouble." Lu Lei replied casually, "Su Chang is like a brother to me, of course I wouldn't leave him behind. Also." He flashed a dazzlingly handsome smile and said, "From now on, just call me Brother Lei. No need to be shy." Xiao Xiao immediately blushed and replied shyly, "Yes, Brother Lei." A while later, inside the Lu family supermarket, Lu Lei called out loudly, "System, I want to go to another world." The system immediately transported Lu Lei to a different space, and a blinding light suddenly appeared before his eyes. Lu Lei raised his hand to shield himself and curiously asked, "Where is that light coming from?" The system announced that the business income had reached 100%, achieving the second-tier status of minor fortune. Due to Xiao Chuan's transaction, the shop hit 1 million, upgrading to the second-tier minor fortune level. The store received a complete interior renovation and was suspended in the other world for 20 minutes. Inside the shop, one could cultivate spiritual qi techniques at a faster rate, experience the power of dragon might, and obtain mysterious rewards. Lu Lei asked in confusion, "I understand the other parts, but what exactly is experiencing dragon might?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Martial cultivation has finally arrived." Jin De Biao and Wang Hong carried in a large box. He waved enthusiastically and said, "Martial cultivation, the traded goods have arrived, including an item from Elder Wang." Lu Lei said cheerfully, "No need for formalities, just set the goods down. I have something to ask. Recently, someone near me acquired a kind of pill, and after taking it, their muscles grew significantly." Wang Hong was startled and asked, "What?" The elder questioned with suspicion. In this world, the only pill that causes muscle growth is the energy-suppressing pill. Although it enhances physical strength, its side effect is damage to the liver and lungs. He asked curiously. Martial cultivation, where did you see this kind of pill? Lu Lei asked in confusion. Why? Is this pill very rare? Wang Heng said in utter frustration and helplessness, junior brother, that old Wang Li liked to go overboard, violated sect rules, created the energy-suppressing pill, threatened fellow disciples, and was expelled from the sect for cheating during the examination. He said worriedly, if we leave him unchecked, I fear he may become a threat to an entire region. Lu Lei waved his hand and replied calmly, I understand. I'll definitely keep an eye on it. With that, he fell into deep thought. That meant Wu Shan could also trade with the other world. This could become troublesome. At that moment, Di Biao hesitantly spoke, as for martial cultivation, there's plenty of Tongzi returning essence pills, but I can only trade with you one more time. Upon hearing this, Lu Lei asked in surprise, there's no more? Di Biao explained, spirit ginseng alchemy is on Ching Lan Mountain, but recently the demonic energy has been too strong, and many monsters have appeared. Lu Lei reassured him, it's all right. Marrow cleansing elixir and the other medicines are enough for me to trade. Wang Heng lowered his head in despair and said, but without going to Ching Lan Mountain, I'm afraid an alchemist like me will have nothing to do. Lu Lei stroked his chin, pondered, then asked, what is it? Want me to help? But I don't have enough time to go there. Hearing this, Wang Heng sighed helplessly. After a moment, he suddenly said, if martial cultivation could learn the secret instantaneous movement technique of the ancient merchant nation, then there might be hope. Hearing that, Lu Lei wondered, ancient merchant nation, secret instantaneous movement technique? Princess Hong Xiu of the ancient merchant nation suddenly ran over and asked, I heard someone was looking for me? Wang Heng and Di Biao lowered their heads respectfully and said, greetings, Princess Hong Xiu. She slapped Di Biao and angrily said, Jean Di Biao, you're something else. A new place appears and you don't even tell me? I had to come find it myself. As soon as she finished speaking, she curiously looked around, then picked up her handheld fan. Opening the fan, she asked inquisitively, you're the martial cultivation they were talking about? There's nothing special about your place, is there? Hearing that, Lu Lei said irritably, little girl, can't you talk things through without throwing hands? Hong Xiu's face darkened as she asked, did you just call me little girl? Just then, it was time for Lu Lei to return. Hong Xiu watched him leave, shouting angrily, I'm a real, bona fide princess. Stop right there, don't run. Back in his world, Lu Lei held his forehead, thinking in frustration. Just looking at Hong Xiu, she was clearly a brat. What a headache. Dealing with her in future trades won't be easy. Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed, store upgrade complete, protection system removed. If the host fails to upgrade the store to level 3 within a month and earn a profit of 10 million, all system benefits will be revoked. Hearing that, Lu Lei burst into tears and angrily shouted, take it back? What kind of system is that? Inside the Lu family supermarket, Lu Lei sat deep in thought. How could he possibly sell more than 10 million within a month? Selling the child's return to origin pill alone wouldn't be enough. Yuan Zhou gradually manifested in front of him. Seeing this, Lu Lei exclaimed in surprise, Ren Lingzhou has recovered his strength? Perfect timing for a trip to the Lin family. A while later, in Lin Xiuya's hospital room, Lu Lei guided Yuan Zhou outside and said, Uncle Lin, once Lingzhou fully absorbs the spiritual qi, Xiuya will wake up. Lin Yuan Lei replied with confidence, all right, I believe in you. Lu Lei suddenly added, all right, there's one more matter I'd like to trouble you with, Uncle Lin. Please come with me so we can talk privately. In the resting room, Lu Lei took out a small bottle of medicine and said, this is the child's return to origin pill refined by the Lu family. It has certain effects. Yuan Lei asked curiously, what effects? 30 seconds later, the old man blushed, covered his mouth, and said, oh, that effect. Lu Lei enthusiastically explained, its effect is stronger than any medicine currently on the market. Do you think it could be stocked on the Lin family's pharmacy shelves within a month? Yuan Lei immediately responded, getting the medicine on the shelves requires a very lengthy process from Xinyu. Besides, do you even have the prescription? Lu Lei scratched his head and replied awkwardly, the prescription. It's a family secret that can't be passed on to outsiders. Lin Yuan Lei hesitated and said, then that's a bit difficult. Lu Lei quickly offered a suggestion, then is there a way to sell it as a functional food product instead? Yuan Lei replied awkwardly, high-end functional food products must be approved by the Qi family first. I have no connection with the Qi family. Lu Lei felt troubled and thought, I can't make things difficult for Uncle Lin, so he could only say, I understand, just pretend I never asked. As he was about to leave, he added, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Do you want me to leave the medicine here? Yuan Lei quickly said, no need, I still have to treat genetic diseases. After returning, Lu Lei pondered deeply, it seems things aren't going smoothly. I still have to prepare the stock. If I can achieve the sales target, the system won't take back the benefits, and I won't be able to take revenge on Wu Shan. He took out a box, thinking to himself to be prepared just in case. Then he called out, System, I want to go to the other world. The system immediately teleported him. As soon as he arrived, Hong Xiu angrily scolded, you're really bold. Last time, before we even finished talking, you kicked this princess out of here. De Biao's face was swollen like a pig's as he tried to explain, Your Highness, the princess, martial cultivation is a busy path, and each transaction has limited time. Seeing his face, Lu Lei felt a pang of sympathy. It seemed that Jean de Biao had endured quite a bit just to persuade her. As soon as Hong Xiu heard him speak, she snapped, Did I give you permission to talk? I'm speaking with him. Lu Lei silently assessed her. This little girl was fierce, clearly the type who only responded to force, not softness. His expression darkened, and he coldly said, How bold. If you want to trade with me, you follow my rules. Hong Xiu wasn't the least bit intimidated. Instead, she aggressively retorted, Rules? In a place like this? Let me smash them for you. De Biao hurried to stop her, Please don't, Your Highness. She replied coldly, I will smash them. What, you have a problem with that? As soon as the words left her mouth, she swept everything off the shelf onto the ground. Lu Lei rolled up his sleeves and shouted in anger, Then I'll teach you a lesson. But Hong Xiu shoved him away with just one hand. She arrogantly said, With that little strength, you think you can teach me anything? With a flick of her wrist, Hong Xiu shouted, Get lost. Lu Lei was sent flying. His face turned grim as he thought to himself, Impressive technique. Her strength must be several times greater than mine. Suddenly, he remembered right, the system had mentioned that leveling up came with a one-time use of dragon might. He grimaced, silently calling in his mind, System, activate Long Wei, let this brat know their place. The system appeared and asked, Master, would you like to use the Long Wei skill once? Lu Lei broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, I'm about to die, what's the point of saving it? The system immediately responded, confirmed activation of Long Wei. At that moment, Hong Xiu pointed at him, suspiciously saying, You're no martial cultivator, just a street con artist. Lu Lei's face darkened, and he coldly snapped, You dare touch my shop? Do you even know the crime you're committing? As soon as he finished speaking, a dragon appeared behind him. De Biao hurriedly knelt down, begging for mercy, Martial cultivator, please calm your anger. Martial cultivator, please calm your anger. The princess was mischievous by nature, but meant no harm. Lu Lei paid no attention, releasing the dragon behind him, furiously shouting, You wreck my shop, destroy my sacred artifact, and call that no harm. I ought to hang her above my shop for 3 days and nights as punishment. Hong Xiu immediately burst into tears, terrified. Seeing this, Lu Lei's anger eased a bit, and he thought to himself, She's already scared just from a threat? Activate the wish fulfillment eye, let's see if she's faking her pity. The system instantly analyzed, name, Hong Xiu, gender, female. Analyzing need, due to her family being too preoccupied with state affairs, she has been neglected. She's causing trouble only in hopes her family will spend more time with her. Lu Lei scratched his face, silently sighing. Unexpectedly, she was a child who had missed out on her childhood. It seemed he had been a bit too harsh. Approaching her, he spoke gently, "Hong Xiu, I know you long for your parents' attention, but causing trouble is not the solution. If you grow up quickly and help your parents, they will soon be by your side." Hearing this, Hong Xiu asked in surprise, "How do you know?" Lu Lei smiled confidently and replied, "There is nothing I do not know." Hong Xiu hesitated before asking, "Then how should I change?" He immediately gave her advice, starting with showing respect to others first. With that, Hong Xiu obediently helped him tidy up the shop. Feeling embarrassed, Hong Xiu apologized, "Martial cultivation, I'm sorry. I won't act that way anymore." Lu Lei took out a box and said, "In light of your repentance, I'll give you this." Inside was a mirror. Seeing it, she cheerfully asked, "Is this for me?" Moments later, Lu Lei waved goodbye to them, saying, "The trading time is over. See you next time." De Biao and Hong Xiu waved back, saying, "Take care, martial cultivation. Goodbye." After returning, Lu Lei stroked his chin, lost in thought. This time, Wang Hong didn't show up, and he only managed to trade for a small amount of child's return to origin pill. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Meng Fu Yao sent a message, asking, "Lu Lei, are you free?" A while later, in a coffee shop, Lu Lei joked, "When Elder Miss Meng calls for me, I'm always free." Fu Yao coldly said, "Do you know what time it is? And you're still here joking with me." But Lu Lei playfully replied, "What time is it?" "Probably around 8:20. Her expression turned serious as she said, "Yuan Shing has gone missing. I heard he came looking for you before. I believe you're not a murderer, but this matter is very complicated. You must stay alert." Lu Lei said teasingly, "Thank you for your concern, Elder Miss Meng. Lu Lei will surely remember it." Fu Yao said helplessly, "Can you be a bit more serious?" Suddenly, Lu Lei's phone rang. He picked up the call, and a loud voice shouted, "What the hell? So you're not at the store?" He was surprised and asked, "Lu Shuryu?" Lu Shuryu stood in front of a burning house, speaking with malicious glee, "You ruined my engagement party, so I'm giving you a little gift. You'd better get home and check, if not, your supermarket will be burned to the ground." Lu Lei trembled with rage, his voice low and threatening as he called out to Lu Shuryu. Burning with fury, he shouted indignantly, "He dared to burn down the Lu family's ancestral grounds? I won't forgive him." Lu Lei roared. "Lu Shuryu, have you grown tired of living?" No sooner had he spoken than he charged toward the door. Fu Yao hurriedly tried to stop him. "Lu Lei, calm down." Lu Shuryu sneered and continued shamelessly, "This is only one of the 2 gifts I've prepared for you." On the other end of the call, Lu Lei cursed furiously. "Shut your mouth." And with that, he hung up. Fu Yao clung tightly to him, pleading, "Lu Lei, don't go. I beg you." Lu Lei gripped her shoulders firmly and said seriously, "Lu Shuryu has crossed the line with Zhu Zhe of my family. If I don't go, am I even human?" Fu Yao said anxiously, "A gentleman waits 10 years to take his revenge. Besides, they have an immortal practitioner, you're no match for them." Hearing this, Lu Lei asked in surprise, "You mean the immortal practitioners with martial skills beyond ordinary men? How do you know?" She explained, "The Meng family has one. If Lu Shuryu dares to act, he must have one too. Don't act on impulse." He released her shoulders, took her hand instead, and said, "I understand." He smiled and continued, "I won't get agitated. Let's go back and see how things are before making a decision." With that, he took her hand and pulled her along. As they followed Fu Yao, he said, "Yeah." At that moment, outside the Lu family supermarket, the place had turned into a wasteland. Seeing the scene before him, Lu Lei trembled with rage and angrily called out to Lu Shiyu. He worried to himself, wondering if, with it burned to this extent, he could still travel to another world. Fu Yao held his hand and comforted him. It's good that you're all right. The supermarket can be rebuilt. Lu Lei patted her hand and said gently, Thank you, Yao Yao. I won't get agitated. She said with concern, Then I'll find you a guest house. Stay there for the night. I'll come look for you tomorrow. But Lu Lei declined and said, You go ahead. I'll stay here for a bit. Standing before the ruins, he called out, System, are you still there? The system appeared, yes. He immediately asked, Can I still go to the other world? The system responded right away, Of course. I'm not as fragile as you humans. Lu Lei replied in relief, All right then, I'll come find you once I'm ready. The next day, Lu Lei anxiously thought to himself, Only 28 days left, I must quickly sell all the divine pills, otherwise, if the system disappears, it'll be a huge problem. While making a phone call, he suspiciously wondered, Telling me to wait here, is this kid trying to mess with me? CEO Chen had his face fully covered and called out softly, Brother Lei. Lu Lei suspiciously asked back, CEO Chen? CEO Chen glanced left and right before speaking, Brother Lei, are you really daring to walk around outside so openly now? Lu Lei didn't understand and asked, Why? CEO Chen whispered in explanation, Lu Shiyu issued an order, anyone who comes near you will be dealt with. I only came to see you out of respect for Su Chang. Lu Lei opened the medicine box and asked, This is a tonic, do you need it? You don't look too well. CEO Chen immediately waved his hands and hurriedly said, Life is precious. The tonic's good, but I can't take it. He then fled in a panic, leaving behind only one sentence, Brother Lei, take care of yourself. Lu Lei stood there, seething with anger, thinking to himself, Lu Shiyu, well played, so this is the second gift you mentioned. Determined, he thought, the shop was burned down, the business path blocked, but I refuse to yield. This debt I will reclaim at 100-fold, sooner or later. After a while, he turned back to look at the ruins, silently thinking that the urgent task was to repair the supermarket and see if there were any other opportunities. At that moment, a message from Fu Yao arrived, Young Master Lu, I'm lending this to you. When the time comes, don't forget to pay me interest. A man suddenly appeared and said, Hello, I'm your personal designer. Xiao Xiao appeared, smiling as she said, Han Xiao Xiao, Su Chang has already invited the construction team. Lu Lei winked at her and said, Thank you. Xiao Xiao asked, What do you think about the specific planning situation? He felt grateful and thought, Even though I've fallen into despair, they still haven't abandoned me. Thank you, everyone. Over here, Xiao Xiao was talking with the builder. The redesigned construction in this area would later give the store a more spacious feel, increasing the urge to shop. Seeing this, Lu Lei felt relieved and thought, It looks like I can leave the construction to Xiao Xiao. I need to find a way to sell all the divine pills. Inside the inn, Lu Lei took out a divine pill. Sitting cross-legged, he activated his inner energy while thinking that he had to quickly absorb the spiritual qi to make his body stronger. Because this time, the target of the advertisement was Long San Chang. Inside Long San Chang's office, a fierce subordinate said, Third Master, Lu Lei dared to come here himself. Let me cripple him. Long San Chang calmly took a sip of water and replied, If he dares to come, we might as well let him jump around a bit. A subordinate stepped forward and said menacingly, Third Master wants to see you. As he entered, Lu Lei saw Long San Chang, the chairman of the Longtang Real Estate Group, already seated. He spoke coldly, Lu Lei, you've got some nerve coming to me today. Aren't you afraid I'll settle the score between you and young Master Long? Lu Lei set down the box he was carrying and replied calmly, Third Master, I've brought you a big business opportunity. Consider it compensation. In his mind, he activated the system and launched the Eye of Wish Fulfillment. Instantly, the system displayed the information, name, Long San Chang, gender, male, needs analysis, entered the underworld due to a passion for fighting, but was recently outmaneuvered by his girlfriend Lin Yufei in an investment. He needs a major business success to prove himself. Lu Lei pulled out a bottle of medicine and excitedly said, "This tonic is a secret formula of the Lu family. It can boost a man's vitality and make him look 10 years younger. I'm offering you exclusive distribution rights." Long Sanshang responded with disinterest, "How much money can you even make selling tonics?" Lu Lei continued to pitch enthusiastically, "Each pill is 20,000, a bottle is 100,000, genuine product at a fair price. Once someone tries it, they'll be fighting to get more." Long Sanshang sneered lewdly and said, "What a hassle. It'd be easier to just tie you up and hand you over to Lu Shuryu." After all, she offered 200 million. Lu Lei calmly negotiated, "Third master, this is legitimate business. Whether Lu Shuryu actually paid or not is still unknown." Long Sanshang poured tea as he spoke. "I don't believe Lu Shuryu would go so far as to let the entire city know he's offering a bounty to catch you." Lu Lei provoked him, "Third master, you've risked your life all these years, and now you're just Lu Shuryu's lackey?" But Long Sanshang immediately saw through it, "Trying to provoke me? You're still too green." Lu Lei remained confident, "Look, even in real estate investment, you have to discuss with your wife. Handing me over to Lu Shuryu doesn't prove your capability. But this business deal, this one is your own decision." Long Sanshang's face turned dark with anger as he shouted, "You damn brat, tired of living already? What I do is none of your damn business." A subordinate behind him immediately charged forward, yelling, "Third master, let me handle him. I'll rip his mouth apart." Lu Lei was instantly surrounded, but he unleashed his power, sending the crowd flying with a single burst. Looking coldly at the unconscious man on the ground, he said, "What I'm discussing with Third Master has nothing to do with any of you." Smugly, he thought to himself, "Absorbing the spiritual chi from the spirit stone lets me unleash Xiao Longwei once nice." Sensing the situation was turning bad, Long Sanshang's face darkened as he thought, "He's an immortal practitioner. No wonder Lu Shuryu placed such a high bounty. This isn't simple at all." He had no choice but to agree and observe the young man's skills. It seemed the Lu family's secrets truly lived up to their reputation. "I agree to cooperate." "Name your price," Lu Lei said cheerfully. "I'll provide the medicine, and Third Master will help me sell it through your distribution channels. We'll split the profits 50-50. Long Sanshang laid out his terms, "However, I'll only pay you if the products actually sell." Lu Lei smiled and replied, "Thank you, Third Master. I won't bother you any further since you're busy. Here are 20 bottles of tonic. Try selling them." He smiled, leaving a confident remark, "I'll come find you in a week." Long Sanshang smashed a teacup in fury and shouted, "If Long Qian weren't around, you think a brat like you could sit on my head?" Fuming with rage, he ground his teeth and growled, "You damn kid, I'll remember this debt. One day, you'll pay it back." Just as Lu Lei stepped out of Long Sanshang's company, he was approached by the police. "Excuse me, are you Lu Lei? Please come with us." With a confused expression, Lu Lei muttered to himself, "Huh?" At that moment, the system notified him that only 26 days remained to earn 10 million. As he left the police station, Lu Lei thought to himself, "So they're investigating Yuan Shing for his connection to the fire at Zuzhe." He stroked his chin, deep, and thought the one who set the fire at Zuzhe seemed to be an ability user too. "I need to improve my strength, only then can I protect myself in Zuzhe. I must cultivate the spiritual chi within my body to quickly enhance my strength." As soon as he returned, he dove straight into the early stage of chi refining. A blue flame appeared in the palm of his hand, and a book materialized. Since Lu Lei had been able to manipulate spiritual chi for some time, the initial phase of advancement progressed rapidly. He opened his eyes, and it was as if a blazing fire was burning within them. He muttered to himself, "Indeed, this is excellent cultivation. The moment of breakthrough is right here." The system appeared with a friendly reminder, "Insufficient surrounding spiritual chi, breakthrough failed." Seeing this, Lu Lei shouted angrily, "I'm on the verge of breaking through the peak of chi refining, and you say what?" He had no choice but to speak while heading back. "Looks like the spiritual chi in this place has been drained dry. I need to return to Zuzhe, where the spiritual chi flows more abundantly." Luckily, tonight I can replenish a bit of spiritual chi to prepare for the other world. He picked up his suitcase and walked into the shop, saying, "This journey to the other world won't be peaceful. I have to bring my tools. System, I want to go to the other world." The system immediately responded, "Received." Inside the other world shop, everything seemed normal. Someone suddenly shouted, "What did you just say?" Wang Hung respectfully replied, "There's unusual activity among the demon beasts of Ching Lan Mountain's martial cultivation sector. The barrier has been activated. We can't go in there to gather herbs." De Biao said sadly, "Perhaps this is the last transaction." Lu Lei replied helplessly, "I understand, it's just a pity I can only stay here for 20 minutes, otherwise, I'd help you handle this matter." He thought painfully, the path to making money is blocked, Brother Lei is heartbroken. At that moment, Hong Xiu suddenly appeared, speaking excitedly, "What's so hard about that? Leave it to me." As soon as she finished speaking, she instantly teleported everyone to Ching Lan Mountain. Cheerfully, she said, "This is my turf, what I say goes. We've arrived, let's go." Wang Hung and De Biao respectfully greeted her, "Your Highness, Princess." Lu Lei's face darkened as he thought helplessly, "I've only just finished chi refining, coming to this place is no different from courting death." Suddenly, De Biao shouted, "Everyone be careful, a swarm of spiders and scorpions is charging at us." Hong Xiu immediately conjured a sword barrier and calmly reassured them, "It's just demon dispelling, nothing to be afraid of." On this side, Wang Hung had also cast a series of talismans. Lu Lei turned his back on the battlefield and said, "You guys fight first, I'll investigate the spiritual chi." De Biao praised him, "In the face of danger, he remains composed, truly the bearing of a martial cultivator." Little did they know, Lu Lei was actually thinking, "Gotta take this chance to absorb some spiritual chi quickly." Seeing the corpses on the ground, De Biao's eyes lit up, and he happily said, "Martial cultivation, Ling Zhu horn, black jade tail, these ingredients are enough for me to refine several batches of pills." At that moment, Lu Lei seemed to notice something that startled him. A demon beast stepped forward, and the spiders and scorpions automatically moved aside. The demon beast had a single horn in the middle of its head, emitting sparks of electricity. Wang Hung said anxiously, "Your Highness, this demon beast is too fierce. We should retreat." But before he finished speaking, Hong Xiu charged forward and shouted, "Take my sword." De Biao and Wang Hung stared wide-eyed and cried out in fear, "Heavens!" Hong Xiu's sword struck the shield created by the demon beast and immediately snapped in two. She was struck by the beast's electricity and flung to the ground, falling unconscious. The demon beast approached Hong Xiu. With tears in her eyes, trembling in fear, she said, "Help me, I can't move." The demon beast opened its mouth and lunged at her. Just then, Lu Lei appeared and rescued her from the demon beast's jaws. The beast bit nothing but air, and Lu Lei carried her away, leaping far from the beast. Recalling what had just happened, Wang Hung turned back and said to him, "Martial cultivation, I'll cover you. Take the princess away, quickly." He thought to himself, "Luckily I just absorbed enough spiritual chi to break through to the chi refining stage just in time." Meanwhile, the demon beast's claws had already torn through all of Wang Hang's talismans. He cried out in fear, "This is bad. The demon beast's physique is unique, spells are ineffective." He turned his head anxiously and asked, "Martial cultivation, spells won't work, what do we do?" Then suddenly Lu Lei had disappeared. He widened his eyes in surprise and said, "Martial cultivation." A flash of light streaked across the sky. Lu Lei appeared, holding a gun, and said confidently, "I have my own way." He immediately fired, hitting the demon beast. The demon beast charged in fury, giving him a kick that made him cough up blood. Lu Lei quickly retreated. Frightened, he thought, "This is bad, the tranquilizer gun has no effect." Suddenly, he stared in astonishment. The demon beast began to lose consciousness and slowly lay down. Moments later, the demon beast was unconscious, lying flat on the ground. Wang Hung asked in shock, "Why did it fall down like that? What kind of spell is this?" With admiration on her face, Hong Xiu said, "Martial cultivation, how powerful." Lu Lei replied proudly, "My unique technique. No need to be amazed. Though, it's only unconscious. Suddenly, Hong Xiu noticed something and asked in surprise, Huh? What is that? A strange charm appeared above the demon beast's head. De Biao and Wang Heng said in unison, No idea, honestly. Lu Lei thought to himself, whatever, I'll take a photo and study it later. Thinking that, he took out his phone and snapped a picture. Seeing this, Hong Xiu's eyes lit up with curiosity and she asked, Martial cultivation, is that some kind of magic tool? Lu Lei raised his phone high and proudly said, This device can capture images in an instant. I'll study this rune when I get back. Hong Xiu admired, Martial cultivation is truly formidable. Lu Lei looked at the three of them and suddenly said, Time's up. I can't stay here any longer. He placed his hand on her head and called out, Hong Xiu, then gently instructed, From now on, stay calm before taking action. Hong Xiu said dreamily, with martial cultivation, I'm not afraid of anything. Lu Lei gave a wry smile, sweating as he thought, You're not afraid, but I am. The three of them cupped their hands and bowed respectfully, saying, We bid farewell to martial cultivation. Suddenly, the system appeared with a friendly reminder, We hope the master doesn't get too obsessed with leveling up. Our main task is doing business and increasing revenue. Current revenue for this phase is 6/10 million, with 23 days left to complete the mission. Lu Lei held his forehead, helplessly thinking, Even you, system, know how to plan someone else's life. A moment later, he made a phone call and asked, Yao Yao, what's wrong? On the other end, Fu Yao said fearfully, Lu Lei, someone is following me. Fu Yao trembled as she leaned against the iron door. A man approached her and said, Miss Meng, the Yuan family would like to ask for your help. Hearing that, she asked in surprise, Yuan family, are you Yuan Shing's? The man leaned against the car door, sneered and replied, Yuan Shing's is just a playful young master. I'm not his subordinate, I work for his father. Yuan He, Fu Yao asked coldly, Is this how the Yuan family asks others for help? Yuan He gripped Fu Yao's chin tightly and said with a roguish air, Don't misunderstand. It's just that Shangdu is about to change. If your Meng family doesn't find someone to cooperate with soon, I'm afraid you'll be devoured. Fu Yao replied coldly, Thanks for the concern, but the Meng family has its own plan. There's no need to get involved with the Yuan family. Yuan He pulled on his gloves, sneered, and said, If we can't be friends, then we're enemies. Suddenly, a voice came from above, Stay away from Fu Yao. Lu Lei descended from above with imposing presence. Fu Yao's eyes welled with tears, and she called out emotionally, Lu Lei. Seeing him, Yuan He said smugly, Even better. A 200 million bounty walking through the door is just perfect. Then he unleashed 10,000 beasts in ruin, and countless needles flew toward the two of them. Lu Lei spread his arms to shield Fu Yao, and said anxiously, Yao Yao, stay behind me. Looking at the countless needles stuck in Lu Lei's body, Yuan He smirked and said smugly, Young Master Lu's infatuation is truly admirable, what a pity. He let out a lewd chuckle and added, These needles will seal off your meridians, sever your senses. Lu Lei's consciousness began to blur. Everything around him turned to darkness, he couldn't see, couldn't hear. His body felt unbearably heavy, as if he couldn't move at all. He was so exhausted. Propping himself up with trembling arms, he thought weakly, his legs unable to hold him, even breathing was a struggle. Yuan He stepped closer and said, Struggling is pointless. As he adjusted his gloves, he chuckled again with that same lewd expression, Just lie down obediently, young Master Lu, and let me send you on your way. Lu Lei focused all his will, he must not lie down, absolutely must not. After a moment, his eyes suddenly snapped open, and with a burst of energy, he drove his fist straight into Yuan He's stomach. Yuan He exclaimed in shock, How is this possible? Just a few days ago, you were only a beginner in chi refining. How could you break through my 10,000 beasts in ruin? Lu Lei replied coldly, How would I know if it was a breakthrough? All I know is, if you want to touch Yao Yao, you'll have to step over my dead body. Hearing this, Fu Yao blushed, dazed, and called out softly, Lu Lei. Yuan He sank into a mess of black sludge, leaving behind only a single sentence, You damned brat, the Yuan family will never forgive you. Lu Lei hurriedly said, "Don't run, the fight isn't over yet." Fu Yao quickly rushed over to support him, stopping him. "Don't chase anymore, are you alright?" Lu Lei still had the strength to joke. "Elder Miss Meng, I'm in so much pain, I'll have to rely on you for the rest of my life." Fu Yao blushed deeply, gave him a light smack on the head, and shyly replied, "You're not being serious." Lu Lei smiled, then gradually lost consciousness. Fu Yao anxiously called out, "Lu Lei?" Fu Yao worriedly asked, "You're awake?" She slowly explained, "I asked my cousin already, your coma was due to an excessive accumulation of spiritual qi, which caused your body to react adversely." Hearing this, Lu Lei immediately understood and thought to himself, "No wonder I managed to break through the black spiritual qi blockade, I must have used up all the spiritual qi I absorbed at Ching Lan Mountain." Fu Yao pointed at the outfit beside him and said, "I bought a new set of clothes for you, otherwise it'd be embarrassing if you went out wearing those torn ones." Lu Lei said emotionally, "Elder Miss Meng, you're so considerate of me." As she helped Lu Lei get dressed, she said, "But that assassin escaped. If we had caught him, we could have figured out why they were after me." Hearing that, he thought to himself, the Meng family has been working on software in recent years, could it be someone is looking for Meng Fu Yao for help? He recalled the image of the talisman from earlier and said, "That's right, could you use your family's data repository to help me analyze an image?" Fu Yao immediately searched on the computer and said, "Found it. This is a type of ancient rune curse, concentrating a large amount of spiritual qi. According to the displayed data, this rune has the function of teleportation and summoning, but it requires a secret method to activate it." Upon hearing that, Lu Lei pondered deeply. Ching Lan Shan's sudden appearance, and the demon beast it really was man-made. Fu Yao turned to look at him, speaking with concern, "Lu Lei, I don't know where you got this thing, but anything related to this surely won't bring peace." She added with care, "Lu Shiyu is still offering a reward for you. Why don't you go into hiding? I'll help you make contact abroad." Lu Lei replied confidently, "Yao Yao, I know you mean well for me, but I can't just hide like a turtle retreating into its shell. I must reclaim Shang Lei." Fu Yao smiled and responded, "I knew you wouldn't agree." She said gently, "I'll face it together with you." Lu Lei flexed his arm and said confidently, "How about I teach you a few self-defense techniques?" Fu Yao smiled and declined, "No need. The Meng family has home instructors. As long as I don't go out, I won't be in any danger." As Lu Lei walked out the door, he said, "All right then. Take care of yourself. I still have things to do." Watching his back, Fu Yao murmured to herself, "You must stay safe. After all, those who care about you still hope you'll return unharmed." After a while, Lu Lei looked over at Su Chang and Han Xiaoxiao and said, "Thank you all for choosing to stand on my side. I'll do my best to help everyone cultivate, just like last time." Su Chang asked in disbelief, "Brother Lei, even entry-level cultivation techniques cost several million. Are you really willing to teach us?" Xiao Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she said, "Hey Brother Lei, don't run the supermarket anymore. Open a martial arts school, you'll make a fortune." Lu Lei gave her a strange look and said, "With so many enemies after me, opening a martial arts school would be suicide, don't you think?" Xiao Xiao replied, "You kinda have a point there." Then he turned to the two of them and said, "You guys go practice, I'll go pick up some supplies." Lu Lei received a large delivery box, secretly thinking about preparing a big gift for Hong Xiu. Seeing who had arrived, he exclaimed in surprise, "Dewei, Brother Lei." He asked curiously, "You're doing deliveries now?" Dewei scratched his head and replied sheepishly, "If you don't work hard when you're young, you end up doing deliveries when you're old." Lu Lei said excitedly, "Long time no see, wanna find a place to catch up?" Dewei immediately replied, "If you wanna chat, this week is our school reunion anniversary. People mentioned it in the group." Lu Lei waved goodbye to Dewei and said, "Right, I've been so busy lately I completely forgot." "All right then, see you this weekend." Dewei also waved back and said, "Brother Lei, get back to work. I'll head off now." At that moment, a phone call came in. Lu Lei, carrying a box of items, answered, "Third master, what's the matter?" On the other end of the line, Long Sanchang cheerfully said, Lu Lei, I've got good news for you. Half of your supplement stock has already been sold. I'll transfer 1 million to you right away. And there's even better news." Then, in a mysterious tone, Sanchang added, "Come over quickly. I've found you a major client. From now on, you won't have to worry about where to sell your supplements." After hanging up, he turned to Chizhua and respectfully said, "Chi family, someone dared to sell supplements on your turf. I've tricked him into coming here for you. Whether you want to beat him or kill him, it's up to you." A little while later, Lu Lei arrived at Long Sanchang's place. Sanchang immediately introduced him. "Lu Lei, let me formally introduce a big name to you. This is Chi family, a kingpin in the health supplement industry. You've hit the jackpot this time." The man sitting in the chair is the top dog in the high-end health supplement business in Shangdu Chizhua. Standing beside him is Chizhua's bodyguard, Sun Mu Jun. Lu Lei stepped forward and politely said, "Chi family, I've heard of your name for a long time." Sanchang pointed at him and introduced, "This is Lu Lei, the supplier of the Child's Return to Origin pill, a secret ancestral formula from the Lu family." Looking at Chizhua, Lu Lei thought to himself, Uncle Lin didn't dare to sell the supplement because of him. Sanchang suddenly said, "You two go ahead and talk. I'll wait outside. Just call me if you need anything." Hearing that, Lu Lei looked at the old man with suspicion in his eyes, wondering, "Why do you have to leave?" "Forget it, let's sell the tonic first." He turned and said, "Chi family, let me introduce this tonic to you." Chizhua raised his hand to stop him before he could finish and said, "No need." The old man sneered coldly and said, "I will buy your tonic, but on one condition, I'll pay 50 million for your formula." Lu Lei's face darkened, sweat pouring down, as he replied, "Chi family, I'm sorry, but this is a secret of the Lu family. It requires Lu family bloodline to refine." Inside, he was worried, thinking where could he even get the formula. If he revealed the truth about its origin, the Chi family would surely seize his ancestral supermarket. Chizhua continued with another offer, "Fine then, I'll pay 50 million to buy your whole life. Come work for me, refine medicine for me day and night." Hearing this, Lu Lei's fury ignited. He said angrily, "Chi family, who does business like this? If you don't want to talk, then forget it." The bodyguard beside Chizhua immediately glared at him. She was burning with rage. Seeing this, Lu Lei broke into a cold sweat, thinking this spiritual Chi isn't even in the same league. She suddenly lunged forward, gripped Lu Lei's neck tightly with one hand, and said, "What are you trying to do to the Chi family?" A flame ignited on Chizhua's fingertip. He said coldly, "So what? That's how I like to do business, either die, or accept my terms." Lu Lei gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "If I agree, I'll become his slave for life." He resolutely said, "Chi family, I admit I'm not as strong. I concede. But the Liang family doesn't raise cowards. Do your worst." Chizhua brought the flame closer and said, "All right then." Outside, one of Long Sanchang's subordinates curiously asked, "Third master, why did you come out here? Why not go inside and talk to them?" The old man smacked his head and scolded angrily, "Pighead. If the Chi family lays a hand on that kid, won't it put me in an awkward position?" He smugly added, "If the Chi family subdues him, we get credit for guiding them. And if that kid subdues the Chi family, we'll just continue doing business with him. No loss either way." The subordinate immediately raised his hand in praise, "A brilliant strategy, truly brilliant." Inside the room, Chizhua smiled and said, "Pass." Lu Lei opened his eyes and asked in surprise, "I'm not dead?" Chizhua patted Lu Lei's head and gently said, "Stubborn brat, you're just like your father, equally hard-headed." Hearing that, Lu Lei asked in surprise, You knew my father?" Chizhua smiled and replied, "Yes, he even saved my life." Sun Mu Jun slowly let go of his hand, pointed at Lu Lei and said, "Your father saved your life. I'm sparing you one. Your father's debt is repaid." Lu Lei's face darkened helplessly as he thought, you tried to kill me, then spared my life. Do you call that settling the score? You're the one who came for my life. He frowned in suspicion and used the eye of wish fulfillment to see what the man desired. Suddenly, Lu Lei screamed in pain, ah! The system displayed a notification, a friendly reminder, eye of wish fulfillment level insufficient, backlash encountered. The system explained, cultivators of Qi family level usually possess a mental defense barrier, hence the backlash from using eye of wish fulfillment. Lu Lei held his forehead and cursed inwardly, the system never warned me playing dirty again. Seeing this, Shizwa asked curiously, huh? What's wrong with you? Wiping the sweat off his face, Lu Lei quickly made an excuse, your beautiful bodyguard is just too strong. My frail body couldn't handle it. I'm fine. If you're not going to kill me, let's keep talking. Lu Lei sat down at the table, his tone ingratiating, I'll supply the tonics, you handle the sales, and we split the profits. Shizor replied coldly, you want me to sell tonics? Fine. With a sly grin, he added, then we split it 9-1. Lu Lei gritted his teeth and shouted, Qi family. I make the tonics, am I supposed to be drinking soup instead? How about 7? Sun Mu Jun smugly said, without the Qi family, don't even dream of selling a single bottle. Lu Lei, unwilling to back down, replied, but I've already sold quite a few. He seriously negotiated, to the Qi family, money is like a feather. I'll continue to explore the Lu family's tonics. If the opportunity arises in the future, we can cooperate. Shizua revealed a dominating aura as he said, you dare to bargain with me? Lu Lei nervously thought, that pressure. It's almost catching up to Long Wei's. He smiled and responded, Qi family, I'm not afraid of death, why would I be afraid to bargain with you? Shizua said with satisfaction, you foul-mouthed brat, you're quite interesting. Alright then, an 8-2 split. Upon hearing that, Lu Lei boldly made another request, kind Qi family, I still have one small favor to ask. Sun Mu Jun angrily scolded, you dare ask for more? Shizua immediately stopped him and said, it's fine. Let's hear it. Lu Lei grinned slyly and said, don't you think having 3 people in this deal is a bit much? A moment later, Long San Chang opened the car door and respectfully said, truly worthy of the Qi family name. That brat got scared and ran off. Shizua coldly said, that's right. From now on, don't get involved in match fixing. San Chang asked in surprise. Shizua's eyes revealed killing intent as he coldly asked, do you have a problem with that? San Chang hurriedly shook his head and replied, no, I only helped the Qin family make the connection, I wouldn't dare get involved. Shizua's car drove away, and San Chang still bowed respectfully. As he raised his head, his face turned red with anger, gritting his teeth as he cursed, Lu Lei, unbelievable, crossing the bridge and then pulling it up behind him. On the other side, Mu Jun curiously asked, Qi family, why did you spare that Lu Lei? Shizua didn't answer but instead asked his niece, what do you think of Lu Lei? Mu Jun immediately responded, his cultivation level is decent, but he's not very good at fighting. Shizua then explained, footwork techniques can be learned, but courage can't be taught. Besides, sparing him is a way of repaying a debt of gratitude to his father. Hearing that, Mu Jun was puzzled, isn't his father already dead? Shizua closed his eyes and said, I only heard that he went missing. 3 days later, at midnight in front of the Lu family's supermarket, Lu Lei was preparing countless boxes of supplies, thinking to himself, alright, once I head to the other world this time, this should be enough tonic. He looked at the photo of Hong Xiu in his hand, happily thinking that he had already given it to Hong Xiu, she must really like it. As he walked, he thought, there are 20 days left until the day the profits reach 10 million, as long as the Qi family sells well, it shouldn't be a problem. Suddenly, he felt as though he had forgotten something. That's right, what else was there? He suddenly remembered meeting an old friend. As he drove, memories from the past came rushing back. Time had flown by so quickly. He thought of the days spent drinking and watching football with his buddies. A while later, at a bar, Uncle Huang had one arm around a girl and a glass of liquor in the other, smugly saying, time really flies, Lu Lei. Who would have thought I'd end up in a luxury hotel like this, enjoying life? He sneered coldly and said, yesterday, you didn't even want to look at me. Today, I'll make sure you can't even reach my level. He raised his glass high and shouted, Lulei, this reunion is going to be one hell of a show for you. The woman in his arms gently said, Big brother, fine, have your fun, play your games, but don't go shouting slogans while you're hugging me. After the class reunion dinner with the technicians, Uncle Huang smugly said, Lulei, after you got kicked out of your house, it's been pitiful. How about joining me and making something of yourself? I'm a boss now, pulling in 5 figures a month. Fan Due's with me, and he's eating meat at every meal. Lulei responded coldly, no need, I'm not used to accepting such a low salary. Dewei chimed in, Brother Lei lives a comfortable life every day. I've even delivered packages to his villa before. Uncle Huang scoffed with disdain, a villa mooching off friends, right? Lulei, you can only feel secure when you earn money yourself. Lulei didn't care and immediately interrupted, all right, Meng Fu Yao has started singing. He frowned suspiciously, thinking, what did Uncle Huang take today? Always getting himself drunk at parties, and now he shows up and still won't let go. Uncle Huang made a phone call, stared at Fu Yao on stage, and said lewdly, almost there? Good. Tonight, we must crush Lulei's arrogance. Make sure I get to be the hero who saves the beauty. On stage, Fu Yao was singing, You are the angel among the demons. Hearing that, Lulei said with satisfaction, only Yao Yao's voice can help me escape the troubles of the outside world. Suddenly, a drunk man appeared, acting like a thug. Nice, very nice, who's that chick singing? He leaned in close to Fu Yao, teasing her loudly, hey gorgeous, I like you a lot, come on, sing a few songs with me. Uncle Huang shouted, back off from my Yao Yao. Hearing that, Lulei was surprised and thought to himself, you should have slapped him into next week by now if you were drunk. Then he said, get lost, get out of here. Uncle Huang held his face, looking dumbfounded. He leaned close to the drunk man and whispered, I already paid you, you're supposed to take the hit. The drunk man immediately kicked him on the other side of his face and said, my ears are very sensitive, don't talk so close to me. Lulei said coldly, alright, our class reunion doesn't welcome outsiders today. Seeing this, Uncle Huang thought smugly, even though I got hit, Lulei, you won't have a good ending either. These people are clearly martial artists. Just as he finished that thought, Lulei took down the drunk man with a single punch. With a dark, cold expression, he said, I told you you're not welcome, but you didn't believe me. The drunk man hurriedly said, brother, don't act rashly, I'm with Third Master, you hear that name. Lulei's face darkened as he cracked his knuckles and said, an acquaintance, huh? Then all the more reason we should help each other teach some manners. A moment later, each of them had a bump on their head and respectfully said, big brother, sister-in-law, enjoy your meal and have fun. Everyone, have a great time. We won't bother you anymore. As the door closed, everyone around immediately cheered, Brother Lei is unbeatable, Brother Lei is mighty, Brother Lei is just as awe-inspiring as he was back in the day. Fu Yao blushed as she looked at him. Suddenly, a group of people with all kinds of hair colors burst in and said, we're here to stir up trouble. Seeing Lulei getting ready again, his muscles tensing, Uncle Huang broke into a cold sweat. He waved his hand and whispered, run now, you guys can't take him. The pink-haired guy in front whispered back, don't worry, Brother Huang. Street rules, if you take the money, you do the job. Moments later, the whole gang was knocked flat on the floor. Uncle Huang covered his face, tears streaming down as he mumbled, this isn't real, this isn't real. Lulei coldly called out, waiter, sorry to trouble you, but could you take out the trash? A little while later, the atmosphere in the technician's room was lively once again, and the goddess's voice could be heard singing. I'm dying from happiness. From now on, we've got to have a class reunion every year. Uncle Huang clenched his teeth in anger and said, this time, the final victory must be mine. He stepped closer, took out his car keys, and flaunted them to Lulei. We're all adults here. Fighting and killing isn't interesting anymore. It's all about making money now. Look, I just bought a fancy car. Suddenly, a car sped past the two of them. Su Xiaoxiao stepped out and respectfully said, CEO Lu, please get in the car. Fu Yao asked, could you drop me off at Jiang on the way? Uncle Wuing stood behind them, mouth agape, dropping his keys to the ground in shock. He exclaimed, a Maserati? Lu Lei replied gracefully, it's my honor. Uncle Wuing fell to his knees on the ground and shouted in frustration, life is unfair. Heaven is jealous of the talented. I refuse to accept this. Suddenly, someone called out to Mr. Huang. The group from earlier returned and said, we've totaled up the remaining money. How about giving a bit more for medical expenses? Uncle Huang cursed angrily, you come asking me for money? I'm not giving you any. It's not like any of you could beat him anyway. Terrified, he shouted, what are you trying to do? Go easy on me. Don't hit the face. Meanwhile, inside the car, Fu Yao suddenly recognized the person sitting in the back seat. She asked coldly, what exactly is your relationship with Lu Lei? Fu Yao coldly asked her, what is your relationship with Lu Lei? Xiao Xiao sneered and calmly replied, Elder Miss Meng, in what capacity are you asking me that question? Fu Yao angrily said, Lu Lei already has a fiancée, Lin Xiaoya, so I hope Miss Han won't cross the line. Xiao Xiao smugly said, even if I do cross the line, it comes from my true feelings, unlike you who only knows how to talk about Miss Lin. Lu Lei, sitting beside them, broke into a cold sweat and nervously said, ladies, please, let's talk this through calmly. He helplessly thought to himself that dealing with situations like this was what he was worst at. Fu Yao suddenly said, is that so? From your true feelings, huh? She turned to look at Lu Lei, blushed, and said, I like Lu Lei too, but he and Lin Xiaoya already made a promise. Once Lin Xiaoya's health improves, we'll talk about it then. Xiao Xiao gave a satisfied smile. Lu Lei blushed upon hearing that and stared blankly at Fu Yao. Xiao Xiao laughed and said, it's good to confess boldly. Lu Lei and I only have a pure teacher-student relationship. He teaches me how to work, that's all. Fu Yao shyly asked, then why did you try to test me? Xiao Xiao cheerfully replied, can't I help master pursue master's wife? Lu Lei cried silently while looking into the rearview mirror, thinking to himself, Xiao Xiao, since when did you start causing trouble like this? Fu Yao suddenly said, we're here. I want to get off. Lu Lei called her back, wait a minute. She replied coldly, you'd better take good care of this disciple of yours. Lu Lei took a sachet out of his coat pocket and said, this is for your protection. Hong Xiu had given it to him and said, this is a super effective protective charm, I exchanged it for you. Fu Yao looked at the sachet in surprise and said, isn't this the latest protective barrier chi you invented? How did you get it? Lu Lei hurriedly made up an excuse, I'm too handsome, the Qi family couldn't resist and just gave it to me. But deep down he thought, so Qi Yu had this, no wonder he wasn't afraid of my gaze. Fu Yao reminded him anxiously, be careful. The Qi family devours people without spitting out the bones. Lu Lei responded, I know, but I have to take revenge. I don't have a choice. Before getting off the car, she kept reminding him, you must be careful. If it gets too dangerous, go to the Meng family and ask them to protect you. Lu Lei said emotionally, thank you for caring. Then he suddenly called out, hey, Yao Yao. Fu Yao turned around and asked, do you have anything else to say? Lu Lei slowly said, let's wait until Lin Xiaoya's condition improves, then we'll talk. She left and said, all right, I'll go ahead. Watching her back through the rearview mirror, Xiao Xiao pondered, when will I be able to openly express my feelings to Lei like she does? The next day, in another world, Lu Lei took out his phone and said, this time, I have an idea. I want to try recording the sound of the thunder beast. Hong Xiu responded excitedly, all right. Lu Lei laughed and said, after I record it this time, next time I'll bring you all a surprise. Hong Xiu hesitated and said, but then smiled and continued, it's fine. Next time, you and Jean de Biao just come visit. Soon I'll have to enter seclusion for cultivation. Looking at Lu Lei, she shyly said, today I want to take a photo of you. Hearing that, Lu Lei thought suspiciously, what kind of medicine did this girl take today? Something just feels off. 18 minutes later, Lu Lei waved at them and said, mission accomplished, I'll head off first. Hong Xiu waved back energetically and said, martial cultivation, take care. A person suddenly appeared behind her and said, so this is the martial cultivation you've been longing for day and night. Ah. Hearing that, she jolted in shock. Tears welled up in her eyes as she trembled and said, I promise I'll return to cultivate properly. Please, don't trouble him anymore, okay? Elsewhere, at Long Third Master's company, a subordinate bowed his head low and trembled as he said, Third Master, Lu Lei clearly doesn't take you seriously. San Shang said coldly, he caused so many people to suffer and still has the nerve to come back and report it. The subordinate cried and said, Third Master, please don't be so angry. Harmony brings wealth. Suddenly, a voice rang out, hoping De Zhuang could defeat a cultivator isn't very realistic now, is it? Long Qian, the deputy general manager of Longtang Real Estate, was at that moment sitting on the back of a subordinate. He looked over at CEO Chen and said, rather than that, why not ask CEO Chen for help? He gave a lewd smile and continued, make Lu Lei walk right into the trap himself. Meanwhile, in the living room of Su Chang's house, Su Chang raised his fist and charged forward, saying, take this move. Lu Lei swiftly dodged his punch and countered with a strike to his stomach. Su Chang gave a thumbs up in admiration and said, your skills are still way beyond mine, brother Lei. Lu Lei reassured him, you've advanced to the qi refining stage very quickly. Just keep training slowly. For now, take a break. Suddenly, he received a phone call. Seeing the caller, he asked in surprise, Long San Shang? On the other end of the line, San Shang said, Lu Lei, your little brother, CEO Chen, and brother Tisu are at my place as guests. Want to come to the Ojiang Wharf tonight for some tea? Lu Lei replied coldly, Third Master, whatever is between us, don't drag others into it. Long San Shang threatened, isn't it more fun with a crowd? You'd better show up tonight, or even I don't know what might happen. That evening at a bar by the Ojiang Wharf, Long San Shang asked curiously, I've already called Lu Lei here for you. Are you sure you'll win? Long Qian laughed smugly and said, sure of winning? Not exactly. But sure I won't lose? Absolutely. Then he pulled out a small bottle. Long San Shang asked, intrigued, what's this? He explained, a drug that can double a person's strength. Long Qian looked at San Shang's subordinate and said, if an average guy takes this, even beating your bodyguard wouldn't be a problem. The subordinate immediately flared up and said, young Master Qian, don't underestimate others. Long Qian sneered and said, respect is earned, not given. He tossed the bottle to the man next to him and said, De Zhuang, catch. Drink it, then go spar with him. De Zhuang instantly gulped down the bottle, and his body transformed, muscles surging into a solid 8-pack. The subordinate beside Long San Shang immediately punched him in the face, but it didn't have the slightest effect. The subordinate asked in surprise, why is it so hard? De Zhuang flexed his muscles and said smugly, now it's my turn. Then he punched the subordinate, sending him flying. He tilted his head back and laughed loudly. Suddenly, he looked over at Long San Shang and snorted coldly, humph. De Zhuang said coldly, hey, you used to look down on me too, didn't you? Long San Shang hurriedly reminded him, De Zhuang, don't cause trouble. Long struck the back of the subordinate's head hard, knocking him unconscious, then said, the peak of qi refining is probably his limit. Long San Shang looked at Long Qian and asked, if a normal person eats this and gains that much power, then what if you eat it? Long Qian explained, uncle, we shouldn't take this medicine, it messes with your brain. With that, he took out a box of medicine and said smugly, Lu Lei can handle 1 person, but I wonder if he can handle 10? Long San Shang asked in surprise, this medicine? How come there's so much of it? Long Qian grinned proudly and said, all gifts from Lu Shiryu when we got acquainted. That Lu family brat isn't lacking in stuff, so I want to see what I can squeeze out of Lu Lei. At that moment, in the living room of Su Chang's house, Xiao Xiao walked in and said, "Brother, I'm home." Suddenly, she saw the note on the table that read, "The two of us are going tonight, Lu Lei and Su Chang." Furious, she shouted so loudly that the nearby buildings seemed to sway, "Going as a duo and not taking me with you." Lu Lei and Su Chang walked away, looking incredibly cool. He silently vowed that he must make it to the meeting spot. Shen, the CEO, had informed him when he was locked out by someone else. That man had done him a favor, so even though he knew there were tigers on the mountain, he still chose to head toward the mountain with tigers. At the Ojiang port pier, someone suddenly called out, "Stop!" Port security management of Ojiang. Fang Hang suddenly appeared and said, "This is a restricted area of Ojiang port. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed." Seeing him, Lu Lei said, "Oh, it's Fang Hang. I'm here for something important." But Fang Hang replied coldly, "Mr. Lei, please don't make things difficult for me. You know the rules here: either show a VIP certification or have 100,000 ready to make a card." Hearing that, Lu Lei's expression changed and he asked, "Fang Hang, what do you mean? You're only able to work here because I introduced you." Fang Hang smugly said, "Just following work protocol, but personally, I can give you a 1% discount." Su Chang angrily shouted, "Fang Hang, don't you dare bite the hand that fed you just because your leg's injured. Brother Lei never said a word about wanting money for your treatment. Back then, you clung to Brother Lei's leg, crying your eyes out, saying he was your blood brother for life." He pointed at the two of them, smirked wickedly and said, "I already thanked Brother Lei for what he did in the past. I'll repay his great kindness in the next life. But right now, even if he were my real brother, we still have to stick to the rules. Besides, he can't even fork out 100,000. Looks like he really is a useless piece of trash. Grab him, and I'll reward each of you with 1 million. Lu Lei sneered coldly, "Why make such a big scene? We still have 100,000 right here." No sooner had he finished speaking than Su Chang lunged forward and punched each of the thugs, sending them flying. Lu Lei said coldly, "I just didn't want to give it to you, that's all." Fang Hang dropped to the ground in fear. Lu Lei approached him and said, "Following work principles?" "Sure." Terrified, he stammered, What? What are you going to do?" Lu Lei crushed his legs underfoot and said coldly, "Then let me take one worry off your shoulders. In the next life, you won't need to thank me anymore." Lu Lei said coldly, "Old Su, your loyalty really does change easily." Su Chang, walking beside him, comforted him, "Brother Lei, how could you walk by the river and never encounter a dog? As long as I'm still here, it'll be fine." Inside, Long Qian and Long San Chang were already waiting. Long Qian smiled and said, "Lu Lei, I've admired you for a long time. Third Master often talks about you." He gave a cold smile and continued, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Long Qian, Deputy General Manager of Longtung Real Estate." Lu Lei ignored him and asked directly, "What about CEO Chen? Where is CEO Chen?" Long Qian smiled and replied, "CEO Chen? He's not important. The reason we invited you here today is mainly to discuss cooperation between us." Lu Lei sneered and said, "Us? What kind of cooperation could there possibly be between me and you?" Long Qian pulled out a contract and said, "Third Master already said, as long as you sign this contract, we can guarantee that you won't be oppressed by Lu Shiyu anymore. We can even help you take back Shanglu Group." Lu Lei asked calmly, "And the terms?" Long Qian said smugly, "Hand over 95% of Shanglu Group's shares to me. The remaining 5% will be more than enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life." Lu Lei sneered and said, "Do upstart real estate companies like yours really understand how Shanglu Group operates? I want to take back Shanglu Group, not become someone else's puppet." Long Qian sat down on the chair and sneered, "In broad daylight, young Master Lu, is there really a need for you to dream?" The subordinates who had taken the drug immediately appeared behind him, angrily shouting, "You dare reject young Master Qian's goodwill? Then let us help you wake up." As soon as the words were spoken, they charged forward. Su Chang quickly stepped in front of Lu Lei, but a subordinate's fist swiftly appeared in front of him. Caught off guard, Su Chang was sent flying by the blow. Lu Lei called out to Su Chang in concern. Another one aimed a kick at him, and he hastily raised his hand to block it. Gritting his teeth, he thought to himself, this strength, this speed, it's far beyond what I remember from before. However, not long after, Lu Lei began to adapt to the attack patterns of the guy with the chicken-colored hair. He could block the kicks with his hands. Su Chang nodded in encouragement. The previous fight had been too easy, this was definitely a bit harder to adjust to. Sure enough, in just under a minute, Lu Lei had already taken the guy down. He urged Su Chang to join the fight. Su Chang, show them what you're really made of. He also reminded Su Chang not to let Third Master and Long Qian look down on them anymore. Fired up after hearing that, Su Chang charged forward to strike immediately. He showed off a little arrogantly, throwing a punch straight at the gangsters. My energy is peaking right now. Meanwhile, Lu Lei had taken the time to carefully observe and analyze their physical strength. Though they were tough, at best, they were only at the peak of the qi refinement stage. In his mind, calculations were already in place. Both he and Su Chang were at the physical manifestation stage. Taking these guys down wouldn't be too hard. Seeing the two acting so smug, the gang members were enraged. Where's the crew? Get up here and take them down, now. Their muscular, veined hands clenched tightly. Crack, crack. Lu Lei's expression was one of boredom. Fighting these nobodies didn't excite him. He just wanted to end this dull affair quickly. The real priority was eliminating Long Qian. His eyes shifted calmly toward that bastard Long Qian, who was standing nearby watching like it was a show. The gang leader was the first to leap at Lu Lei, raising his clawed hands to intimidate, hoping to shake him down for some money. You'll have to step over my dead body first. Lu Lei was momentarily startled, but he quickly assumed a defensive stance and launched a move to block the attacker. Don't get in my way, he said, releasing a purple flame from his hand. Whoosh. In an instant, it flared up into a fierce blaze, blasting the gang leader backward. Boom! The force of the impact drove the man's body straight through a reinforced concrete wall. He flew out into the street and crashed into the river running alongside the city. Long Chang's face turned pale. What kind of power is this? Su Chang, having witnessed the spectacular strike, exclaimed in admiration, I've learned it. I want to try mimicking idol Lu Lei myself. However, before he could even lay a finger on anyone, a thug with a buzz cut rammed straight into his stomach. The headbutt was no less powerful than Lu Lei's blow, slamming Su Chang into the wall as dust and debris exploded into the air. Lu Lei realized that dragging things out would only be disadvantageous, so he decided it was time for a finishing move. It was clear that he needed to take down the mastermind. With that thought, he summoned fire into his palm and swiftly charged toward Long Qian, who was standing alone waiting. This guy was sipping his wine, then suddenly flung the glass away. A sneer curled on his face as he shifted into a ready stance. Flames burst across his body as he launched a razor-sharp strike toward Lu Lei, forcing him into a panic-stricken dodge. Yet he didn't completely evade it. The blow grazed his shoulder just in time, blood spurting in all directions. Long Qian chuckled steadily, Lu Lei, you seem to have no knowledge of any cultivation techniques at all. He even mocked him, claiming that Lu Lei's strength was no more than the third or fourth level of body refinement. Just now, not signing your name was really a missed opportunity. Suddenly, a loud voice erupted, get out of the way, move. It was followed by a scream so intense it seemed to burn the speaker's throat. Aha! Su Chang came charging in from nowhere at lightning speed, eyes locked like a killer on the ragtag bunch blocking the path. They scattered in a frenzy. He dashed like a bullet, crashing through every obstacle in his way. He was none other than the bulldozer, Su Chang. Seeing the chaotic crowd, Long Qian lost focus and grew cautious. Lu Lei knew his moment had come. Flames began to kindle in his hands, then roared to life. His eyes locked on Long Qian, seizing the chance as Su Chang obscured their line of sight. Su Chang's charge was so powerful, yet Long Qian dodged it effortlessly. However, a chilling sensation ran down his back. Long Qian quickly turned around and saw Lu Lei charging towards him with a purple flame in hand, his heart filled with panic. Had he been hit while Su Chang was attacking? The flame in Lu Lei's hand swirled up, and with a mighty strike, he slammed it down onto the ground. The earth began to crack, splitting apart. The cracks spread toward Long Qian, causing him to lose his footing. Lu Lei furrowed his brow. You really think I'll let you go? Want to run? How could I possibly let you escape? But Long Qian showed no sign of panic or fear. He continued to counterattack, the fool not using his full strength. Then take this, face my wind blade. With that thought, he summoned a violent whirlwind, preparing to launch it toward Lu Lei. At that moment, Lu Lei felt a pang of discomfort. Shit, I can't dodge this. A loud crash echoed, followed by a long streak of blood spraying across the ground. Long Sanchang was drenched in sweat from the intensity of the confrontation. He anxiously called out to Long Qian, and Su Chang was equally horrified. He turned and shouted, "Brother Lei." As soon as Long Qian launched his move, Lu Lei resisted with force, punching hard straight into his hand to block him. A stream of fresh blood began to drip down. At that moment, Lu Lei's hand was soaked in blood, yet he still fiercely fought on against him. Come on, no one gets any advantage here, Lu Lei challenged. However, the one truly injured was Long Qian. He had taken a painful blow and had to stay alert, engaging in close combat while minimizing the effects of his martial technique. Realizing the situation was not in his favor, he paused briefly to talk to Lu Lei. Tell me, why are you fighting so recklessly? Long Qian spoke up. Lu Lei had known all along he wanted to manipulate me in order to seize Shang Lei group. Lu Lei's face darkened, but a mocking smirk still played at the corner of his mouth as he taunted Long Qian. Then how could I possibly bow my head in defeat? Lu Lei replied. Yet, upon hearing that, Long Qian calmly responded, It's just a proposal. If you're not satisfied, I'll drop it. Lu Lei was momentarily stunned, the stern look from earlier gone, replaced by surprise. What do you mean? Lu Lei asked. Only then did Long Qian explain, the subordinates were out of line. Don't take it to heart. The CEO Chun you're looking for is having a party on yacht number 3. He held out a strange bottle of medicine and explained, this was given to me by Lu Shiryu. Those bodyguards took this drug and became mentally unstable. If you don't believe me, you can take it back and study it yourself. However, Su Chang began to thrash around and lashed out at Long Qian. Humph, do you think you can fool a child? You think admitting defeat is enough? In contrast, Lu Lei held him back and gently mediated. If young Master Qian has shown such sincerity, then let's each take a step back. On the way back, Lu Lei tried to explain things to Su Chang. He knew the techniques involved, and if the fight continued, it was hard to say who would win. We don't have to act on impulse. You have foresight, and you can't waste your strength. After all, our goal is to rescue CEO Chen. Meanwhile, Long Qian's yacht was still drifting on the river. Long Sanchang took the opportunity to have a private conversation with Long Qian. He was puzzled. Both of his hands were crippled, so why had he let him go? Long Qian, cradling his severely injured hands, replied. Killing one enemy while harming ourselves by 800. What if another enemy comes knocking at our door then? However, it wasn't that he had given up. Long Qian still had other plans to take revenge on Lu Lei. Moreover, on Lu Shiryu's side, did he really think life would be smooth? Let's just wait and enjoy the show. On the other side, in a lively, noisy bar, the screams and cheers of the players echoed everywhere. Move your waist more. In the middle of the bar, CEO Chen was forced to pole dance to entertain Lu Shiryu's underlings. They took pleasure in controlling him like a wild animal. Show some respect to your career, said CEO Chen, with someone even threatening him loudly. If you don't dance properly, I'll beat you to death later. They mocked CEO Chen, and you still dared to report to that Lu Lei bastard. Young Master Lu is being way too merciful by just making you dance. Lu Shiryu only needed to sit there and watch the farce. Boasting and throwing money around, don't say Lu Mo isn't righteous. If you dance well, I'll forget about the past and even keep rewarding you. A Dao, sitting next to him, kept flattering him, whispering sweet words in his ear. CEO Lu was so generous, I adore you so much, please come here often. He felt quite pleased inside and boasted loudly, once that useless Lu Lei is dealt with, I'll make sure to come here every day. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out, who's going to deal with who, that's still uncertain. Sure enough, Lu Lei and Su Chang arrived right away to take care of the remaining person. Lu Shiyu wasn't surprised to see him, even sneering. Looks like Third Master Long really knows how to make you fall into his trap. Lu Lei didn't give him a chance to speak further. Actually, I've got a debt I want to settle with you. Saying that, he lunged forward, attempting to land a kick to the man's face. This coward immediately grabbed Peach Blossom Girl by the head, using her as a human shield. She struggled and cried out, No, 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 please don't. Lu Lei did not expect this despicable and underhanded trick. He immediately stopped in his tracks. At that moment, Lu Shiyu, hidden behind Peach Blossom Girl, began to execute his move. He shoved Peach Blossom Girl aside and launched a direct strike at Lu Lei's face. Lu Lei's heart skipped a beat, but with his quick reflexes, he managed to dodge just in time. Lu Shiyu, unsatisfied, sneered, You're trying to fight me, someone who cultivates like I do? His gaze was dangerously sharp. A useless piece of trash like you was just asking for death. After exchanging blows for a while, feeling a bit tired, Lu Shiyu ordered his lackeys, I'll give you all a chance to win my favor. He pointed at Lu Lei, take him down, and you'll be rewarded. The gangsters around them, hearing the word reward, had their eyes light up. They all turned to look at Lu Lei. Su Chang, excited, eagerly asked, Another round after the last? Lu Lei teased him, Scared now? Su Chang shook his head, denying, I wasn't satisfied with just that last round. The thugs all rushed in at once to swarm Lu Lei. Lu Lei kicked each one in the stomach as they came at him, feeling a bit disappointed they lacked even the most basic skills and were just flailing their limbs around. Su Chang threw a punch at one of them, landing it square in the mouth. Afterward, he couldn't help but complain, You're weaker than those Long Qian guys over there. Other men rushed forward, their faces contorted with rage as they grabbed chairs and tables, using them as weapons to attack. At that moment, Lu Lei casually grabbed a metal rod nearby. With the iron staff in hand, he charged into the middle of the enemy group, causing them to look up in surprise, their eyes wide open. With a single swing of the staff, the entire group of thugs was sent flying from the battlefield. In the next instant, they crashed to the ground, the sound of shattering echoing in his ears. Lu Shiyu began to feel cornered, not having expected these thugs to be so weak, and he began to suspect, could there be something wrong with this drug? Suddenly, someone punched Su Chang in the face, causing his jaw to snap to one side, and saliva to spill out. Lu Lei was startled and turned, horrified, calling out, Su Chang. Determined not to let the one who hurt Su Chang go unpunished, he lifted his staff and charged at them. At that moment, he also encouraged his friend, Can you still go on? Su Chang's face was now swollen, but he still tried to resist, I can still go, but I need to rest for a moment. While Lu Lei was distracted for a few seconds, a cup of water flew from somewhere, hitting him squarely on the head. Water poured over his face, drenching him completely. Lu Lei sniffed the air for a moment, feeling that it wasn't ordinary water. Sure enough, as he opened his eyes, a lighter was thrown at him. Before he could react, flames erupted across Lu Lei's body. Su Chang, standing outside, screamed in horror, Brother Lei. It turned out to be another dirty game of Lu Shiyu. He shamelessly held up a bottle of alcohol in front of them and said, That's imported Wu Jie, highly concentrated. You'll burn to death just like my Zhu Zhe. Lu Lei's clothes were scorched all over, and he began to shake with rage. His bullet-like gaze locked onto the bastard Lu Shiyu. Despite the fire still burning on his body, he sped up and charged towards Lu Shiyu. The bastard panicked, ordering his lackeys to rush in and stop him, quick. Stop him. However, any insignificant person who tried to block his path was met with a punch to the face. One guy was knocked out with a punch straight to the stomach, eyes rolling back. Finally, Lu Lei reached Lu Shiryu, grabbing him tightly. Lu Shiryu froze in shock. Lu Lei held him in a firm embrace, and the flames started to spread to the other man. "Let's go to hell together." The fire blazed up. Lu Shiryu screamed, "Mouth agape, save me! Put out the fire, quick!" Luckily for him, someone brought a fire extinguisher and put the flames out in time. Lu Lei, disgusted, still couldn't help but mock him. "This fire's out now. I knew you didn't have the guts." Lu Shiryu realized he'd fallen into a trap and had become the joke of Lu Lei. Enraged, he scolded, "You actually made me put out the fire? You tricked me?" Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Shiryu soared through the air and landed a direct blow to his stomach. His tears and saliva sprayed everywhere. The force of the strike, the pain, spread throughout Lu Shiryu's body. Even though he had reached the third level of body cultivation, he couldn't withstand it. When the man left, it was clear that he knew nothing. Lu Lei's eyes widened, his hand cracking as he squeezed it into a fist. He reminded the man of his crimes. "You dared to burn the Lu family's zuzai. You don't deserve to carry the Lu surname." At this moment, Lu Shiryu had already fallen into a weakened state, trembling as he begged, "Brother, you are my elder brother." Having struck Lu Qing, it was already too late. Lu Lei acted swiftly, sending him to the afterlife directly. Calling for his father was useless. Lu Lei unleashed a series of punches onto Lu Shiryu's avatar. The room echoed with his agonized screams. In the end, Lu Shiryu was no different than a dried corpse, collapsed on the floor. His body, after the brutal torment, began to twitch uncontrollably. Lu Lei, still unsatisfied, looked at him with cold eyes. He raised his fist, charging forward to deliver a final blow that would cripple him for good. "Let me show you how I'll cripple your hands. Let's see how you'll wreak havoc after this." Suddenly, a foot appeared out of nowhere, delivering a kick from behind Lu Lei. He was startled, unable to react in time, and the sneak attack sent him flying out of the building. His body rolled uncontrollably across the floor. A familiar voice rang out, mocking him. "Grandson, your calculations are spot on. This Lu Lei should be handled by us." It turned out that it was Long Sanshang and Long Qian. Although Long Qian had defeated Lu Lei, he was still not complacent. He remained cautious. "Uncle, don't rush, don't touch him." He urged Long Sanshang, "That's someone from Heifengshan, we should pull back for now. We won't get a piece of the good stuff tonight." Both of them returned to their yacht. Meanwhile, someone assigned to carry out Heifengshan's mission, named Tai Huangzhua, was tasked with keeping watch over the severely injured Lu Shiryu. He stood there waiting, alongside another person who had already left. "It seems Xiao Wei is a bit late. Did he go to have some bubble tea or something?" Tai Huangzhua then approached Lu Shiryu to strike up a conversation. "Lu young master, don't worry, your mother sent me here." Lu Shiryu, upon seeing anyone, was startled and in pain, his arm broken. Kill that bastard." Su Chang rushed forward, intending to deal with both of them, ready to fight to the death. However, with just a single kick from Tai Huangzhua, his massive body was sent flying instantly. Su Chang's head slammed into the ground, causing excruciating pain. Tai Huangzhua sneered mockingly, "You should feel lucky that no one has hired me to kill you. My services come at a high price. If it's a free fight against a stranger, there's no point in ruining things for myself." With that, he turned on his heel and walked away. "Young Master Lu, rest assured, it'll only take 5 minutes," he said, turning to deal with Lu Lei. After a fierce struggle, Lu Lei was left battered and bruised, his wounds burning like they were being bitten by thousands of ants. His hands were covered in blood. This was trouble. Even his right hand was injured. Tai Huangzhua gave him sincere advice: surrender. Everyone felt a sense of relief. But as soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly raised his leg and launched a kick at Lu Lei. Fortunately, Lu Lei managed to block it with his elbow. Tai Huangzhua immediately realized that the fourth level of body refinement was nothing extraordinary after all. Hearing this, Lu Lei trembled with anger. This guy, using just one leg, unleashed a series of relentless strikes toward him. In the end, Lu Lei could no longer hold his ground, he was sent flying, hurtling dozens of meters away. Tai Huangjue regarded him with utter disdain. At that moment, Lu Lei began to feel fear. This was the peak of body refinement, a power not to be underestimated. Taking advantage of Tai Huangjue's momentary distraction, Su Chang rushed out from behind and ambushed him, shouting loudly, "Brother Lei!" Tai Huangjue still stood tall and defiant, even getting into a ready stance. He was smug, as if already prepared to pick up the corpse. Lu Lei hurriedly rummaged through his coat pocket, and a second later, he pulled out a vial of medicine and quickly poured it into his mouth. Luckily, there was still one left. In an instant, his body seemed to be revived, blazing with intense heat. He urged, "Su Chang, you have to run now." In his mind, Lu Lei was calculating chances of winning were slim, but at the very least, he could buy Su Chang some time to escape. With just a glance, Tai Huangjue recognized the pill. He analyzed that this kind of item was harmful to the body and offered very little benefit even to someone cultivating their physique. Lu Lei couldn't stand his arrogant attitude and immediately charged forward to shut him up. However, his punch was blocked in the blink of an eye. Tai Huangjue gripped his fist tightly as Lu Lei struggled to break free. "Let me see your final performance." But it was precisely because he was so focused on Lu Lei that he forgot about Su Chang behind him. Taking advantage of the moment, Su Chang delivered a direct kick to Tai Huangjue's back, causing him to collapse in pain. Coughing violently on the ground, he looked up to see Su Chang seemingly full of strength. Lu Lei asked, "You took the medicine too?" Su Chang stood proudly and affirmed, "If we're brothers, how could I just run away?" Lu Lei nodded in agreement. "Then let's show him what we've got." After Tai Huangjue regained his senses, he began taking revenge one by one. First, he launched a direct kick to Su Chang's face. Su Chang took the hit, his face swollen and coughing up blood. Tai Huangjue sneered, "And you dared to stand firm against me? Even with the drugs, you're only at the third level of body refinement. Know your limits." But Su Chang was good at using tricks. He grabbed Tai Huangjue's raised leg and held on tightly. "Brother Lei, I've got him." Lu Lei immediately rushed over and landed a flawless hit on him. Furious from being ambushed, Tai Huangjue turned his wrath back on Su Chang. "In such a rush to die? Fine, I'll do it for free and grant your wish." Su Chang's leg was beaten to a pulp, but his hand still clung tightly to Tai Huangjue's leg. He lay on the ground, urging, "Brother Lei, hurry." Seizing the chance, Lu Lei threw a punch in retaliation for his friend. He encouraged Su Chang to hold on. Tai Huangjue's was no pushover. "This time, he's got his eyes on me. Tuna ve, I'll have to fight seriously now." He activated his technique and unleashed it on everyone. Blood splattered all over the ground. Lu Lei was seriously injured too, trembling as he stood back up. Tai Huangjue brazenly kicked each person straight on. "It's over, give up." Suddenly, a voice cut in from nowhere. "Wait," Fu Yao suddenly appeared and negotiated with Tai Huangjue. "Let Lu Lei go, and the Meng family will reward you handsomely. If not, when my younger brother Meng Lang returns, he won't let you off." Seeing a beautiful woman appear, Tai Huangjue became even more excited. He spoke provocatively, "Meng Lang isn't here now, what do I have to be afraid of? But if Miss Meng kisses my foot, I might consider it." Fu Yao broke into a cold sweat in disgust, but she still accepted. "All right, I agree. I'll do it, as long as you let Lu Lei go." Lu Lei immediately sprang up, struggling. "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't mind me, just leave quickly." Tai Huangjue burst into laughter. "Ha, how touching." He raised his foot and charged toward Fu Yao. "What a pity, I just enjoy seeing women cry. If I don't get rid of Lu Lei today, he'll become a disaster in the future." Lu Lei rushed forward, pushing Fu Yao aside. "Get out of the way," he accepted being the target so his friends could survive. In his mind, he silently said, "Sorry. Su Chang, Yao Yao, I dragged you all into this." His eyes slowly closed. Lu family ancestors and grandfathers, I'm sorry. Lu Lei was powerless. A swarm of pink butterflies began to appear, filling the sky. Lu Lei opened his eyes in astonishment when he saw a swarm of butterflies fluttering in front of him, creating an incredibly gentle scene. Even Tai Huanghua had to pause for a few seconds. The butterflies gathered in one place, transforming into cotton candy. It was unclear when Sun Mu Jun had arrived, but she calmly smiled with a mysterious expression. She stepped up to Tai Huanghua and challenged him. Don't you like watching women cry? Come here and make me cry then. Tai Huanghua was momentarily flustered, and he criticized her. Sun Mu Jun, are you trying to offend He Fengshan by doing this? But Sun Mu Jun didn't care about his words. A low-ranking person like him representing He Fengshan? She then formally introduced herself. How shameless. I'm here on behalf of He Fengshan to clean up your sect. They might even thank me for this. Tai Huanghua wasn't one to back down easily. He retorted defiantly. Then we'll see if you have the ability to do so. Sun Mu Jun was filled with a fierce aura that seemed to burn with the intensity of flames, which drove him into a rage. Tai Huanghua unleashed his dragon-destroying strike, hoping to swallow Sun Mu Jun whole. She was surrounded by black dragons, yet showed no fear, even sneering disdainfully. Is this the level of someone representing He Fengshan sect? The two dragons that had tightly coiled around her body suddenly froze, and the next moment, they all vanished, transforming into harmless butterflies before Sun Mu Jun. Tai Huanghua stood there, stunned, his vision overwhelmed by the fluttering butterflies. Terror surged through him, and he frantically tried to flee. But the swarm of butterflies overwhelmed him so fiercely that even running with all his might was futile. He had no choice but to leap into the river to escape death. In the end, the butterfly still retrieved his waterlogged body and brought it back to Sun Mu Jun. She asked, he gave up that quickly? He was so humiliated that he had to use a technique just to flee. Fu Yao, witnessing this, hastily urged, Lady Sun Mu Jun, go after him, don't let him get away. But she firmly refused. The order I received was to rescue Lu Lei, not to pursue and kill. In the end, Tai Huanghua could only drag his feet back to the cruise ship. Lu Shiyu and his men were still lying on the floor, beaten and bruised after the fight. Tai Huanghua returned and helped Lu Shiyu up to escape. Lacking strength, and with a hero's pride unwilling to suffer more loss, he muttered, let's scram, let's scram. On the other side, Sun Mu Jun pulled Lu Lei up by his clothes to leave. All right, come with me to report the mission results. Seeing how she handled things, Fu Yao panicked and said, wait, slow down a bit, he's injured. After a while, they reached the lakeside resting area. Sun Mu Jun splashed water onto Lu Lei's face, and he suddenly woke up with a jolt. Fu Yao was startled by Sun Mu Jun's action and cried out, what are you people doing? Shiz was sat nearby, urging them to wake Lu Lei up. I have another meeting after this, so let's not waste time. Lu Lei woke up, wiped his face, and looked around in surprise, asking Fu Yao, Yao, where am I? Fu Yao looked at him with concern, trying to comfort him quickly, don't worry, we were rescued by the Qi family. Lu Lei turned to them with gratitude and politely said, thank you, Qi family. Shiz waved it off. The one you should thank is Fu Yao. She informed me in time and asked for my help to save you. Fu Yao explained what had happened. Han Xiaoxiao sensed something was wrong and came to find me. I thought the only people who could help us now were the Qi family. Shizuo admitted, it just so happens that I was also looking for you. He reached into his pocket and took out a golden card. This is 15 million, Shizuo made his offer. Your medicine has received great feedback from customers. I've sold quite a bit of it. Lu Lei's eyes lit up, and he joyfully hugged the golden card to his chest. Thank you, Qi family. He cheerfully thought to himself, that means I've completed the mission to distribute my product. At this moment, Shizuo began to speak again, but before he could finish his sentence, Lu Lei jumped up. Does the Qi family still have conditions? Shizuo smiled dangerously. He reminded Lu Lei, the medical fees should have been given to you, but since I saved you, you should show some gratitude. He generously set the price, offering it at 200 million. The words hit Lu Lei like a slap to the face. 200 million. Even Fu Yao, after hearing it, was stunned. Cheese was slowly stood up and challenged Lu Lei in return, otherwise, I'll throw you to Lu Shiryu, also for 200 million. With no other choice, Lu Lei began to negotiate. Thank you, Qi family. Give me 2 months, and I'll find a way. Cheese was stood up to leave with Sun Mu Jun. He agreed to give Lu Lei 1 month. If you can't come up with it, then spend your whole life making medicine for me. The next morning, at the Lin family's private hospital, Su Chang was lying in bed, recovering. Fu Yao still felt guilty towards Lu Lei. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have told the Qi family. Lu Lei encouraged her, Yao, don't say that. Look at how seriously Su Chang was injured. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we wouldn't have made it out this time. However, Fu Yao still felt worried. She suggested to him, Lu Lei, let me help you with this 200 million. You should leave and stay out of the storm for now. However, Lu Lei firmly refused. No, Yao, I accept your goodwill. I know the road ahead is long, but even if this road is dangerous, I must forge ahead. Lin Yuanlei, who had been eavesdropping from outside, immediately barged in to argue with Lu Lei. If it's that dangerous, and you rush in there, what will happen to Chioya? At the same time, he also read aloud Lu Lei's test results. You have minor burns, broken bones, a brain injury, and internal bleeding. Your condition has left you in a coma and you haven't woken up until now. Lu Lei, you really are Lu Lei, surprising. When he saw Lin Yuanlei coming down in person, Uncle Lin approached and scolded him. If Chioya followed you, how could she have a peaceful day? Fu Yao panicked and hurriedly spoke up. Please, Uncle Lin, Lu Lei is doing this for his family. But Lin Yuanlei was not pleased and raised his voice to criticize Fu Yao as well. And you, Lu Lei has already said he likes Chioya, yet you're constantly clinging to him. Embarrassed, she stammered, me. Lu Lei quickly intervened. Uncle Lin, this is my fault. He explained to Lin Yuanlei, when I first said I liked Chioya, it was under pressure. You know well the true nature of Lu Shiryu. After hearing this, Lin Yuanlei became furious, the situation was forcing his hand. He quickly called for Chioya, who was hiding outside, to come in. You heard everything, didn't you? In his heart, he never had any thoughts about her. Lu Lei was startled, and he shouted loudly, Chioya. Chioya quietly stepped inside, her face full of sadness as she asked him again, Anlei? Lu Lei approached her to comfort her, of course, I like you, you're like a sister to me. Chioya's face turned as red as a ripe GAC fruit, and she shyly asked him directly, so, do you like Yao's sister, or do you like me more? Upon hearing this, Lu Lei broke into a cold sweat. He stammered as he tried to answer. At that moment, Lin Yuanlei, standing behind him, exuded a fierce aura. He spoke in a sharp tone to remind Lu Lei, you dare to step into this dangerous situation? Are you scared just from answering a question? Suddenly, Chioya moved forward and kissed Lu Lei on the cheek, leaving him frozen and motionless in an instant. Fu Yao and Lin Yuanlei both jolted in surprise, their eyes wide open in shock at the unexpected scene. Chioya, taking the initiative, confessed her feelings, I've cried, hated, gone mad, even wanted to die. But since the moment you saved me and the Lin family from the despair of the genetic disease, I understood something. She made a vow to Lu Lei, saying that life is only one, and she should live it without regrets. Then, Chioya closed her eyes and slowly expressed, I like you, Lei, so no matter what the outcome is, I'll never regret it. Her sweet words were like honey dripping into Lu Lei's ears, and he did not dare to say a word in reply. Just like how, no matter how many difficulties he encountered, he would still claim back Shang Lu Group. Chioya smiled gently, no matter how much you like someone else, I will still love you very much, love you deeply. After hearing this, even Lin Yuanlei turned pale from the overwhelming cheese. Chioya, why must you do this? At that moment, Shoya spoke up to persuade Lin Yuan Lei on Lu Lei's behalf. Father, when I woke up, you hugged me and thanked Lei for half a day. I'm just showing my support as a member of the Lin family, supporting him to become a helping hand for you to get your revenge. She also turned to speak to Mang Fu Yao. Yao, I'm sorry that we both like the same person. Shoya may seem soft, but she's not afraid to challenge a rival. From now on, it'll all come down to skill. Mang Fu Yao, unreserved, agreed, fine, but first, help me solve the current problem. Shoya accepted without any complaints or regrets. Lu Lei was frightened, he interrupted, politely asking to interject. Although the timing was somewhat inconvenient, he had a small item he wanted to ask everyone to help him search for. Both of them immediately turned towards him, asking in unison, "What is it?" "It won't take long, just 2 days later." Lu Lei commanded, "I want to go to the other world." The system immediately confirmed, request accepted. Since the owner's transaction volume has reached 10 million, the shop has upgraded to level 3. Business income now stands at 10 million out of 10 million. Level 3, a fortune of millions, shop equipment upgrades, the stay in the other world is extended to 60 minutes, and daily transactions with the other world are now allowed. First time reward, mysterious reward, shop assistant soul of. Lu Lei hesitated a bit, as many strange terms appeared, but he decided to ignore them for now. He had something more important to take care of today. After a while, he arrived at the Lu family supermarket in the other world. The martial cultivation Princess Hong Xiu is under house arrest and cannot leave. She specifically asked me to bring this to you and to inform Elder Wang. I need to go to the dungeon to imprison the Thunder Beast. The dungeon, please follow me this way. The computer had stored the audio recording of the Thunder Beast's voice from the previous encounter. The recorder and translator for the Thunder Beast's language were both prepared. The system converted the Thunder Beast's voice into a translatable format. Ha ha ha, Thunder Beast, how do you live in there? How can you understand Thunder Beast language, a human like you? That's because I once raised a Thunder Beast, and I know how to become its master. You lying piece of trash, how dare you talk big like that? If you're so skilled, come in here, I'll electrocute you to death. Seems like you won't accept me unless we have a friendly exchange. Martial cultivation, think carefully. Kiddo, you're definitely dead now. Thunder Beast roared in anger and released a prison of earth. Jin De Biao and Wang Hong were instantly thrown into chaos, hastily fleeing in panic. Martial cultivation, it's dangerous, yet Lu Lei can casually walk over and challenge Thunder Beast. Is this all you're capable of? Hearing that, Thunder Beast was extremely flustered, and he explained, how could it be? My Tian Lei's gods prevent killing gods, Buddhas prevent killing Buddhas. Lu Lei sneered, it's a pity that I believe in science, not Buddha. What you're wearing is teleportation and summoning, the whole thing transparent. It's made from insulating material, providing 100% safety protection. Thunder Beast became somewhat cautious, panting as he asked, what kind of method is science? I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Taking advantage of the situation, Lu Lei negotiated with the Thunder Beast, asking it to accept him as its master. He promised, I will definitely find out who brought you here. But the beast didn't yield so easily. It bristled and threatened him, don't even think about it. Our Thunder Beast clan has never bowed to anyone. Hearing this, Lu Lei had to pull out a different trick. I know you're feeling down. I can introduce you to a few beautiful Thunder Beast girls. At those words, the Thunder Beast's eyes lit up, and it immediately lowered its head in submission. Master, please lead the way, Lu Lei said, guiding the Thunder Beast onto the street. On the road, everyone who saw them widened their eyes in astonishment. Ha! Is that a Thunder Beast? They even commented on Lu Lei. That guy's outfit is kind of strange. I wonder which celestial path he's from. The Thunder Beast carried Lu Lei on its back, filled with curiosity. How did you know I was desperate to find a girlfriend? Lu Lei responded casually, didn't you scream about wanting girls the moment we entered? The Thunder Beast froze, starting to recall when Wang Hong had led Lu Lei in earlier. Please come this way. At that moment, it had barked furiously. Translator. I don't want to die. I want to find a beautiful girl. Hua ha ha. Even Wang Hong, who was walking behind and overheard Lu Lei's conversation with the Thunder Beast, couldn't help but marvel. This martial cultivator truly is something else. Jean de Biao happily agreed, that's right, for the bright future ahead of me, I'll work for martial cultivation. Suddenly, from afar, a loud announcement rang out, eliminate the foul odor and leave a lingering fragrance, refresh your spirit, and start your business with a special discount promotion. They were advertising, attracting attention from the surrounding crowd. Free trial, don't miss out, come back later and support us even more. Indeed, the crowd surged in, packed tightly, and everyone was discussing animatedly. Wow, look at this sparkling transparent bottle, and that handsome, elegant figure over there. The fragrance seeps into the heart. They gathered around Jean de Biao, who was selling, all shouting in unison, I want it too, give me a bucket, give me a barrel. Seeing that everything was going smoothly, Lu Lei assigned a task to Jean de Biao. You tally up the orders and send them over here. I'll bring the goods next time, and at the same time, the system will notify you, the time is up, return to the mortal realm. Then, the store leveled up to Tier 3. The system reminded him, if the owner cannot level up the store to Tier 4 within the next month, with a transaction volume of 100 million, the system will revoke all benefits. Upon hearing this, Lu Lei was horrified and cried out, again, you're forcing me to go crazier than even the Qi family. Next time, do you want me to complete it with 1 billion? The system, seeing this, turned hostile and lightly suggested, if the master does not like it, we can immediately retract the benefits now. Upon hearing this, Lu Lei's face turned pale. He dared not speak recklessly anymore and obediently obeyed. Don't, I accept. The next day, he went to the Lu family supermarket. Lu Lei spent the whole day in a daze, racking his brain, wondering where he could make money. Or maybe he should just read the newspaper first. Just then, a shocking headline caught his eye, Yuan Shing missing. Jia Yuan Electronics to redistribute assets. Lu Lei began to ponder, Yuan Shing, wait a minute, is that the person who looked like an assassin and caused trouble for Fu Yao last time? Meanwhile, on a different road, a new car sped along. Inside the car, an enigmatic figure was speaking. Yuan He, whether Yuan Xing's father can make a decision or not depends on how you handle things this time. The other person was Zheng Ting, a long-time driver for the Yuan family, who had previously caused trouble for Fu Yao. He respectfully responded to the hidden figure, don't worry, with the trust that the Yuan family has in me, there's no way it will leave any trace. The masked figure praised Zheng Ting, you've done well with Yuan Xing's. Keep it up, once everything is settled, there will be a reward for you. Zheng Ting beamed with joy and thanked Uncle C. After a while, they arrived at the airport. A young woman, the heiress of Jia Yuan Electronics CEO, Yuan Xiaosu, lit up the moment she saw Zheng Ting and called out cheerfully, Uncle Zheng. The other woman was the CEO's wife of Jia Yuan Electronics, Ruan Shi. Zheng Ting hurried over, warmly welcoming the two of them. Lady Ruan, Miss Yuan, was the journey tiring? Yuan Xiaosu laughed and said, and we even brought him a bag. We're not tired, we even bought a gift for you. Zheng Ting carefully took their luggage. Please have a seat first, I'll handle the baggage. However, at that moment, his expression turned slightly dangerous, and his tone shifted. Madam, if everything is ready, let's head out. On the way, Ruan Shi spoke to Zheng Ting, old Zhang, thank you for your hard work. She then made a suggestion, now that we're back, don't rush off. Stay and have dinner with us. Upon hearing that, Zheng Ting replied politely, Lady Ruan, you're too kind. I shall respectfully obey, then. But in his mind, he was anything but kind. On the contrary, he was extremely sinister. It was just a pity that tonight, none of them would be returning. He recalled how he had been treated like a dog. In the past, he had desperately pleaded, "Young Master Yuan, my daughter is sick, that's why I was a little late." Yet, upon hearing this, Yuan Shing immediately kicked him in the stomach and showered him with insults. "You're just a lowly driver, aren't you? What is your daughter to me? My time is precious, do you think I would tolerate such a delay from you?" In the end, after beating Zhang Ting badly, Yuan Shing still didn't allow him to leave. He wouldn't stop until he saw him angry. At that moment, there was only one hand that reached out to save him. Uncle Zhang, he planted a thought into Zhang Ting's mind, a notion that a bastard child like him had no right to speak to him that way. At that time, Zhang Ting was still naive, too afraid to speak back, and took all the blame onto himself. "Uncle C, we are servants, we shouldn't speak of young masters and such." He handed Zhang Ting a silk handkerchief, a strange power in his gesture, then asked a suggestive question: what if there was a chance to make him a servant? He was Yuan family's Uncle C, Yuan C, who returned to the present reality. Lu Lei was standing by the roadside, having stopped his car. After a moment, he suddenly halted. Zhang Ting's car, waiting for the Yuan family, suddenly drove past him. He had already noticed the car of the Yuan family approaching. He tried to focus his gaze and soon recognized that Zhang Ting was sitting in the car. The driver was indeed the one who had caused trouble for Fu Yao. Lu Lei sneered, slowly putting the letter into his pocket. His hand reached for the ignition, starting the car. His face darkened, and anxiety filled his heart. The Yuan family's assets were about to be divided, and he feared that the mother and son duo would be left with very little. Lu Lei sped up, closely tailing Zhang Ting. Fortunately, the latter hadn't noticed yet, his mind occupied with the plan laid out by Yuan Si Jiao. Lu Lei had initially thought that Uncle Si was only joking, but to his surprise, over the past few years, he had been gradually overpowering Yuan He. He recalled everything he had done. He had kidnapped Yuan Shing and pretended he had gone missing. Yuan He truly cared for his son and had no choice but to follow the arrangements made by the fourth master, even going so far as to threaten Yuan Shing with a knife at his neck. "If you don't want to die, follow me." As for Yuan Si, he had personally gone to persuade the family members, trying to sow discord within. "We are all part of the Yuan family, but Yuan sure is just an outsider. Jia Yuan must belong to our Yuan family." At that time, the CEO of Jia Yuan Electronics, Yuan He, had been convinced by his words, saying, "Let's do everything as Uncle Si says." Yuan Si was satisfied. "All right, you may leave now." Yuan He had just stepped outside with a sorrowful expression when Zhang Ting walked over to ask Yuan Si. "Uncle Si," Yuan Si started assigning more sinister tasks to Zhang Ting. "The last time you failed to recruit Fu Yao, I could overlook that, as long as you handle that woman and her daughter properly this time." He also promised a generous reward: "Once this is successful, I'll give you a 3-part share of whatever she holds. You won't just be a mere driver anymore." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ting's face immediately changed, and he accepted the order without hesitation. "Thank you, Uncle Si." It was because of that promise that he was willing to take such a risk. Zhang Ting secretly felt pleased, imagining the day he would become the king. "I don't want to be trampled on by others, I just want to trample on others." After driving a little further into a quiet area, Zhang Ting quickly glanced back at Yuan Shaosu and Yuan Shi sitting behind him. He swiftly turned the wheel toward a desolate route. When Lu Lei saw Zhang Ting's car suddenly speed up, he immediately guessed the plan. "Ah, he's making his move. This guy sure is impatient." Seizing the opportunity, Lu Lei hastily chased after them. If he could protect the two women, perhaps he could earn their support. This would also resolve the debt issue swiftly. Moments later, Zhang Ting's car stopped at a luxurious residential area. Both of them were greatly surprised, asking in confusion, "Old Zhang, what is this?" Zhang Ting made up an excuse. CEO Yuan said that this abandoned area might soon be expanded into a new industrial zone, so he brought you here to have a look. Yuan Shi looked around and saw nothing more than a desolate junkyard. She showed clear disapproval. The child has just come home and hasn't even entered the house yet. What does he mean by doing this? Yuan Shaosu was frightened too. She pouted and complained, "Dad, why would you do this? I just got back and you won't even let me rest first." Zhang Ting reassured the two of them, "Please, both of you, have a seat first. I'll go find CEO Yuan right away." With that, he walked out and slammed the door shut. Just as he left, a group of people arrived. Zhang Ting sneered and inwardly wished the two inside good luck, thinking, "Let him come and collect your corpses." A group in yellow uniforms, looking extremely dangerous, approached the abandoned building. They were dressed in full protective gear and even wore gas masks. Each of them carried a canister of toxic gas, spraying it through the cracks in the door into the building. Lu Lei stood outside, witnessing Zhang Ting's entire plan. After pondering for a moment, he thought, "Let me try the spell written in Hong Xiu's scroll." With that, he immediately activated it. The elixir ignited, and Lu Lei's body lifted into the air. He suddenly teleported straight into the abandoned building, startling Yuan Shaosu, who screamed, "What are you trying to do?" Ruan Shirshi's heart skipped a beat as she asked, "Who are you?" Lu Lei didn't have much time. He spoke briefly, "Your driver is releasing poison. He's trying to get rid of you." Hearing this, Ruan Shirshir furrowed her brows, momentarily not believing it, thinking he was just spouting nonsense. At that moment, Yuan Shaosu's voice suddenly grew weak and tired. She called out for her mother, her eyes gradually losing focus, sighing, "I'm not feeling well." As soon as she finished speaking, Yuan Shaosu collapsed onto the floor, fainting in front of Ruan Shirshir. Lu Lei hurriedly helped Yuan Shaosu up and urgently urged Ruan Shirshir, "She might have been poisoned." "I don't have time to explain." He kicked open the door. The people outside, taken by surprise, were knocked aside, panicked and disoriented. Lu Lei led both of them out quickly, urging, "Get in the car with me, hurry." The others angrily chased after them. "Think you can escape?" "Not a chance." Lu Lei quickly kicked the door open, hitting them in the face. "There is a door here." One by one, they fell unconscious, and Lu Lei took the opportunity to lead the two women out. Seeing a group of strangers with heavy security equipment, Ruan Shirshir began to suspect. Where did these people come from? Could it be that what he said was true? Not yet over, after taking a few steps, Lu Lei ran into another group of armed individuals. They seemed like some kind of local enforcers. When they saw Lu Lei invading their territory, they looked displeased. Where did he come from? Don't let them get away, beat them to death right here. Lu Lei saw that they were all talk and couldn't help but sneer. Right there, in the middle of the discussion, in the blink of an eye, every one of them had their heads plunged into the ground. Lu Lei happily dusted off his hands and prepared to leave, saying, "Thanks for providing me with the idea to deal with you all." Before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, a volley of arrows suddenly flew toward him from somewhere. Lu Lei's eyes were quick, and he noticed them just in time. He swiftly stepped back a few paces, dodging the ambush with precision. Without needing to show himself, Lu Lei already knew who the mastermind behind this was. "The old driver, you're still not gone? Why don't you take action yourself?" Sure enough, Zhang Ting stepped forward, even pretending to be courteous as he said to Ruan Shirshir, "Out of respect for our 10 years of acquaintance, I want to ensure that both the madam and the young miss die in peace." Seeing that Zhang Ting was intent on killing her, Ruan Shirshir fainted, saying, "Old Zhang, where have we treated you badly?" Zhang Ting sneered viciously, then put on the sinister glove that Yuan Si had given him. "If you've treated me so well, why don't you just die? That way, I can live even better." Ruan Shirshir was taken aback by his cruelty. She gritted her teeth and asked, "Doesn't your conscience ever bother you?" Zhang Ting didn't waste any more words. He charged forward, using the glove to punch straight at Ruan Shirshir. "No need for the madam to worry, money can heal my wounds." Lu Lei stepped forward to shield Ruan Shirshir. "What if you don't get the chance to take the money?" Zhang Ting warned him. "Kiddo, don't be reckless." He even used his demonic powers to intimidate. Last time I misjudged you and let you go. This time, I won't let you show off. He detonated a smoke bomb, clouding Lu Lei's vision. In that moment, a series of demonic binding ropes simultaneously coiled tightly around him, rendering him completely immobile. Zhang Ting laughed, "My venomous needles will pierce into your body, and then you'll rot away in black decay. My energy corrupts and kills." Yet upon hearing this, Lu Lei's expression remained incredibly calm, even negotiating with him in a composed manner. Annoying. Can't we just fight with real guns and real bullets? Underneath his hand, he could still activate his firepower. The flames began to spread, blazing across Lu Lei's entire body. He smiled and cursed at Zhang Ting, "Why do you always have to cling to me? You filthy scum." The ropes binding him gradually began to disintegrate. While holding Zhang Ting back, Lu Lei tossed Yuan Shing the car keys. "Start the car, quick. I'll finish this guy and come right after." Zhang Ting, furious, gave chase. Trying to run? Try tasting this first. But he never expected Lu Lei to raise his hand and land a heavy slap right across his mouth. He seemed annoyed when others lost focus on him. "I told you, solve it yourself first." The man was thrown away, his body slammed violently into the wall, but he quickly recovered thanks to the dark power of the gloves. His body began to react, and he unleashed his prison torture technique. However, to Lu Lei, this was just a trivial move. With a wave of his hand, a punch sent Zhang Ting flying again as usual. Lu Lei kindly reminded him one last time, "Your level isn't enough. What do you think I'm giving you time to conserve your strength for?" Zhang Ting trembled with frustration, telling himself that he couldn't fall here, that he wanted to become. Before he could finish his thoughts, a sharp pain exploded in his vision, spreading through his body, to the point where tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. Lu Lei had accidentally punched him square in the stomach. "Sorry, I'm not interested in listening to your rambling." Now he was like a cornered dog, his body curled up, shaking uncontrollably. He was unwilling to accept it. Why? Why? The fury erupted, and Zhang Ting shouted loudly, his eyes flashing with a terrifying strength. "Why do they get to spend money like water? And my daughter doesn't even have money for treatment?" His entire body seemed to be charged with high-voltage electricity, and he growled in frustration, "I want all you rich bastards to die." Lu Lei only found him ridiculous had he lost his mind? However, he didn't let his guard down and remained cautious. This wasn't good, the spiritual chi around him was chaotic, and he had lost control. Continuing to fight him was pointless. Lu Lei suspected that there was some untold story behind this. Just then, Yuan Shing rushed over in her car, shouting, "Everyone, get out of the way." Lu Lei quickly activated the marvelous thunderous medicine cavern, teleporting into the car. Yuan Shing hit the accelerator and sped out of the gate, going fast enough to smash through the metal gate. The three of them made their escape. Meanwhile, Zhang Ting hurriedly called Yuan Si to report, "Uncle Si, they've gotten away. Disciple Zhang has gone mad." Yuan Si calmly advised him, "Don't bother with that useless piece of trash." Then he ordered, "Start Plan B. Not a single one of Yuan Shing and her mother will survive." Lu Lei's car had been out of the gate for a while, and the situation had stabilized. Lu Lei complimented, "Sister, you're an excellent driver." However, Yuan Shing's face remained serious. She said, "Who has the time to chat with you?" She got straight to the point with Lu Lei, "Old Zhang, what's going on? I want to find my husband, and I'm getting to the bottom of this." Lu Lei reassured her, "Don't get agitated, what if it was your husband who gave the order?" However, up to this point, Yuan Shing still couldn't believe it. She waved it off impossible. Just as she finished speaking, the sound of another car engine starting up echoed, scraping against Lu Lei's car. Yuan Shing lost it and shouted at the driver, "Do you even know how to drive?" However, Lu Lei had already seen through the driver's intention. He explained, "He did that on purpose. Looks like your husband doesn't want you to find him at all." Yuan Shing remained stubborn. She snapped at him, "Shut up. This is my family's business. Stay out of it." Unexpectedly, Yuan Shing turned out to be incredibly reckless. Once she snapped, she was ready to take on a solo 1v11 fight, even daring to send a car to block me from crossing the bridge. "Watch how I deal with him right in front of you." Hearing that, even Lu Lei grew wary. He looked ahead and was terrified to see a huge car barreling toward them. "Sis, don't speak too soon." A loud crash sounded. Just seconds later, his small car was flung off the bridge. At the same time, at the hospital, the nurse had just finished examining Su Chang. "Then I won't disturb you two any further." Even from outside, one could hear Sister Fawn's shouting echo throughout the hospital. She scolded, "Tell me, what good comes from hanging out with that Lu Lei guy? You end up in the hospital every few days." Su Chang sweated as he explained, "I still have to flatter Sister Fawn. Dear, I've already paid for the medical bills, and you can eat as much fruit as you want." Wu Qing was unconvinced. She pinched Su Chang's ear to snap him out of it. "The fruit really is delicious, it's so good I might as well give up my life for it." Su Chang sincerely explained in detail to make her understand. This time, Brother Lei risked his life to save CEO Chen. He really treats everyone like family. Worried that Sister Fawn might still be angry with him, Su Chang sweetly coaxed her, "Dear, to be honest, I used to be indecisive and hesitant, both afraid and unsure. Since spending time with Brother Lu, I feel like I've transformed. This is what it means to be a man who can take on everything." Hearing this, Sister Fawn's heart softened. She patted her husband's shoulder and praised him, "You're right, you've really toughened up. I like seeing you so cheerful and confident." However, her gaze was incredibly sharp, a warning to Su Chang. "But if one day you die, just wait and see how I deal with you." Su Chang's voice immediately turned pale with fear, and he quickly promised, "I won't die, I swear." Footsteps suddenly hurried down the hallway, and just as the couple was about to kiss after a long time apart, Xiao Xiao burst into the room, shouting loudly, "It's bad." The two of them jolted and turned around, their faces flushed as red as GAC fruit. Su Chang spoke up, "Xiao Xiao, what's wrong?" Xiao Xiao grabbed the remote and turned on the TV. "Let's just watch TV." The news was showing footage of a car flipped over, having been thrown off a bridge. As soon as Su Chang saw it, he recognized Lei's car. Meanwhile, in the Meng Family Financial Group's boardroom, a board meeting was underway. Someone in the meeting spoke up, "We can see that recently, our electronic component business cooperation has been somewhat affected." Meng Fu Yao turned on her phone and received the news at that exact moment. She stood up in haste and left the room. "Please continue the discussion. I have an urgent matter to attend to." After falling into the river, Lu Lei was still alive, but Yuan Xiaosu and Yuan Shing were unconscious from the severe shock. His phone started ringing, and Lu Lei muttered to himself, "Who's calling at a time like this? I have to use the marvelous thunderous medicine cavern again, what a waste." With no other choice, he activated the marvelous thunderous medicine cavern and left the water. On the other side, Meng Fu Yao was beside herself with fear. "I've been trying to reach you non-stop. Why did it take you so long to answer my call?" Still dripping wet, Lu Lei tried his best to answer the phone. He gave a quick report, "Elder Miss Meng, I've been insanely busy." "Didn't I just fall off a bridge?" Meng Fu Yao's face darkened, and she asked sharply, "Is that really you? What on earth happened to you?" Lu Lei sat down briefly on the shore to rest, speaking at length, "Could you help me find a safe place to stay?" He then told Meng Fu Yao about the major incident involving the Yuan family. Noticing that Meng Fu Yao had suddenly run out of the meeting room earlier, someone had hurriedly followed to check on her. "Yao Yao, what's wrong? Who made you look like this?" "I'm Meng Chang Tian, chairman of the Meng Family Financial Group. Do you need Grandpa's help?" Meng Fu Yao's face was tense, but she shook her head. "Thank you, Grandpa, I can handle it myself." Meng Chang Tian insisted, "Who dares make my granddaughter unhappy? If anyone touches Meng Fu Yao, they're provoking the Meng family." Meng Chang Tian is angry, and I promise they won't be able to be happy again. A while later, Lu Lei finally made it back to the hotel safely. He hurriedly took a shower to clean himself off. Lu Lei sluggishly stepped out of the bathroom, letting out a long sigh of relief. Safe for now, but I'll have to find some time to visit another world. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Lu Lei responded casually, "It's open, come in." It was Yuan Shing, who had just finished showering. She slowly entered and asked him about his background. "I've looked into it. Your name is Lu Lei, right?" Lu Lei had a bad feeling and quickly diverted the conversation to something else. "Sister Yuan, it's so late, aren't you going to sleep?" Yuan Shing moved closer to him, pressing her body against his and said, "Xiao Lei, thank you for saving us twice today." Lu Lei avoided her gaze. "It was nothing." Yuan Shing started to crawl onto his bed, her movements slow and sensual as she softly called, "Xiao Lei, little brother." Her tone was seductive. "I have something to ask of you." Lu Lei's face turned bright red, sweat pouring down his face as he stammered, What is it?" Yuan Shing's gaze seemed both sorrowful and slightly captivating. "My daughter has woken up, but she's deeply traumatized. I want to find Yuan, my husband, and ask him about it." Lu Lei couldn't take his eyes off her body. He hesitated, stammering, then, "You go ahead." As she spoke, her body half covered, half revealed lingered in his vision. She sighed sadly, "Considering the situation today, if we go, it's no different from a lamb walking into a tiger's den. Now, even Jia Yuan is under his control." As expected, Yuan Shing had an agenda. She wanted to strike a deal with Lu Lei. "If you help me win Jia Yuan back, I'm willing to pay any price." Lu Lei was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. A second later, his expression shifted, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Anything at all?" Yuan Shing blushed and nodded. But Lu Lei instantly named his price. "Then give me 200 million. I'm short on cash right now." Yuan Shing was dumbfounded, a bit disappointed. "I took the initiative like that, and this is all he wants?" Meanwhile, the Meng family's car was speeding down the road toward him. On the way, Fu Yao had told Meng Chang Tian everything. Grandpa, Yuan, he tried to have a driver murder his wife and daughter. Lu Lei rescued them. Meng Chang Tian was quite surprised to hear this and remarked, "Lu Lei, who would have thought that even after being kicked out by the Lu family, he could still stir things up like this?" Fu Yao, slightly sulking, muttered to herself, "If only he had just kept a low profile, he wouldn't be in so much trouble." Meng Chang Tian seized the opportunity to tease her. "You were the one who called off the engagement, so why are you still so concerned about him? You're not even finished with school, and you're already sneaking out to make phone calls." Being hit right on the spot by her grandfather's words, Fu Yao couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. "Grandpa, he's my friend. When a friend is in trouble, how can I not lend a hand?" Meng Chang Tian chuckled and gently ruffled her hair to calm her down. All right, my precious granddaughter can do whatever she wants. However, I still have my own principles," he reminded Fu Yao. "But if he betrays you, I won't let him off easily." On the other side in the hotel lobby, Yuan Shing also agreed to Lu Lei's proposal. "All right, 200 million it is." Lu Lei didn't expect everything to go so smoothly, and a chill ran down his spine. Had he known, he would have asked for 300 million? The system's task could have been completed as well. The system gently reminded him. The business transaction that the task requires must come from a trade involving goods from another world. I hope the host will not harbor unrealistic dreams. After hearing that, Lu Lei's emotions, which had been soaring with triumph, plummeted straight down into the depths of despair, his face turning pale. "This reminder of yours has completely frozen my heart. Where did all the warmth and tenderness go?" Seeing Lu Lei lost in thought, Yuan Shing thought he had changed his mind and became excited. "Xiao Lei, what's wrong? Are you not satisfied? Sure, here's the translation." Indeed, Lu Lei admitted, don't rush, let me think for a moment. At that moment, Meng Chang Tian and Meng Fu Yao arrived. The staff led them to Lu Lei's room. Old Master Meng, Elder Miss Meng, please come this way. Lu Lei was still deep in thought, calculating his private affairs. He was torn over the Qi family issue. The consumption of Gui Yuan pills could not be increased for the time being. He needed to make money here to pay back the Qi family, and sell items from the other world to cover the 100 million. His newly purchased car had been crashed off a bridge, and he still needed to find Yuan He to settle the debt. Suddenly, Lu Lei grabbed Yuan Shi's hand and affectionately called, Sister Yuan. His gaze was full of warmth, expressing, the thing I hate most in life is family members turning on each other. I deeply sympathize with your situation. I will definitely help you with this. Yuan Shi was moved in her heart. She was touched, immediately throwing herself into Lu Lei's arms, crying uncontrollably. Do you know how dangerous this is? Thank you for being willing to help me, Xiao Lei. Lu Lei smiled brightly. He was happy, the deal was sealed. At that moment, the door to the room opened with a creak. Meng Fu Yao had witnessed the entire emotional scene between the couple. But even when she saw it with her own eyes, she was still in shock. Both Meng Chang Tian and Meng Fu Yao saw Lu Lei embracing a girl in a private room. Fu Yao slammed the door shut and snapped, sorry to interrupt. Startled, Lu Lei's blood boiled with rage. He rushed out after her, shouting, Yao Yao, please let me explain. He went straight to her room, only to run into Meng Chang Tian. The old man's face was clouded with fury, his eyes shooting daggers at him. Kiddo, I know you're strapped for cash, but making money that way will ruin your soul. Meng Chang Tian was so enraged, he didn't even wait to finish his sentence before launching into a full-on assault against Lu Lei. Even if you're doing business, don't do it at a Meng family hotel. Lu Lei's heart skipped a beat as he stumbled backward in confusion. Meng Fu Yao panicked and screamed to stop them, Grandpa. But just a second later, Lu Lei managed to block the blow in time. His face flushed red as he tried to explain himself, I didn't do anything. It's not what it looks like. Meng Chang Tian panted heavily, shocked by Lu Lei's strength. He hadn't expected the young man to be able to catch his strike. Fortunately, Yuan Shi arrived just in time. She hurriedly stepped in to defend Lu Lei, it's a misunderstanding, really. I just asked Lu Lei for a favor. Meng Fu Yao wasn't convinced. She pressed further, then why were you two holding each other like that? Yuan Shi's face clearly showed remorse, she didn't look like she was making up a story as she poured out her heart. My husband framed me. I was furious in the moment and lost my sense of propriety, but Meng Fu Yao was already in a jealous rage. She insisted on investigating the relationship between him and me, why he was helping me come here. Lu Lei had no choice but to admit, awkwardly, that he did it for money 200 million upon completion. This, Meng Fu Yao knew better than anyone. She whispered to Meng Chang Tian, he's desperate to pay off the Qi family. Upon hearing that, the old man was naturally skeptical. Lu Lei, what skills do you even have to help her reclaim Jia Yuan? However, Lu Lei remained as arrogant as ever, confidently claiming that risking everything was better than sitting around waiting to die. Meng Chang Tian thought he was just all talk, so he decided to teach him a lesson. You tired of living or what? Caught off guard, Lu Lei froze, not understanding what was happening. The punch came too fast and viciously for him to react. He was sent flying dozens of meters. He did his best to minimize the damage, but when he saw the huge dent in the wall behind him, his face turned pale as he pleaded. Meng family, let's talk this out calmly, alright? Could you maybe not resort to violence all of a sudden? Meng Chang Tian frowned and ordered him, be honest and tell me, how did you learn this kind of movement technique? Lu Lei gave a vague reply, well, I guess I was just fated to learn it. Upon hearing this, Meng Chang Tian disagreed. He immediately led his granddaughter away, saying, if you don't want to explain, fine. But I expect you to keep your distance from Yao Yao from now on. He didn't forget to warn him, I don't want you to harm her. Suddenly, Lu Lei anxiously chased after them. He grabbed Meng Fu Yao's hand and pulled her towards him. In the end, Lu Lei had to relent. "I'll reveal my trump card," he said. He looked directly into Meng Fu Yao's eyes and sincerely promised, "But I'm only willing to tell her." Seeing that his actions seemed at least somewhat genuine, Meng Chang Tian reluctantly agreed. "All right, I'll give you 2 hours. Tell her then." Yuan Shing approached and asked Meng Chang Tian, "Aren't you worried Lu Lei might make Miss Meng drink the spellbinding potion?" As expected, he wasn't concerned at all. On the contrary, he pointed out, "That girl will have big things to accomplish in the future. It wouldn't hurt for her to sharpen her discernment a bit. I also have some faith in Lu Lei. After all, he's the one Jia Yuan, the head of the family, often seeks advice from." A while later, the two of them returned to the main house of the Meng family. At that moment, Meng Fu Yao wondered, "Grandpa, what kind of treasure did he leave for me that I can only see?" Lu Lei responded with a cheesy line, "Because to me, you are someone special." Upon hearing this, Meng Fu Yao's face turned bright red. She pretended to be annoyed, pouting at him for being so smooth with his words. At that moment, Lu Lei activated the soul binding technique, and the space around them immediately shifted, becoming surreal and illusory. The system notified them that the soul binding technique had been successfully executed. He then requested the system to take them directly to another world. The system confirmed the request. A short while later, they landed in an unfamiliar place that looked like a sales booth. Meng Fu Yao admired the sparkling, strange items on the shelves and, filled with curiosity, asked, "What is this place?" Lu Lei explained, "This is a world my family gave to me." At that moment, Jean de Biao joyfully ran over to greet them. "Martial cultivation, you've finally arrived. The order from last time." Lu Lei pointed, "The goods are in the back. You can move them out now." Jean de Biao obediently listened. "Yes, you should also introduce yourself to Yao Yao. I am martial cultivation here. As long as the business expands here, there will definitely come a day when we can find an opportunity to reclaim Shanglu." She eagerly opened the ledger to read and saw that it mentioned perfumes could be exchanged for spirit stones, and there was also a section about divine medicine. Suddenly, while they were talking, Jean de Biao suddenly fell from outside, startling them. Two strangers barged in from who knows where, shouting and cursing wildly. "My brother's dog was stolen by your perfume, and he's been burned to this point." He pointed to a man whose face was scarred, as if his features had been destroyed, and loudly shouted, "Where are they? Smash the store for me." The other man charged in, wreaking havoc as he shouted, "Smash this shop for me." A crowd gathered, watching like ants. Jean de Biao stepped forward and cursed at them, "You disrespectful fools, do you dare to disrespect martial cultivation's territory? Do you think I'm afraid of a golden core stage like you?" Among the crowd, there was Princess Tian Xiang. She saw the chaos and couldn't help but laugh secretly in her heart. "I'm actually curious to see how the martial cultivation that made Hong Xiu's divine soul lose its mind will handle this." Lu Lei calmly spoke up to mediate, "You want to smash my shop, but don't you want me to treat this brother's injury first?" He shook a strange spray bottle and sprayed it directly on the guest's face. The man flinched in alarm and resisted. "You haven't even looked at my injury yet." Lu Lei reassured him, saying, "It's just a burn he didn't even need to look to know." And sure enough, within minutes, a visible sense of relief appeared on the man's face. He was surprised. "Wait a minute, it really did feel much better." Lu Lei tossed him a prescribed spray bottle. With persistence, following the full course of treatment, the burn would heal. If it left a scar, he also had a way to remove it. He advised the man, "The sample perfume I gave you clearly states to keep away from fire. I do regret this incident occurred." Meng Fu Yao stood to the side, having watched the entire scene unfold, and was deeply impressed she would never look at him the same way again. Having resolved the guest's issue, Lu Lei stepped forward to address the crowd. "This brother's injury, I take full responsibility for the treatment. This brother's loss, I'll handle the compensation. However, let's keep things separate." Lu Lei turned to glare at the thugs who had smashed up the place earlier. But this shop belongs to me. Who's going to take responsibility for this? The bunch of them were suddenly tongue-tied, stammering awkwardly. At that moment, he silently activated a power in his mind-eye of wish fulfillment. Lu Lei already knew they were trying to shirk responsibility. So that's how it is. Lu Lei condemned them. Someone had still taken money and come to his shop to stir up trouble. He used his earpiece to communicate with Thunder Beast. The thugs panicked and tried to explain, "I'm not the one who revealed the leader." But the guy next to him clamped a hand over his mouth, muffling his words. That man, driven to desperation, suddenly snapped and decided to fight back. "You think I'm going to pay up? I'll hit first." Fu Yao sensed how dangerous these men were and shouted loudly to warn him, "Watch out." Right at that moment, the giant thunder beast charged out of nowhere and crushed that scum to death. In pain and howling, it cried out, "Help me find my girlfriend." The thunder beast grew increasingly sorrowful, and the lightning bolts shot out more fiercely. It kept wailing, "Girlfriend, girlfriend, girlfriend." Lu Lei boasted to them, "My pet has spoken, whoever dares to make trouble will be killed without mercy." Upon hearing this, the troublemakers immediately trembled with fear. Thunder Beast didn't understand what Lu Lei had said and asked, "What did you just say?" He pretended to lie, telling them that next time they should help him find a wife. Despite it being a lie, they believed it and obediently responded, "All right, next time then." However, when he turned to look at Fu Yao standing beside him, his emotions deflated, and he sulked, about to cry. "You have a girlfriend like that, how can you understand my suffering?" "I also want a girlfriend." Fu Yao, confused by the situation, blushed and asked him, "What did it say?" Lu Lei lied again to flatter her. "You're beautiful, you're so pretty, you're so lovely." After resolving the issues in the other world, Lu Lei had a few words of instruction before leaving. "Jean de Biao, make some arrangements and have them restore my shop to its original state." Jean de Biao let out a sigh of relief, happily accepting the order. Understood. The people of martial cultivation began organizing right away. All right, put this cabinet back where it was, move the goods over here. Gently now." At that moment, a sharp voice rang out. "Martial cultivation," she praised sweetly, "the poise and methods of martial cultivation are truly exceptional." It turned out to be Princess Tian Xiang. She suggested, "I wonder if you might have a moment for a little stroll?" Lu Lei bluntly refused. He answered without hesitation, "No time, it's time to go home." That remark stopped Princess Tian Xiang in her tracks, leaving her embarrassed. She cried out in frustration, vowing fiercely to Lu Lei, "How dare you treat me like this? I will remember this grudge well." The two soared into the sky, hand in hand. From above, Fu Yao felt a striking difference compared to the world below. She kept looking around, mesmerized. Seeing Fu Yao so entranced, Lu Lei proudly declared, "So, what do you think of my trump card? Enough to help someone reclaim their throne?" She was so embarrassed that she became angry and scolded him affectionately, "Stop being so smug." Although products from the cultivation world and other realms can be sold for a high price, it's still hard for you to make a move. Deep down, she was still uneasy. The Qi family is still watching you, don't let your guard down, but Lu Lei reassured her, "As long as I can sell this pile of goods, that's all that matters." Saying that, he took out a special elixir to show her, "This is the immortal abode pill that I managed to get from the invoice, it can prevent aging. I just had the Lin family make it for me." Fu Yao's gaze showed disapproval as she criticized the Qi family, "Even if you follow the Lin family's route to sell the goods, but the Qi family needs 200 million urgently, will you be able to make it in time?" Lu Lei confirmed that she wasn't like the wealthy ladies, so of course, these things wouldn't be easy for her to buy. Upon hearing this, Fu Yao's expression darkened with worry. Could it be that Lu Lei was suggesting something to her? Was this the first reason why she wanted to help Yuan Shing? Just then, in the safe hotel room of the Meng family, in Yuan Shing's private room, she was captivated by the beautiful pink vial of the elixir. Yuan Shing gazed at it in fascination for a while. "This is Lu Lei took the opportunity to introduce the product. This is the secret recipe passed down through the Lu family. Once we regain Jia Yuan, you must help me actively promote it in that circle. However, when looking back at herself, Yuan Shih sighed. Xiao Lei, younger brother, it's a pity that I just don't have the mood to care about anything right now. He tried to soothe her and suggested, then what are we waiting for? Let's go outside and change the mood. The two of them went together to enjoy street food at night, with all the grilled items outside looking very tempting. Lu Lei brought her some new and interesting dishes. Shark fin and bird's nest are a bit too much for him, but today let's have a really good meal. Yuan Xiaosu noticed that Yuan Shi's spirits were lifting quickly and praised her. Mom, you look so much younger today. They all looked at the grilled food outside the stalls with nostalgia, reminding the child of the time when he was 4 years old and his parents took him to eat grilled food. At this point, Yuan Xiaosu's voice suddenly grew quieter. That was the happiest time of my life. I don't know why, but it's been so long since we had a simple, warm meal like this together. Indeed, Yuan Shi couldn't help but sympathize with her child. That's right. Her eyes, tinged with sadness, gazed into the distance. It's been over 10 years in the blink of an eye. As Yuan Shi felt tears beginning to well up, Lu Lei delicately handed her a tissue. Thank you, she said, both moved and embarrassed, quickly adding. Wiping her tears, Yuan Shi smiled nostalgically as she recalled the past. Back then, they had successfully negotiated a business deal, so she had brought Xiao Su here to treat him to a nice meal. It was then that her family had witnessed an everyday scene. At that time, the owner of this restaurant had just gotten married, and the couple often argued over money. Now, unexpectedly, after more than 10 years, they were living better than ever. For some reason, the more she looked, the more tears flowed from Yuan Shi's eyes. Her voice began to tremble. But why? Why has our family ended up like this? In the end, she began to sob uncontrollably. Lu Lei watched her, gently advising, look forward. Taking back Jia Yuan, it's inevitable that it will harm CEO Yuan. Are you truly ready? Yuan Shi stopped crying, thinking deeply. Her voice began to rise again. Of course, he betrayed me first. Her expression stiffened as tension crept back into her face. During that time, all their movements were being monitored by Lu Shiyu and reported back to Tai Huangjue. He smugly reported, I've been keeping an eye on them, you better not take the money without doing your job. At the Meng family's safe hotel, Tai Huangjue firmly controlled Long Qian, pushing his head down to check the system. As soon as he did, the system recognized him and the door opened. Tai Huangjue laughed and threatened, open the door for me earlier, it'll be easier for everyone, wouldn't it be better? Then Tai Huangjue followed the trail. He soon realized that it was indeed Lu Lei and Yuan Shi with her mother. He frowned, thinking, their information is spot on, it looks like we've got them now. Lu Lei, come and accept your death. Tai Huangjue rushed forward to attack, but when the door opened, he froze in front of the empty room. On their escape route, the three of them were running, and Lu Lei spoke up, we were indeed being followed. In the entertainment district, curses rang out. Where did this unlucky guy come from? Dare to ruin my mood? Lu Lei blinked and said, isn't that De Zhuang, the enforcer of Third Master? De Zhuang, squinting his eyes, mumbled nonsense. So it's you, Lei? Are you still short of girls? I can help you with that here. Lu Lei curled his lips into a smirk, boasting boldly. Do I look like someone lacking female company? Get out of the way. Xiaolu tightened his grip on his shoulder and reminded him, take the young lady back, or someone's going to ruin your fun later. De Zhuang trembled like a pup, stammering, take care, brother Lei. You're absolutely right, I'll take her away immediately. Standing nearby, Yuan Shi asked curiously, why does everyone seem to know you? Lu Lei grinned smugly, good looks, there's just no helping it. Su Cheng poked his head out of the car and greeted him, brother Lei, I knew you'd be fine. And now you've brought along 2 more girls? Not going to introduce them to your brother? Yuan Shi smiled, hello, Su Cheng, I'm Yuan Shi. Seeing her, Su Chang hollered in excitement, CEO Wuing. Su Chang is seriously impressed with your buddy here. Not bad at all, he's even gotten involved with Jia Yuan's executive director. Lu Lei winked and said, this time, we're going big. In Uncle C of the Yuan family's office, the old man cursed furiously, that woman is still alive? Useless trash, the lot of you. Old Yuan C shouted, Yuan He, hand over all that woman's assets to me. I don't care if it breaks the rules or not. Take hold of them before she returns. Over here, Yuan He replied tensely, yes, Uncle C, I'll get on it right away. At this time, all the employees of Jia Yuan were laid off. The news was updated continuously. As it is known, Jia Yuan Electronics, in order to enhance its competitiveness in the market, had carried out large-scale resource integration. Jia Yuan was actively changing, but could this family business flourish? In the Lu family villa, Lu Shiyu expressed, Lu Lei caused this mess. You can't even touch a single hair of him. Tai Huangzhu believed, as long as he doesn't let the news leak out, it's very difficult to catch him in the act. Then, Huangzhu pinched Lu Shi's cheek, nagging, and added, young Master Lu, I don't like people speaking to me in that manner. He Fengshan had his own way of doing things. He pushed his hand away, and Lu Shiyu frowned, asking, what method? Tai Huangzhu smugly replied, if he has a way of leaking information, we'll take action through that route. At that moment, Han Xiaoxiao was being followed from behind. The follower reported, Mr. Tai, I've been tailing Han Xiaoxiao, and I'll send you the location right away. Suddenly, the phone was snatched away from him. Lu Lei threatened the person on the other side, Tai Huangzhu, I'm very busy, and as for your man, I'll personally teach him a lesson. You can come pick him up later. When returning the phone, the stalker ran for his life. Lu Lei spoke up, don't run, don't you need the phone anymore? Hearing the noise behind her, Han Xiaoxiao turned around. She rushed into his arms, sobbing, I knew it, I knew you'd be fine. Han Xiaoxiao softly said, the repair of the Lu family's supermarket, I've always told them not to strike. It's almost done, Lu Lei replied. Thank you. You've worked hard. Lu Lei said this while looking around. People will be here soon. I'll take you to a place where no one can take photos. Time passed, and in the morning in the city, Lu Lei swam with Han Xiaoxiao. She looked beautiful, gracefully posing by the pool. Han Xiaoxiao quietly asked, Lei, I heard you still owe the Qi family 200 million. Is it really okay to be out here having fun today? Lu Lei swam behind her, thinking to himself, no, actually, I currently owe 3 million, and it's only half a month left. Lu Lei smirked, teasing the person next to him, his heart filled with countless people who weren't worried. The more debt, the more carefree I am. Han Xiaoxiao laughed, clapping her hands, enough, enough. Lu Lei seriously said, President Jia Yuan said that before becoming wealthy, a family of 3 going out for barbecue was the happiest thing. We're fortunate to be able to go out and have fun, don't overthink it. It turns out Xiao Han knew about this too. She said, as expected, Su Chang said he's playing a big trick with Jia Yuan. No wonder he's not worried at all. Lu Lei, with his hands clasped in a Buddhist prayer, said, that's right, these past few days we've been silently waiting, just waiting for them to mess up before we make our move. After clearing the debts, the two of them played in the water, Lu Lei, holding a gun, excitedly said, we might not have time for this in the future. Let's enjoy ourselves to the fullest today. Han Xiaoxiao, feeling shy, said, you dare sneak attack me at the amusement park? The sounds of their voices echoed, stop. Don't run. In Jia Yuan's president office, Yuan Si, with a gloomy face, appeared and said, sign this contract, I'll handle the rest. His troublesome son, Yuan Shing, mumbled, Dad, I'm having fun here, you don't need to worry about me. Yuan Si scolded, you don't care about your wife and kids for this bastard child, yet you're worried about firing a few workers? Yuan Hao cried, trembling. Sure, Xiao Su. Sorry, I apologize to both of you. By the poolside, Han Xiaoxiao curiously asked, by the way, why didn't Su Chang come here with you? Lu Lei chuckled and replied, him? He's practicing with the magic weapon I gave him. Xiao Han, confused, asked again, magic weapon? Lu Lei cheerfully said, yes, it's something that can quickly enhance his combat ability. He recalled the previous time in the other world, where a considerable amount of good items were exchanged. Lu Lei turned around, his gaze filled with affection and his voice seductive as he spoke for the safety of the women. He furrowed his brows and added, tomorrow, I'll deal with that bastard Tai Huangjua. In some office, the sound of destruction echoed. The man in red, stumbling with unsteady steps, cursed, don't talk nonsense to me. Yuan CEO's meaning is very clear. He gritted his teeth, threatening, either you leave, or you die. Watching the employees pack up their things, Sueo Red sneered, hurry up, I still have 3 more rooms to visit. Su Chang's house was in a high-rise building. Lu Lei sat before the computer and asked, Elder Miss Meng is so busy, but she still found time to help me with the sales report for the other world, huh? The voice on the other end of the line responded, this is a business deal worth a fortune. Isn't it only natural for me to try my best to get some shares? He tilted his head back against the chair, smugly negotiating, Elder Miss Meng, it's my honor to cooperate with you. Can we talk about the division after I get through this period? Meng Fu Yao sneered, you said it yourself. Lu Lei, I just don't want to lose. Lin Xiuya. Hearing the response, Lu Lei smiled smugly. Fine, let me check first. While you're at it, help me figure out how to help animals find mates. Meng Fu Yao was puzzled. Don't you have time? That was the question. Lu Lei smiled. I have an appointment tonight. A meeting between men. Once that's settled, Jia Yuan can take action. As the afternoon wore on, 2 people were heading towards Tai Huangjua. He displayed no sign of surprise. Lu Lei, accompanied by Su Chang, was driven more by reckless courage than by reason. Tai Huangjua warmed up his muscles, and he charged to attack. Su Chang stood like a pillar, unmoving. His hand, protected, gripped tightly around him, and with one hand, he tossed him to the ground like a frog. Tai Huangjua sat up, furrowing his brow and asked, what is this? Where did you get it from? Lu Lei, irritated, frowned and said, use your brain for a second. We weren't sure of victory, so how could we take the initiative to look for you? He seemed to have been pricked in his pride, smiling strangely. Interesting, at least today I managed to score a magic weapon. Then, Tai Huangjua's body surged with a fierce killing intent, and Lu Lei seized the opportunity to charge forward and attack him quickly. He threw a powerful punch, landing a heavy blow to his side, causing a loud grunt of pain. Huangjua sweated coldly from the pain but forced a smile. You, with your 6th-tier body training, dare to talk so arrogantly? The words seemed to strike at Lu Lei's pride, and his face darkened. Tai Huangjua burst out laughing and said, I can keep up with this speed. Lu Lei, holding a treasure, teased, well, congratulations then. Tai Huangjua, his eyes wide, asked, what kind of magic weapon is this? Lu Lei smiled and replied, are you afraid of this little ball? Feeling his dignity mocked, Huangjua, enraged, unleashed a punch, dare to toy with me. Lu Lei, with a playful look, dodged his move. If you won't be obedient, we can have a bit of fun. From behind, Su Chang came to assist. He shifted his feet slightly, then executed a 360-degree flip in front of Huangjua's face. Su Chang's hands reached out in front of him, and Huangjua frowned, observing. In the next moment, he was struck by a kick from Su Chang. Seeing his trembling figure, Lu Lei couldn't help but laugh. In a one-on-one fight, I might not be able to compete with you. But when Su Chang and I work together, we bridge that gap. Tai Huangjua resisted. You two have a good strategy, but it's really nauseating. As soon as he finished speaking, he sprang to his feet, his aura condensing. Tai Huangjua, like a moth to a flame, lunged at Su Chang. He shouted, let's deal with this one with the magic weapon first. Su Chang, drenched in cold sweat, watched as he charged. Xiao Su struggled to defend himself, calling out, Lei, he's trying to torture me to death. Tai Huangjua, in a fit of rage, mocked, with his little strength, even with a magic weapon, he won't last long. What nonsense! Lu Lei smirked smugly, sparkling and vibrant. Tai Huangjua kicked with all his might, shouting, "Here it comes again." His fury seemed to explode all at once, and he snarled, gritting his teeth, ready to die fighting. Lu Lei quickly summoned the spirit-gathering tortoise nest with a mouthful of incantation. The energy vortex began to suck the spiritual power out of Huangjua, causing his face to turn pale and his body to tremble. However, his mouth remained firm, his energy merely draining slightly. "I can still do it," Lu Lei said, raising his fist. "How about now?" As Xiaolu punched him, he smirked and said, "If you hadn't been so eager to succeed and condensed your soul." Lu Lei said indifferently, "This spirit-gathering tortoise nest of mine will not be able to increase my cultivation speed like that." Tai Huangjua stood motionless, his eyes gradually reddening, muttering to himself, "This is too filthy, I want to make you die without a grave." No sooner had he finished speaking than a loud explosion echoed. Lu Lei accelerated and flew straight towards him. Lu Lei narrowed his eyes, his voice full of menace, "Can you do what I did? Do it first, then talk." At this moment, Tai Huangjua, like a headless snake, stood frozen, waiting for Lu Lei to charge at him. He raised his fist, but Lu Lei immediately dodged and landed a punch squarely on his face. The blow sent him flying like a frog. Lu Lei, feeling smug, said, "It seems you really wanted me dead just now, so I absorbed so much of your spiritual qi." Lu Lei smiled while looking at the spiritual power in his hand. Bruised and missing teeth, Tai Huangjua seethed with hatred, "You bastard, give my spiritual qi back." If he wanted it, Lu Lei would oblige, as long as you can handle it. The ground and rocks around them began to tremble. Tai Huangjua trembled and reminded himself, "Don't be too aggressive. Among the 36 strategies, fleeing is the quickest way." He thought to himself, "I'll run first." Just as he was about to flee, Lu Lei swiftly adapted to his movements, surrounding him from all sides. "At this speed, I can catch up," Lu Lei said coldly, then punched him hard, causing him to stagger. After Lu Lei gave him a beating, Huangjua angrily reminded him, "If you act recklessly, Fengshan won't spare you." Immediately, he was grabbed by Xiaolu's hand. "Don't worry, I won't act recklessly. I just want to cripple your martial arts." Lu Lei tightened his grip, making him tremble. Only then did he become scared, stuttering as he pleaded, "No, I'll give you the 200 million. You still owe the Qi family money, right?" Lu Lei frowned and pressed harder. "You just wanted my life a moment ago. Now, showing mercy by sparing yours is already being very kind. No bargaining, be good." As soon as he finished speaking, the pressure on his hand increased. Lu Lei gave him a sharp glance and warned, "Anyone who dares to lay a hand on someone close to me ends up like this." Then, Lu Lei, with amusement, asked Su Chang, "Do you want to land a couple of punches for fun?" Su Chang gestured to decline. "Punching a useless person isn't interesting." "Let's go," Lu Lei said. "In 2 minutes, you'll be able to move again. Try to be a decent person next time." On the contrary, Tai Huangjua showed his attitude and said, "Lu Lei, you won't die peacefully." In the dark alley, Long Qian stood observing the entire battle, shaking his head as he said, "Ugh, if you can't fight, then stop showing off. Look at you now, how embarrassing." A voice called out, "Long Qian, why are you here?" Long Qian casually made up an excuse, "Just happened to be passing by. I'll take you for some treatment." As Long Qian spoke, he picked up Tai Huangjua. The latter struggled and screamed in embarrassment. "No, no need, let me go." Tai Huangjua kept shouting, "Let me go, let me go." Long Qian ignored him and said, "But this Lu Lei guy is actually quite interesting. His realm level increases quickly, and he can even create some magic weapons. Looks like he's reached the inheritance level. I'll have to report this to my superiors." Long Qian spoke with a smug expression. In the Lu family supermarket, a huge box appeared. Lu Lei stood in a small corner, bewildered, and asked, "Are you sure you need to bring this much?" Meng Fu Yao, standing next to him, complained, "Have you never chased a girl before? What's wrong with being a little more prepared?" Then she took the initiative to hold Lu Lei's hand. Meng Fu Yao said, "Let's go." She frowned and whispered, "Let's help Thunder Beast find a wife." At Qinggangshan, the villagers gathered, eyes wide, whispering to each other, "Why are they dressed like that? What are they doing?" Lu Lei stood in front of Thunder Beast and introduced, "When we search for a partner, we usually display our own strength, in order to nurture the next generation well." Therefore, Meng Fu Yao cooperated and spoke up, "Music." The outfit she's wearing is an ultra-thin, improved version of an insulating protective suit. Meng Fu Yao yelled, "Gao, oh, let's start. Turn on the music." Lu Lei grabbed the microphone and hummed, "Hey, the Thunder Beast is hunting over there, you're so mighty and powerful." Lu Lei's voice echoed, causing the Thunder Beast to flee in fear. "So scary, I have to run." Spreading scientific knowledge from another world. How do we differentiate the gender of Thunder Beasts? Thunder Beast's tears streamed down as it sobbed. "This isn't going to work." Lu Lei stood beside it, reassuring, "It's alright, love isn't that easy. Luckily, I still have my secret weapon." Meanwhile, another Thunder Beast discovered a new game. Lu Lei calmly controlled the laser beam. Was there a kind of uncontrollable excitement in his heart? You can use this to demonstrate your own charm. Hearing these lessons, Thunder Beast wanted to scream for help. Then came the 82 ND calamity, continuing. The destructive voice rang out, drawing a dragon on the left and a rainbow on the right. Thunder Beast, irritated, grumbled, "Coming again? Are you messing with me?" Crushed beneath the foot of the Thunder Beast, Lu Lei screamed, "Look over there, didn't I help you attract quite a few female Thunder Beasts?" At the same moment, behind the tree, thousands of Thunder Beasts stood in packs. The man in the red robe beside them began chanting a mantra, myriad sword technique. Instantly, thousands of blades infused with food flew out. The Thunder Beasts, enticed by the aroma, exclaimed, "It smells so good." The Thunder Beast nearby widened its eyes in delight and said, "That actually works?" Lu Lei, propping himself up, commanded, "Go over there and confess your love. Say it just like I taught you." The Thunder Beast obeyed, ran over, and began wooing, "Please spend the rest of your life with me. You'll be able to eat meat until your belly is full. During the day, we can roam freely. At night, we'll be endlessly intertwined, never parting. Never parting." Seeing the Thunder Beast now in a couple, Lu Lei was moved to tears. Happiness came so unexpectedly. Tianxiang's face darkened as he schemed, "I'll make you bow your head and submit at the Lu family supermarket." Meng Fu Yao pointed and said, 2 rounds of promotion are enough to make the store go viral. The next step is to identify which products will actually sell. Lu Lei quickly made a call to confirm, "Hello, Su Chang, is it getting wild over there?" Su Chang replied, "It's absolute chaos on this side too. I told the guys to record everything, we'll send it to you right away." After hearing the news, Lu Lei quickly suggested, "You handle everything in the other world, I must urgently contact CEO Wuing." At the Meng family's safe hotel, Lu Lei stood in a daze. CEO Wuing, with an imposing presence, walked over and asked, "Shaolei, younger brother, how have things been these past 2 days outside?" Yuan Shing took out the video, saying, "In the video, Zhang Ting is yelling violently. I told her not to go, I told her to protest. Too angry, she shouted, 'This is the manager who's been with me for 15 years, how could Zhang Ting do this?' The situation was so sudden that Lu Lei, feeling tense, said, 'Sister Yuan, don't worry, I'm quickly collecting evidence.' Before he could finish, Yuan Shing gestured sharply to stop him. By the time you finish collecting evidence, Jia Yuan will have already gone bankrupt because of them." Yuan Shing furrowed her brows and said, "It's not your company, so of course, you can remain calm." At this point, Lu Lei, unable to sit still, desperately tried to hold on. "Sister Yuan, on one hand, I need to contact the person who will bring this to light, and on the other hand, I'm thoroughly investigating how many people were involved in this act of violence to force someone out of their job, so we can prevent things from getting out of hand." Yuan Shing slammed the table. She yelled loudly in front of him, is it because I've grown old and lost my strength that my words no longer hold any weight? His face turned ashen, and Lu Lei stammered, trying to explain, it's not like that, Sister Yuan. I've done everything I can to arrange it, and by tomorrow, it'll be settled. Xiaoyin, seeing this, quickly grabbed his hand to comfort him. Mom, don't get too worked up, calm down. At the Meng family hotel, in Lu Lei's room. Lu Lei was on the phone, so we need to make sure we're fully prepared on the trending topic online. We'll act tomorrow. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Xiaolu turned around and asked, who's there? Yuan Xiaosu, dressed lightly, softly said, it's me. She hesitated, can I come in? Be careful. After changing into her sleepwear, Yuan Xiaosu stood before her, and Lu Lei's mind was in a daze. What's going on here? Could this be genetic? Is she offering herself up? Lu Lei opened the door and said, all right, come in. With a hesitant step, Yuan Xiaosu entered and awkwardly said, my mom got so upset when she went back and saw the TV, especially since Jia Yuan is a company she built herself. She looked pitiful as she continued, when my parents first started building the company, they invested more in me than anyone else. So, can you help me out? I'm willing to do anything. Yuan Xiaosu's voice was full of desperation, as if playing a dramatic role. Lu Lei's face twisted with cunning, she really was willing to do anything. Yuan Xiaosu sighed and nodded. Yeah. 2 hours later, Yuan Xiaosu returned to her room. She clutched her waist and groaned, ouch, it hurts so much. Seeing her like this made Yuan Shi's mind darken. Another 2 hours passed, and Yuan Xiaosu knocked on Lu Lei's door. All right, keep going. Watching her anxiously all night made Yuan Shi worry and think to herself, I wonder where that girl has gone. Immediately, sounds came from the room. Don't move, why are you so hard? Not there, don't be so rough. Those sounds made Sister Fong furious, gritting her teeth. You've got some nerve, Lu Lei. So you think I'm fake, huh? It's midnight and you're still not stopping. Yuan Shi opened her phone, her hand trembling as she typed each key, beep by beep. Safe corridor of the Meng family hotel. Yuan Shi pointed at the door, indicating that Lu Lei was causing a scene in this very room. Upon hearing this, Fu Yao kicked the door open with her foot. Lu Lei. Suddenly, her expression turned confused. Lu Lei stood there posing, sweating, muttering, what's wrong? This made Fu Yao feel led astray, and she angrily said, CEO, tell me. Yuan Shi was sweating, and her father asked, you two were just telling me not to move, saying it was too stiff and needed to be stronger, what does that mean? Yuan Xiaosu puckered her lips to explain, his posture isn't good, his face is too stiff, and his legs are too weak. Lu Lei shyly said, it's my first time modeling, it's normal not to understand. Then, with a smug look on his face, he turned and asked, by the way, what's going on with you two? Yuan Shi sprayed some hairspray, glanced at Fu Yao with a cold stare, and said, it's so late, and you're still not resting. Young people these days only know how to stay up late. Fu Yao understood the meaning and responded, yes, it really is worrying. Looking at the door lying on the floor, Lu Lei pouted, you guys broke the door. Fu Yao angrily yelled, it's my family's hotel. Can't I take it out and play with it? Hearing her say that, Lu Lei grumbled, you have money, but life is really so boring for you. Fu Yao angrily tugged at her tie, tightened her grip, and frowned, asking, do you have any decency? It's the middle of the night, and you're rolling around with a young girl. Wouldn't it be much better if you focused on your strengths, helped her stop thinking nonsense? Lu Lei muttered as he recited Buddhist prayers. At that moment, with the posture improved, Yuan Xiaosu jumped right into work. Looking at the sketch, Yuan Xiaosu sighed, this is much more natural now. Outside Jia Yuan Electronics Company, the name of the employee who was beaten had been hospitalized. Zhang Ting frowned and scolded, you refuse to drink the new wine but want to drink the punishment wine instead? Meanwhile, Tang started her live stream. Hello, everyone, I am your streamer, Tang. This time, I'm here on site to bring about changes at Jia Yuan. She zoomed straight in on the injured person. Hello, sir, what do you think about this change? The injured person trembled and said, I think. Can you call 121st? Lu Lei, standing at a distance, watched with interest and said, You found a hot online girl. She's pretty, but she doesn't look very smart. Su Yang whispered, You don't get it. She's just pretending to be dumb to make a ton of money. Hearing their whispered conversation, Yuan He became very uncomfortable. I'm telling you guys, are you all meddling too much? Lu Lei raised an eyebrow and retorted, For a driver like you, your job is quite a lot, huh? Zheng Ting smugly waved her hand and demanded, Bring it here. Lu Lei calmly folded his arms and mocked, Using a hostage, huh? Doesn't matter what methods I use, I have to pull off this change, Yuan He replied. Immediately, the knife at the neck dropped. Long Qian, the handsome man, appeared. Looking at the lively scene before him, Long Qian cheerfully said, Joining the chaos at Jia Yuan like this, Brother Lei, you didn't forget about me, did you? Zheng Ting Lo muttered anxiously, Long Tongue, what are you guys here to snoop around for? Long Qian teased with excitement, Is it wrong to enthusiastically do what's right? As soon as he finished speaking, he leapt up, target locked for attack. Immediately, peak body refinement evil shadow, Tan Tong appeared, gripping his blade tightly, poised for action. Seeing that someone had his back, Yuan He burst into laughter, This is exactly how I work, to lure all of you into a trap. He snorted arrogantly, 3 at body refinement stage? I'll wipe you out in 5 minutes. That guy is peak body refinement evil shadow, Tan Tong. Sensing the danger, Long Qian quickly warned, Watch out, he's incredibly fast. Su Chang asked curiously, Director Long, you said you had nothing to do, so why are you here poking around? At that moment, Lu Lei standing beside them urged, Su Chang, tell Tang Tang to get everyone out of here. Su Chang obeyed, I'll go call them. Suddenly, he was grabbed by the collar. Lu Lei, holding him under his arm, trembled uncontrollably, unable to stand firm. Lu Lei hurriedly explained, Look, the ground here is already trampled flat. At this point, he gathered all his spiritual qi into his legs. Though his realm level was peak body refinement, his speed had long since reached the foundation establishment level. Tan Tong, hearing that, smugly said, So what if you know? Then, strength surged in his legs. Tan Tong lunged forward to attack, his mouth spewing threats, You people can't even keep up with my speed. Seeing his behavior, Lu Lei grew anxious, thinking to himself, With that kind of speed, there's no way to absorb his spiritual qi. Su Chang couldn't sit still, saying, I'll stop him. Immediately, Su Chang was ambushed from all directions. When Tan Tong saw an opening, he rushed in. Lu Lei shouted loudly, Su Chang. A flash of light flared. Long Qian appeared, grumbling, You brat, behave yourself for once. Seeing his good friend come to his aid, Su Chang gaped, Long Qian, you. Seeing another one join the fray, Tan Tong rolled his eyes and said, I don't care who's first or last, you're all going to die anyway. Lu Lei made his move, frowning as he told Su Chang, Bandage Long Qian up. I'll deal with him. Hearing that, Tan Tong thought he'd misheard. Deal with him? He chuckled arrogantly, confidence is a good thing. Then he charged forward to attack. Tan Tong aimed his knife at him, mocking as he moved, At least you'll die quickly. At this moment, Lu Lei stood with wide eyes, watching him. A net was unfurled, and then his body was wrapped up, bound and imprisoned. Lu Lei sneered, You can stop accelerating your energy, and I can stop my energy and form a net. Lu Lei, interested, stepped forward, his hand clenched into a fist, saying, Now it's your turn. Lu Lei angrily said, You've concentrated all your energy in your legs, which means there's hardly any spiritual qi left to spare. Tan Tong isn't one to back down, and he provoked me again, but you don't have the energy to deal with me. Lu Lei smirked, saying, No need. Then, with a punch, he sent him flying into the air like a rocket. After taking care of the situation, Lu Lei spoke, Su Chang, prepare to clean up the mess. Su Chang, carrying Long Qian, pouted and cried, "Brother Lei." Long Qian's arm is gone, and his spiritual qi has leaked out. We're at the Lin family hospital. Everyone rushed to give Long Qian emergency care, and Lu Lei anxiously said, "Quick, perform surgery immediately." At this point, Long Qian, still thinking about other things, muttered, "Let Su Chang stay outside, he won't catch Zheng Ting." Lu Lei angrily replied, "You're leaking spiritual qi severely right now, we need to reattach your arm first." In the Yuan family's office, Uncle Si Zheng Ting sat in the room to report the news. "Uncle Si, I can't believe he failed as well." When the others heard the news, they started to mock him. Tan Tong still wanted to fight for business, serves him right. I can't believe he hasn't been to the upper management in years, but it's quite interesting here. Hearing them speak nonsense, Yuan He angrily shouted, "What kind of conversation is this with Uncle Si? Isn't it because your people are completely useless?" The person with the shaved head cursed loudly, "Get lost." After that, he struck Zheng Ting, sending him crashing against the wall. Watching Zheng Ting being beaten, Old Si broke into a cold sweat. Without even making a move himself, just a shout from the man had taken down a fifth-level body refinement Zheng Ting. These two foundation establishment experts were certainly not to be underestimated. The mysterious figure standing behind reminded him, "If your people continue to offend us, we won't be helping anymore." Immediately, Old Si submitted. His quick tongue replied, "Two gentlemen, whatever you say is fine." In the hospital corridor, Lin family, Lin Xiuya, with a troubled expression, reported, "Brother Lei, he's not in any immediate danger, but his meridians have been damaged, and it's likely his vital energy will be completely lost." Hearing this, Lu Lei felt slightly relieved. He suggested, "Xiuya, I need to think of a way to stop his spiritual qi from leaking." Lin Xiuya suddenly remembered something from the past and asked in confusion, "Weren't you the ones who almost beat him to death before? Why are you helping him now?" Lu Lei stood by the door, turned his face, and explained, "I'm doing this to help Su Chang block his new moves. I'm going to find some medicine, we can't just let him be crippled like this." "I never expected you to say that." Xiuya was deeply touched. "On Lei is truly kind, just as I thought, the man I hold dear." In a different world, Lu Lei silently chanted Buddhist prayers, thinking, "I must quickly find Jean de Biao to get the medicine." Tian Xiang touched her chest and gently said, "Martial cultivation, I have something to discuss with you." Seeing her body being touched, Lu Lei wore an expression of discomfort. "If you have something to say, hurry up. I have urgent matters to attend to." Seeing Lu Lei's response, she felt amused. Martial cultivation was really impressive the last two times. "I really like people like him." Then, she deliberately touched him more, her body exuding a fragrant scent. Lu Lei slowly became drawn in, his face turning red, and he softly said, "Isn't this a bit too forward?" Seeing Tian Xiang's enthusiasm, Lu Lei laughed and said, "Well then, we can go inside and have a more intimate conversation." Looking at his lustful expression, Tian Xiang sneered inwardly, "What's so special about martial cultivation? Isn't he just easily captured by a bit of temptation?" She immediately threw a contract at Lu Lei's face and said, "Here, sign this contract and become my servant." Tian Xiang looked at his embarrassed expression, secretly pleased, thinking, "You can struggle all you want, but in the end, you'll sign this contract anyway." Looking at the lines in the contract, Lu Lei suddenly came to his senses. He fumbled for a while before managing to say a word. "Ah, who would have thought?" Just a moment later, Lu Lei suddenly lunged forward to hug her and confessed, "I like you." Seeing this, Tian Xiang immediately struggled, pushing him away with her hands. She said with a disgusted tone, "Let go of me." But Lu Lei still held her tightly, not letting go. Looking at his behavior toward her, Tian Xiang couldn't help but exclaim, "The charm spell is really too effective." Immediately afterward, she was startled and turned around to observe. Noticing where his hands were placed, she blushed and muttered, "Are you touching there?" When she turned her face back, a deep fragrance suddenly wafted toward her, causing her to feel as if she were being hypnotized. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Lei quickly snatched the contract and said, "Fortunately, I eat a lot of garlic, so your charm spell doesn't work on me." Upon hearing this, Tian Xiang was taken aback and asked, "Garlic can break the charm spell?" Seeing Tian Xiang fall for it, Lu Lei smugly said, "So you admit that your charm spell doesn't work on me now, huh? Then, what should I do with you?" As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the contract in his hand, silently thinking, "Good thing last time when they caused a ruckus at the store, I took a little bit of the Jean de Biao medicine for self-defense." After waiting for a while without hearing Tian Xiang speak, Lu Lei then opened the contract and continued, "This agreement is well written, you should come and sign it." At this moment, she realized the contract had been stolen, and awkwardly said, "It seems martial cultivation misunderstood, I was just joking earlier." Seeing that she still refused to admit her fault, Lu Lei took out a video from the store and said, "Everything you said and did in my store has been recorded. If you want to deny it, there's a security camera in the corner of the room." Seeing that pleading for mercy had no effect, she then resorted to using her charm, speaking softly, "Martial cultivation, I was blind and failed to see the mountain, please show mercy and go easy on me." Hearing her words, Lu Lei reconsidered and replied, "Fine, forget it. I'll have you do two things. Once they're done, I can pretend nothing happened." Upon hearing this, Tian Xiang immediately bowed her head respectfully and said, "Martial cultivation, please tell me." Lu Lei pointed at her and said, "First, I want a spiritual elixir to condition the foundational spiritual qi, you should quickly contact Jean de Biao. Second, I want my store to be up and running next time. You are to invite friends and acquaintances near and far to come and enjoy the privilege of shopping in advance." Seeing that the requests were so simple, Tian Xiang was astonished and asked, "Is that all?" Lu Lei, hearing this, did not ask for anything else, merely reminding Tian Xiang, "Next time, remember to bring Hongshou along." Tian Xiang immediately responded upon hearing that, complying with the order. Elsewhere, in the hallway of the Lin family hospital, 2 hours later, a thunderous scream suddenly erupted. Long Qian's leaking inner energy had been stabilized. Naturally, the voice belonged to none other than Lin Xiuya. She looked directly at Lu Lei and continued, "Brother Lei, what miraculous elixir did you bring?" Lu Lei gently patted her head and said, "A secret medicine of the Lu family. From now on, I'll have to trouble you more with matters like these." Hearing that, Lin Xiuya obediently replied, "Yes, yes." At that moment, Su Chang suddenly rushed in, panicked, and reported, "Brother Lei, I have something urgent to tell you." To prevent Xiuya from worrying, Lu Lei quickly moved to the garden of the Lin family hospital. He reminded Su Chang, "Don't say anything in front of Xiuya, so she won't worry again." A moment later, Su Chang looked at Lu Lei and said, "Jiayuan's stock prices have plummeted, and online rumors are all linked to Yuan Shi's disappearance. A lot of people on the internet are clamoring for her to show up." Upon hearing that, Lu Lei calmly smiled and replied, "That's actually a good thing. Tomorrow, I can take Sister Yuan to assume her inheritance already." However, Su Chang shook his head repeatedly and said, "Things are not as simple as that." This left Lu Lei somewhat confused, and he asked. Su Chang's expression gradually became tense, and he frowned as he spoke to Lu Lei. This time, Jia Yuan invited 2 foundation establishment stage experts. "With our current strength, I'm afraid we won't be able to handle them." In contrast to Su Chang's mood, Lu Lei, upon hearing this, became extremely happy. He excitedly pulled out 2 bottles of medicine and said, "Afraid we can't win? I've got this treasure." Seeing it, Su Chang was astonished and asked, "Brother Lei, what is this?" Without hesitation, Lu Lei immediately drank down one of the bottles, and a surge of pink energy radiated powerfully, causing his strength to rise. Body Refinement Stage 8, Peak Body Refinement. Su Chang could hardly believe his eyes and picked up the bottle, saying, "It's that powerful?" Lu Lei grinned confidently and replied, "How could my treasure not be powerful?" Upon hearing this, Su Chang did not hesitate to drink the remaining bottle. Sure enough, his strength increased, reaching Body Refinement Stage 6, then Body Refinement Stage 8. After both of them had fully absorbed the power, Lu Lei said to Su Chang, "Body Refining Spirit Elixir. Those below the Foundation Establishment stage who encounter obstacles in advancing can rely on this to raise their realm." Hearing him, Su Chang showed some disappointment and replied, "But we are at the Foundation Establishment stage, and to break through, we still have to rely on Spirit Stones." These spirit stones cost tens of millions, and there's not even any available to buy. Immediately, Lu Lei took out 2 spirit stones and casually said, "Is it just spirit stones?" "Brother Lei, I have plenty." Seeing this, Su Chang rushed over to hug Lu Lei's legs and admired, "Brother, take me to wealth, take me to cultivate." At that moment, in the Lin family's hospital room, Thomas was on the phone with someone. He reported to the other person, "Yes, my hand is completely reattached now, and my strength has fully recovered. Losing my hand was worth it." Then, he told the other person that Lu Lei definitely had a treasure behind him. After finishing his business at the hospital, Lu Lei returned to the Lu family's supermarket in the other world. As soon as he arrived, Hong Xiu ran over to hug him tightly and said, "Mr. Martial Cultivation, you finally made it." Meng Fu Yao, seeing the intimate gestures between the two, felt uncomfortable and said, "Martial Cultivation is really a social butterfly. Even 2 little ones like this can't stop being affectionate." Hearing this, Hong Xiu angrily retorted, "Do you dare to talk bad about martial cultivation? I'll bite you right now." Seeing the little girl showing such interest in Lu Lei, Meng Fuyao walked over, patted her head, and said, "But martial cultivation doesn't like children adding to his troubles." Upon hearing this, Hong Xiu immediately swatted Meng Fuyao's hand away without hesitation and declared fiercely, "Humph, today I want to help martial cultivation clear his sect." Seeing the situation growing tense, Lu Lei decided to speak up to mediate. He gently said to both of them, "My dear ladies, why are you already arguing the moment you arrive? Luckily, I was well prepared, and the product I brought this time happens to be just what we need to settle things with Hong Xiu." At the Lu family's supermarket in another world, Hong Xiu was in a fiery mood and didn't pay any attention to his words. She pointed straight at Meng Fuyao and said, "I don't care, you stay away from martial cultivation." Seeing this, Lu Lei fed her a piece of chips, chewing as he went. After chewing for a while, Hong Xiu happily exclaimed, "What is this? It tastes so good." Lu Lei held the bag of chips in his hand, eating and advertising, golden and crispy, the perfect potato snack. As for Tian Xiang, even though she had eaten all the chips and there were no crumbs left, she still pretended to complain, "It's just ordinary." Meng Fuyao was stunned to see that she had devoured the entire bag so quickly and said, "You ate it all already?" After the two had eaten their fill, Lu Lei pointed toward Meng Fuyao Dao and said, "Now that you've inspected the goods, I'll invite our director to come and negotiate the transaction with you." Meng Fuyao, holding a bag of snacks, responded warmly, "To promote cultural exchange between our 2 worlds, our shop will offer a discount on the first order." The plan was to exchange spirit stones for snacks. Upon hearing that she could trade for chips, Hong Xiu, without a moment's hesitation, raised the gemstone in her hand and declared loudly, "A mid-grade spirit stone, I'll cover everything here." Seeing the girl trying to monopolize all the chips, Meng Fuyao quickly reminded Princess Hong Xiu, "This plan is for product development, not to supply snacks for you alone." Hearing that, Hong Xiu turned away in a huff and replied, "Fine." Tian Xiang, seizing the opportunity to tease the girl, sneered, "Exactly. You don't even know how much that spirit stone of yours is worth. How can you cover everything?" After hearing their remarks, Meng Fuyao Dao turned the question around, "According to your standards, what price would be appropriate for this type of product?" Without giving it much thought, Tian Xiang calmly replied, "Probably a few low-grade spirit stones at most. Even our premium snacks don't cost more than that." Hearing her words, Fu Yao's gaze suddenly became sharp and cold. She looked directly at Tian Xiang and sarcastically said, "The ingredients from the martial cultivation world like this should be sealed with secret techniques to ensure their quality and freshness. And yet, you're only offering a few low-grade spirit stones in exchange?" Tian Xiang was somewhat surprised upon hearing this, and suggested to Fu Yao, "What about 10 pieces then?" Seeing the tension between the two of them, Meng Fu Yao found it somewhat amusing. She smirked and replied, "Since both of you are princesses, you can of course enjoy such a price. However, martial cultivation hopes that the 2 worlds can have more exchanges. Therefore, you will get them at the price of 2 low-grade spirit stones each, your friends will get 3, and when sold on the market, they will be priced at 5 spirit stones per package." Hearing such a ridiculously low price, the two of them hugged each other and exclaimed loudly, "Is it really that cheap?" Fu Yao smiled and explained, it's to promote exchanges and expand influence for everyone, so it benefits everyone. This is how martial cultivation shows its sincerity. Seeing martial cultivation's goodwill, Tian Xiang lowered her head in gratitude and said, martial cultivation has such a kind heart. Tian Xiang is honored to learn from you. After both parties had signed the contract, Fu Yao happily brought 2 boxes of snacks in front of them and said, let this agreement be witnessed. These 2 boxes of snacks are the ceremonial gifts for the signing of the contract. Seeing Fu Yao at work, Lu Lei felt immensely satisfied and thought to himself, letting her handle the negotiations was absolutely the right decision. Now, even this price makes the other party feel like we're being generous. 10 spirit stones for a bag of snacks, what a deal. Not only can these be used to boost combat abilities once brought home, but if the big shots with spirit stones really start spending, this could turn into a real fortune. After finishing things at the supermarket, Lu Lei had other matters to attend to and had to leave early. Before going, he carefully reminded Fu Yao to take full responsibility for preparing and delivering the goods. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, the interdimensional system suddenly issued a notification with a gentle reminder. Thinking the system was about to cause trouble again, Lu Lei snapped irritably, cut it out. Every time you gently remind me, it's never anything good. Seeing that Lu Lei didn't seem to remember anything, the system spoke up again, the prerequisites have been fulfilled. Could it be that you've overlooked the side condition? Inside the Lu family supermarket. Upon hearing the system's reminder, Lu Lei's heart pounded wildly. Trembling, he muttered, Almighty system, what hidden mission are you talking about now? Go on, I'm listening. The system explained that since the owner had successfully rebuilt the shop, a hidden mission had been activated. Hidden mission, store defense system. Mission requirement, earn 300 inferior spirit stone pills. Mission reward, the real world cannot launch attacks on the store in the other world. The interdimensional store will be guarded by a mighty dragon to prevent disturbances. Hearing this, Lu Lei was slightly surprised and asked, really? Not stopping there, the system also mentioned that if the master didn't need it, the task could be cancelled. Seeing an opportunity to make a fortune, Lu Lei quickly responded, I'll do it, I'll do it. Thinking about the number of items he could earn, he couldn't help but smile with joy. The 300 inferior pills and spirit stones could be earned just by 1 day of opening. The system still seemed to favor him a lot. At this moment, the phone in Lu Lei's pocket suddenly rang. On the other end of the line, Long Qian spoke in a very urgent tone, Lu Lei? People from Jia Yuan are on their way to you, I'll be there immediately. Upon hearing this, Lu Lei sneered and calmly replied, perfect timing, saves me the trouble of looking for you. After a while, Yuan CEO's group arrived. Seeing them, Lu Lei casually greeted, why are you all so late? Big Brother Wu, hearing Lu Lei's words, curled his lips into a mocking smile. Ha, it seems you've made proper arrangements for your funeral. In response to the mocking words of his opponent, Lu Lei showed no sign of anger. He mischievously scratched his ear and leisurely said, not yet, I'm still deciding whether to have lamb or seafood for dinner. After Lu Lei's challenge, the 2 Yuan CEOs couldn't hold back any longer and immediately charged forward. Big Brother Wu's voice still echoed with triumph, wrapping it all up in, eat this on your way to the underworld. As he approached, Su Chang instantly activated the Imperial Shield body protection. Seeing this, Big Brother Wu shouted loudly, ah! In just a moment, the protective barrier shattered under the force of his scream. Ah! Cracked! Just as Big Brother Wu was about to reach Su Chang, Long Qian appeared in time. He rushed over and kicked the guy, then said, I kicked him. But my leg's gone numb instead. Hearing Long Qian say that, the other guy mocked him, thinking he was too weak, two peak body refinement fighters? This is actually getting interesting. Seeing how arrogant they were, Lu Lei originally intended to kindly warn them, peak body refinement can condense energy for body protection. Your attacks won't be very effective. Chao Xian, thinking Lu Lei was joking, charged forward confidently and said, you still have time to worry about others? Feel the difference in realm level. Seeing how arrogant this guy was, Lu Lei couldn't be bothered to argue anymore. He directly blocked the attack with his hand. Thud. With a cold, piercing gaze, he said, "The difference in realm level, huh? I don't feel a thing." Chao Xian sensed something unusual and immediately stepped back, saying, "You've reached the foundation establishment stage 2. Where did you get the spirit stones?" Lu Lei, without hiding anything, told him, "I got them through running a supermarket." But the old man didn't believe a single word and angrily threatened him, "You don't want to talk? Then I'll have to force the answer out of your mouth." Crack! As soon as he finished speaking, the old man stretched out his long arm and swiped fiercely toward Lu Lei. Seeing the deep claw marks left on the ground, Su Yang exclaimed in astonishment, "That far away and still so powerful. Is that so?" Upon hearing that, the old man raised his still flaming hand proudly and said, "Once you reach the foundation establishment stage, you can discover a unique ability of your own. You've just reached that stage, so I doubt you found yours yet." Lu Lei responded calmly and firmly, "Thanks for the reminder. After this fight, I'll go find it." Seeing how confident he was, the old man sneered and replied, "Huh, kid, you're surprisingly optimistic." However, right after that, his eyes suddenly lit up with intensity as a powerful force burst outward, accompanied by 2 words courting death. Immediately, Su Chang was blown away by the current at that moment. Seeing his friend in danger, Lu Lei anxiously shouted, "Su Chang!" However, despite this, there was nothing he could do to prevent Su Chang from taking a hit. Seeing this, Lu Lei hurried to help his friend, but after just a few steps, he was injured by Chao Xian's claws. Looking at his helpless opponent lying on the ground, the old man sneered, "The young master of the Lu family can also slip up sometimes?" But instead of showing pain, Lu Lei revealed a crafty smile and said, "I have to take a little hit before I can turn the tables." Chao Xian curled his lips in a mocking smile, glaring at Lu Lei with contempt. "Turn the tables? What are you going to use to do that?" Before he could finish his sentence, he fell straight into Lu Lei's trap. Watching his enemy struggle in the black hole, Lu Lei finally felt reassured and replied, "With your IQ, of course." Hearing this, Chao Xian couldn't help but swear angrily, "Damn it, you set a trap." Without hesitation, Lu Lei shot back, "I came a long way, and you should think of a way to treat me, shouldn't you?" At the gate of the Lu family supermarket, he shouted loudly, "Truchi thorned meridians." Unaware of the approaching danger, the elder leaned closer to the edge of the hole and shouted, "Chao Xian, I'm here to save you." A little while later, Long Qian sprayed some pink powder on him, causing him to struggle for breath and cough uncontrollably. Cough, achoo, achoo, achoo. Long Qian pointed to the packet of powder in his hand and said to Lu Lei, "The stuff in your supermarket has everything, I just went and grabbed it." Hearing this, Lu Lei raised his voice and ordered, "Throw it at them." 3 minutes later, the 2 men were tied to 2 chairs with ropes. Seeing their helpless expressions, Lu Lei couldn't help but laugh with satisfaction and said, "Ha, you two, hurry up and choose your way of dying, we're going to have dinner." Big Brother Wu, afraid of death, immediately begged for mercy, shouting, "Lu young master, please spare us, we will definitely repay you in the future." On the other side, hearing his teammates' words, the other man angrily cursed him, "You scoundrel, the Tua Luo mercenary organization won't let you off." Lu Lei knew they wouldn't be able to agree on anything, so he took out a contract and said, "I don't expect any repayment from you, nor do I want any." He then showed them the terms of the contract. After a moment of consideration, the man stubbornly said, "A glorious death is better than a life of shame," but his foolish teammate pushed him forward and said, "Fine, fine, we'll sign it, we'll sign it, we'll sign it." After signing the contract, Lu Lei immediately let out a bright laugh and released them. Seeing this, Long asked in confusion, "You're really letting them go?" Lu Lei replied, "I have no grudge against them. As long as it doesn't delay what we have to do tomorrow, it's fine." Hearing this, Long Qian found it reasonable and nodded, then said, "All right, now that everything's settled, how are you going to thank me?" Lu Lei wasn't sure what he meant, so he made a suggestion, "Let me treat you to a meal." Lamb or seafood? Sensing the opportunity, Long decisively said, "No need. On the contrary, I want to treat you to a meal. Come meet the true owner of Longtang Real Estate." Upon hearing that, Lu Lei instantly guessed it was Lin Yufei, the one behind the scenes who had single-handedly built Long Teng. His words caught Long Qian off guard, who responded, "Looks like you've done quite a bit of digging into my side, huh?" Lu Lei remained calm. He looked straight at Long Qian and answered, "How could I not know? If it can be taken over, then it will be. If it can't, then we make a strong move." Lin Yufei is truly remarkable. After hearing their conversation, Su Yang angrily spoke up, "What do you mean go? We've already done him a huge favor by helping him heal his arm." However, Lu Lei didn't pay any attention to that. He believed that since they would have to meet sooner or later, it was better to meet a little earlier. "Since young Master Qian helped in the fight, I have to go thank him in person." Hearing this, Long Qian looked very pleased and said, "Then I shall respectfully wait for you both. Once you reclaim Jiayuan tomorrow, I won't come by to watch the show anymore." After wrapping up matters with CEO Yuan, Lu Lei immediately headed to the Lin family hospital. As soon as she saw him, Lin Xiaoya hurried over, threw her arms around him, and said, "Brother Lei, we did it. Even though you said using rare medicinal herbs wouldn't work, I used reishi mushroom and bird's nest, and it still achieved about half the desired effect." Hearing that, Lu Lei was startled and responded, "So it passed the evaluation?" Lin Xiaoya smiled brightly and said, "We'll be able to launch it on the market very soon. How are you going to reward me?" Hearing that, Lu Lei gently reached out, patted her head, and said, "I knew Xiaoya gave it her all." Xiaoya looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, and said, "So? Better than Fu Yao, right?" Lu Lei didn't know how to respond, so he awkwardly turned his face away and mumbled, "That's like comparing 6 of one to half a dozen of the other." A moment later, Lu Lei received a message from Jean de Biao and rushed to the Lu family supermarket in the alternate world. As soon as he arrived, Lu Lei asked him, "We're opening the store tomorrow. What did you call me here for?" Jean de Biao brought a chest full of raw stones and placed it in front of him, then said, "Princess Tianxiang was worried that you might not earn any spirit stones after opening your shop, so she prepared a chest overflowing with lower-grade spirit stones for you." Although Lu Lei was extremely pleased, he still tried to act cool and said, "Got it. You may leave now." Upon hearing this, Jean de Biao respectfully bowed and replied, "May your martial cultivation progress smoothly." After Jean de Biao left, Lu Lei couldn't contain his excitement and immediately rushed to the chest, hugging it tightly. While embracing it, he muttered gleefully, "Striking it rich, striking it rich, striking it rich." But before he could fully enjoy the moment, the system transmitted a notification, "Hidden quest complete the shop's defense system. Gentle reminder, 1 week remains until the deadline for the owner's income goal of 200 million. Hearing the system's alert, Lu Lei felt a stab in his heart and thought, "Every time I'm on the brink of extreme happiness, you suddenly become so damn gentle." At that moment, in the high-rise building of Jiangyuan Electronics Company, the sight of Yuan Shing caused everyone in the office to cry out in astonishment, "CEO Yuan, it's really CEO Yuan. CEO Yuan has returned." Before anyone could gather their thoughts, Yuan Shing's voice rang out sharply, "Notify all board members to be present in the conference room for a meeting in 30 minutes. A little while later, at the conference room of Jiangyuan Electronics, a clueless thug saw her return and, with a menacing look, pointed a knife straight at her face and said, "What are you scared of? She's only brought one person to deal with this woman, and everyone has a share in her stake." Yuan Shing didn't waste any words and simply gave Lu Lei a glance, signaling him to take action. "Please handle this," she said. Receiving the order, Lu Lei wasted no time and cracked his knuckles. Confidently, he said, "They're just a bunch of flies, how pathetic." On the other side, the thug still hadn't realized the danger approaching and arrogantly waved his knife around. "Who are you calling a fly?" But just seconds after being taught a lesson, he obediently apologized, "Sorry, I'm the fly." It was then that Yuan Shing spoke up and asked him, "Where is Yuan he?" A little later, she made her way to the rooftop of Jiangyuan Electronics. As soon as she arrived, she saw Yuan. He had been there for some time, leisurely admiring the view. With a voice full of melancholy, he spoke to Shir, "When we first moved to this high rise, we also stood here and gazed at Shangdu." The bodyguard, upon hearing what he said, immediately spoke up, Yuan CEO, what's going on? Do you want to use your memories to whitewash yourself? Yuan he slowly turned his head to look at Shir and then explained, Uncle C threatened me with Yuan Shing and forced me to expel you from the company. I agreed, but I never expected that he would want to eliminate you all. However, trust had run out, and Shir no longer believed his words. She furrowed her brows in anger and retorted, Do you think I am still the innocent and naive Yuan Shir from back then? Then she scolded him loudly, You don't care about your wife and children, and Jia Yuan is also in a complete mess because of you. Yuan he, what exactly do you want? Hearing this, Yuan he turned toward Yuan Shir and said, What do I want? Don't you know? The rooftop of Jia Yuan's electronic building. Yuan he slightly furrowed his brows, his gaze distant as he looked at Yuan Shir and said, I think I owe you half of the debt. I will repay it with my life first. In the next life, you should marry a good person. With that, he leaned back, making the decision to end his life. Lu Lei, witnessing this, anxiously approached Yuan Shir and whispered, Sister Yuan. Yuan Shir responded in a low voice, It's fine, I was prepared. Hearing this, Lu Lei continued, Now everything is clear. He doesn't want to harm us. Uncle C is the real culprit behind it all. Seeing Yuan Shir trying to hold back her emotions, Lu Lei gently approached her, handing her a handkerchief and saying, Sister Yuan, if you want to cry, here's a tissue. But Yuan Shir immediately refused and replied, I want to cry, but not now. Jia Yuan needs me, Xiaosu needs me, and helping Yuan he seek revenge also needs me. Xiao Lei, once we handle Uncle C Yuan's family, I will hand everything over to you and return to the office. Yuan Shir was extremely angry upon hearing the news, as the money in her account had also been emptied by Uncle C. The staff member, seeing her anger, became frightened and lowered his head, saying, Uncle C took his people with him, and wouldn't let me intervene. Yuan Director, we have family too, we can't go against Uncle C, the staff member added. Yuan Shir was determined not to let this matter be buried. She slammed her hand on the table and declared loudly, Fine, old grievances and new grudges will be settled together. Who can provide information on where Uncle C went? After we catch him, the reward is 10 million. Upon hearing her words, all the staff members were shocked and speechless. At that moment, a female staff member quietly entered and said, I have a classmate who said they often see Uncle C at Haoting's sports field. Hearing that, Yuan Shir seemed to remember something, and then whispered, It's at Haoting again. Lu Lei noticed the seriousness in her expression and immediately asked, What happened at Haoting? Shir replied in a trembling voice, It's the high-end club that He Fengshan protects. As long as you have money, you can hide there for as long as you want. Lu Lei gently placed his hand on Shir's shoulder, looking at her with a determined gaze before saying, Leave it to me. In 6 days, I will definitely bring him back. At that moment, at Haoting Club, Yuan Si urgently approached Wu Qing as soon as he saw her and pleaded, Wu Director, you have to help me take care of Lu Lei's matter. Wu Qing was in no hurry. Calmly, she turned around, threw a card, and said, Sorry, it's a straight flush. Upon hearing this, the others gasped in fear and shouted, Straight flush, you win and take everything. As the game ended, she arrogantly walked out of the casino, not forgetting to tell the staff, Keep my chips, I need to handle some business. She then took Yuan Si to the VIP area of the Haoting Club. Once inside the room, Wu Qing took out a bottle of medicine and handed it to him, saying, This medicine will make you both tall and strong, with great power. She continued, Stronger than last time, though there are some side effects. Hearing this, Yuan Si suddenly felt a bit scared and asked, What side effects? Wu Qing smiled mysteriously, leaning in close to his ear and whispering, It will make you less human. After saying this, she turned and walked away. Before leaving, Wu Qing threw a cryptic remark at Old C. My reward for Lu Lei is still in effect. Do you want to start over? It depends on you. The next day, the hot news quickly featured an eye-catching headline about Yuan, the CEO. Today, the Queen returns to her position, able to ban the chaos. Lu Lei and his friends, upon seeing the news, happily popped open bottles of wine to celebrate. They all raised their glasses in unison and cheered, toasting for the conquest of Jia Yuan. Han Xiaoxiao raised her glass and said, "It's been tough to reclaim Jia Yuan, I toast to everyone." Hearing this, Lu Lei casually replied, "It's been tough to reclaim Jia Yuan, I toast to everyone." "This is for you." Looking at the high-end bag in her hand, Xiaoxiao was deeply moved and said, "Wow, this is the new limited edition bag, thank you." Seeing her holding up the gift he had given, Lu Lei felt a surge of joy in his heart and thought to himself that rebuilding the supermarket had even helped him unlock a hidden mission. He must thank her. He scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "It's the least I could do." Lu Lei's attention toward Xiaoxiao made Fu Yao feel a pang of jealousy. She stared at him, then hinted, "Boss Lu is so considerate toward Miss Han, I'm speechless at how thoughtful Boss Lu is." Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoxiao also chimed in, saying, "You're the director Lu now, shouldn't Miss Meng pour herself a drink as punishment?" Seeing the situation suddenly become tense, Lu Lei lowered his voice and said, "I think you two should talk less, this is supposed to be a celebration, not like this." Unexpectedly, before he could finish his sentence, the two women directly retorted, "This is none of your business." Upon hearing this, Lu Lei, frightened, took a step back and said, "All right then, you two can talk." Su Chang, seeing his friend's plight, sympathetically comforted him, "Bro, you've had it tough." Just then, Lu Lei received a call from Ruan Shir and quickly answered, asking, "Sister Ruan, what's wrong? Have you finished investigating the account?" Ruan Shir responded tiredly, "I'm afraid I'll have to stay up all night, the situation isn't looking good. The company's important assets, including the encryption keys, are with Uncle C. This time, I'm afraid I'll need your help." Seeing her being so polite, Lu Lei decisively said, "When you help someone, you help them all the way." Lu Lei, despite facing danger, remained unwavering. Hearing this from Lu Lei, Shir felt somewhat relieved. She gratefully said to him, "Xiao Lei, you're so kind." At that moment, in the private room of Hao Ting, the club staff saw Yuan Si hesitating and refusing to take his medicine. They approached him and said, "Uncle C, you can relax and enjoy yourself here. Lu Lei won't be able to get in. When it comes to Hao Ting's identity check, Lu Lei wouldn't be able to pass. This Chan Yuan is even more secure than a prison, with cameras everywhere and electronic sensors." Despite the staff's repeated assurances, Yuan Si's anxiety couldn't be completely eased. After a moment of hesitation, he said to the staff, "But I can't stay here forever." Upon hearing this, the staff member flattered him, saying, "With your financial strength, staying here for 2 or 3 months won't be a problem. But Lu Lei still owes the Qi family 200 million, so he won't be here for long." Yuan Si thought for a moment and felt the reasoning was sound. He nodded and replied, "That makes sense." Seeing that the old man had been convinced, the staff member quickly seized the opportunity and said, "Uncle C, come on, let me take you to play some cards to relax." At that time, outside the club, Lu Lei had already arrived. Looking at the wall lined with cameras, he couldn't help but sigh and exclaim, "The security of Hao Ting is really airtight. It's all cameras. It is completely impossible to find a blind spot." On the opening day, the Lu family supermarket in the other world was packed with people. Everyone came to buy goods in large numbers, and after Lu Lei handed the items to the customers, he carefully reminded them, "Genuine goods, real prices. Once you're done, please go over there to line up to pay." Then, he secretly glanced at Fu Yao beside him. Seeing her so enthusiastically selling, Lu Lei couldn't help but feel moved and think, Yao had a fight with Han Xiaoxiao last night, but today, she's not holding any grudges and has come to help. She really is a good girl. Outside, Hong Xiu looked at the crowd lining up to buy and admired Lu Lei, saying, "Ah, the martial treasures of martial cultivation really know how to calculate, don't they?" "I don't know how to calculate," Jean de Biao laughed when he heard her, and responded, martial cultivation earned the yearly income of a small sect in just one day." After a while, he suddenly remembered that Tian Xiang had not yet arrived, so he asked, "Hey, where is Princess Tian Xiang?" Hong Xiu told him, "She said there were too many people, so she went up the mountain to stroll for a bit before coming." Suddenly, a scream rang out. Upon hearing it, Jean de Biao quickly rushed to the source of the sound, only to discover a child showing signs of distress. she immediately grabbed his hand. The child, upon seeing this, was frightened and cried out, "Ah!" After examining the child's body, they discovered that several items from the shop had been stolen by him. Seeing this, Hong Xiu immediately shouted loudly, "How dare you cause trouble in a martial cultivation shop? Where are the guards? Take this little demon outside and chop off his hand." Lu Lei, seeing how angry she was, quickly intervened and said, "Princess, don't rush. Look, this boy has stolen so many items all at once, there's something unusual about it." Hong Xiu, upon hearing this, thought it was just because the boy was greedy, but Lu Lei immediately pointed out the flaw. If it were just for personal gain, he wouldn't have exposed himself so easily. This situation, it seemed, was orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. With that, Lu Lei slowly approached the boy and gently asked, "Tell us, martial cultivation, why did you steal so many things?" At this, the boy suddenly burst into tears and said, "I had to, or they would beat me." Hearing this, Hong Xiu's anger intensified. She shouted at the boy, "So you're rebelling now? Come with me, we're going to catch the people behind this." To her surprise, as soon as they arrived, she immediately struck them all, then stood with her arms crossed and arrogantly declared, "You are so bold. Don't you know this shop is under my protection?" Lu Lei found Hong Xiu's behavior a bit childish, and he couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Leave these people to me. Take good care of this little one and don't let him go back and be bullied again." At that moment, the boy suddenly tugged lightly at the hem of his shirt as if wanting to say something. Seeing this, Lu Lei turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" The boy opened his eyes wide and looked at him, then extended both hands and said, "Thank you, Mr. Martial Cultivation, this is all I have." This was a soul tethering ring, capable of absorbing parts of the soul from spirit beasts. Upon seeing this cheap trinket, Hong Xiu couldn't help but show disdain and said, "What kind of ragged thing is this? Only someone at the foundation establishment stage would play with something like this." Lu Lei paid no mind to that and said to Hong Xiu, "This is the boy's treasure. The fact that he gave it to you means it's from his heart." Upon hearing this, Hong Xiu was deeply impressed and said, "Martial cultivation has such an open mind." Hong Xiu has learned something new again. Oh, Lu family supermarket master. After hearing Lu Lei's request, the Thunder Beast furrowed its brow and replied, "You want me to share a part of my soul with you? It's not that easy." Lu Lei knew this was exactly what it would say, so he responded frankly, "Whatever conditions there are, just state them." The Thunder Beast looked at him for a moment, then spoke seriously, "At the very least, someone must bathe and groom us every day. The food should be a bit more varied, and finally, my nest needs to be larger. After all, I do want to have offspring." After hearing everything, Lu Lei called Jean de Biao and the boy over and said, "This is the manager who arranged a bit for Xiaohu, in charge of Jean de Biao's new house, and also 3 crates of fantastic beast meat." The Thunder Beast, seeing how thoroughly Lu Lei had prepared, happily said, "Very well, go ahead and prepare for a small lightning tribulation." At the Thunder Beast's declaration, Lu Lei immediately protested in shock, "Wait a second, we still have to go through the tribulation crossing." Fu Yao stood frozen, watching Lu Lei's entire body charred by lightning, the smoke and dust dispersing, revealing his miserable figure gritting his teeth. "Damn it! I didn't wear any protective gear," then forced a smile, pointed at his chest and said to her, "But I still held on." The Thunder Beast, surprised, remarked, "Your body doesn't seem as weak as I thought. Now you've already got a fragment of my soul." At the same time, the system notification sounded, "Soul Realm Energy Surge complete. The Master has learned Lightning Scene Transition in the Lu family supermarket." Lu Lei stretched out his hand and slowly said, "This time I struck it rich, learned a technique and even got a crate of spirit stones." Fu Yao rested her chin in her hand, gazing at him with exasperation as she complained, "Seriously, doing something that dangerous without telling me a word." "Yeah." Suddenly, Lu Lei pressed her against the wall, putting them in a standard position. "Yeah, I know you're worried about me, and yesterday, when I gave a gift to Xiao Xiao, you weren't happy." Fu Yao heard this and pouted. "You even know that?" His gaze on her was filled with deep affection. "That's because you understand my foundation. It's not a bag that can be easily ruined. Next month is your birthday, I'll give you a surprise. Fu Yao raised an eyebrow and snorted coldly. Then I'll accept it. Suddenly, his phone in his pocket rang. Xian Young Mater, meeting Lin Yufei, how could I forget? All right, it's decided. 9:00 a.m. tomorrow at the racetrack. Scene change. At the racetrack, the sound of a phone ringing echoed, and a voice said, Mr. Lei, just come straight in. Lin Yufei is waiting inside. As soon as he entered, a haughty girl sitting on horseback spoke up, Are you Lu Lei? He glanced at her and asked, Are you Lin Yue? Lin CEO, she waved her finger, signaling. I heard you've been quite popular recently. Let's have a match. Seeing this, Lu Lei felt a little awkward. He forced a smile. Lin CEO, we should discuss things first. Without any politeness, she shoved the reins into Lu Lei's hands and, without further ado, started gearing up for the competition. He saw this and didn't say much more, mounting his horse, glancing at her, thinking to himself, no wonder Long Third got bored, a strong woman indeed has a real personality. Lu Lei spoke up, how about the test? Lin Yue pointed to the pool nearby and explained, do you see the pool over there? The first one to reach the pool wins, and the loser will fulfill a request from the winner. He nodded in agreement, all right, whatever you say. Yue smiled in satisfaction, feeling pleased. The referee raised the flag and shouted, get ready to run. As soon as the flag waved, the two horses sped off like the wind. Lu Lei watched Lin Yue pull ahead and couldn't help but feel a bit impressed. She does have some skill, huh? Then he smiled, leisurely overtaking her, but he thought to himself, still not enough, not quite there yet. Back in the day, I was the prince of horse racing. When they reached the first marker by the pool, Lu Lei immediately stopped, tilted his head, and laughed, saying, Lin CEO, sorry, I lost this round. However, he didn't expect Lin Yue to simply charge ahead, diving straight into the pool. He muttered to himself, well, that works too. While Lu Lei was still fumbling around, Lin Yue had already emerged from the water and was racing to the pool ahead. He was still at the edge of the pool, wondering what to do. Let me fulfill your wish then. Lu Lei hadn't anticipated this move from Lin Yue, but he smiled and gallantly helped her up. Lin CEO truly exceeds expectations. Lin Yue followed along and grasped the outstretched hand in response, you've lost. Let me think about it, what should I ask you to help me fulfill? At that moment, a girl's voice rang out, all right, stop making a fuss. Hearing this, Lu Lei turned around in shock, oh, there's another CEO Lin. Lin Yufei crossed his arms in a helpless manner and pointed at Lin Yue. Sorry, Mr. Lu, this is my twin sister. Lin Yue has caused you trouble. Yue flashed a broad grin, clearly enjoying herself. She rushed over and hugged Lu Lei tightly. No trouble, I kinda like him. Before anyone could react, Lin Yue grabbed her coat, turned her back, and walked away, leaving behind a final remark, don't interrupt your serious discussion, just remember, you still owe me one wish. Scene transition, resting room at the horse racing track. Lin Yufei politely spoke, sorry, my sister has some issues, I hope Mr. Lu isn't bothered by her, let's get down to business. Lu Lei glanced at him, silently assessing. Has anyone ever spoken about their sister like that? Seeing Lu Lei's dazed expression, Yufei spoke again, please, have a seat. If Meng Fu Yao asks, I can explain things to her for you. At the mention of those three words, Lu Lei's face turned ashen, like it had been drained of all color. No need. Just don't tell her. Yufei, seeing this, did not continue and instead began to address the main issue. Alright, let's get to the point. After Jia Yuan stabilizes, I hope to be able to buy land from Long Teng. Lu Lei, hearing this, immediately replied without hesitation, no problem, you make money, we take land. It's a win-win. Yufei then made another request, also, I'd like to get some spirit stones from Mr. Lu. I heard that Mr. Su has so many spirit stones that they could rival a supermarket. In her mind, she was already formulating a plan. Once he hands over the spirit stones, I can trace their origin, and then, his trump card will be completely exposed. Lu Lei's eyes flickered, a subtle glint appearing as though the eye's wish shall be fulfilled was at play, yet all wishes are doomed to failure. Seeing that he didn't respond, Yu Fei spoke again. Mr. Lu, what do you think? Lu Lei awkwardly smiled and replied, the spirit stones aren't available at the moment. Once I'm done with this matter and the shipment arrives, I'll definitely get in touch with you. Yu Fei did not dwell on it much, simply responding indifferently, Mr. Lu, you've been quite troublesome lately. I'll wait for the news. After hearing this, Lu Lei spoke again. Now that we've gone over everyone's requests, may I make one of my own? I've heard that third master frequently visits Hao Ting. Could you help me get a Hao Ting pass? Yu Fei, hearing that, blinked thoughtfully. Originally, this matter should be answered by the third master himself, but to avoid wasting Mr. Lu's time, I'll decline on his behalf. Then he spoke frankly. First, the pass connected to Hong Mo cannot be lent. Second, you're already on He Fengshan's blacklist. We don't want to get involved in the internal grudges. Scene shifts to outside the racetrack. Just as Lu Lei stepped out, a voice called out. Hey handsome, are you heading to Hao Ting? Yue Wei popped her head out, waved, and flashed a friendly smile. Lu Lei snapped his head back, frowned, and questioned, You were eavesdropping on our conversation? Yue Wei didn't answer. She just smiled meaningfully. You're planning to kill someone? Take me with you. Lu Lei held his forehead, his face full of helplessness. No, I'm just arresting someone. Upon hearing that, Yue Wei placed her hands on her hips and pulled out a shimmering golden card. I'll take you. I've got the card. I'll help you catch them. Lu Lei frantically shook his head, waving his hands. No, this matter. But unexpectedly, the very next second, Yue Wei grabbed him by the collar and shouted, What's this? You lost earlier and still owe me a wish. Being suddenly lifted up, Lu Lei felt a bit frustrated, thinking to himself, what are these two sisters really up to? Immediately, he began to activate the eye's wish shall be fulfilled again. Lu Lei was stunned, unable to believe it. What on earth was she thinking? Lu Lei helplessly thought to himself, the comments her sister made about her are right. He looked at Yue Wei's excited face, and her expression seemed to have written across it, Take me out. Take me out, take me out. Take me out, take me out, take me out, take me out. Take me out, take me out, take me out, take me out. Take me out, take me out. Thus, he helplessly agreed, if you can really get me into Hao Ting, then of course I can take you out. Hearing this, Yue Wei excitedly raised her hand, yeah. Immediately, she rushed over and gave him a light kiss on the cheek, love you to death. Scene changed to Chi family's office. Shizue was holding something in his hand, speaking to Sun Mu Jun beside him, that kid is really smart. With the makeup, she doesn't need to follow my path anymore. She nodded in agreement. Yes, Jia Yuan's news is big, and the makeup, I've heard, was completely sold out in a week. Hearing this, Shizue said, it's a pity, though. He wants to break into He Fengshan's territory, we'll have to plan carefully. Sun Mu Jun understood the implication and asked, do we need to help Lu Lei this time? The old cunning man sneered, preparing to take care of the aftermath. He's about to die, we need to act quickly and take Jia Yuan. Sun Mu Jun heard this and only smiled faintly. Shi family, please don't joke. We both know this kid won't die so easily. Shizue leaned in, his eyes filled with admiration. Can you tell? Sun Mu Jun raised an eyebrow and scoffed. Chi family, are you testing my eyesight? This kid broke through to the foundation establishment stage in one go. He's definitely not an ordinary person. Hearing this, Shizue's eyes showed signs of aging. The people from the Sun family are indeed different from those fools. In that case, stay alert and try to drain every drop of oil from him. Scene shifts to Su Chang. Old Lu Lei pouted, his face dripping with cold sweat, as he looked around Su Chang. He pointed at his own nose and said, Lei, you're so boring. Not only did Xiao Zhang Yuan not take me along, but this time, you're also not taking me when you're out to capture someone. Lu Lei, with a face full of dark lines, explained, even Lin Yufei doesn't want to get involved in the grievances with He Fengshan. I'm not worried about you getting dragged into it, but Xiao Xiao, too. Hearing this, Su Chang retorted, we've been tied together long ago. If you cause trouble, do you think I can run away? Lu Lei, feeling helpless, said, fine, but only Lin Yue has the pass. I'll take you to ask her tomorrow. Scene shifts to the roadside the next morning. Yue leaned against the side of the car, chewing on candy, and firmly refused to take him along. Su Cheng questioned, pointing at Lu Lei and asked, why are Lu Lei and I sworn brothers, bound by life and death? Yue slammed her hand on the car, replying bluntly, this car is low to the ground, and you're too fat. I'm afraid you'll damage it. She and Lu Lei got into the car, leaving behind a remark, hurry up, let's go. Su Chang, left behind, had tears welling up in his eyes, am I really that fat? Even the car won't let me sit in it. Lu Lei held the leaf, tilted his head, and sighed, you're completely different from your sister. Yue heard this and smiled brightly, saying, if you were like her, how boring the world would be. Suddenly, he tilted his head and asked, did you bring my pass? Yue answered indifferently, you still want a pass? It's lucky if you don't get beaten to death right at the door. He stiffened, letting out a confused sound. Yue then pointed to her head, her gaze resolute, just leave it to me, you'll be fine. At the entrance of Haoting Club, they were stopped by a group of people in black, halting the car for a check. Without saying much, Yue and Lu Lei leaned in and kissed each other. She then smoothly handed over a VIP card while drawing out a sharp knife. The security guard stepped forward and said, esteemed guest, your driver also needs to present his credentials. His colleague was even more perceptive. The guy stepped forward and reminded him, can't you see who that is? Before the other person could react, Yue's sharp gaze flashed as he pressed a knife to the guard's throat and threatened, you dare to refuse after I brought this handsome guy here? Don't want to work anymore, or do you not care about your life? The man, with the knife at his throat, trembled uncontrollably, Miss Lin, please calm down. He immediately bowed respectfully, please, step inside. Lu Lei wiped the lipstick off the corner of his mouth and spoke with amusement, Miss Lin sure has guts. Yue, upon hearing this, laughed excitedly, work should have a bit of thrill to it. The group of guards, after escorting them inside, began to gossip. Another fine young man tortured by Miss Lin. They clasped their hands and muttered prayers for Lu Lei, such a pity, what a misfortune, what a misfortune. As they reached the door to the surveillance room, a duty officer saw them and immediately spoke up, excuse me, but only authorized personnel are allowed in here. Lu Lei's hand flashed with a gleam of light, and before the man could react, he was lying motionless on the floor. Seeing this, Yue exclaimed with admiration, wow, he touched the guy and he instantly fainted, you really are a beast. He stepped forward and began searching. Not long after, he smiled brightly, found it. I didn't expect Haoting's surveillance system to help me out so much. The scene shifts to the room of Matt, where a man with a gloomy expression spoke up, I never expected that after all these years, my entire fortune is now reduced to the secret key, which is Jiang Yuan's USB. Lu Lei immediately pushed open the door and peered inside, continuing, it's a pity though, this secret key USB doesn't belong to you either. The man, filled with rage, stood up abruptly, pointing a finger at Lu Lei's face, well done, Lu Lei. You really dared to come here? Lu Lei walked into the room and stood face to face with the man, replying indifferently, of course, I promised Miss Yin I would help her take revenge. Upon hearing this, the man began to speak, if you trade the yuan for me, I will pay you double for everything you return. Lu Lei leaned in closer, can you really make that happen? The man, upon hearing this, shouted, she handed Jia Yuan over to you, that useless woman. I knew from the start that Jia Yuan couldn't be entrusted to her. Lu Lei's eyes were cold, and he responded in a frosty tone, stop talking nonsense. Are you coming with me, or should I make you? The man had already taken a vial of medicine from his pocket. He swallowed it directly, his eyes becoming cloudy. His hands began to transform. He yelled, come here, I want to see what you can do. His entire body immediately transformed into a wild boar. Yue rushed in, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "So cute, can I take it home as my pet?" The man heard these words and immediately growled, "You want to die?" Without hesitation, Lu Lei dashed forward and grabbed her, dodging the incoming attack. Yue squinted, signaling, "Last time I caused trouble, they caught up in a minute. You need to hurry." Hearing this, he froze for a moment. His hands gleamed as he wielded his arrogant light in response. "A minute? That's plenty of time." The lightning in Lu Lei's hands flickered, and he calmly charged forward, launching an attack. "See how you like this." The man sneered in disdain. "Is this all you've got?" He said, his body brimming with vitality. "After taking my family's medicine, I've been enhanced. Now, I am invincible." With that, he struck towards Lu Lei, sending him flying. Lu Lei managed to steady himself mid-air, his expression revealing his contempt. "Kiddo, you're not as impressive as they say." On the other side, Lu Lei winked and revealed something to him. "I know you have a unique skill, so that's why I just used the electricity." He hesitated for a moment, just to confirm where this was. A second later, his hand opened, and a USB drive was neatly resting in his palm. The wild boar man saw this and screamed, "Kiddo, you dare mess with me." Lu Lei smugly threw the USB to Yue. "Keep an eye on it for me." She caught it and reminded him, "Only 30 seconds left." Lu Lei calmly replied, "Plenty of time." The boar, taking advantage of his momentary distraction, attempted to strike. "Go die." But Lu Lei swiftly dodged, then sneered at him. "With that slow speed, you think you can even touch me?" The boar, at that moment, ended up grabbing air, only to be kicked away by Lu Lei, sending him flying and making him furious. His eyes reddened as he glared at Lu Lei. "I don't even need to beat you, I just need to stall until He Feng Shan's people arrive." He rested his chin on his hand, feigning thoughtfulness, and added, "True, the USB is in my hands. It's time for me to leave." Hearing this, the boar lunged forward. "Don't even think about running." Lu Lei remained still, his voice calm. "I'm not trying to run." Meanwhile, at the Haoting Club, inside a room, an old man raised his hand and picked up a bug from the plate, slowly placing it in his mouth. "Just a bug, and you're making me step in." The old man was none other than He Feng, a notorious figure in the underworld. He was the Gu elder of the Peak Foundation establishment. He Feng's eyes gleamed with malice as he said, "Don't worry, I can crush him with one hand." Seizing the opportunity, Lu Lei mocked him, "I only said that to make you act first." Taking this chance, he also threw a punch down, making the weak wild boar beg for mercy. "Don't beg me for mercy." Yet Lu Lei didn't listen to a single word. He let lightning light erupt and swung a punch. "You ruined Miss Yin's family and life, I must seek justice." The office door was kicked open. He Feng walked in, hunched over, hands in his pockets. "Lu Lei, your death day has arrived." Old He Feng curled his lips into a smug smile. "Lu Lei, your death day has arrived." Old he roared out, but got no response. That's when he angrily clenched his fist and slammed it into the wall. In the office, Director Jia Yuan brought Lu Lei and Lin Yue to meet Yuan Shing. His expression was extremely serious. The secret key had been retrieved. Lin Yue was tasked with giving it to Yin Tong. Yin Tong was so bewildered her face turned pale when she saw Lin Yue directly pull the hidden key out from her chest. Lin Yue then handed it to Yuan Shing, who hesitated so much her hands trembled. "Here." Yuan Shing, confused, whispered to him. "Why did everyone put the secret key in there after getting it back?" He quietly replied, "How should I know?" Yuan Shing took the key and grinned with delight. "Don't worry, I won't tell Fu Yao. Let me take a look first." After a while, Yuan Shing was sitting in front of the laptop, repeatedly trying and failing to enter the correct password. Yin Tong stood by, deep in thought, trying to recall any numbers that might be relevant. He even set up a password? At that moment, their daughter stepped forward. Mom, let me try. With just one attempt, Yuan Shaosu easily unlocked it, leaving everyone stunned. Unlocked successfully. How did you know his password? Tears welled up in the corners of Yuan Shaosu's eyes as she spoke emotionally. Mom, Dad knew there was danger. He told me the password beforehand. In his heart, he always kept me close. Lu Lei spoke up helplessly. If Uncle C hadn't acted out of dark greed and turned against everyone, maybe your family. Ruan Shir closed her eyes, sighed deeply, and said, Say no more. My younger brother Xiao Lei should be repaying the money now. I've already arranged with the bank. Tomorrow morning I'll handle the transfer. Shouldn't be too late, right? Lu Lei nodded calmly. Yeah, it's still in time to send it to the Qi family. Soon after, he and Lin Yufei walked down the hallway, preparing to leave. He asked, Shall I drive you back in Miss Doan's car? Lin Yufei stuck her tongue out playfully. I don't think so. He chuckled awkwardly, clearly flustered, as beads of sweat dotted his face. When they arrived home, Su Chang Lu Lei, blushing, introduced Lin Yufei, who was striking a graceful pose beside him. Let me introduce everyone, this is Lin Yufei. She helped me recover the secret key for Jia Yuan today. Meng Fu Yao crossed her arms in front of her chest and smiled as she complimented, Well done, you've gone out to do business and come back with a new girl. Not knowing how to explain, he stammered for a few words. For safety reasons, when we fled, we left the car at Haoting, so before I could finish my sentence, Lin Yue jumped out with a big smile, startling everyone. Wow, two beautiful girls. Which one of you is Lu Lei's girlfriend? Han Xiao blushed deeply upon hearing this and exclaimed. What? What do you mean? Meng Fu Yao said with a bit of irritation, denying it, though she wasn't sure why, because it certainly wasn't her. Without hesitation, Lin Yue boldly declared, Well, in that case, I'll be his girlfriend. You two have no objections, right? Both Han Xiao and Meng Fu Yao immediately retorted in indignation, What a joke. Lin Yue then proposed a rather troublesome idea, Well then, how about we start a competition? Whoever wins gets to be his girlfriend. Both of them frowned in confusion. What? Why do we have to compete? Lin Yue reached into her chest and began searching around. Let me find the projector. Lu Lei stood aside, his hand on his chest, trembling, always feeling like he was about to die. She smiled as she pressed the power button, and the projector started. The competition was about to begin, but only Lu Lei helplessly sank down under the bright pink light of the projector. Meng Fu Yao got goosebumps and began to feel indignant at the nonsense before her. She bluntly declared, That's enough. This is too stupid. I'm not competing. Han Xiao, on the other hand, calmly responded, Your cheeks are still blushing with shyness. I think if you truly enjoy it, a little competition won't hurt. She furrowed her brows and thought. If she didn't make an effort here, she would never be able to defeat Meng Fu Yao. Lu Lei scratched his head and offered a suggestion, though it seemed he didn't have much of a say. I think maybe we should just forget it. This kind of contest could ruin the harmony. Lin Yue pinched his cheek to stop him from speaking. You don't need to participate. Just stand over there and enjoy the breeze. Then, she cheerfully announced, If everyone's interested, then let's have a contest. But the next second, she collapsed onto the ground, leaving Han Xiao and Meng Fu Yao helpless. But what should we compete in? We haven't even decided yet. After barely a minute of thinking, Lin Yue came up with an idea. Then let's have a physical challenge between the two of you. Han Xiao had a completely different idea. Let's do an art competition. Even Meng Fu Yao had her own suggestion. She said, How about something that tests intelligence? Seeing that everyone had a different opinion, Lin Yue came up with a new idea. Then how about the three of us fight it out? Meng Fu Yao lowered her head in protest. Wouldn't that just turn it into a physical challenge again? As she kept offering suggestions without reaching a conclusion, Lu Lei finally dared to speak up. How about a dance contest? It combines physical strength, artistic expression, and coordination of mind and body? Lin Yue was the first to raise her hand in approval, and this idea seemed great. Then, she immediately switched the topic on the projector screen, where a decorative line of text appeared: the girlfriend competition Lu Lei to perform a dance. Fu Yao turned to give him a glare, clearly noticing how much he was paying attention. He was worried about the possibility of a fight breaking out. Lin Yue appeared quite confident as she presented the rules. The rules are as follows: we will compare our popularity. Who's got more? Everyone will wear a dance mask and post a video online for 2 hours. Whoever gets the most likes wins. Without hesitation, Han Xiao took off her outer jacket. I'll go first. In the dim light, Xiao's fiery figure started to move. I have to make them realize there's no turning back. She swayed her hips boldly, performing an enticing, hot dance with a seductive flair. Her graceful spin revealed a delicate, smooth back beneath her thin top, mesmerizing everyone. Lu Lei seemed entranced, unable to tear his eyes away, watching her every move. He hadn't expected her to look so gentle but dance with such wild energy. Xiao was brimming with confidence, passionately showcasing herself. Back in the day, my dancing in the department drove the whole school crazy. When she deliberately made eye contact with him, she noticed his gaze was absent-minded and somewhat dazed. Such a fool. The performance ended with a perfectly poised stance, and she was sure that he was captivated by her. As the music ended, Lin Yue immediately stepped forward with a white scarf, saying, "It's my turn, my turn." She wore an Egyptian outfit that accentuated her strong, beautiful figure as she performed a belly dance. Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Where on earth had she gotten that outfit? Lin Yue gave a faint smile, as if love surrounded her. Of course, she had come thoroughly prepared. As the music began, Yue gracefully extended her hand, followed by soft, fluid steps. She had planned it all in advance. Those disgusting men online would definitely love this kind of thing. While dancing, Yue was secretly pleased with herself. Truly seductive and captivating, exquisite, alluring, and flawless. After the performance, she leaned in to teasingly whisper to Fu Yao, "What now? If you want to beat me, you'll have to wear something even hotter." Lu Lei, sitting behind, hesitated slightly. Though it was impressive, he didn't want Fu Yao to compete like this. Without saying much, Fu Yao stepped forward and opened the door, softly declaring, "Since this is what you want, I have no choice but to make you bow your heads in defeat." The door slowly opened, revealing a man standing behind it was one of Fu Yao's people. He quickly delivered the item she had just requested. "Eldest Miss Meng, the outfit you asked for has been brought." When Fu Yao finished changing, all three of them were utterly stunned, speechless, their jaws practically on the floor. Her eyes were gently closed, framed by long, curled lashes. Fu Yao wore a dazzling red traditional costume. As the music rose, she opened her eyes and began her national-style dance performance. Fu Yao lightly fluttered the hem of her dress, her figure resembling a fairy dancing in the air. Lu Lei was so delighted that his face turned as red as a tomato. "She can do this too?" Xiao and Yue both exclaimed in admiration. The traditional outfit further accentuated her natural beauty. Fu Yao skillfully used the flowing hem of her dress to express the dance with grace and fluidity. Lu Lei chuckled in delight. It seemed there was no need to worry about helping her with her costume anymore. After Fu Yao's performance ended, Lu Lei immediately posted 3 videos online. "Okay, it's up. Now we just need to wait for the results." Time passed quickly, and 2 hours later, Yue grinned, beaming. "Wow, my video has tens of thousands of likes already." Fu Yao remained cold, but she refused to lose and responded, "Not bad, mine has a bit more 200,000 live views." Xiao stood behind, dejected. "I only have 87. Without hesitation, Yue pushed Lu Lei toward Fu Yao. "Then he's yours now." She pouted and judged, "I'm just playing around with you guys. I'm not interested in this guy." Upon hearing that, Lu Lei was secretly surprised. "You asked someone to send the clothes on purpose, though." Before leaving, Lin Yue turned back to make an announcement, leaving Fu Yao utterly stunned. Alright, this month he's yours. Next month, I'll come back to compete in the dance contest. Just 1 month? Yue smirked with satisfaction. Of course, when a boyfriend wins, it's time to switch. Fu Yao, enraged, shouted, "Don't come any closer." After Yue left, she turned to Lu Lei and demanded, "Why did you provoke this woman?" He could only helplessly reply honestly, "Without her, I wouldn't have been able to enter Haoting today." Fu Yao furrowed her brows and questioned, "You caused such a big scene at Haoting, did Heishan Foam react?" Lu Lei closed his eyes and sighed, "With so many debts on my shoulders, have I ever been afraid?" But then he leaned in closer to Fu Yao, his expression slightly lecherous. Just having her care for him so soon after they became a couple made him feel deeply touched. Her face reddened with embarrassment, and she immediately pushed him away. "Who's your girlfriend? You're not serious at all." Inside the Haoting club, through the window, the silhouette of the old Heishan Foam was clearly visible. 2 subordinates were bending over in distress, answering his questions. These were the 2 who had let Lu Lei in. They were trembling as they tried to explain. It was Miss Lin Yue who brought him in with a knife. "We didn't dare." The old man growled, pressing them into a corner. "Don't you know who is the most terrifying person here?" Then, he slowly extended his menacing hand. "Let me make sure you remember." The subordinate instinctively flinched as he followed the old man's bony hand. He broke into a cold sweat, terrified that he was about to die. "No, please don't." The old man reached out, directly absorbing the spiritual chi from the person. Life faded away swiftly, leaving behind only a frail, withered body, skin stretched tightly over bones. The scream of horror still lingered in the air. Ah! After both subordinates had been dealt with, his mood remained calm. "Just say that Uncle Si Yuan from the family took the medicine from Wu Qian and died. Don't let this story spread, it might cause trouble for He Fengshan." At this moment, a close subordinate delivered some news. "Gu Elder, the car of Lin Yue is still with us." "Humph, then let's go to the Dragon faction and demand an explanation." Ruan Shishir handed Lu Lei a shining, gold-plated card. "I've transferred 200 million to you." She skillfully asked, "Did the Qi family give you any trouble?" Lu Lei smiled and replied, "The Qi family has been in the game for many years, they understand the rules." Taking the card, he turned and walked away with confidence. "Don't worry." Soon, Lu Lei arrived at the office. The Qi family. He held out the card before the elder. "Qi family, I'm here to deliver 200 million to you." Shizwa took it and handed it over to the beautiful girl behind him to check while I had a brief conversation with Lu Lei. Yes, let her check. In his heart, he didn't want to interact with this guy for long, so he made a suggestion. "Money isn't a problem. I'll go ahead, I have some other business later." He raised his hand to stop him. "No rush." Shizwa furrowed his brow, staring at him intently. "Uncle Si once hired 2 assassins to deal with Chao Han and Wu Yongning. They are both from our Tua Luo organization. Tua Luo is an assassin for hire group." After hearing this, Lu Lei seemed a bit taken aback. "Tua Luo? I think I've heard people say they're your people?" Shizwa's tone became serious. "I'm also one of Tua Luo's people. This matter needs to be explained to them." He crossed his arms, looking puzzled, but Shizwa immediately presented the price. "What do you think should be done?" 200 million. He had already planned this out. "Although I have no personal connections with them, I still want to extract a bit from you." Lu Lei stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Let me think." At this moment, the beautiful girl had finished the check and handed over the card. There were no issues with the card, and the money had been transferred to the account. In the end, he firmly made a straightforward offer. "I can give the money, but next time something happens to me, you have to lend me a hand." Shizwa immediately sneered, still trying to bargain? At this point, he no longer needed to hold back, so he spoke frankly, leaving the man momentarily stunned. She family, if you take the money, you have to do the job. Otherwise, it's no different from robbery. Doesn't sound good, does it? Kiddo, you've got guts, daring to talk back to me. Eventually, the man agreed. Fine, as long as it's not a big hassle, I can help you once. Thank you, Chief family. I'll head back and wait for the money. I'll send it to you within a week. By now, the sky had gradually darkened. The tallest building in the city had been lit up for a while. At the pharmaceutical building of the Lin family, Lin Xiaoya was sulking after hearing the news. Meng Fu Yao danced for you? Then I want to dance for you too. She bounced back and forth like a cute, adorable little kitten, applauding herself. Lu Lei reluctantly clapped and offered a compliment, nice dancing. But he didn't expect Lin Xiaoya to suddenly throw a difficult question at him, leaving him flustered and scrambling to change the topic. So who's prettier, me or Meng Fu Yao? Each has her own kind of beauty. This time I actually came for something else. He scratched his head, awkwardly asking, how much are those beauty elixirs selling for? Lin Xiaoya quickly responded. Yin Tong returned, astonishing everyone at the school. Now, the order amount had exceeded 200 million. He continued to make a request, I urgently need money recently, could you advance me that amount? Xiaoya was not at all polite with him, she smiled and agreed, no problem, I just need to ask my father. Lu Lei turned to leave, then, I'll trouble you to let me come back tomorrow. She seemed a bit surprised, aren't you staying a bit longer? He waved his hand to bid her goodbye, no, I still have goods to handle in the afternoon. As she watched him leave, Xiaoya felt something heavy in her heart. The words kept echoing in her mind, and her hand clenched in turmoil. Xiaoya told herself that her life was saved by him, so she shouldn't ask for too much. A few minutes later, he had arrived at the Lu Lei shop and was focused on arranging the goods. Apart from snacks, he should also bring in some high-end tech products before opening the supermarket. Outside the shop, a crowd had gathered, with moods not looking too optimistic. Hey Fengshan, you guys handle this. By chance, Lu Lei and he had old scores to settle. The big brother, Wu, loudly instructed his underlings, when the time comes, you all block his advances. I will give him a fatal blow. The underlings immediately responded, yes, yes. Then, they began to move forward. Outside the Lu family shop, several of them stood arrogantly there. Wu Yongning gritted his teeth and ordered, he's unprepared, bring them inside, destroy the shop for me. The underlings, following his command, began preparing their spiritual power in their hands. They crazily launched attacks toward Lu family. As time passed, their strikes grew fiercer, and the entire space was engulfed by a sea of their assaults. The leader, Wu, smugly cursed under his breath, Lu Lei, this time you are definitely going to die. As the dust gradually cleared, Lu Lei's house appeared unscathed, standing there as if nothing had happened. Wu Yongning froze, unable to believe his eyes. The house was still shining brightly, completely intact. All of them gasped, how is this possible? Suddenly, a swift and powerful strike shot out. The group who had just attacked in Lu Lei's house all fell to the ground, leaving Wu in a state of panic. You! What's wrong with you? Lu Lei stood behind, dusting his hands off, speaking calmly, which made Wu's face turn pale. Wu, you came rushing here so fast? Wu Yongning shot a glance backward, intending to flee, while Lu Lei smiled contentedly. Luckily, the shop's defense system has been upgraded. No need to worry about anyone coming here to cause trouble anymore. He struggled to escape, but the result was that he was just stuck in place. Why can't I run? I can't control my body. At this moment, he took out the contract from before. Big brother Wu, it's true that a noble person has a short memory. Have you forgotten that you signed a contract? Wu Yongning was filled with rage when he realized he had been tricked. Is this also a magical artifact? This is called a contract, a true commitment to keeping one's word. He changed his expression as quickly as flipping a pancake, kneeling down and bowing his head repeatedly. Brother Lu, no, Lu big brother, please have mercy and spare me. Lu Lei calmly pointed it out. This is clearly written in black and white. If you attack my company or the Lu family store again, Wu Yongning will be a servant for life. Hearing the threat, Wu Yongning was startled and shuddered. A servant? Big brother, please don't make things difficult for me. He resisted, but Lu Lei glared at him, pushing him into a corner. Don't worry, I am a man of my word. I am an upright person and will not do anything unreasonable to you. After that, he was taken to the Qi family's office as a servant, while Lu Lei proudly held a golden card in his hand. 200 million from the Qi family. Your colleague Tua Luo has agreed to cease hostilities with me. Qi's was smirked lightly. Oh, really? Wu Yongning took this opportunity to rush forward, grabbing his hand and flattering him. Back to Qi family, now I work for Lu big brother. I hope you'll look after me in the future. Shizwa couldn't believe it and gave Lu Lei a compliment. Lu Lei, you really have skills. Even Tua Luo's people are under your control, listening to you like that. He quickly made a decision and wanted to see the guest off. I'll accept this money, you can leave now. After this incident, the Qi family began to be more cautious, even allowing Lu Lei, and even Wu Yongning, to be his subordinate. It seems that before he grows stronger, I must deal with him. Lu Lei returned to the shop in the other world and diligently carried goods. After a while, he called out, Hong Xiu, I have a favor to ask of everyone. Immediately, Hong Xiu and Jean de Biao appeared, bowing respectfully to him. Martial cultivation gave instructions, and he made an easy request, please help me find a special birthday gift for a woman. Once you succeed, this snack is for everyone. Looking at the basket of snacks, her face shimmering and incredibly attractive, the two of them stared with bright eyes, like stars, and replied, Martial cultivation, wait a moment, we'll go do it right away. Half an hour later, something unfortunate happened. Hong Xiu was holding an unconscious girl and urgently called for help. Martial cultivation, this is not good. Martial cultivation, something serious has happened. My friend suddenly fell ill. The girl's face seemed to have become extremely weak. What's wrong with her? Lu Lei asked. Hong Xiu softly replied, Martial cultivation, her name is Shangguan Shui, she has been poisoned since she was young. The more I speak, the more anxious I become, and my voice keeps getting quieter. Originally, she relied on high-quality nuanyu to nourish her, but who knew that scoundrel Hua Xiao had bought up all the nuanyu in the market? Sister Shui couldn't follow the treatment, and as a result, she has fallen ill. Shangguan Shui lay on the bed, her face twisted in pain. Lu Lei reached out to check her pulse, silently thinking to himself that although he didn't know who Hua Xiao was, just hearing the name didn't give the impression of someone good. Closing his eyes to sense her pulse, he said, this young lady's body temperature is far too low. After assessing Shangguan Shui's condition, Lu Lei stood up and asked, why not cultivate a fire element technique to warm yourself? Hong Xiu, sitting on the bed, replied upon hearing Lu Lei's question, Sister Shui has a special constitution. Fire element techniques or even flames would damage her heart meridian. Lu Lei tried something else, taking out a strange object. After using it, the pain and discomfort in Shangguan Shui's body vanished completely, replaced by a sense of comfort. She slowly opened her eyes. Seeing that Shangguan Shui had awakened, Hong Xiu couldn't hold back her tears and shouted, you're awake. Just regaining consciousness, Shangguan Shui felt a little dizzy. She raised her hand to her forehead and asked, what happened? Hong Xiu, overjoyed, said, Sister Shui, you fainted after escaping from home. I brought you here to martial cultivation. Having understood the current situation, she immediately bowed to Lu Lei and said gratefully, Martial cultivation, you saved my life, please accept this bow from a humble girl. My close friend, Hong Xiu. I am Shangguan Shui, she added. Lu Lei reached out to help her up and said, it was a small matter. No need for such formality. Hong Xiu, beside them, happily said, Martial cultivation is truly remarkable, one move and everything was resolved. Shangguan Shui lowered her head and said, then I will repay you in the future. She reached out and touched her belly, saying, this item is even closer to me than nuanyu, and I willingly paid a large sum to purchase it. Lu Lei took out a large box and generously said, "This item has a time limitation. You can use these things to hold on for a while. Next time, I will give you a more thorough solution." Shang Guanshui immediately waved her hand and said, "This is too precious, I cannot accept it." Lu Lei smiled and told her to take it. Hong Xiu quickly put the items into her space. Acting on her behalf, she said, "I will store it in my space for you first, and later I will transfer it to your house." Space? Lu Lei repeated, noticing the ring on Hong Xiu's hand. Her eyes lit up, and she said, "How about giving me a few as a reward?" Shang Guanshui heard this and respectfully cupped her hands, saying, "I will obey your orders." Jean de Biao called out, "Mr. Martial Cultivation." He happily said, "I have found the treasure you needed," holding a square piece of strange stone in his hand. "You found me a black stone?" Lu Lei asked in confusion. Jean de Biao used his spiritual energy, and a small, beautiful galaxy appeared before them. Jean de Biao explained, "This is the starry sky stone. It can regulate one's breath and even emit light." Holding the starry sky stone in his hand, Lu Lei seemed a little contemplative. "This thing is good, but it's just too ugly." Shang Guanshui, who was standing next to him, spoke up, "Please allow me to help you resolve this." The shape of the starry sky stone began to change, gradually becoming completely different from its original form. Once the transformation was complete, Lu Lei, holding the now changed starry sky stone, praised, "The craftsmanship is excellent." Shang Guanshui said, "This is the instant iron convergence technique from the Shangguan family." Hong Xiu, standing nearby, waved her hands and said, "Oh no, I forgot to find the gift for martial cultivation." Shang Guanshui ignored her and continued, "It's just a small technique, nothing impressive." Elsewhere, a servant was kicked out, and a male voice rang out, "You're afraid of this shop, but not me?" Hua Xiao, holding a fan to his mouth, laughed maliciously and said, "Where is he? Break that dog's legs." Turning away, he continued, "Dare to lay a hand on my woman? Let's see what kind of a mortal you are." Hong Xiu, dissatisfied, pouted and said, "Martial cultivation? I won't help you find a gift." In contrast to her, Lu Lei patted her head and said, "Saving people is always more important than things. You did well." The door was kicked open, and Hua Xiao sneered, "Who's the blind fool who dares to open a shop here?" Lu Lei turned indifferently and asked, "It wouldn't be you, Hua Xiao, would it?" Seeing that Lu Lei recognized him, he happily replied, "I'm your grandpa." Lu Lei frowned and said, "Ha, sorry, it's already past the time, we'll talk later." Before anyone could understand what was happening, Hua Xiao had been knocked far away, shouting loudly. The servants, seeing their young master in such a state, hurried over to ask, "Young master, are you okay?" Hua Xiao, disheveled with blood on his teeth and lips, still pointed forward, shouting, "Damn it, tear down this shop, you dare." Shang Guanshui stepped forward, angrily saying. Beside her were Jean de Biao and Hong Xiu. Upon seeing her, he sneered and said, "You're not even my concubine yet, and you're already so arrogant. If he dares come, I'll have his shop destroyed." In Lin Yufei's office, at Longtang Real Estate, there was a loud thud as a fist slammed onto the desk, showing just how angry the person was. The elder from Black Mountain Wind Drum angrily slammed his hand on the desk and said, "You've got some nerve." He pointed at Lin Yufei, who was sitting in the chair. Old Sick, furious, said, "There's still your car in my place." Lin Yufei furrowed his brow and replied, "My sister isn't really considered one of us," but she snapped her fingers and said, "I'll take responsibility for her, and give a gift in return." Long Qian brought Tai Huangjue in and said, "CEO Lin, I've brought Tai Huangjue." Lin Yufei crossed his arms over his chest and said, "This is Tai Huangjue." Originally, Lu Lei had crippled him. "We've put in a lot of effort to help He Fengshan rescue him." Tai Huangjue knelt beside He Feng, tears falling like rain as he said, "Save me, Gu Elder, Lu Lei has crippled my martial arts." Gu Elder placed his hand on his head and said, "Crippled your martial arts?" He lowered his head, gritted his teeth, and said, "Yes, kill him, take revenge for me." Gu Elder coldly replied, "Of course, I will kill him." The old man's gaze turned colder, and as he spoke, he struck Tai Huangjue. He Fengshan did not need a crippled person, and in an instant, a young man who had been healthy became nothing more than a shriveled corpse. Long Qian and Lin Yufei were both startled by the old man's actions. As if nothing had happened, the elder said, "You should know that this person can never be considered a gift." Lin Yufei instructed Long Qian, "Call Lu Lei, arrange to meet him here." Long Qian immediately received the order. "Yes." Gu Elder smiled proudly, "Since you're so obedient, I'll give you a piece of information. Pack up and leave Shandu." Lin Yufei furrowed her brows and asked, "What do you mean?" The elder spoke mysteriously, "I will say no more, take care of it yourself." A narrow alley. Lu Lei was confused, wondering why Long Qian had suddenly called him out. Sensing danger, Lu Lei frowned slightly, turned, and began to retreat. He thought the tactic was almost immediate, and he already had an answer in his mind. Although he had avoided the previous move, he was still injured on his shoulder. He thought that the opponent's cultivation was considerably higher than his own, and he couldn't recklessly fight back. At this moment, he used a magical item to absorb the opponent's energy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he took out the artifact, but before he could use it, it shattered. Lu Lei, like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, thought he couldn't absorb it. Gu Elder sneered and said, "What other magical items do you have? Show them all to me." Lu Lei extended his hand and said, "How about this?" The motion was so quick that in the blink of an eye, the person in front of him had disappeared. Gu Elder was somewhat startled but quickly gave chase, Mars wave. Lu Lei, terrified, fled, but the elder's move struck his leg. Boom! With a loud sound, Lu Lei fell to the ground. He shouted, "Sun Mu Jun, come help me." In the blink of an eye, Sun Mu Jun appeared, smiling coldly. Upon seeing her, Gu Elder said, "No wonder this guy ran home to ask for help." Lu Lei had already sat up. Sun Mu Jun said, "The protection fee was paid to the Qi family, and you're using it so quickly." Lu Lei smiled and said, "In this situation, I have no choice but to use it." Gu Elder smiled, and 2 streams of energy appeared in his hands. He said, "I'm afraid even if you use it, it won't help." Sun Mu Jun grasped the hilt of the sword at her side and said, "It seems the reputation of the Sun family isn't enough to make you stop." The energy from the elder's hands had gathered into a ball. The sword in her hand extended, striking the ball toward her. The old man said, "You are just a little girl from the Sun family, why should He Fengshan fear you?" Flowing like Qi sword, she swung the sword fiercely, and 2 forces clashed. Sun Mu Jun was taken aback as the Gu Elder appeared right before her and said, "You are also at the Golden Core stage, just like me." The old man sneered, "But your cultivation is nothing impressive." She charged forward, and upon seeing this, he frowned and said, "You don't know your own limits." Swift grand slash, and a streak of fiery red sword light passed through, splattering his blood as his body was cleaved in 2. Blood poured from his mouth as he trembled, saying, "What kind of sword is this?" Lu Lei was shocked. She killed him. Sun Mu Jun looked down at him disdainfully, saying, "You don't even have a magic weapon, and you dared to touch the Sun family." She turned to Lu Lei and said, "It's time to talk to you now." Lu Lei, terrified as she mentioned his name, hugged himself tightly, trembling and shouting, "What? What do you want to do?" Sun Mu Jun leaned into Lu Lei's ear, "I saved you. How are you going to repay me?" Lu Lei's face tightened. "I already paid the protection fee to the Qi family." Sun Mu Jun responded, "The Qi family is the Qi family, and I am me. What's the matter? Don't I deserve your thanks?" Lu Lei sighed. "All right, what do you want?" Sun Mu Jun, with a cold expression, laid out his condition, "Out of respect for you, I'll let it slide and won't demand a hefty sum up front. It's just that the next day is Meng Fu Yao's birthday. Why don't you introduce me? I'll attend the party, that's all." After stating the condition, Lu Lei was taken aback. This didn't feel right. Before Lu Lei could respond, Sun Mu Jun turned and walked away coldly. "Enough talking. It's settled." Lu Lei broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, He had a bad feeling about this woman. Something felt off. No, it felt like he had forgotten something really important. Real estate group Long Tang. Lu Lei pondered. That damn Long Qian tricked me into walking into a trap. Suddenly, Lu Lei's expression tightened as he realized something. What's going on here? Did something happen up there? There are quite a few cultivators involved. Boom! Through the smoke, a familiar figure emerged. Long Qian appeared with Lin Yufei, both severely injured. Long Qian pleaded, Lu Lei, help us. Lu Lei thought to himself, you dragged me into this, and now you want me to save you? Turns out, Long Qian and Lin Yufei were being hunted down. The gang chasing them was fierce. Catch them. Don't let them escape. Suddenly, a luxury car arrived to break the siege, catching both Lu Lei's and Long Qian's attention. The pursuers focused on them. Don't let them get away, don't waste time. Long Qian handed Lin Yufei over to Lu Lei, saying, stay and clear the path. I'll lure them away. You guys go ahead. Lin Yufei was still unconscious, and Lu Lei decided to leave to save the more important person. He got into the car and secured Lin Yufei. At that moment, the driver, Lin Yue, turned the steering wheel and sat firmly. The car sped off. Lin Family Hospital. Lin Yue choked up, she's awake. On the hospital bed, Lin Yufei slowly opened her eyes. Lu Lei, did you save me? Lu Lei replied calmly, yeah. Lin Yufei struggled to speak, I owe you an apology, but right now, there's nothing I can do to make it right. Today, Long Tang has been taken over by the He family. Lu Lei was puzzled, He family? Lin Yufei whispered, yes, the reckless He family. They've come to Shangdu. Lin Yufei looked at Lu Lei, I advise you, while there's still time, it's best to take your girlfriend and run. Otherwise, you'll end up like me, losing everything. Lu Lei responded bluntly, you're scared, but I'm not afraid of them. Lu Lei looked at Wu Ding, not knowing how insane they were. They had already said they would stop at nothing to bring down the Meng family, and Lu Lei was taken aback by their words. Outside Lin Family Hospital, Lu Lei was walking with Lin Yue. She would be going back to her hometown with her sister. Lin Yue answered nonchalantly, that's right. Even though they didn't treat you well, she's still my sister, and I have to take care of her. Suddenly, Lin Yue hugged and kissed Lu Lei, leaving him no time to react. She affectionately greeted Lu Lei, saying goodbye. Turning away, Lin Yue left a heartfelt message, next time we meet, I'll ask you to be my boyfriend. Lu Lei's face turned red, his heart raced. He thought to himself, wait, when did I become her boyfriend? And besides, I haven't even settled things with her sister yet. Never mind, at least she had informed the Meng family, and could tell Meng Fu Yao during the birthday party. The grand hall of Meng Fu Yao's birthday party. Lu Lei, dressed elegantly, was called over by Lin Xiuya. Amidst the luxurious setting, an event took place that caught the attention of both of them. Sun Mu-jun appeared, followed by a dozen of his underlings causing trouble. Meng Chang Tian raised his voice, the girl from the Sun family, this is my granddaughter's birthday party. Sun Mu-jun calmly replied, Mr. Meng, this is a meet and greet for the Sun family, for you. 5 servants from the He family were thrown to the ground. Meng Chang Tian wondered, servants of the He family? Sun Mu-jun answered, yes, they were captured nearby. Meng Chang Tian, pleased, said, then I should thank the Sun family for their kindness. Sun Mu-jun replied, it was nothing, just a small gesture. Sun Mu-jun sat down at Lu Lei's table, and Lin Xiuya snapped, you are not allowed to sit here. Sun Mu-jun joked, then I'll take Lu Lei somewhere else. He won't dare to resist me. Lu Lei, flustered, said, don't joke like that. On stage, the MC announced the next segment, which was the unboxing of a gift. First, CEO Lu presented a Ferrari. Next, here was the natural crystal tree gifted by the general manager, which was said to help preserve one's youth. Meng Fu Yao made her appearance. This was the natural crystal tree that the general manager had gifted, said to help preserve youth. Lu Lei remained composed in the face of the malicious remarks. This is the young master discarded by the Lu family. I hear he's quite the playboy now, even beating Lu Shiryu at the Ojiang port. Lu Lei took out a bracelet. This void bracelet, do you see it? The murmurs of the crowd began. Ha, it's just some cheap roadside item, and she dares to show it off. This costs 10 yuan, 5 yuan would still be too much. The bracelet emitted a glow of cosmic veins, causing Meng Fu Yao to be captivated. Lu Lei thought to himself, Yao Yao, worldly possessions are not worthy of you, but the heavens will always accompany you. After seeing its effect, the crowd offered glowing praise. It's so mystical, a supreme artifact that helps one absorb spiritual energy. I can feel the warmth, Meng Fu Yao thought to herself. I'll give you credit for not embarrassing me. Someone spoke up, implying that they wanted Lu Lei's bracelet. Wait, this is the void bracelet. I wonder if Miss Meng could endure the pain and give it up? Sun Mu Jun spoke, this is the void bracelet. I wonder if Miss Meng could endure the pain and give it up? The crowd buzzed with chatter. Is this from the Sun family? This is the gift that young Master Lu gave Miss Meng. Lu Lei's face turned pale. I just gave a gift, and now I'm being called young Master Lu. You were just complaining that the Lu family abandoned me. Sun Mu Jun grew furious, her killing intent rising. Shut up. This is a matter between me and the Meng family. If you don't like it, step forward and confront the Sun family. Sun Mu Jun glared at Mr. Meng. Mr. Meng, is the world not peaceful enough for you? Don't you want to cooperate with the Sun family? Meng Chang Tian's face was tense. Lu Lei questioned, Miss Sun, how about this? If you like it, I'll give you something similar next time. Sun Mu Jun stubbornly replied, I want this one now. Meng Chang Tian shouted loudly, Sun Mu Jun, this is my granddaughter's birthday party, don't cause trouble. With my peak golden core stage authority, should I be afraid of you? Sun Mu Jun retorted fiercely, just so happens, I just killed an old golden core stage cultivator. A voice echoed through the banquet hall, alright. Meng Fu Yao stood up to confront, wondering why there was such a tense atmosphere at a birthday party. Wasn't it just a bracelet? Can the Meng family give way? Sun Mu Jun was surprised. Miss Meng is willing to endure the pain and step back. Meng Chang Tian comforted his daughter, Yao Yao, don't be afraid. Meng Fu Yao set a condition, it's just that I can't give way like this. My grandfather is about to undergo the tribulation crossing, and the Sun family must help. Sun Mu Jun accepted with a proud expression. If Miss Meng is willing to show respect to the Sun family, we will certainly not treat it unfairly. Meng Fu Yao handed the bracelet to Sun Mu Jun, hoping Miss Sun will keep her word. Sun Mu Jun straightened her dress. The Sun family has never gone back on their word. After both sides came to an agreement, everyone in the banquet hall was surprised by the news that Old Master Meng was about to undergo tribulation crossing. Old Master Meng is about to undergo tribulation crossing, and if he advances further, he will reach the nascent soul stage. Shang Du will gain another nascent soul stage expert. Meng Fu Yao took the lead in presiding over the banquet, which made the guests laugh. Let's continue the birthday party. I hope you all enjoy your meal, and the entire banquet hall praised her. Miss Meng is truly impressive. The alliance between the Sun family and the Meng family, no wonder Miss Meng is so remarkable, so full of dignity. Where did Lu young master get that item from? Meng Fu Yao discussed with Meng Chang Tian, grandfather, the Yi family has more friends in Shangdu than enemies, it's better to have more enemies. Meng Chang Tian choked up. Yao Yao, I am not strong enough, I clenched my fists and let you suffer the grievance. Meng Fu Yao held his hand in comfort. I know you care about me the most. Meng Fu Yao glanced briefly at Lu Lei. It's okay, it's just a gift, when the time comes, just have Lu Lei give it to me. Meng Chang Tian sighed and lamented. If only I could break through, I wouldn't have to suffer like this. It's just a pity that I'm still short of one medium spirit stone. Lu Lei cheerfully offered to help. What's so difficult about it? Just leave it to me. Meng Chang Tian noticed something odd. Mocking me, huh? I say, why does the relationship between you two seem a bit unusual? This made Meng Fu Yao startle. Meng Fu Yao quickly clarified. Grandfather, how could I have a good relationship with the person who broke off our engagement? Lu Lei sweated in frustration. Eldest Miss Meng, you really hold a grudge. Meanwhile, Sun Mu Jun was contemplating. A medium spirit stone is easy enough to get, it seems I haven't asked for enough. At the Lu family shop in the other world, Lu Lei had just entered when he needed to find a medium spirit stone to help Meng Chang Tian with his tribulation crossing. In the distance, a group of people were discussing something. A man, dressed luxuriously, shouted, "Smash the shop for me." Lu Lei was startled. Who are you? The rich kid spoke up. Didn't we meet last time? He claimed to be the grandson of the general of the primordial spear kingdom, where both courage and elegance coexist, and his beauty matched his strength. Hua Xiao, didn't Lu Lei care about Hua Xiao? This place needs to be repainted. Hua Xiao, furious, said, didn't you hear what they said? With a sly expression, Hua Xiao ordered his men to destroy the place. Didn't you hear what they said? Go, smash this shop to pieces for me. Shang Guanshui intervened from afar. Hua Xiao, you'd better not act recklessly. This is a martial cultivation area. Hua Xiao grimaced. I haven't seen him for just a few days, and you're already involved with him? Shang Guanshui denied it vehemently. I'm not. I didn't. Hua Xiao remained adamant, pointing his finger at Lu Lei's face. Then I'll cripple this foundation establishment stage chicken in front of everyone. Lu Lei calmly activated the formation, triggering the shop's defense system, a supreme divine technique. Ah! Hua Xiao was left without a stitch of clothing. The crowd burst into laughter, tears rolling down their faces, while he turned red and covered himself with his hands. You dare to play with me? Where are my men? Quickly, destroy him for me. Lu Lei wore a sly grin. Even if you tear off your clothes, you still can't stop yourself from courting death. Lu Lei gathered his internal energy, and so, all he could do was accept. Shang Guanshui hurriedly stopped him. Martial cultivation is not allowed. At this moment, the general in charge of Ching Lan Mountain was leading the defense against the enemy. If anything were to happen to Hua Xiao, Lu Lei shot a beam of divine power at Hua Xiao's leg as a warning, causing him to fall to the ground. I spare your life for Miss Shangguan's sake. Get out of here. The two treacherous servants carried their young master away. Young master, your leg is gone. Once everything was settled, Lu Lei invited Shang Guanshui into the shop. The girl Shangguan invited him in. This place was to be cleaned up by Jean de Biao. As they walked together, Shang Guanshui advised, although Hua Xiao is of no consequence, behind him stands the old general of the primordial spear kingdom. She continued, the old general is fighting at Ching Lan Mountain, and with you acting this way, I fear. Lu Lei reassured Shang Guanshui, don't worry, I have my ways. You stay here for now. Take off your outer clothes, Shang Guanshui blushed. Aha, could it be that martial cultivation is truly interested in Hua Xiao after all? As Shang Guanshui thought this, her face turned completely red. Martial cultivation, I'm not prepared at all. Her gaze was evasive as she lay down, and he chuckled softly, the smile carrying a hint of malice. It's hot, too hot. Shang Guanshui lay on the bed, feeling the intense heat all over her body. This was the magnetic field therapy from another realm, unrelated to martial arts techniques, so it was safe to use. He picked up a strange instrument and approached the bed, attaching several wires to the body of Thunder Beast. She felt a bit awkward and said, "Thank you, martial cultivation." A little embarrassed, she thought to herself that she had been overthinking things. Lu Lei smiled, raising 3 fingers to signal, "All right, every 3 days from now on, this treatment will help cure your cold poison." Shang Guanshui knelt on one knee, her hands clasped in front of her chest, and sincerely said, I deeply appreciate the great favor of martial cultivation. The Shangquan family will certainly repay you. Lu Lei reached out to help her up, no need for formalities. In the future, I will rely on everyone's assistance while in the primordial spear nation. Jean de Biao called out, martial cultivation, he hurriedly said, the divine artifact's energy collector has malfunctioned. Shang Guanshui blushed in embarrassment upon hearing the others. After speaking, he quickly ran off, muttering to himself, sorry for the trouble. Lu Lei unhappily called him back into the Lu family shop. After explaining everything to Jean de Biao, Lu Lei let out a sigh of relief and said, good thing I explained it to Jean de Biao. If Meng Fu Yao found out, she would tear me apart. Behind the cashier counter, a suspicious arm appeared, startling Lu Lei. Sun Mu Jun stood up from behind the counter, beaming as she dropped a spirit stone into her bag. Your shop has quite a few spirit stones, she said. Seeing her, he wondered suspiciously, where's my shop's defense system? The system's voice echoed in his head, opponent detected as cooperative with the host. Shall we activate the supreme divine might? Lu Lei rubbed his forehead and thought, forget it, the Meng family's tribulation crossing depends on the Sun family's help. Holding the bag full of spirit stones, she cheerfully asked, where did all these spirit stones come from? Lu Lei smiled and said, that's a secret of heaven, can't be revealed. Sun Mu Jun grabbed Lu Lei by the collar. Her sudden action startled him. Then, she gently pinned him to the ground and said, what do I have to do to make you tell the truth? This is just too much. Lying on the ground, Lu Lei thought with some irritation, activate the supreme divine might. Lu Lei clenched his fist and swung it toward her. Sun Mu Jun was struck, her back hitting the wall with a loud thud. Weakly, she asked, why such a strong blow? Why did you still need my help last time? Sun Mu Jun leaned against the wall, a trail of red syrup still dripping from the corner of her mouth. Unless he was joking with the Sun family, seeing her like this made Lu Lei break out in a cold sweat. He realized that he had exposed himself, he couldn't hold back anymore. Lu Lei seemed to lose all his strength, and then he collapsed forward onto the floor. Sun Mu Jun called out softly, Lu Lei. Hearing her voice, Lu Lei muttered, I fainted. I'm on the floor, and tears almost came to my eyes. He continued, Miss Sun, the technique for upgrading abilities instantly causes dizziness when used. It's not suitable for real combat. Sun Mu Jun looked down at him and said, are you trying to soothe a 3-year-old child? Lu Lei answered indifferently, if you don't believe me, go check my cultivation. She examined his cultivation with her eyes, a bit surprised. She thought to herself, it's true he's just at the early stage of foundation establishment. He can't push me away. Still lying on the floor, Lu Lei sounded pitiful as he spoke, if I really had that kind of power, would I still be watching you hold Meng Fu Yao's void bracelet? Sun Mu Jun laughed and asked, oh? So, you don't want to? Want to, Lu Lei replied reluctantly. Alright, here's the translation, alright, I'm here to greet you. Sun Mu Jun cheerfully juggled the spirit stones in her hand and said happily, take 20 spirit stones as the protection fee. Lu Lei, irritated, asked in return, protection fee? What protection fee? Sun Mu Jun merely smiled faintly and replied, on the day of Mr. Meng's tribulation crossing, you'd better stay by my side. Then she waved her hand happily and walked away. Lu Lei watched her retreating figure, thinking to himself, once I've mastered the techniques of that Shangguan girl, will I still need your protection? She turned around and smiled, well done, Lu Lei. You've successfully caught my attention. At Longtang Real Estate, a man's voice rang out, the Meng family has been our enemy for a long time, but fortunately, neither side has managed to break through to the golden core stage. However, if Meng Chang Tian succeeds in his breakthrough, the He family and we will never have a peaceful day. The man speaking was the current steward of the He family, He Zihao, a peak golden core stage cultivator. He spoke resolutely, no matter the cost, we must deal with the Meng family. The crowd below enthusiastically cheered, deal with the Meng family. The femme fatale of the He family, golden core stage level 6, He Huan Huan. He Zihao spoke up and asked, what do you mean by asking me out alone? Jia Jin looked at the orb in her hand and said, I've been calculating, this time, with external help in Meng family's tribulation crossing, if we intervene, the odds are slim. Hearing her say that, he became displeased and said, your fake godly appearance may deceive others, but deceiving those within the family is too much. Jia Jin glared at him angrily and said, you're gambling with all of he family's luck. Zihao was also displeased, saying, he family already has no way back, we can only let go and take the risk. Zihao turned and walked away. Jia Jin followed him and said, as for the damage to he family's foundation, I've found some clues. He was unhappy to hear this and waved his hand, dismissing her words. Enough, talking like this will only sow discord and cause betrayal elsewhere. Lu Lei is happily listening, his martial arts have been perfected, and he's changed into a handsome new outfit. The people around him began to gossip as soon as they saw him, isn't that someone from the Tua Luo? Another person spoke up, why is he acting as his bodyguard? Someone else asked in doubt, is Lu Lei really making a comeback? A white-haired man with a rogue appearance blocked Meng Fu Yao's path and said, you should come with me. Only the Sun family can help your grandfather with his tribulation crossing. Meng Fu Yao's face darkened. He was a descendant of the Sun family, a third-stage foundation establishment cultivator from the prestigious Sun clan. Before he could do anything, Lu Lei had already tightened his grip on his hand, causing him so much pain that tears started to well up. Lu Lei said, brother from the Sun family, it's our first meeting, and you're getting so close? Seems inappropriate, don't you think? Meng Fu Yao felt a surge of joy upon seeing Lu Lei. Chop 86, Sun Langsa swung his hand, but Lu Lei easily dodged. He swung again, but Lu Lei avoided it once more. Lu Lei didn't care about his actions and casually said, this is my new toy, be careful with it. Sun Langsa sneered and said, you do have some skill, but don't misjudge the situation. He then gestured to his subordinates to move in and grab Meng Fu Yao. She angrily said, what are you doing? At the back, several others were being beaten senseless by Lu Lei. Sun Langsa couldn't hold back his laughter, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. He said, you dare lay hands on someone from the Sun family, don't expect any help from now on. When Meng Fu Yao was restrained, he smugly pointed at Lu Lei and said, if you dare resist, I'll cut off Miss Ming's hand. Lu Lei thought to himself, beating him is easy, but today is Elder Meng's tribulation crossing, this isn't the time to act rashly. Seeing Lu Lei stand still, his opponent grew even more pleased with himself and lunged forward, throwing a punch at Lu Lei's face. Taking the hit without fighting back, how obedient. That punch was anything but light. Meng Fu Yao shouted, let Lu Lei go, he came to help too. Seeing her like that, Sun Langsu was even more delighted, his malicious gaze fixed on Lu Lei. Oh? So affectionate, are we? Looks like I'll have to make him suffer a little before you're willing to come with me. Lu Lei spoke up, Sun family, is this how you operate after taking money? Upon hearing that, he didn't hesitate to admit it. So what if we do? Who do you think you're talking to? Even if you don't like it, you better keep it to yourself. Behind them, Sun Mujun cut in, he wasn't talking to you. Behind her was a group of people. Sun Langsu, irritated, said, sister, you only need to help them in passing, why bring the pillars of the Sun family here? The people behind her were the four pillars of the Sun family, Sun Li Zhong, Sun Li Shao, Sun Li Ren, and Sun Li Yi. Sun Mujun spoke up, pointing at Meng Fu Yao and signaling to release her. The Sun family doesn't work like this. Upon hearing this, the man loosened his grip, and Meng Fu Yao angrily pulled her arm free. Sun Langsu, furious, said, why are you helping outsiders? Sun Mujun covered her mouth and smiled. She said, outsiders? You were already crossed off for tarnishing the Sun family's reputation long ago. You, too, are an outsider. Sensing a sharp, burning gaze from behind, Sun Langsa froze. The killing intent from the person behind him made him tremble. Lu Lei rushed forward and landed a punch on him. Sun Langsa's face contorted, his eyes rolled back, and saliva splattered out. Lu Lei cheerfully said, if you're an outsider, then it's easy to deal with. Sun Langsa, seething with rage, drew out a hidden weapon and said, damn it, is my face something you can touch? His voice dripped with contempt. Your realm level is 2 tiers below mine. Lu Lei not only showed no fear but was also filled with a strong momentum as he charged forward. He said, if you don't try it yourself, how will you know what you're truly capable of? Sun Mu-jun, who was watching the drama unfold next to him, felt a sense of admiration in his heart. Let me see how this phrase can surprise me. Sun Langsu threw hidden weapons towards Lu Lei, but they were all blocked by Lu Lei. Taking advantage of the moment, Sun Langsu lunged forward, shouting, the real killing move is here. He yelled, die. Lu Lei remained still. Fu Yao, seeing this, anxiously shouted, Lu Lei. Then, the sword stabbed deeply into the ground, but Lu Lei was nowhere to be seen. Sun Langsu, confused, thought, where is he? Almost immediately, Lu Lei appeared behind him in the blink of an eye. Sun Langsu was startled. Lu Lei channeled his strength into his arm and then punched straight into Sun Langsu's face, sending him crashing down to the ground. The fall was so powerful that cracks appeared in the earth. With his face battered and no part left uninjured, he sprang up and said, I'm not that easy to kill. Lu Lei took a step back, gathered momentum, and happily gave him another palm strike. Lu Lei laughed, saying, here's another for you. A tremendous surge of power followed. Sun Langsu was in so much pain that he couldn't even let out a scream. Once finished, Lu Lei turned and walked away, muttering softly, that's enough to warm up. Behind him lay a pile of black, mushy mud, as Sun Langsu mumbled in disbelief, no it can't be. Lu Lei thought to himself, the cultivation technique is indeed effective, I can continuously use my skills. Brother, well done. The group that had followed Sun Mu-jun earlier all simultaneously gave a thumbs up, praising him endlessly. Sun Mu-jun happily thought, even with a 2-tier difference in strength, he was beaten this badly by him. Interesting. Elsewhere, Meng Chang-tian felt a bit strange. Meng Fu Yao softly called, grandfather, grandfather. Lu Lei gently spoke to reassure her, Elder Meng has entered the soul condensation state. Let him focus on crossing the tribulation. He smiled and spoke to the old man, it's all right, Elder Meng. The Sun family is here. Please proceed with your tribulation crossing with peace of mind. Meng Chang-tian said, his face somewhat worried, Yao Yao, if I don't make it back, the Meng family will have to rely entirely on you. Meng Fu Yao softly called out, grandfather, then told him, with me and everyone else here, you will definitely come through this safely. Meng Chang-tian said, things have come to this point, the Meng family can only move forward. He bowed his head and said, I trouble the Sun family to stand guard. If there are any casualties afterward, the Meng family will compensate together. Sun Mu-jun also bowed in response and naturally promised to do his utmost to assist. At the tribulation crossing altar, a member of the Meng Fu Yao family spoke over the phone, the disciples of the Meng family, as per the established plan, will protect the main courtyard alongside the disciples of the Sun family. Hearing this, Sun Mu-jun also said, the disciples of the Sun family will follow Miss Meng's commands. Both sides of the disciples responded in unison, understood, disciple of the Meng family, disciple of the Sun family. Meng Chang-tian said, this time, the fate of the Meng family is in the balance. I hope the senior members of the Meng family will provide their protection. Heavenly fate constantly shapes the course of destiny, and Wu Bei, with his strength at the pinnacle of the Bingtian stage, raised his fist high towards the sky. He said, a long, fierce lightning bolt struck down, marking the beginning of the tribulation crossing. I in the center of the crowd, someone was ascending in level, and people around were discussing. Has it started? It seems that our Shangdu is about to have another great family ascend, people whispered among themselves. Will the Meng family be okay? Not far away, in a black car, Long Qian said, do you know why the disturbance in Jinghe is so large this time? They must be desperate to challenge the Meng family. He continued, because the nascent soul stage is a critical dividing line. To rise to prominence in Shangdu, without a nascent soul stage cultivator holding the position, don't even think about it. Shizhua crossed his arms and said, the Sun family has sent 4 nascent soul experts to help, the Yi family cannot win. Long Qian's face turned grim. Then why are they still coming? Cheese smiled craftily. As long as the Yi family is willing to risk it, the Meng family might not be able to succeed in their tribulation crossing. The group of armed men stood outside the Meng family's courtyard. He Zihao's face was frowning in displeasure. Damn it, she really ran away in the middle of the battle. Lightning struck down. He Zihao hastily shouted, while he's struck by lightning, disciples of the Yi family, charge with me. These lightning strikes, her fate is the same, life is like death. The lightning passed through the protective layer and struck Meng Chang Tian. Meng Fu Yao was worried, but Lu Lei reassured her, don't worry, the first thunder strike won't harm him. I've made preparations, and I can ensure his safety. Meng Fu Yao nodded, her face softening like a blooming flower. Mei Chem, with you here, I feel at ease. Chao Xian was furious and thought, the first thunder strike already shattered the shield, yet they're still acting like this. A disciple from the Meng family hurriedly shouted, eldest Miss Meng, the Yi family is leading people into the compound. Meng Fu Yao's expression turned serious as she responded, you blocked the outer layer, don't act recklessly. She then commanded the disciples inside, the middle layer will use taunting techniques to slow down their attack. She continued, the altar here will be guarded by the 4 pillars of the Sun family. Lu Lei smiled, proudly thinking, no wonder Yao Yao is so capable, even in a crisis, she can remain so calm. On this side, Meng Fu Yao ordered, please prepare, the 4 of you. The 4 members of the Sun family responded in unison, yes, sir. The green cloud in the sky was enraged, don't call me that. A large spear slammed into the door outside the Meng family estate. He Zihao was in command, directing the 4 to rush in, warning them not to get caught up in the fight. He charged straight ahead. Our only target is one, he said. Lu Shiryu cautiously held 2 flasks of gasoline in his hands, pouring it as he muttered in resentment. The Meng family dares to assist Lu Lei, then I'll burn down the entire Meng family. He was at the 7th level of the physical training stage. Lu Shiryu had barely moved when someone approached from behind. Brother Lei had already anticipated that a bastard like you would come here to stir up trouble, so he told me to wait outside. It was Su Chang. He smirked, just in time to get some exercise. He was at the peak of the physical training stage. Su Chang. Lu Shiryu staggered to his feet, that damned fat bastard dares to lay a hand on me. Su Chang's hand transformed into stone as he slapped Lu Shiryu across the face. This move was called the giant stone slab. Lu Shiryu was sent flying 7 meters away. He opened a flask of something, that damned fat bastard, don't think that knowing some martial arts makes you so great. He drank the strange liquid from the flask. Suddenly, Lu Shiryu's nails grew long, fangs sprouted from his mouth, and he transformed into a massive wolf. Lu Shiryu roared, come on, perfect time to test my claws and fangs. He suddenly froze. Su Chang looked at the disciples of the Meng family, you're here, huh? Go break his teeth. Lu Shiryu panicked, heavens, even people came into the Meng family's inner courtyard. He Zihao urged, hurry up, that old man already took a lightning strike. He turned to Yi Shing and said, Yi Shing, you take the front. We'll handle the rest. You're in charge of finding Miss Meng. Just make sure she retreats safely. Yi Shing arrogantly replied, don't worry, uncle, leave it to me. He smirked, I've got plenty of experience killing, she's definitely going to die. Yi Shing was currently at the 5th level of foundation. He Zihao reminded him, you possess a very rare transformation type ability. No matter whether the Yi family wins or loses this time, you absolutely cannot die. As Yi Shing transformed, he said, relax, the ones who should die are them. I'm off. He turned into a wasp and flew away. Meng Fu Yao shouted, you are. Yi Shing stared intensely at Meng Fu Yao, kill her first? He, in the form of a bee, thought to himself, and would soon deal with Meng Chang Tian, allowing the Yi family to gain fame with a single victory. Sun Mu Jun smirked, you bunch of chickens, the family will only meet its end here. Yi Shing looked at Sun Mu Guanair and said, better late than never. Lu Lei looked at Meng Fu Yao and said, give me the charger, and I'll plug it in to charge myself. Ha Hong, upon examination, realized the energy of this person was still insufficient, and secretly rejoiced. He genuinely wanted to know what Meng Chang Tian's expression would be when he found out his granddaughter had died before him. Sun Mu Jun walked away, saying, "I'm going to the studio over there. You two definitely don't leave the circle." Lu Lei waved his hand. "Huh, didn't you say not to leave your side?" Meng Fu Yao was furious. "Since when have you two been so close?" He Shing, enraged and long, shouted, "Shut up with your show of affection and all that crap." He stared at Meng Fu Yao's back, then turned around, and Lu Lei's hand emitted light that struck Ha Hong, who was in the form of a bee. He Shing was electrocuted, and suddenly a cloud of white smoke appeared in front of Lu Lei. He Shing transformed back into his human form and cursed, "Damn it, how did you find out?" Lu Lei looked at He Shing with a deadly gaze and said, "Find out what?" "I just wanted to kill a bug." He Shing laughed loudly, "Humph, it doesn't matter that I've been discovered. After all, you all have to die anyway." Lu Lei stood inside the barrier, pinching his nose in disgust. "Aha, you farted." He Shing shouted angrily, "You're the one who farted." Lu Lei exploded, releasing poisonous gas, which quickly began to fill the barrier. The toxic fumes spread throughout the shield, and you will all suffocate to death. Lu Lei stepped out of the barrier. "Thanks for the reminder." You stand outside and smile faintly. "This barrier only blocks techniques, not people." He Shing inside the barrier screamed. "Don't even think about running." Lu Lei grinned wickedly. "Alright, I won't run." He Shing was tightly bound. As I said, this barrier only blocks techniques. Now your head is the only part outside. No matter what spell you cast, it will be useless. He Shing gritted his teeth. "Damn it, if you're so brave, let me out and we'll fight fair and square." Meng Fu Yao held a fire extinguisher and looked at the scene with judgment. An assassin has no right to talk about fighting fair and square. She sprayed the extinguisher into He Shing's face. "For the one who wants to harm me." Over here, Lu Lei looked on in admiration. "Miss Meng is so powerful." Sun Mu Jun watched and thought for a moment. She defeats experts far stronger than herself without breaking a sweat. She secretly smiled. "Once again, you've passed the test. You never cease to amaze me." Inside the Meng family's inner courtyard, Wu Yongning screamed in terror. "Please don't hit me, I don't want to fight." He was kicked straight in the face. "You said you wouldn't fight, but now you're making a move." Everyone cheered loudly. "Everyone, go!" Wu Yongning flailed his arms and legs in a chaotic manner. "Aren't you all trying to take advantage of the opportunity?" He struck at the red-haired man. "Stop fighting with me. I'm helpless." The red-haired man screamed. "Then you should stop first." The four red-haired men surrounded Wu Yongning, and it was obvious from their looks that they were despicable villains. Another one spoke, "Kill him." He Zihao shouted loudly, "Get out." He stamped the ground with force, creating a large crater, causing Wu Yongning to stumble and roll several times on the ground. Wu Yongning quickly got back up, thinking to himself, "This is the golden core stage. I'm like a piece of paper." He Zihao directed the Yi family disciples straight towards the altar. Meng Fu Yao was anxious. The Meng family disciples had been guarding outside, but Sun Mu Jun reassured her, "It's fine, the four pillars of the Sun family are here to help everyone chew through the tough bones." Sun Lijong stepped forward and spoke, "He family leader, the four of us at the nascent soul stage are here. Please don't act like moths flying into the flame." He Zihao reminded them, "If you knew the secret book of the Yi family, you wouldn't speak like that." Sun Lijong conjured a fireball in his hand and hurled it towards the group. He was furious. "He family, you don't even have a nascent soul stage expert, yet you dare to speak such arrogant words." "I'm at the nascent soul second level, Sun Lijong." He Zihao shouted. "He family, today you must witness this moment, regardless of the cost, to prevent the tribulation crossing." Those people are all elites of the He family, all at the peak of the golden core stage. Sun Lizhong challenged, "Do you want to die?" The members of the He family turned bright red with anger. For the He family, a massive explosion erupted, sending dirt flying and thick smoke rising. Sun Lizhong raised his shield to protect himself. The He family, even their lives were expendable. He Zihao grinned maliciously, "Even without a nascent soul stage, with the He family's elite self-destructing, you still won't be able to withstand it." Meng Chang Tian roared, "He family, don't even think about being reckless here." He glared, and the second lightning tribulation descended from the sky. Meng Fu Yao's expression darkened. He, Meng Chang Tian, and Ciro stood firm. He Zihao smirked triumphantly, "Heaven wants the Meng family to perish, just wait for your doom." Sun Mujun swung his sword and charged forward. "Want to touch him?" Meng asked. "I haven't yet." He Zihao blocked with his mace. The two fought fiercely, while the Yi family disciples rushed in, aiming to kill the old man and claim victory. From afar, 4 thunder cannons were fired. Lu Lei laughed challengingly, "You're not worthy to touch Mr. Meng." The two sides glared at each other. Lu Lei was a disciple of the He family. Everyone from the He family was at the Golden Core Stage 2nd level, Golden Core Stage 1st level, or Golden Core Stage 3rd level, while Lu Lei was only at Foundation Establishment 1st level. A disciple from the He family swung his fist and taunted, "You're just a Foundation Establishment chick, what are you pretending for?" Suddenly, something dragged him down. He froze in confusion, asking, What is this?" Lu Lei laughed and replied, "This is a little something I've prepared for everyone overnight." A pool of asphalt. The He family disciple sank halfway into the pool of asphalt. The red-haired disciple fumed, "You think a little asphalt can stop us?" Suddenly, a hammer struck his head. It was a hammer formed by Lu Lei's own strength. He smashed the man like swatting a mouse. I strike, bam, I strike, bam bam. Sun Lizhong praised him. Below, he kept their feet pinned down, while above, he prevented them from gathering qi. Though their strength was a level apart, they managed to use traps to take on many enemies. Meng Fu Yao scratched his head, "Is this like swatting a rat?" Meanwhile, Sun Mujun was fighting He Zihao and didn't forget to insult the other disciples, "A bunch of useless trash, I'll have to step in for real now." Sun Mujun gasped for breath and thought, he still had tricks up his sleeve. He Zihao's entire body glowed. This was the move known as profound meaning, 100 refinements steel body. Meanwhile, Sun Mojun unleashed her strength and executed the flowing light sword technique, her blade striking He Zihao's body without causing the slightest damage. Sun Mojun was stunned, and taking advantage of the moment, he charged forward. "You can't harm someone at the peak of the Golden Core stage like me. Prepare to die." Sun Lizhong rushed in and blocked in front of Sun Mojun, his energy flaring. "Get lost." He Zihao was forced back. The disciples of the He family shouted out, for the He family was once again surging with power. From the Meng family's grand estate, seen through a lens, Long Qian asked the Qi family, "What's going on with the He family being this reckless?" Qi Zhuo gave a veiled response, "If the Meng family can't secure their reputation through the tribulation crossing, and the He family spreads rumors by any means, they can definitely suppress them. A haze will cloud the Meng family's path, making it impossible to see clearly." Sun Lizhong was wounded and said, "Cough. Sir, the situation is dire. We should retreat for now." Sun Mojun was anxious, but for the reputation of the Sun family, he continued, "The Meng family isn't worth it. While the 4-pillar formations still have strength left, let's fall back first." He Zihao is charging toward Meng Chang Tian again. "Let's deal with that tribulation crossing cultivator first." A hand intercepted, a sharp slap, causing the mace to stop. Lu Lei smirked, "As long as I'm here, I won't let you harm old man Meng." Meng Chang Tian shouted, "This is bad, you must move aside quickly, the 3rd lightning tribulation is descending from the sky." Meng Fu Yao froze, "Grandfather Lu Lei." He Zihao laughed in delight, Who told you to show off? In the end, you got struck by lightning." Suddenly, he froze. Lu Lei was fine, and stepped out of the lightning tribulation lightly. The lightning grew even stronger, haven't you heard? He Zihao, terrified, stammered, wait, this is the true power of this guy at Lu family's shop from another realm? Lu Lei furrowed his brow and asked Shangguan Shui, so, the lightning of the lightning tribulation is just spiritual qi in a denser form, essentially not any different from the lightning of the thunder beast? She nodded slightly, that's right, but why does martial cultivation ask me so many questions about tribulation crossing? Caught off guard by the question, he scratched his face and looked away. Well, I have a friend who is about to undergo tribulation crossing, and anyway, it's been a long time since I've done it. I've never actually undergone tribulation crossing. The altar of the tribulation crossing raged intensely. Lu Lei in black attire cracked his knuckles, and with a smirk, his eyes filled with confidence. Who wants to come forward first for me to practice on? Facing his overwhelming aura, those on the other side began to feel a trace of unease, cold sweat forming on their brows. One of them spoke up to calm the group, don't be intimidated by him. He's nothing but a weak foundation establishment chicken. The moment that man finished speaking, Lu Lei charged forward. He appeared smug and relaxed, yet his speed was astonishing. Only dark shadows flickered around him. The three who had initially looked down on him were now frozen stiff, unable to move. Sun Lizhong was startled and turned his gaze toward him. Lu Lei cast a glance, then snapped his fingers. Boom! Bolts of lightning struck down on the heads of the three men across from him. Sun Muyen, clearly annoyed, questioned Sun Lizhong, who was still stroking his chin in thought. Three golden core stage cultivators didn't even react. Is he really just at the foundation establishment stage? The old man pondered for a moment before voicing his speculation. First, he condensed three immensely powerful lightning sparks in his palms. Then he teleported 3 times, placed the sparks, and finally triggered the explosion. The more Sun Lizhong spoke, the more disbelief showed on his face. To execute such a technique, he struck in less than a blink of an eye. Suddenly, a beam of light drew the attention of both Sun Lizhong and Sun Muyen. The old man observed the situation and commented, Meng Chang Tian has successfully passed the tribulation crossing. Meng Chang Tian was glowing brightly, floating midair. He Xiao hurriedly shouted, take advantage of the fact that he is currently stabilizing his energy, blow that old man up for me. Sun Muyen rushed forward, slashing a sharp line through Xiao's group. Swipe, she gently swung her sword a few more times, the crimson red blood staining the surroundings. After a series of swift movements, she decisively stepped forward and thrust her sword with all her strength to finish the job. Sun Muyen sneered, how can we let a foundation establishment stage cultivator take all the glory of the Sun family? But the man she had stabbed suddenly grabbed her hand tightly. Sun Muyen was startled, his eyes crazed and hollow, as he screamed, for the... An explosion rang out, dust and smoke filled the air, obscuring both her and the man. As the smoke cleared, however, both of them had disappeared. Xiao couldn't believe his eyes and asked, where are they? Lu Lei suddenly jumped out, holding Sun Muyen in his arms as he descended from above. With my speed, playing the self-destructive game is just a waste of life. Meng Chang Tian gradually descended into the magic formation, but at the same time, one of Xiao's men charged at him. He tightly embraced the still hovering Meng Chang Tian, his eyes wild and empty just like the man earlier, before shouting, for the He family. Lu Lei anxiously said, this is bad, Mr. Meng can't move. Then Lu Lei threw a flying ring into the air, and another explosion occurred, sending dust and smoke billowing into the air again. Amidst the gray smoke, a figure gradually emerged. Mr. Meng was completely unharmed, clean to the point of shining, standing amidst the wreckage. Lu Lei smiled industrially and asked Sun Muyen, what kind of magical artifact is this? She shouted at him, isn't this the void bracelet you gave me? Xiao quietly observed Lu Lei and Sun Muyen conversing, his face unable to hide the malicious satisfaction. Lu Lei, I've seen your trump card, a large, dry and stiff branch growing from Zihao's shoulder. I'm confident that this will be enough to deal with you, just use this. Then, from somewhere on his hand, a large spiked mace, spherical in shape, pointed directly at Lu Lei. He swung the mace fiercely, generating a violent shockwave that sent Lu Lei flying. Lu Lei tilted his body to avoid the full force but ended up crashing to the ground with his head. He Hao frowned, looking at Lu Lei with contempt. You're still at the foundation establishment stage, but now you have 2 magical artifacts on your chest. These 2 artifacts can absorb the power of the lightning tribulation, and you can control the lightning. Lu Lei silently stared at the elder, raising his hand to take off his coat. Hao, delighted, charged straight at Lu Lei, but unfortunately, the steel body of mine is untouchable. The elder jumped into the air without hesitation, completely unafraid of the thunder. Sun Muyen, standing nearby, anxiously reminded Lu Lei, it's dangerous. The mace slammed into the ground, boom. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere. Lu Lei not only dodged but also moved above Hao. He smiled and praised, well done, such great strength. Hao went mad, swung his mace, and leapt toward him. Let's see how you dodge this one. Once again, Lu Lei easily avoided it. A large crack formed on the ground where the mace struck. He looked provocatively at Hao and said, it's just the 2 of us fighting, don't ruin the fun. The old man charged at him in a frenzy, swinging his mace. With just a slight tilt, Lu Lei successfully dodged his strike. I dodged, Lu Lei said. Wherever Hao attacked, Lu Lei dodged, not forgetting to provoke him, I dodged. Lu Lei seemed to know that the old man couldn't land a hit. Hao was about to lose his mind from anger, his face flushed red, twisted with rage. He couldn't understand how Lu Lei was always able to evade his attacks. Sun Muyen seemed to realize something. What is this? Could it be the legendary 100% dodge technique? Lu Lei thought to himself, converting electric energy into magnetic force so long as he maintained the repulsion force, his pursuer would never be able to hit him. Hao lost his patience and swung his mace wildly at him. Lu Lei, you're despicable, despicable. Lu Lei quickly asked, Miss Sun, may I borrow your weapon for a moment? Sun Muyen was startled, and saw that the weapon beside her was already in his hand. When did he take it from me? Looking at the sword in his hand, he suddenly thought, once this is over, I should find myself a proper weapon too. He then hurled the weapon forcefully towards Hao. Thunder-mad Wave was jolted and screamed, his mouth exhaling dark smoke, while Hao lay charred and burning on the ground. Lu Lei calmly observed, seemingly having used a bit too much electricity. Fu Yao rushed towards him. Lu Lei. Sun Muyen quickly held her back, wait. Beside Lu Lei, someone was grinning broadly, and a flickering purple flame had appeared next to them without anyone noticing. He glanced and saw the silhouette of a red-haired girl slowly emerging. Sun Muyen was startled. A temptress from the He family, He Huan. He Huan glanced at Lu Lei with a serious expression, I hope we can stop here. Otherwise, he will quickly retaliate, and with that, a surge of electricity blasted He Huan away. If the He family has come knocking at our door, and you want to leave just like that, do you think we're easy to bully? He trembled, feeling discomfort. He had indeed overdone it with the electricity just now, and his stamina couldn't keep up. He Huan lowered her head in apology, the wrongs committed by the He family, we will make amends for them in the future. As she spoke, she formed a black energy sphere in her palm, but only. He Huan posed with her hand covering her mouth, the leader of the He family had fallen from power, and she hoped everyone would show mercy. She waved her hand, and the black orb turned into a large bubble that surrounded her and the others from the He family. Don't go too far. At this moment, Lu Lei was suddenly jolted into realization. Sun Muyen finally spoke, He family's magic. Shadow escape Black Pearl. Then, He Huan and the others from the He family quickly vanished as the bubble slowly dissolved. Sun Muyen still couldn't believe her eyes, the He family members had been taken away by her. Lu Lei's face darkened, his body trembling. Then, a desperate shout echoed. Lu Lei was at the main gate of the Meng family. A group of people had gathered in front of the gate, continuously offering congratulations. Some congratulated, Master Meng, were celebrating, Shangdu now has another powerful family, while others reminded, don't forget your old friends. Meng Chang Tian clasped his hands together, thanking those who held him in esteem. I have been fortunate enough to ascend to the nascent soul stage, but today's battle has taken a heavy toll. Please allow me some time to clean up the aftermath. 3 days from now, the Meng family will surely host a feast for everyone. Inside the Yi family, he see Hao, his head wrapped in bandages, gritted his teeth and frowned. If you had acted a little sooner, we would have already dealt with Meng Chang Tian. He Huan's face darkened, having eliminated Meng Chang Tian, as well as Wang Chang Tian and Lu Chang Tian. How many lives does the Yi family have left for him to torment like this? The old man felt uncomfortable. The Yi family's meridians were now sealed, no one could break through, and without risking their lives to make a name for themselves, they would eventually be eradicated. He Huan could no longer restrain himself and tightly shut the old man's mouth. Shut up. If the Yi family wants to rise again, it has to rely on Lu Lei. Don't force me to eliminate you. Zihao, in a fluster, asked, rely on Lu Lei in the Meng family's living room? Meng Fu Yao gently asked, are you awake? Lu Lei rested his head on Fu Yao's lap, feeling at ease, blushing as he replied, MHM. Fu Yao, with a heart full of concern, scolded him, next time, if you're not feeling well, don't push yourself. You scared me to death when you suddenly fainted in another woman's arms. Lu Lei, embarrassed, explained, I didn't do it on purpose, it was for the Meng family's reputation. Sun Muyan knocked on the door and interrupted, you two can share sweet words later. I have something to ask you. How did you become a golden core stage cultivator? Lu Lei smiled, maybe it's because the lightning tribulation contained a large amount of spiritual qi, so my cultivation broke through sharply. At that time, I was just thinking about how to absorb the energy, not really paying attention to anything else. Golden core stage, first level. Meng Fu Yao, holding Lu Lei with reluctance, said, I don't want you to take risks alone in the future. He embraced her waist, I'll try my best. Sun Muyan stood at the door, eyes closed, feeling uneasy. Damn it, seeing Lu Lei holding another woman, why was he so angry? Wu Yongning looked at Lu Lei and Meng Fu Yao with irritation, flirting shamelessly. You're here hugging and whispering sweet nothings, yet told me to wait outside. If I get the chance, I'll destroy you. Lu Lei, upon seeing Yongning, generously tossed him several shards of gemstones. Brother Wu, you've had a hard day. I asked you to wait just to personally give you a little compensation. With money, one becomes a king. Yongning dropped to his knees, overjoyed. Master, keep in touch when you're free. Your son will follow you to the end. After that, Lu Lei decided to take a half-day break. It was time to find a weapon that suited him. Lu Lei's shop in another world. Sherding watched Lu Lei's figure inside the store. Is that really him? Sherding, at the 6th layer of the Tribulation Crossing stage, gleamed from head to toe with his gear, chin lifted high. We of the 12 Tian will definitely help you take revenge. Yuan Shing, at the 5th layer of the Tribulation Crossing stage, with a thick beard and hair, pointed at Lu Lei. So you're the one who dared to lay a finger on General Hua's precious nephew? Hua Xiao sat in the center, casually glancing at Yuan Shing and said, Can we talk first? Lu Lei let out a huge yawn. Ah, right. What's going on? That action made them tremble with rage. Then he smiled slyly, purple vanishing divine thunder. Everything around shook violently. Hua Xiao's group lay motionless in front of the shop. Lu Lei walked over and called out, Your grandpa's gone too. Join him. Hua Xiao rolled and struggled on the ground, saying, Martial cultivation, spare me. I didn't want to come, but they dragged me here. Lu Lei asked with contempt, I spared you last time. What do you think should be done now? Hua Xiao turned pale with fear and cried, I'll compensate martial cultivation with 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, grovel before him, just please spare me. Lu Lei sighed, the ancient merchant nation will be handled by General Hua. Ching Lan Mountain, all you know is hiding behind me and letting your grandfather keep you in check. From now on, work at my shop to atone for your actions. But deep down, he thought to himself, with Hua Xiao's influence, he could open up new business opportunities. Hua Xiao hurriedly thanked martial cultivation. Before he could finish, Hong Xiu rushed over and kicked Hua Xiao in the head, muttering about how vile he was. Hong Xiu pointed at him and threatened, "I'll tell my father. Let's see if your family will beat you till your head swells." Lu Lei showed his generosity. "Alright, he's working in the shop now. Go easy on him." Hua Xiao scrambled to thank him. "Thank you, martial cultivation." Then Lu Lei turned and asked Hua Xiao, "By the way, do you have any basic level thunder-type weapons in your army that handle well? A friend of mine wants to take a look." Hearing this, Hong Xiu excitedly said, "Ask me." "Ask me. I've got the Supreme Thunder Emperor's hammer hand." In a dark, narrow cave, Lu Lei crouched down and crawled in, full of dissatisfaction. Is there really no better way than to crawl into this foggy cave? Hong Xiu, on the other hand, was visibly happy, because there was no other way, only we could find it. He glanced at her and remarked, "You really don't know how to be cautious, do you?" Hong Xiu pointed with her hand, and over there, a sword was thrust into the stone, its surroundings emitting a faint green light, already resembling a precious artifact. Hong Xiu continued to explain, "The higher the cultivation level of a supreme weapon, the more energy it can unleash. Your friend will surely be pleased." Behind the sword were countless red, fierce eyes. Hong Xiu spoke while keeping a smile on her face, but it was filled with fog on the inside. "The golden core stage is very difficult to deal with." Lu Lei, satisfied, put on a pair of infrared glasses. It was time to use real science and technology. Before him, there were countless crisscrossing red laser beams. He glanced around and suddenly realized. So this is what's going on. Hong Xiu rushed over, concerned, and asked, "What's happening? Why are you wearing a mask? Are you going to sing opera to scare them?" Lu Lei's voice was cold as he raised his hand to signal Hong Xiu. "Stay here and don't move. I'll go get the divine artifact." Saying that, he advanced, skillfully moving his body to dodge the lasers. As he moved, he scanned his surroundings. The ceiling was now swarming with bats, a truly chilling sight. He thought to himself, these bats use spiritual chi as their realm level, as long as he avoids these red beams, he should be fine. Hong Xiu stood outside, peering in, her mouth agape as she said, "The footwork of martial cultivation is truly profound and difficult to grasp." After dodging the swarm of bats, he swiftly retrieved the sword he had come for. A smug smile crept onto his lips. "Got it!" Hong Xiu jumped up in delight. Her radiant smile beamed with joy, and she couldn't stop marveling. "Martial cultivation is amazing, absolutely incredible." Her voice rang out so loudly that it startled the bats on the ceiling. They flapped their wings and scattered in all directions. Lu Lei, alarmed, quickly shouted, "Keep your voice down." With that, he dashed out of the cave to lure the bats away. Reaching the entrance, he hurled a few firecrackers toward the swarm. In an instant, the fireworks exploded in rapid succession. Boom, boom, boom. Bats nearby, struck by the blasts, fell to the ground. Once the bats were taken care of, he rushed back to Hong Xiu, lifted her into his arms, and carried her out. As he ran, he chanted an incantation and moved with a blink of an eye. As the final word left his lips, the two of them vanished into the forest, leaving only a single line behind. "What are we running for?" Hong Xiu asked Lu Lei, slightly annoyed. "With martial cultivation, we could have just used the purple vanishing divine thunder to wipe them out." He simply smiled and replied, "Ahem, I can't just harm living beings, it will I have compassion." Hearing this, Hong Xiu looked at him with admiration and said, "Martial cultivation, I've learned it." A while later, at the Lu family's otherworldly store, Lu Lei proudly took out his newly acquired spoils, grinning with satisfaction. "Top-grade weapon in hand, my friend will surely be very happy." Hua Xiao, from within the yang, presented an exquisitely crafted jade bracelet, saying, "Martial cultivation, this is a compensatory gift, the Thunder Cloud Bracelet. It has abundant lightning power, but activating it requires a bit of skill." As Thunder Beast held the jade bracelet, he suddenly caught sight of it, and without warning, he vomited profusely. Lu Lei, furious, glared at Hua Xiao and shouted, "Hua Xiao, what kind of gift is this?" Seeing the terrifying aura of Lu Lei, Hua Xiao quickly waved his hand and shook his head. "Isn't it martial cultivation? I dare not." Thunder Beast then stepped forward and whispered softly into Lu Lei's ear. It grinned, showing its teeth, and said, "Ah, my wife is pregnant." It continued, "She has been affected by the thunder elemental treasure, and she needs top-grade Yunji to help her body recover." Lu Lei nodded in agreement. "Top-grade Yunji, I'll help you next time." At the Lu family, a magnificent villa appeared. Inside the house, Lu Shiryu was kneeling on the floor, crying out, "Mother, Lu Lei is bullying me too much. He ordered a group of people to beat me." Wu Qing cast a cold glance and replied, "You've completely disgraced our family's reputation, and you still dare to return?" Suddenly, from behind Lu Shiryu, a syringe shot towards him, causing him to freeze in shock with wide eyes. He screamed, "Ah!" Seeing Lu Shiryu writhing on the floor, Lu Mei held the syringe and smiled, casting a look full of disdain at Shiryu. A useless little brother should at least have some value to exploit. Wu Qing curled her lips into a smile. "You're much more vicious than he is." With that, she brought something close to her mouth and blew gently. Instantly, a beast with sharp fangs appeared. It let out a roar, and she laughed slyly. "Go, cause a little trouble for Lu Lei." In the supermarket, Lu Lei held a jade bracelet in his hand, smiling brightly as he spoke into the phone. "Sister Duan, this matter can only be entrusted to you. I've sent the design requirements to your email." As he spoke, he reminded himself not to forget Hua Xiao's compensation gift. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, so sharp it felt like it would pierce through his eardrums. "Lu Lei!" Hearing the call, Lu Lei slowly stepped out of the office. With hands clasped, he asked, "Oh, isn't this Lu Shiryu? Got beaten up last night, and now you're itching for more?" No words were needed to answer. It was clear Lu Shiryu had turned into someone else. He charged forward, aiming a blow at Lu Lei. With swift reflexes, Lu Lei quickly dodged his attack. Frowning, Lu Lei asked, "What kind of drug did they inject you with? Even your brain's gone." His words seemed to have no effect. Lu Shiryu now looked completely deranged, his eyes bloodshot, his teeth bared menacingly, as he lunged at Lu Lei, ready to fight. Seeing that Lu Shiryu still showed no sign of stopping the fight, Lu Lei's face darkened. He quickly came up with an idea. "Perfect, I'll use you to test out the hammer hand." Just as his mind stopped dwelling on other thoughts, Lu Shiryu charged at Lu Lei. He swung his sword, and the blade struck Lu Shiryu. The force of the strike sent Shiryu flying, and he cried out in pain, "Ah!" His body slammed into a nearby tree, causing it to snap in half immediately. Lu Lei glanced at the sword in his hand, frowning and muttering, "My hammer hand only touched him lightly, yet it's this strong?" A phone was raised high. The image of Lu Shiryu being knocked away was captured in sharp detail. The owner of the phone laughed and said, "Well done, that hit was totally worth it." The photo was quickly sent to someone else. The person who took the photo of Lu Shiryu was none other than Lu Mei. She smiled and said, "Lu Lei has a lot of treasures on him. You guys don't find the hammer hand worth 200 million? Aren't you intrigued?" One person, upon seeing the photo that Lu Mei had shared, grinned widely with delight. "I absolutely have to get my hands on this weapon." From a distance in the workshop, the conversations of the people could be heard. A voice rang out, "My mom heard that you requested we stop a few of the machines to wait for Yuan Shaosu's blueprints." Han Xiao smiled, "My design is ergonomically perfect. It will definitely make Lu Lei even stronger." Sister Fawn also didn't forget to chime in. "Without my production line, your design would just be a draft on paper." Lu Lei sighed in frustration, exclaiming, "So, is it finished or not?" As soon as he finished speaking, a brand new gun was handed over. It was ready just 2 minutes after he arrived. Han Xiao softly remarked, "Yes, this way the machine can react and focus its energy to produce the greatest efficiency." Lu Lei smirked, "So, I just got this new weapon, and you're already using it as a tool to test for me?" Sister Fong looked at him with admiration, deeply impressed. Brother Lei, you're using the weapon I made to wreak havoc everywhere, you really know how to show off. Han Xiao interjected, that weapon was clearly designed by me. In front of Lu Lei's shop, a group of people arrived uninvited. Xiao Huang walked over, clenched his fist, and calmly said, "So, what you're saying is, none of you are showing any respect to me, Xiao Huang." The men responded, "Exactly, it seems none of you are showing any respect to Xiao Huang." From behind the crowd, Lu Lei slowly walked forward. He flashed a dangerously sly smile, then his expression turned serious as he smirked again. "Let's deal with Lu Lei first, the matter of splitting things up can be negotiated later." Grandmaster of Qi Condensation Xiao Huang, Golden Core Stage Peak, you guys came in such numbers, at least greet me first. Otherwise, when the ambulance arrives later, I won't be able to make arrangements. The Grandmaster of Qi Condensation looked at the sword in Lu Lei's hand with great interest. "Lu Lei, if you could hand over that weapon, I'll help you drive them away." Holding the gun in his hand, Lu Lei calmly replied, "No need, I can handle it myself." Hearing this, the three people became so enraged that they almost spat blood. One was at the second level of the Golden Core stage, another at the third level, and the last at the fifth level. They gritted their teeth and said, "You just ascended to the Golden Core, what are you lying about?" As soon as they finished speaking, Lu Lei raised the gun high, hesitated, and fired toward them. The bullet shot forward, hitting them and causing their bodies to stiffen as if they were shocked by electricity. The Grandmaster of Qi Condensation froze in place as he watched this scene, admiration flashing in his eyes. With just a movement of his finger, he could directly defeat the three people who had a higher cultivation level than him. He looked at Lu Lei, then took out several black gold tokens from his robe, trying to bribe him. With a smile, he said, "Damn, such a good weapon, share one with me, I can pay for it." Lu Lei, with a serious expression, replied calmly, "Oh, a bald monk has such strong desires, huh?" The Grandmaster of Qi Condensation gritted his teeth and said, "I'm not a monk." With the same expression and tone, Lu Lei responded, "If you're not a monk, then why wear a prayer bead?" The Grandmaster of Qi Condensation, unable to tolerate any more, gritted his teeth so hard it almost hurt. "Isn't it because I don't have a good weapon? Also, this looks like a prayer bead, stop mentioning monks, you're making me angry." As he spoke, Lu Lei aimed the gun at him and fired a bullet. Instantly, the Grandmaster of Qi Condensation shifted his body and raised his hand to block the shot. Lu Lei curled his lips into a smile. Spiritual Qi protects the body. Basic skills are very practical. The Grandmaster of Qi Condensation frowned and replied, "You think I want this? I don't have any good weapons, so I have no choice but to constantly improve my own cultivation techniques." Lu Lei suddenly turned serious. He raised his hand to his chin and thought, "Oh, that does make one feel some sympathy. Let me think about it." Countless thoughts surged through his mind, a friendly reminder triggering the real-world shop mission. Mission requirement: the owner must open a shop selling otherworldly materials in the real world. Reward: the owner's abilities will be significantly enhanced. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Sun Mu Jun appeared abruptly. She swung her sword at the Grandmaster of Qi Condensation, slashing down furiously and shouted, "You dare touch Lu Lei? Have you asked the Sun family first?" Lu Lei said softly, "You want to protect me? Did you ask me first?" The Grandmaster of Qi Condensation cried out in grievance, "I just want a weapon. There are so many of you, can't you just share one with me?" He moved closer to Lu Lei. Sun Mu Jun whispered, "These people aren't kind. I can handle two. How many can you deal with?" He replied calmly, "All of them." Then, all of a sudden, he smiled brightly. "If everyone is interested in my weapons, let's not hurt the harmony between us. Just give me 3 days, and I'll fulfill everyone's requests. At 9:00 a.m. 3 days from now, right here, the C family and the Lu family will sell spirit treasure weapons." From his hand, a flurry of spirit stones flew out. He smiled and said, "This is a small token of appreciation for your hard work. I hope everyone can help spread the word." Seeing Lu Lei casually toss out spirit stones like this, everyone expressed their delight. A pile of low-grade spirit stones like this. Do you want medium spirit stones? Tribulation crossing. He said, whatever you want, I have it. The Grandmaster of Chi Condensation's eyes lit up, and with a smile, he asked, is that really true? Are you selling spirit weapons? Lu Lei happily replied, this is my Zuzhe, how could I possibly run away? I advise everyone to grab their money quickly, a good weapon isn't cheap. The Grandmaster of Chi Condensation glanced around at the crowd and said, everyone, leave. If anyone bothers Lu Lei in the next 3 days, Xiao Huang will be the first to deal with them. Everyone agreed. Leave, come back in 3 days. Sun Mujun softly asked, you're being so generous? Lu Lei answered, if someone wants to make trouble for me, I'll just buy them all out. Mujun looked at Lu Lei in surprise and curiosity. How much money do you really have? Lu Lei grinned and teased, wait until you call me Brother Lei, and I'll tell you just how much money I have. Sun Mujun snapped, are you itching for a fight? Realizing he had poked the hornet's nest, Lu Lei quickly said, all right, let's go. At the Lu family shop of Foreign Realms, a voice echoed, inviting customers inside. Hua Xiao, with a beaming smile, said, the aisle stocked with goods has been fully replenished. Everyone who came to shop stood in shock, unable to believe their eyes at the sight of such a vibrant Hua Xiao. Is this really Hua Xiao? Wasn't he once so arrogant? How could martial cultivation have tamed him? Jean de Biao clenched the edge of his clothes, feeling aggrieved, and whispered to Lu Lei, Hua Xiao has done all the work, and I can only stand guard at the door. Lu Lei sighed, you're jealous with nothing to do? I'll find something else for you to do another day. Suddenly, a tall, burly figure appeared in the distance, and everyone exclaimed, General Hua. General Hua furrowed his brow and moved his lips. The martial cultivation Hua Xiao saw him and gasped, shouting, Grandpa, what are you doing here? Lu Lei clasped his hands respectfully and greeted General Hua, asking, should we proceed step by step, or go straight to action? Suddenly, General Hua knelt before Lu Lei. Everyone was shocked and stunned by the sight. Lu Lei smiled courteously and reached out to support General Hua, saying, Old General, please rise. But General Hua remained kneeling. With his hands clasped, he bowed his head and said, I am in charge of the Ching Lan Shan operation, few religious, disrespectful towards martial cultivation. Lu Lei replied softly, it's alright, Hua Xiao has changed and helped me a lot. Hearing this, for some reason, tears welled up in General Hua's eyes. With a voice full of gratitude, he said, Lu martial cultivation, you've worked hard. Lu Lei looked off into the distance and said coldly, quickly clear the way for old General Siang. General Hua truly had the bearing of a great man. Everyone who witnessed the scene couldn't help but admire and feel joy. Martial cultivation was both virtuous and eloquent in conversation. Then he raised his hand forward, politely inviting General Hua, old General Siang, please come inside to talk. Inside the room where the two stepped in, the space was simply arranged, yet it retained an air of luxury and elegance. General Hua slowly spoke, I'd like a few basic grade weapons that have been removed from military service as a gift. Lu martial cultivation, there's no need to be formal with me. Lu Lei replied, if disciples in the clan get weapons that are too good on their first try, it might cause trouble. If they turn around and use them against us, we'd suffer a great loss. General Hua clasped his hands and bowed, while Lu martial cultivation, deep in thought, said, I'll go along with your arrangements. Suddenly, Jean de Biao rushed in, interrupting their conversation. He exclaimed anxiously, martial cultivation, something's wrong. Something has happened with the Thunder Beast. At this moment, in the Thunder Beast chamber of the Lu family's interdimensional market, a pregnant female Thunder Beast suddenly cried out in pain. Lu Lei hurriedly rushed over and asked urgently, what's going on? The Thunder Beast immediately replied, this is the fetus energy moving, it requires top-grade Yunji for nourishment. Suddenly, the Thunder Beast, overwhelmed by discomfort, coughed up blood, throwing the entire Lu family of the other realm into panic. This is bad, the Thunder Beast said in fear. The fetus energy has attacked the heart. I'm afraid my wife won't be able to endure it. Lu Lei's face darkened as he exclaimed, what? The thunder beast spewed blood continuously, trembling in agony. At that moment, Hua Xiao urgently called into the room from the door, "Martial cultivation, the situation is critical. I've taken the liberty of inviting Miss Shui in directly." Shangguan Shui waved her hand and cast a magical formation of spiritual qi. Our Shangguan family possesses a secret technique that can stabilize fetus energy. With my martial cultivation, I can only maintain its condition, at most for half a shurchen. Lu Lei frowned, rubbing his chin in thought. That's roughly 1 hour. General Hua is admirable, but Yunji naturally carries a spiritual shield, ordinary divine sense can't detect it. Even if found, its grade wouldn't be high. Having said that, he looked toward the door, his expression grave. This can't be delayed. I'll go check if there's anything left in the army. Lu Lei waved his hand. No need to use military supplies. Order your subordinate Jean de Biao to bring over some regular Yunji. De Biao immediately accepted the command and ran off. Understood. 10 minutes later, de Biao stood bewildered, holding the cloth-wrapped piece of bright red jade. I spent my entire fortune on martial cultivation just to exchange for half a cloud pond. He took the jade that had just been delivered and scanned it with a machine. Thankfully, the Meng family had provided advanced scanning equipment. Thunder Beast impatiently asked him, "How long are you going to stand there wasting time?" My wife, Lu Lei, calmly reassured it, "Don't rush. Delivering it tomorrow won't delay the cooking." Scene shifts to the Sun family's living room. Shi Zuo raised his voice and asked, "What did you say? You want to stay by Lu Lei's side?" Sun Mujun stood and explained to his father as if it were only natural, "Lu Lei will soon be supplying divine weapons to a certain group. There must be a unique path behind him." Shi Zuo remained unconvinced. He's just a young master cast away by the Lu family. What kind of resources could he possibly have? Do we, the Sun family, lack such things? Sun Mujun responded rationally. He defeated several Golden Core Stage cultivators, even bested He Zihao at the peak of Golden Core Stage. Within the Sun family or the entire world, can we find another person like that? Shi Zuo let out a sigh. Well, even so, why do you have to offer yourself up just to get those girls to lure him in? Sun Mujun, arms crossed, resolutely volunteered, "No, for the future of the Sun family, I must act personally." He had no choice but to yield. He raised a finger, mockingly asking, "Do you even know how to love?" She pouted and turned away. "No, but I can learn. Your daughter's stubbornness has you at your wit's end." How I should learn, I don't know. The conversation between father and daughter ended. Shi Zuo went to the Qi family's office. The blonde, curvaceous woman sighed. If Lu Lei really had a reputation, there would be no need for him to manipulate the pharmaceutical market. Shi Zuo, not willing to lose ground, asserted his authority. "If you want to treat me like a bandit, I won't be like those foolish people from Tua Luo. Big Brother Wu doesn't even know that someone who just insulted him has sneezed loudly." She smiled, complimenting him, as expected of the Qi family. "If I don't invest something today, I suppose we won't be able to cooperate." With that, she took out another white jade ring with a dragon phoenix design. Spirit Jade, grade 5. He quickly recognized this as a valuable item. Spirit Jade, grade 5. It was indeed top-notch, but because this would offend the two families, the TN and MNH, it wasn't worth it. She remained calm, smiling as she made a wager with him. "If Lu Lei can make 500 million in a week, you'll help me take care of him." Shi Zuo probed further. "What if he can't?" She decisively threw the ring at him. "Then this will be yours." Shi Zuo caught the ring easily. "I don't believe he has the ability to do that." The scene transitions to the peaceful Ching Lan Mountain, with a clear blue sky, white clouds, and wild grass growing abundantly. General Hua and Lu Lei are riding the sacred beast, floating in mid-air. General Hua shouted, "Savage beast, you foolish creature, quickly move aside." The group of animals playing happily was interrupted by his command, scattering in all directions. Lu Lei held a phone in one hand and a detector in the other. According to my instructions, conduct a thorough search. What you're holding is the Yunji detector in Ching Lan Mountain. Lu Lei hid behind a large tree trunk, using the detector to scan for the cloud mushrooms. Soon, he spotted red mushrooms growing from the trunk and joyfully shouted, "Over here, over here." Half an hour later, in the Lu family's otherworldly shop, the red mushrooms he had collected from the forest were brought in. Shan Guanshui's eyes sparkled as she looked at the mushrooms. "How did you manage to gather so many top-quality Yunji?" "Here, take a piece of mushroom for the Thunder Beast," she said. The Thunder Beast blushed and refused. "Master, according to the rules, the best one should go to you." He tossed the piece of mushroom to the Thunder Beast. "Saving your wife is more important." Then, he turned to General Hua. "Keep enough for yourselves. The rest should be given to the old general. I think it will be useful for treating wounds in the army." General Hua, feeling grateful, bowed and clasped his hands in thanks. This top-quality Yunji will add several more chances of victory for the primordial spear army. Thunder Beast happily fed the Supreme Yunji to his weakening wife. After using the Supreme Yunji, Thunder Beast's wife immediately looked much better. "I, on behalf of the primordial spear army, thank martial cultivation." Shang Guanshui breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from her forehead. The spiritual chi has flowed smoothly, the maintenance is all that matters. She blushed as she looked at Lu Lei's back, silently admiring him. The martial cultivation divine technique was profound and unpredictable, making him truly a hero of the ZHTN-RNHU era. In Lu Lei's bedroom, he happily held a large paper bag filled with various weapons of fortune. General Hua must have given him some medicinal herbs. He was startled when he saw a woman already sitting on the bed, waiting for him. Lu Lei blushed, teasing her, "Eldest Miss Meng, why are you suddenly sitting on my bed?" Meng Fu Yao shyly asked him, "Lu Lei, are you free tonight?" Lu Lei was so happy that his face turned red and his nose flared. "If eldest Miss Meng has such an intention, then tonight, I'll be yours." The two of them walked along the river bank together. He wept as tears streamed down, but it was just a leisurely stroll. Fu Yao asked with concern, "Is everything going smoothly on the other side of the world?" Lu Lei smiled brightly and proudly replied, "Very well, opening a shop is no problem. I'll be able to enter Ching Lan Mountain immediately." Fu Yao didn't look at him and said sadly, "I don't hope for that." Lu Lei explained, "I want to take revenge on Wu Qian. I must keep getting stronger." Fu Yao furrowed her brows and looked directly into his eyes, raising her voice, "I don't want you to bear everything alone while I do nothing." She hesitantly listed the things he had done for her, stopping young Master Long from saving her, retrieving the thunder source, helping her grandfather with the tribulation crossing all the way, and risking his life alone. She grabbed his hand. "Teach me the cultivation techniques. I want to fight alongside you." He tilted his head back and grinned wickedly, pointing to his cheek, "I'll teach you, but you have to kiss me first." Without hesitation, she pulled him closer and kissed him deeply. Embarrassed, she fiddled with his hair, avoiding Lu Lei's gaze. "Will you teach me?" Lu Lei touched the spot where her warmth lingered. "Are you ready?" "Cultivation is tough." Meng family firmly affirmed, "I am willing to live and die with you." He affectionately replied, "Then you'll have to endure hardship these days." Fu Yao blushed, panting. Her hands trembled as they braced against the ground, her body arching slightly. Lu Lei placed his hand on her waist, guiding her, and bent her back just a little, sensing the flow of energy through her dantian. "If you want to catch up to my cultivation speed, you'll have to work harder than me," he said. Exhausted, Fu Yao was drenched in sweat. She furrowed her brows and responded loudly, "Fine." He handed her a green drink with a straw. "After practicing, drink this bitter gold thread elixir." Unable to take it anymore, she shouted, "Is this something a human would do?" Scene transitions to the office of the head of electronics, Jia Yuan. Yuan Shaosu sobs and complains, "Mom, there are so many outstanding women around him. I lack confidence." Ruan Shirshir pats her daughter's shoulder, "Don't worry, today he has something to ask of me, and I'll help you handle it." She smiled confidently, knowing how to deal with Xiao Si like Lu Lei. It required an air of authority that would make him respect her. The notification sound from the landline phone rings. Director Ian, Lu Lei is here. Yuan Xiaosu points toward the door and then heads to the room next door. Ruan Shir commands, tell him to come in. Lu Lei gently pushes open the door, walks in, and greets her, Yin Tong, sorry to trouble Jia Yuan, but I need a batch of night vision glasses made urgently. Ruan Shir cleverly hints, Lu Lei, last time I helped you return the 2 billion, now I'll help you with the weapons. Lu Lei furrows his brow, as if it were none of his business. The favor had already been repaid. She continues to make up things to make Lu Lei feel indebted to her. I've looked over the order you sent me. As for the capital, Jia Yuan has some concerns, but if you're willing to stay by my daughter's side. He interrupts her and places a black card on the table. I need the glasses urgently, I'll pay right away, and I'll add an extra 20%. Ruan Shir's face turns pale, covering her mouth. The Meng family's black card. Lu Lei, acting like a generous big shot, says, money is not the issue, but I need it done quickly. Yuan Xiaosu, who was eavesdropping in the next room, was left stunned and confused. The momentum of her mother had already faltered. Lu Lei was about to turn and leave, but he didn't forget to remind them, by the way, Old Man Meng is holding a celebration to congratulate his promotion to the nascent soul stage. Everyone should make sure to attend. Soon after, guests began to arrive for the grand banquet at the Meng family. The venue was at a hotel. The guests, whether wealthy or noble, arrived in groups, with cars lined up outside the hotel. They were gossiping excitedly, the Meng family will soar in Shangdu now. I've always felt that the old man was no ordinary figure. Mr. Meng, has Meng Fu Yao gotten engaged yet? Consider my family's proposal. Meng Changtian humbly clasped his hands and said, thank you for your kind words. The Meng family will certainly do their best to repay the favor you've shown us. Ruan Shir sat at a table reserved for guests of honor, looking around. The famous elites of Shangdu had all come to witness the promotion to nascent soul stage. Yuan Xiaosu leaned her hand on the table and sighed in frustration, so, with Lu Lei and Meng Fu Yao together, my chances are even slimmer. Ruan Shir gently swirled her wineglass and replied, my daughter, some things just can't be forced. She sighed disheartened, Mother, I understand. Countless precious gifts were brought and placed on the reception table, with thanks for the generous gestures of the guests. Lu Lei, dressed in a neat suit, held a long cane that gleamed with golden light in both hands and smiled as he introduced, this is the 6th rank divine whip that I specially sought for you. Old man Zhu Meng, congratulations on your promotion to the nascent soul stage. The guests were all wide-eyed in surprise at the scene. 6th rank, the Sun family hasn't even attained such high status yet. This Lu Lei kid is no simple character. Meng Changtian grabbed his hand and pulled him up onto the stage. Put the gifts aside, come up on stage with me. The young couple, Lu Lei and Fu Yao, exchanged shy glances. I hereby declare that this banquet is also an engagement celebration for Lu Lei and Meng Fu Yao. Sun Mu Jun stood up, raising her hand and saying, I oppose this marriage. All the guests in the banquet hall recognized her. Why her? Is this the woman from the Sun family and Lu Lei? The one who snatched the gifts last time, and now she's snatching the man? Ruan Shir frowned, massaging her temples in frustration, then tried to comfort her daughter. Meng Fu Yao and Sun Mu Jun are both extraordinary women. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Yuan Xiaosu, full of excitement, her eyes sparkling, quickly bombarded her mother with questions. When did this love triangle start? Who will Lu Lei choose? Seeing the eager curiosity in her daughter's expression, Ruan Shir broke into a cold sweat. She realized her daughter had completely given up on the matter. The Meng family sarcastically responded to Sun Mu Jun. Does the Sun family not have any men to choose from? You had to come all the way to the grand banquet of the Meng family to find one? Sun Mu Jun took long, steady steps up the stage. She had no idea about the incident with Lu Lei's martial arts, only knowing that she needed to avoid it. Sun Mu-jun disdainfully shoved Fu Yao's shoulder, saying, "Not every woman can stand by his side." Fu Yao stood motionless, startling her into a state of shock. She gripped her dress tightly, and suddenly, an imposing aura radiated from her, making others feel intimidated. "Now, do I have the right?" "Miss Sun, peak chi cultivation, Fu Yao." Some of the guests, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of monster is Fu Yao?" "It took me years of practice just to reach foundation establishment." Sun Mu-jun, not willing to fall behind, began to unleash his spiritual energy. "Is that so? Then let's compete today." He awkwardly brushed off the situation, saying, "Is this going to turn into a contest to pick a girlfriend?" Meng Changtian, curiously stroking his chin, looked back at him, surrounded by a wave of blue spiritual energy from the Meng family, and sarcastically mocked Sun Mu-jun. "It seems the Sun family really enjoys causing trouble at other people's banquets." Sun Mu-jun, unbothered, retorted, "That's only because some people don't know how to show gratitude." Sun Mu-jun furrowed his brow, raising his voice in disdain toward the Meng family. "With your pathetic skills, I suggest you stop making a fool of yourself." Lu Lei suddenly moved between the two girls, startling them both into a sudden halt. He calmly asked, "Why has Fu Yao's power suddenly increased so drastically? And why does Sun Mu-jun always seem to win without fail?" He placed the small bottle on the palm of his hand and smiled as he introduced it. "The flourishing spirit communication art will change your life. For those who come after, what are you waiting for? Hurry and go to the Lu family supermarket to buy it." The guests all stared in surprise at him. Lu Lei, as calm as ever, continued his pitch. "Although the two girls' struggle scene is fake, the realm level of eldest Miss Meng's martial arts has been witnessed by everyone. If you're interested, feel free to visit my shop in the afternoon to place an order." Lu Lei instantly became the center of attention in the entire hall, and not only that, but also had the support of the third materia of the spiritual martial realm, a fourth rank. At the same time, credit should also be given to the Meng family and Sun family for their full assistance. The guests who were watching felt amused by this unique way of promoting. Is this how the wealthy advertise everything? Even spiritual martial arts are being sold. This is a valuable item with no place to buy it. I need to hurry home and prepare the money. Sun Mu-jun, sitting nearby, was seething with anger but still tried to suppress it, gritting her teeth as she spoke to Lu Lei. "Lu Lei, don't stop me. Today, I must settle things with Fu Yao." Lu Lei looked displeased and advised her, "Until Wu Shan is dealt with, I don't want any infighting among us." Then he solemnly said to the two girls, "The revered Might Alliance cannot be broken. Consider this Lu Lei's humble plea to you both." Meng Changtian stood upstairs, observing everything, quietly impressed. This Lu family kid, after just a few months, has already grown powerful enough to make the Sun family fight over him. Sun Mu-jun couldn't do a thing and had no choice but to leave in frustration. "That kid got involved makes me furious." Sun Mu-jun snatched a glass of wine from the waiter's tray and drank it in big gulps. The waiter bowed respectfully and said, "Please help yourself." He bared his teeth in a sinister grin and thought, "Good, good. Once this wine is down, the two mighty families will be thrown into chaos." Lu Lei smiled gently and reminded Fu Yao, "When we get back later, help me sell some things, okay?" Sun Mu-jun walked up behind Lu Lei with a sullen face and patted him on the shoulder. "I might let this one slide, but next time, I can't guarantee anything." The Meng family sneered, mocking her. "Miss Sun, next time, the Meng family may not even bother inviting you." Sun Mu-jun snapped, raising her voice, "What did you just say?" Lu Lei remained calm and polite, extending an invitation. "Miss Sun, my shop will open this afternoon. I sincerely hope you'll come." All three walked together to the outside of the Lu family supermarket. Lu Lei walked ahead, raising his hand to signal the two girls behind. "Wait a moment." A corpse was casually discarded in the middle of the street. The bald-headed young man sitting on the corpse called out his name. "Boss Lu." He grinned, showing off his teeth. "Some people are causing trouble, I'll help you deal with them all. Lu Lei placed his hand on the scanner. It was time to open for business. Brand new, shiny swords slowly appeared. He enthusiastically introduced their uses. First weapon, 1 million, second, 5 million, third, 20 million, fourth, 100 million. Flourishing spirit communication art to improve cultivation, essence foundation liquid body refining, vitalizing spirit elixir to enhance spiritual chi burst power. When you buy weapons, don't forget to upgrade your cultivation techniques and buy the medicinal pills, 5 million. Sun Mu Jun, battered and bruised, stood with his mouth agape, wondering where he had gotten so many treasures from. The Meng family, holding the scanner, coordinated the group, lining up to swipe their cards, one by one. Each person had 30 seconds to make their selection. Remember, buy carefully and thoughtfully. The brand new, glittering weapons and medicines made people covetous. I'm only at the body refining stage, a second-tier weapon will be enough for me. I want to buy a fourth-tier weapon for my son, and I want to try one of each type of medicine. The guests all held the items they had purchased in their hands, with expressions of awe and satisfaction. Absolutely amazing, a masterpiece. Is this a divine weapon? Even you are softened now. With a snap of his fingers, he picked up the cup, as if suddenly remembering something. Look at my memory, I forgot about this treasure, I'll bring it out and auction it off. Then he took out a sword that radiated a mysterious purple glow, a top-tier 4th-grade spiritual artifact, the ancient Yuan ring. The guests all showed excitement, eagerly participating in the auction. This is the best item. I'll pay 200 million today. I'll offer 500 million. A young man with a shaved head and bright eyes loudly declared. This weapon is mine. Who dares to compete with me? I'll fight anyone who does. Lu Lei folded his arms and teased, asking, Brother Qiao, can you really take the item by fighting? How would I be able to do business then? He placed his bank card on the table and smiled wryly. 3 million. If that's not enough, old Xiao, will work as your bodyguard for a month. Behind them, several voices murmured in dissatisfaction. If I wasn't outmatched, I could easily take out 3 million too. He took the bank card, slipping it into the inner pocket of his coat. Don't worry, everyone, I'll have new goods next month when I come back. Brother Qiao licked his lips, holding the sword in his hands, and glanced at Lu Lei, asking, new goods? Better than this one? He didn't answer but delivered a final remark, goods once purchased are non-refundable. The customer behind him exclaimed in astonishment like a wealthy patron. Lu Lei entered, carefully closed the room's door. The Meng family sat before the computer, typing up a status report this time, the income reached several billion. At that very moment, a mechanical system voice echoed, store successfully opened, reward, 1 true spirit herb. Income has reached 5 billion. Activation time for the alternate world extended by 3 hours. He stroked his chin and thought, what does the true spirit herb do? The system explained, true spirit herb is a divine plant that grows once every 3 years, possessing miraculous effects. It can open the spirit eye and dispel enchantments. Lu Lei smiled joyfully, thinking to himself, I'll store it away, might need it later. A red flash suddenly streaked past his body, startling him and leaving his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Sun Mu Jun furrowed her brow and asked angrily, you're so wealthy, and last time the Sun family suffered heavy casualties helping you and you only gave a few spirit stones? She gripped a sword glowing red and charged at him. I'll show you the price of looking down on the Sun family. At that moment, the two swords clashed with a fierce collision. Sun Mu Jun was thrown back. She couldn't help but question, what kind of weapon is this? It can suppress my flowing light sword? Lu Lei responded nonchalantly, your weapon is a lower grade, inferior item. Compared to my Thunder Emperor 8th grade, mid-tier short sword, of course, it cannot compare. At this moment, Fu Yao intervened, stop, do you want to hurt Lu Lei? He reminded her, it's fine, some things can only be explained after a fight. Sun Mu Jun, however, ignored Lu Lei's words and leapt to attack, showing off her own skills, though her technique was still immature. The seven-colored fate slaying slash was then unleashed. The two engaged in a sword fight, with smoke swirling around them. Sun Mu-jun was stunned when she saw Lu Lei's technique. At that moment, he drew a gun and aimed it straight at her. Instantly, Sun Mu-jun was knocked back, crashing into a nearby wall, causing it to crumble into pieces. Seeing this, Lu Lei couldn't help but think to himself, I should have gone outside to fight. Now I have to fix the wall. Sun Mu-jun, dazed, could only stammer, how is this possible? Lu Lei casually helped her up and said, Miss Sun, today I'll give you 1/3 of my earnings, and I'll also gift you a 4th-grade weapon. Yeah. Sun Mu-jun grew angry upon hearing that and scolded, do you think the Sun family is a place you can settle matters with money? Lu Lei replied calmly, I can't possibly repay this matter with my own body, can I? Sun Mu-jun cursed back, as if anyone would want you. Suddenly, a strange black sphere appeared. From within the sphere, Huan emerged with a striking presence, startling everyone. Lu Lei pushed Fu Yao behind him and asked, Demoness of the He family, what are you doing here? At that moment, Huan bowed at a 90-degree angle and pleaded, I won't hide it from you, all the He family's meridians have been severed. I beg Lu Lei for help in restoring them. Lu Lei asked her calmly, why should I help the He family? Fu Yao couldn't hold back her curiosity either. What kind of scheme is the He family trying to pull this time? Sun Mu-jun, far less patient than the other two, snapped, enough of her nonsense, just kill her. At this, Huan merely cast a sidelong glance. She quickly dodged the strike Sun Mu-jun launched at her. But then, to her own surprise, she suddenly coughed up blood. In an instant, Sun Mu-jun collapsed to the ground. Lu Lei stepped forward and pressed his blade to Huan's neck. His gaze was icy as he spoke, Huan, what is the meaning of this? At that moment, Huan gently pushed the sword pressed against her neck aside and spoke softly, don't go crazy on me, step aside. She casually sat down next to Sun Mu-jun, who was lying on the ground. Huan quickly thrust her hand into the woman's body. Lu Lei, seeing this, was utterly confused and asked, what exactly do you want to do? Huan was drenched in sweat, but she continued what she was doing and reminded him, if you want to save her, it's best to keep quiet. After a while, Huan finally withdrew her hand from Sun Mu-jun's body. She gathered the substances on her hand into a lump and said, take the glass jar and store this evidence. At that moment, small purple streams of water appeared in the jar. Lu Lei was puzzled and asked, what exactly is this? Huan proactively explained, if I'm not mistaken, this is the heart symbol. After consuming it, if one's energy is not stabilized, it will damage the body's functions and drain all spiritual qi. She pointed at Sun Mu-jun, who was lying on the ground, and continued, I know you must be suspecting that I did this with the heart symbol. After all, you've seen my ability to manipulate objects at a distance. But the urgent task at hand is to take Miss Sun to the Lin family hospital. I'm not running away, I'm not hiding, and I'm doing as you instructed. Lu Lei then turned to Fu Yao and said, Yao, you drive. He picked up Sun Mu-jun and reminded Huan, wait for me near the Lin family, don't let anyone notice you. He nodded slightly and agreed, yes, Lu Lei. The scene shifted to the private Lin family hospital. At this moment, the doctor was reporting, Miss Lin's heart rate is irregular. You mentioned that burning heart manifestation is invading her spiritual qi. Lin Yuan Lei sighed, luckily we saved her in time. After removing that thing, she can still rely on her own strength to hold out for 6 more hours. Meanwhile, Sun Lizhong was reprimanding Fu Yao, to avenge the Meng family, even if you die, it won't be in vain. Just a few hours ago, Little Majesty ran into trouble. She is the future of the Sun family. Lu Lei saw this and stepped forward to intervene, Senior Sun, there's something wrong with this situation. Now is not the time for internal conflict. He then turned to Fu Yao and asked, have you found any clues? She replied, I've gone through all the data. Only the Tua Luo organization has used this before. Lu Lei murmured, Tua Luo, Shi family. Hearing this, Sun Lizhong angrily shouted, Shi you. You people stop pretending. Sun Mu Jun was once his secretary. What reason does he have to act against him? Lu Lei calmly replied, Senior son, the fact that you came here alone clearly shows you still trust us. He firmly declared, investigate the truth later, give me 6 hours in the name of my grandfather's honor, I will definitely save Sun Mu Jun. Sun Li Zhong was greatly surprised by this. He watched Lu Lei walk away and thought to himself, he does carry a bit of the same charisma as his grandfather. Scene shifts to the Lin Family Hospital Research Lab. At this moment, Lu Lei asked, still can't separate it? Lin Qiuya immediately replied, damn. The burning heart manifestation has already infiltrated the bloodstream, too many impurities in the stomach. She added with a frown, without the original essence of the burning heart manifestation, it's extremely difficult to find an antidote. Fu Yao, who had been standing behind, then spoke up, I know where the burning heart manifestation is. Upon hearing this, Lu Lei immediately turned and asked, where? Fu Yao's face seemed to radiate killing intent as she said, find Tua Luo. Lu Lei was now sitting in a Mercedes speeding down the road when he asked, Wu Yongning, do you know where to find Tua Luo's burning heart manifestation? Wu Yongning looked troubled at the question. There was some at Tua Luo's warehouse, but the place was heavily guarded, he couldn't get it out. Lu Lei didn't seem to care much, and softly told him, just send me the warehouse address. The car had now reached a desolate area. Lu Lei, sitting in the vehicle, said, 7 guards, 10 surveillance cameras. You could charge in, but if the chief family takes action, it'll waste the time needed to rescue Sun Mu Jun. Fu Yao calmly replied, leave the cameras to me. We just need to get past the guards. At that moment, she subtly pressed a button. Fu Yao released an electronic pulse and said, the camera's electronic pulse will freeze for 3 seconds. Upon hearing this, Lu Lei sighed, that's enough. He turned his head slightly to speak to Huan, sit in the back. Let's go. They had now entered the marvelous thunderous medicine cavern. Lu Lei reached out and touched several bottles of purple liquid, exclaiming, I found the distraction potion. The patrolling guards, who had been shining flashlights, approached. One of them arrogantly said, this is the Tua Luo warehouse. Even if he had 100 lives, would he dare steal? He muttered, each bottle of distraction potion has a GPS tracker. If you open it, it'll trigger an alarm. If you take it, it'll be traceable. The guard, feeling proud, added, don't worry. If burning heart manifestation is lost, I'll pay with my life. At this point, Lu Lei, hiding to the side, happily said, good thing I brought her along. In his hands were several bottles of the distraction potion stacked together. Lu Lei couldn't help but burst into laughter. Once inside the carriage, he still sighed with emotion, luckily we had a way. If we hadn't, we would have exchanged all the burning heart manifestation for her belongings. Huan spoke humbly, it's an honor to be able to help you, Brother Lu. Her words made Fu Yao, sitting above, a little irritated. Lu's marvelous thunderous medicine cavern was truly something that left people full of admiration. Fu Yao immediately tilted her head, blocking the eye contact between Lu Lei and Huan, and reminded them, enough with the chatter. The method of not taking her belongings already cost us quite a bit of time, we need to hurry. At this point, Lu Lei calmly said, Huan, help me protect Sun Mu Jun, and I will assist your family. She appeared to ponder, but said, my combat ability isn't strong. I can protect Miss Sun, but not the Lin family. Lu Lei's gaze sharpened, I will send Xiao Huang and Wu Yongning to assist you, but if anything happens to Sun Mu Jun, I won't forgive you. Huan, emboldened by the moment, even seemed to yearn for Lu's harsh treatment. Forget it, we don't have enough, let's do as you say. Fu Yao, sitting above, let out a faintly displeased snort, shifting the scene to a place referred to as the otherworldly alchemy chamber. At that moment, someone reached out and shouted, Elder Wang, quick, martial cultivation needs help. This person was none other than the Grandmaster Alchemist. Wan Hong. Lu Lei stepped inside and clasped his hands in respect, Elder Wang, I've brought a kind of deadly poison. He took out a bottle of elixir and introduced, this item is called Burning Heart Manifestation. It disrupts the human body's functions and drains spiritual qi. Hearing this, Wan Heng gently waved the horsetail whisk in his hand and asked, "There's actually such a kind of medicine? Where's everyone? Open my death aura furnace, analyze the elixir." At that moment, Lu Lei reminded, "Elder Wang, I only have 2 hours. If we can't solve it, I'll have to find another way." Wang Heng pointed at his death aura furnace and sighed, "Martial cultivation, I've refined pills for hundreds of years, what medicine have I not analyzed?" From the furnace came billows of thick smoke, as if an explosion had just occurred. The powerful blast sent fragments flying everywhere. Jean de Biao and Lu Lei were speechless at the sight and stammered, this. Wan Heng, covered in soot from the explosion, softly said, the path of alchemy is truly unfathomable. Is there more of the medicine? Lu Lei took out another bottle of the elixir and reminded him, "Elder, if it doesn't work, I won't insist." Only then did Wang Heng remark, "I've found a clue. Martial cultivation, please take a look." The elixir was sealed by spiritual qi around the bottle, indeed forming a chain-like ring surrounding it. At that moment, Wang Heng spoke up, "Without the key, analyzing it will cause an explosion. I'll summon the disciples and divide the furnace." His disciples at that time all worked together to sit in front of the furnace. Wang Heng spoke softly, "Each of you, keep an eye on the furnace in front of you, release your spiritual qi, and make sure to prepare thoroughly." At the same time, he raised his hand to add fire to the furnace and said, "Dare to propose a hypothesis, but be careful in your analysis." As soon as he finished speaking, the furnace in front of him exploded into pieces. Wang Heng then instructed the disciples who were carrying the new furnace, "Move faster, take advantage of the time." The scene shifted to the back courtyard of the Lu family's shop in the other world. Shangguan Shui, feeling frustrated, raised her hand. "Martial cultivation asked me to teach you the cultivation technique, why are you letting me dress like this?" Meng Fu Yao could only smile wryly. "This was arranged by martial cultivation, Miss Shangguan, please understand." At that moment, Shangguan Shui didn't think much further. "All right then, follow me, and don't make any mistakes." After saying that, she threw out a gourd-shaped bottle. The bottle quickly split into 2 pieces. Meng Fu Yao, at this point, finished pressing the keys on her computer and sighed, "I've got the motion down." Meng Fu Yao then happily leaned over, and in the blink of an eye, she tossed out a gourd-shaped bottle with nearly the same motion as Shangguan Shui. The gourd-shaped bottle also split into 2 pieces. Witnessing this, Shangguan Shui exclaimed in astonishment, "She learned the motion in 1 try, and her power is even greater than mine by several levels." After Meng Fu Yao finished that move, he spoke up, "Are there any other techniques? Teach me." The scene shifts to near the Lin family hospital. At this moment, Lu Mei cheerfully said to the man sitting beside her, "The Qi family truly keeps their word." Shizhuo replied, "I want to deal with Lu Lei, not just because of you." Lu Mei immediately agreed, "Oh, I'm all ears." The old man then complained, "Got rich and didn't even bother to say hello, secretly selling his own medicine, and even stole my burning heart manifestation." Shizhuo turned toward the 2 people standing outside and commanded, "We can't keep him. That white-eyed wolf is harmful. Take care of Sun Mu Jun first, let them tear each other apart." The 2 outside responded in unison, "Understood." One of them, Ling Huyang, was the pinnacle of Golden Core Stage, King of Overseers. The other, Sikong Bao, was the pinnacle of Golden Core Stage, Qi Condensation Grandmaster. At that moment, strange vapors rose from Sikong Bao's arm as he swiftly summoned 2 shadowy figures from his hand. Sikong Bao immediately ordered his shadows, "Destroy this place for me." Out of nowhere, Sun Lijian leapt out to block the shadows and warned, "As long as I'm here, you won't be causing any trouble." He swiftly waved his hand, causing his palm using any trouble. He swiftly raised his hand, causing it to radiate with light. Sun Lijian, in an instant, sent one of Sikong Bao's shadows flying. From the figure of that shadow, a tear appeared, spilling a green liquid. The 2 sides immediately separated, retreating to opposite ends. Sun Lijian glanced at the green liquid clinging to his hand and couldn't help but think to himself, "This is a deadly toxin that absorbs spiritual qi." At that moment, he realized that Si Kong Bao was rising into the air on the opposite side. Sun Li Zhong immediately cast his gaze toward him. Seeing that Si Kong Bao was about to leave, he shouted, "Don't go." Si Kong Bao responded nonchalantly, "Dealing with you is too troublesome. I'll go straight upstairs to find that girl." Meanwhile, at the back door of the Lin family hospital, the Qi condensation grandmaster spoke up, "I'll cover your retreat." He said softly, "You all are just causing more trouble by staying here." Just then, an explosion erupted, causing alarm among everyone. Lin Xiuya exclaimed in shock, "The Lin family's research lab." Lin Yuanlei, enraged, glared at the chaos caused by Lu Lei's actions. He didn't bother to hide his displeasure as he snapped, "This is all because of your infatuation with Lu Lei. Look at the mess now." Lin Xiuya could only sigh in exasperation and lament, "Father, with Shangdu in such chaos, if Lu Lei weren't here, who would protect us if something happened?" The scene shifted to the VIP ward of the Lin family hospital. At this moment, one of Si Kong Bao's shadows had arrived. He casually pointed a finger and issued a command, "Sun Mu Jun is in the VIP room on the top floor. Break in." His shadow had obeyed and charged in, but the inside was completely empty. Si Kong Bao was extremely surprised and asked himself, "No one's here." The scene then shifted to the surveillance room of the Lin family hospital. The man had knocked out the guard and was watching the cameras, muttering to himself, "With your brute force, how could you catch anyone? You've got to use your brain." That man was Ling Huyang. He couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder they couldn't find her. That witch from the He family helped her. Head to the north exit of the parking area and block her off." On the other side, He Huan was carrying Sun Mu Jun. Worried, she thought to herself, "This is bad. Without any equipment to help, Miss Sun won't hold out for long." He Huan suddenly sensed something and glanced over, murmuring to herself, "Not good." At that moment, Si Kong Bao appeared, blocking their path. He sneered and said, "The party's only just begun." He licked his lips slightly and spoke to He Huan, "Don't be in such a hurry to leave." He Huan could only place Sun Mu Jun down in a corner. Looking toward Sun Mu Jun, she thought anxiously, "If this keeps up, Miss Sun won't make it." He Huan turned her head and pondered, "There's only one thing I can do." She quickly pulled out a black orb and whispered, "I'll have to risk it." Without hesitation, He Huan charged straight toward Si Kong Bao in the distance. He Huan stood there, still as ever, licking her lips. Suddenly, a shadow of Si Kong Bao appeared behind her. A stream of bright red blood shot out. The blood sprayed from the side of He Huan's shoulder, leaving her in utter shock. He Huan staggered down and wondered, "When did he get behind me?" Si Kong Bao then laughed lightly, "My shadow puppet moves silently and without a sound. You won't die in vain." But he moved forward, gripping her chin, and said, "If you please me, if I'm in a good mood, I'll leave your body intact." At that moment, He Huan thought to herself, "It's my fault for being careless. If I want to save Sun Mu Jun, I'll have to self-destruct." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the ground. Si Kong Bao's face darkened when he saw it. He Huan, overjoyed, shouted, "Lu Lei!" Lu Lei appeared with an air of casual confidence. Seeing him, Si Kong Bao ordered his shadows, "Lu Lei, so you really appeared. Charge at him." Lu Lei, still calm, drew his sword. He slammed it into the ground, sending a surge of energy rippling beneath the earth. The shadows of Si Kong Bao disintegrated into smoke. Lu Lei sneered, "Is that all?" He then noticed something and muttered, "Humph." Through the thickening fog ahead, a figure appeared, along with a voice, as the mist spread. Ling Huyang gently spoke, "You can't escape." He flashed a sinister smile, and a red fan was then unfolded. Fu Yao softly spoke at this moment, "Do you really think so?" In her hand was the 8th rank lower level Galestorm Spirit Fan. Fu Yao then swung the fan, executing the Wind Rises technique. He Huan, witnessing this, couldn't help but wonder, even Sun Li Zhong at nascent soul stage can't easily escape from the bone poison, yet it's so easily blown away by Fu Yao. What kind of divine artifact is this? Ling Huyang remained calm as he spoke, it's just a magic weapon. He then unleashed his move, and poisonous insects appeared from his body. Lu Lei raised his gun, while Li Huan, with concern, reminded him, be careful, these are poison exploding evil insects. Once their venom touches you, your bones will be gone. The insects were immediately bound by Lu Lei's electric gun, instantly splitting in half, with blood spilling out. Both Ling Huyang and He Huan couldn't hide their astonishment upon seeing this. Lu Lei gently turned his head and asked He Huan, what did you just say? She could only respond, speechless, nothing. Si Kong Bao at this moment was clad in red armor and said, the girl is the one who forced me to deploy all my firepower. Ling Huyang beside him also spoke up, we have no choice but to launch a frontal assault. Si Kong Bao thought to himself, here it comes, blinding and hidden, as he formed an energy sphere in his hand, which he called the non-explosive bullet. At the same time, Ling Huyang summoned a massive venomous snake. He thought to himself, once they evade, I can launch a counterattack. Lu Lei and Fu Yao, on the other side, were still completely unfazed. The two of them simultaneously sighed, it's just the right moment to try the combination technique. Fu Yao waved her hand, launching a lightning strike with the Tatzelwolf technique, while Lu Lei beside her fired his gun. Streams of energy shot toward the enemies. On Si Kong Bao and Ling Huyang's side, they turned into two clouds of smoke. Si Kong Bao had already fainted. Ling Huyang, at that moment, was struggling and thought to himself, as expected, a direct assault won't work, but this is still part of the plan. It seems one of my insects can still attack. Ling Huyang couldn't help but think to himself, his attention is on me in the front, making it easier for me to strike. As long as the girl from the Sun family dies, we will have a complete victory. His insect, meanwhile, had landed on Sun Mu Jun, but it was quickly enveloped by an energy sphere from Yi Huan. At that moment, she shouted, Lu Lei, I was entrusted with protecting Miss Sun, how could I possibly let you succeed so easily? In an instant, that insect was crushed by Yi Huan. By now, Ling Huyang had already managed to get back on his feet. He pointed disdainfully and sneered, almost having been scared by her. You, Meng, you're just putting on a show. You're nothing more than a fragile little chicken who just entered the Foundation establishment stage, pretending to be something with that supreme weapon in your hand. At that moment, Fu Yao truly was just as he said, gasping for breath, struggling to hold on. Ling Huyang burst out laughing. Fight one more time and you'll be drained of all your strength. I want both the girl and the weapon. Just then, Si Kong Bao also regained consciousness, and a cloud of smoke spread out. Seeing this, He Huan cried out in concern, Lu Lei. Lu Lei turned his head slightly and instructed calmly, you protect Sun Mu Jun. Leave everything else to me. Hearing this, Si Kong Bao licked his lips and grinned. Leave it to you? And what the hell are you? What do you have to stand against two peak golden core stage cultivators like us? Unhurriedly, Lu Lei took out a vial of pills. He casually poured the contents into his mouth and said, just some herbs, that's all. In that moment, Lu Lei's entire body radiated a surge of powerful energy. Witnessing this, Si Kong Bao was utterly shocked. You're kidding. What the hell? This is already at the nascent soul realm. Lu Lei's gaze turned cold, still don't understand? Playing around with you all that time before was just so eldest Miss Meng could get some practice. Standing beside him, Ling Huyang quietly reminded Si Kong Bao, don't be fooled by his bluffing. It's just medicine, he'll last a while, but then be crippled. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Lei swiftly swung his sword toward him. In the blink of an eye, Ling Huyang was sent flying. Witnessing this, Si Kong Bao furiously said, the effects of your medicine are over. Now it's my turn. Lu Lei then took out another bottle of elixir inside, sorry, here's another one. What followed was a powerful strike unleashed. At that moment, Si Kong Bao and Ling Huyang could only cry out, damn it, even in death we won't forgive the Qi family. They made us work and wouldn't even give us 2 bottles of medicine. Lu Lei reminded them, so eager to die? You really have a death wish? At this, Ling Huyang spat on the ground and said, "Humph, without even this bit of awareness, how could you survive out there?" Suddenly, Lu Lei waved his hand and said, "I won't kill you. You can go." Hearing this, Ling Huyang asked in shock, "What do you mean? What did you poison us with?" Lu Lei softly replied, "I'm only selling this to the Qi family out of gratitude. This matter ends here. Go now." Fu Yao couldn't hide her surprise. They really let them go, but the two of them didn't hesitate and left immediately. Lu Lei suddenly spoke up to remind them, "Pass on my message to the Qi family, the debt was repaid half a year ago. They are welcome to come and fight." Then, he turned to Fu Yao and said, "They are not important. What matters is what Su Yang told you, that Lu Mei is stirring up trouble behind the Qi family's back." Lu Lei's eyes darkened, and he sighed, "It seems that unless Wu Qin is dealt with, I will never have peace." On the other side, Shizwa angrily slapped the table and ordered, "Hu Yang still has the nerve to deliver a message. Lu Lei doesn't take me seriously at all." Lu Mei, standing beside him, softly spoke, "Qi family, please don't be angry. Lu Lei's rough and arrogant appearance certainly hides someone behind him." He responded calmly, "Whoever is behind him doesn't matter. The final decision is still mine." Lu Mei then took out a few jars of medicinal ointment and said, "Qi family, Lu Lei has medicine, and I have it here as well." Shizwa, puzzled, asked, "Is this from the Alchemist Association?" Lu Mei replied, "There are no masters backing me up. Do you think my mother and I could handle Lulu's father on our own?" At this moment, Cheese was slightly bent down to think. Unfortunately, the burning heart manifestation, perhaps Lu Lei has already found the antidote. Lu Mei revealed a gaze filled with murderous intent and said, "Even if there is an antidote, it will still be difficult for Sun Mu Jun to recover his condition in a short period of time." She spoke with certainty, "I have my own plan to make the Sun family rebel." In the Lu family supermarket, He Huan bowed her head slightly and said softly, "Mr. Lu Lei, Miss Sun is resting and recovering at the Sun family. She will regain consciousness this afternoon." Lu Lei, seeing this, eagerly asked, "You've worked hard this time. Tell me, how can I help you?" Fu Yao cast a wary glance at her and, noticing He Huan was about to raise her hand to unbutton her clothes, she shouted, "What are you trying to do?" He Huan straightforwardly tore her dress open, revealing her body in front of the two of them. She pointed at the long scar on her abdomen and hesitated before speaking. "This is the curse of the He family." She slowly recounted, more than 100 years ago, the He family had offended a high-ranking expert. One palm strike was delivered to the abdomen of the elder of the He family. He Huan's voice grew melancholic. From then on, every He family descendant had a seal in their abdomen, preventing the He family from ever producing a female in the nascent soul realm. She took the glass orb and spoke with a serious tone, "And the glass orb that guides me can break this deadlock." In it appeared the image of Lu Lei. He Huan confirmed that it was only him, Lu Lei. He looked confused and spoke up. "But I don't know how to break the curse." She began to explain. "I already have the method to break the curse. We are only missing 3 medicinal ingredients. The first is the rare premium yunji." Upon hearing this, Lu Lei let out an "oh" and quickly took out some fresh yunji, saying, "I have plenty of this." Lu Lei offered to help her find the other herbs, but with a condition. "However, we need to sign an agreement to ensure you don't go back on your word." He thought to himself that if she had checked the requirements beforehand, she wasn't lying. He Huan quickly signed the contract that he handed her. Lu Lei asked in surprise, "Aren't you going to read the contents of the contract?" She smiled happily and replied, "You, Lu Lei, are not one to treat those close to you unfairly." He raised an eyebrow and asked, "What about the other 2 herbs?" She revealed that the other 2 were even harder to find. Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing broke the moment. Lu Lei quickly answered, "Hello, old master son, what's going on?" The person on the other end immediately shouted, "Lu Lei, hurry to the Sun family, Little Majesty is trying to commit suicide." A moment later, at the Sun family's infirmary, Lu Lei and Fu Yao arrived. He called out loudly, "Old man's son, we're here." He thought to himself, since the Yi family holds a grudge against the Sun family, Huan will temporarily not enter the Sun family. Sun Lizhong sighed wearily, "Little Majesty's life is saved, but the burning heart manifestation has stripped away all her cultivation." Sun Mujun spoke mockingly, "Now that you've lost all your cultivation, are you calling them here just to laugh at you?" Meng Fu Yao said firmly, "Miss Sun, if we were able to bring you back to consciousness, then surely there's a way to restore your cultivation." Upon hearing this, she gritted her teeth and shouted, "Are you mocking me? Even if I start cultivating again, how could I possibly become a genius like you so quickly?" Lu Lei said in a deep voice, "We're all friends here, cultivation isn't about being fast or slow." Sun Mujun snapped irritably, "Enough, I must have been blind to help the Meng family ascend. Get out, all of you." Meng Fu Yao turned to Lu Lei and gently reminded him, "She's angry now." She added, "No matter what we say, she won't listen." Seeing this, Lu Lei hesitated and said, "This." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "Sister." Sun Langsu appeared unexpectedly, then burst into mocking laughter, "I was wondering where you ran off to. So this is where you've been hiding." Sun Lizhong was startled and asked, "Sun Langsu, what are you doing here?" He pulled an object from his pocket and said, "Take a good look at this." Langsu raised the blue challenge token high and spoke in a clear, loud voice, "This is the challenge token of the Sun family's ancestral tradition." He calmly continued, "According to the Sun family's rules, anyone holding this token has the right to challenge the status of the heir to the Sun family." Sun Lizhong, upon hearing this, stammered, "This token is real, the family rules cannot be violated." Sun Mujun gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it." Langsu flashed a sinister smile and said, "If the token is real, then you must accept my challenge now." Langsu's voice became chilling, "Don't worry, if I win, I won't expel you. I'll keep you by my side and humiliate you day and night." Lu Lei suddenly stepped forward and pinched his ear. With a confident smile, he said, "Unfortunately, you won't win." Sun Langsu, startled, jumped back and yelled, "Lu Lei, this is a matter of the Sun family, you have no right to interfere." Lu Lei calmly replied, "I'm just helping you convince Sun Mujun to accept the challenge." He whispered to her, "Trust me, I have a way to make you win against him." Sun Mujun, hearing this, spoke loudly, "All right, I'll fight you." He asked in surprise, "You agree?" Lu Lei smirked and taunted, "If you're scared, you can back out." Sun Langsu, overjoyed and excited, exclaimed, "Why wouldn't I fight? An opportunity like this would be stupid to pass up." A while later, all three of them were on the martial arts arena. Langsu sneered, "Found yourself a man and now you want to drag him into this?" Sun Lizhong began outlining the rules: step out of the arena, fall to the ground and fail to get up within 10 seconds, or admit defeat with your own mouth. Any of these count as a loss. No lethal attacks allowed. Sun Langsu swiftly crushed the challenge token and shouted decisively, "Challenge token against the heir of the Sun family is now active. Let the duel begin." He licked the edge of a sharp blade with his tongue and said meaningfully, "You have no idea how strong I've become now." As soon as he finished speaking, Langsu unleashed his hell assassination move, sending a barrage of knives flying from all directions. Sun Mujun, witnessing this, was utterly terrified. He gave a sinister grin, better to give up early than to stand there being humiliated. Suddenly, Langsu's eyes widened in shock. The cloak Mujun was wearing remained completely untouched, as pristine as if it were new. She struck a seductive pose and exclaimed excitedly, "Your attack was completely useless." He cried out in disbelief, "It's really the nice and immortal doctor." Langsu's face turned pale as he thought to himself, "This thing can completely defend against a Foundation establishment stage attack. Where did she even get it from? The black market value of the nice and immortal doctor is several billion. Money alone couldn't guarantee getting one." He still arrogantly mocked, only able to defend himself, but his cultivation still couldn't keep up. Mujun drank a whole vial of medicine, then casually asked, "Is that so?" Immediately, she was able to summon the power of the fire element. Mujun smiled with great satisfaction, while Langsu was once again startled. This was the Susho divine medicine, which only enhanced the arm portion, with its black market price around 120 million. Mu Jun then took out a few grenades, and he froze in shock, shouting, "Sis, are there so many expensive weapons like this? The price of black market spiritual chi ammunition is around 250 million. Lang Su, fuming, spoke up, challenging the Sun family like this, you can't just favor her. Sun Lijong calmly replied, the Sun family hasn't assisted Sun Mu Jun, everything she has gained, she did so by herself, and is allowed to use it in this battle. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Mu Jun tossed a grenade at Lang Su. Swiftly dodging, he sped toward her. Lang Su slid past her and sneered, but your body's cultivation hasn't been upgraded, you're basically just a piece of wood. Mu Jun responded calmly, didn't you bring it upon yourself? She pulled out 2 grenades and, with a confident tone, added, let's see who has the better defense. A brilliant golden light suddenly flashed, and Lang Su quickly covered his face, shouting, no, I surrender, I surrender. Without giving him a chance to say more, a tremendous explosion erupted, and the surrounding smoke and dust instantly filled the air. Sun Mu Jun stood calmly amidst the haze, shielded by the protective circle of an ice and immortal doctor. She raised an eyebrow, looking ahead. Lang Su was now lying flat on the ground. Sun Lijong rushed over to assess the situation, then announced, Sun Lang Su has lost consciousness. Sun Mu Jun is the winner. Deeply moved, he said, this time, we were fortunate to have Lu Young Master's full support. Several billion is no small number. Lu Lei replied softly, money is not a problem for me. Mu Jun, slightly embarrassed, asked, you gave me all premium grade items, how can I possibly repay this favor? At the same time, on the other side, a woman was quietly observing the match through a camera. Lu Mei murmured, Sun Mu Jun's victory is entirely thanks to Lu Lei's enchanted items. She gave a sly smile and whispered, selling enchanted weapons in large quantities, he is definitely connected to the other world. Sometime later, at the Lu family villa, Lu Mei's voice suddenly rang out, everyone, look. Here's the video I recorded. She held up the device and emphasized, Lu Lei cannot deny his connection to the other world. Wu Qing turned to Wang Qi and said, no wonder he was able to defeat Lu Shiyu and break the burning heart manifestation. Upon hearing this, he nodded in agreement. So he sought out my senior brother, Wang Hong, to break the burning heart manifestation. She spoke in a delicate tone, congratulations, great immortal Wang. This time, there's hope for returning to the other world. Wang Qi suddenly clenched Wu Qing's chin tightly and shouted, what is it? He leaned in close to her face and asked, do you want to send me away like this? Wu Qing immediately began flattering him, how could that be? You helped me take the Lu family's assets. I'm more than eager to serve you. Wang Qi instructed, you should use Qi Yu to probe Lu Lei's strength. He reminded her, we must deal with him all at once. Wu Qing respectfully clasped her hands and responded, we won't disappoint you, great immortal Wang. At the same time, inside the Lu family shop, Lu Lei spoke leisurely, has Xiao Xiao set off yet? I'll be there soon. His eyes suddenly widened in surprise as the system's notification sounded, announcing a new mission. The master needs to sell 1 premium spirit stone in the other world within a month. The reward is an additional 2 hours of time in the other world. Lu Lei was pleased and thought to himself, it's just 1 spirit stone, I'll complete the mission easily. There's no challenge at all. As if reading his thoughts, the system immediately responded, offering a friendly reminder. Due to the master's dissatisfaction with the task's low difficulty, the task's difficulty level was instantly upgraded. The new task, after the upgrade, required the master to sell 100 blocks of premium spirit stones in another realm within 1 month. Lu Lei screamed in horror, what is this? The difficulty increased 100-fold all of a sudden? The system further added, the reward will also be upgraded, with no time limit for the master's stay in the other realm. Seeing this, he smiled maliciously, muttering to himself, do you think I casually set the difficulty of the task? Too low? I need to expand my business and restore the Lu family to its former glory. Lu Lei took a long stride forward, silently making a vow, just wait, Wu Qing. Everything you've done to the Lu family, I will repay you tenfold. Sometime later, at the Lin family hospital, an angry male voice rang out, "How can you still show your face here?" Lin Yuanlei pointed at the burnt, collapsed building, crying uncontrollably, "The Lin family's generations of efforts are being destroyed just like this." Lu Lei calmly responded, "I'm here to resolve this matter." Xiao Xiao, the girl standing next to him, then stepped forward to greet him. "Hello, I'm Han Xiao Xiao from Wanyi Design Company." Lin Yuanlei looked at the business card and silently wondered, Wanyi Design Company won an International Architectural Design Award? Lu Lei slowly continued, "All costs are covered. Rebuilding the Lin family hospital will be better than before, not worse." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuanlei thought for a moment. Even with money, one couldn't hire Wanyi Design. Lu Lei's network of connections was deeper than one could imagine. Lu Lei then took out a VIP card and said, "For the past few months, your work has been unable to proceed. Here is 1 billion in compensation." Lin Yuanlei was stunned and asked in return, "What about you? What do you need?" Lu Lei smiled broadly and replied, "For Choya to come with me to Wenquan for a vacation." Hearing this, Lin Yuanlei angrily scolded, "As expected, you're still infatuated with my daughter's beauty." A moment later, Lin Yuanlei sadly waved goodbye to Choya, who was playing happily. Helplessly, he thought to himself, "But he gave so much money, I simply can't refuse." Han Xiaoxiao watched their figures leave and thought, "Although I also want to go to Wenquan, Lu Lei helped me get into Wanyi Design Company. I must repay him." At the same time, on the other side, Lin Xiaoya had finished changing into a pink Lolita dress. She shyly asked Lu Lei, "Are we going on a date? Do I look good in this?" Lu Lei turned back and asked those behind him, "What do you think? Does she look good?" They all answered in unison, "Beautiful." Sun Mujun, He Huan Huan, and Yuan Shaosu also looked at her, smiling and nodding. Xiaoya, seeing this, was shocked and thought to herself, "Wait a minute, are there so many people dating like this?" Lu Lei smiled smugly, pointing towards the villa and saying, "We've rented this villa for 3 days, everyone can enjoy themselves." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoya immediately spoke up, "Are we really going to soak in the hot spring with so many people?" He laughed and replied, "Don't worry, we'll keep the men and women separate." She then began to pout and continued, "Is that so? What a shame, I even brought my pretty swimsuit today just to show it to you, Lei." Seeing her act coquettish, one man opposite her, his eyes lighting up, said, "It's fine, we can help him take a look." The man's leader immediately shouted, "Shut up." Lu Lei turned around and said, "The reason I called everyone here today is that I have something important to announce." In the meeting room, Lu Lei, the hero, slammed his hand on the table and declared, "I want to take revenge on Wu Qian. It might be dangerous, so if anyone doesn't want to get involved, they can leave now." The fat man sneered and said, "If you want to leave, don't get in my car." Sun Mujun, who was sitting beside him, quickly spoke up, "Stop beating around the bush, just get to the point." Lu Lei immediately got to the main issue, "All right. I want to bring the cultivation business into the Shangdu Business Alliance." After speaking, he immediately pulled out a remote control, then pointed to the schematic diagram and began explaining the weapons section. Xiao Xiao said the Meng family's design team was responsible for installing the internal chip, which was then handed over to Jiayuan Electronics to be developed into a modern magical weapon. The Lin family was in charge of pharmaceutical development, and the Sun family would handle distribution. Wu, the eldest brother beside him, pointed and asked, "Boss, what about me? Have you forgotten us again?" Lu Lei simply gave a faint smile and replied, "All of you are council members, Wu Yongning. You're in charge of inspecting the weapons. Su Chang is responsible for overseeing production safety. Naturally, the Demonis is best suited for gathering off the record intelligence. I need your full support." He Huan Huan bowed her head in acceptance and said, "Yes, Brother Lu Lei." Upon hearing that, the group across from him suddenly spoke up in surprise, "Hey, Brother Lei, what kind of game are you guys playing?" Lu Lei once again flashed a bright smile and answered, "I've already outlined the share distribution in the contract. Once operations officially begin, I'll prepare a mysterious big reward for each of you." Hearing this, Brother Wu's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "What big reward? I want a 9th grade weapon. At that, everyone burst into joyous laughter. Lin Xiaoya's cheeks turned rosy as she said with delight, more than any mysterious weapon, I'd rather have you as my gift. But Meng Fu Yao showed a displeased expression in response to that statement. Then, she walked up to Lu Lei, waved her hand, and said with a smile, let's go soak in the hot water first, we'll talk later, bye. Unconsciously, a sense of doubt arose in Sun Mu Jun's heart. It seemed that in Lu Lei's heart, it was still only her. Suddenly, Yuan Shaosu appeared out of nowhere and patted her on the shoulder. Don't be so down. If you like him, just bravely pursue him. After a moment of surprise, her heart racing, she calmed down and asked, who are you? She replied, I am Yuan Shaosu. Without hesitation, she introduced herself, I'm a messenger of true love, here to encourage you to pursue your true love. She continued, if you don't try to pursue him, you won't get anything. But if you do, at least you won't have any regrets. At this point, Yuan Shaosu handed Sun Mu Jun a seductive rabbit outfit. Go on, girl. The two other men are still drinking and chatting. I'll keep Fu Yao occupied. This is your best chance. As soon as Sun Mu Jun put on the rabbit outfit, she blushed with embarrassment. Does it look okay on me? Hearing this, Yuan Shaosu encouraged her, men like this kind of thing, really. It's exciting to steal someone's heart. With that, Mu Jun walked toward the bath where Lu Lei was relaxing. She slowly and silently walked up behind him. Sun Mu Jun spoke slowly, Lu Lei. Lu Lei, hearing the sound, suddenly turned around. What's going on? He then shouted, why are you disguised as Sun Mu Jun? She wouldn't be this embarrassed. Taking advantage of the moment, Sun Mu Jun moved closer and said, I am the real one. I came to thank you. He skeptically replied, really? But looking into Lu Lei's eyes, he suddenly thought, her eyes say it all, it really is her. Sun Mu Jun then made a cute expression and said, during this time, you've saved me 3 or 4 times. How should I thank you? He gently pinched her ear and laughed, saying, good, learning how to thank someone now. The bunny ears are really cute. On the other hand, Sun Mu Jun became quite embarrassed and said, if you keep laughing, I'll get angry. At that very moment, somewhere else, on the other side of a wall, Fu Yao was soaking in a hot bath. Nothing beats soaking in hot water. Meanwhile, Sun Mu Jun and Lu Lei were still chatting in the bath. She said, I know you don't like anything right now, so how about I help you scrub your back? He replied, Mr. Sun is so proactive. I can't let the mood spoil. It took me a lot of courage to do this, so turn around quickly. Lu Lei smiled and asked, you don't actually like me, do you? She blushed and replied, Then she thought to herself, finally, I've said it. At that moment, Lu Lei was sweating profusely and said, here. Then she continued, earlier, I was angry with you because you always valued that Fu Yao woman more than me. I wanted to. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted. Lu Lei, frightened, pointed and told Sun Mu Jun, there's a bathroom over there, go hide. At that moment, Huan approached and said, Lu Lei-sama, I've come to serve you. But Lu Lei reminded her, don't call me Sama anymore. Huan paused and continued, you can help the He family, and I will do so willingly. On the other hand, Lu Lei bluntly said, Wu Qian hasn't been dealt with yet, I don't have time for a relationship. Huan's expression showed a hint of sadness as she said to Lu Lei, I know there is someone in your heart. With that, she smiled wickedly, moved closer to him, and whispered, but I don't need a title. Tonight, I just want to serve my master, to make my master comfortable, to make him feel refreshed all over. Meanwhile, Sun Mu Jun, who was in the bathroom, overheard their conversation and muttered to himself, that woman, how could she be like this? This temptress is so shameless. Outside, in the face of this situation, Lu Lei blushed and asked, what do you want to do? Huan seductively said, the women of the Yi family are not just for show. Tonight, I will make sure you experience pleasure like you've never known before. Inside the restroom, Sun Mu Jun was fuming with anger. dare to touch my Lu Lei? Miss Transha thought to herself, she's too proactive compared to me. No, if I go out now, I'll definitely be mocked. Suddenly, feeling frustrated, she screamed, I'm about to break down, where's the men's restroom? Where is it? At that moment, in the main hall, the two big brothers Wu and the fat guy were raising their glasses. There aren't many girls, it's really lonely, cold, and isolated. Why do we even have separate male and female baths? Lu Lei, because you care about the reputation of these girls, you're truly a man. I'm touched, I respect you, cheers. The two of them, alone in the dark night, continued, do you want to know why I practiced martial arts, Lu Lei? Big brother Wu kept lamenting, I thought that by training, I would grow taller, but instead I've become a short guy who knows martial arts. Meanwhile, Su Chang, who was drunk, sobbed and said, I get it, I'm the fat guy who knows martial arts. Then, the two of them threw their arms around each other, laughing happily. Brother, if only one day we could be like Lei, surrounded by so many women, that would be great. Su Chang shyly told me, I already have someone. Great body, very beautiful. Big brother Wu, unwilling to give up, immediately shouted, you defy fate? Then how about giving your little sister to me? He replied, you dare have thoughts about my sister? Then the two of them lunged at each other, throwing punches, the full don't know the suffering of the hungry, the fury of the single. I'll beat this shameless toad to death. At the Lin Family Hospital project, Han Xiaoxiao quietly thought to herself, this way, I can help Lu Lei. I wonder if he feels lonely without me by his side. Meanwhile, Huan was continuously massaging Lu Lei. Ah. That feels good. She was vigorously massaging him. In the adjacent bathroom, Fu Yao angrily said in a sulky tone, Lu Lei, have you never soaked in a hot spring before? Is it really that comfortable? Lu Lei replied, you haven't reached my realm yet. This comfort, if I tried to describe it, you wouldn't understand. Huan immediately chimed in, come on, I like hearing you moan louder. With that, her hands pressed even harder. Lu Lei, as if lost in a trance, wept with joy and said, what kind of servant is like you? Stop, don't. On the other side, Fu Yao kept grumbling with resentment, questioning him, Lu Lei, what were you whispering over there? Don't tell me. Someone's with you? At that moment, Yuan Xiaosu called out, Sister Yao Yao, I'm coming. Xiaosu smiled and said, Sister Yao Yao, your back is so beautiful, let me help you scrub it. Without hesitation, Fu Yao responded, alright, once you're done, I'll help you too. At that point, Xiaosu thought to herself, looks like Miss Sun is making Lu Lei feel pretty good. This forbidden love triangle is making me so excited. Right then, Fu Yao felt a chill coming from behind her, from where Lu Lei was. He turned around and smiled, saying, scheming with Huan, as if I wouldn't dare fight back. Huan, not one to be outdone, replied, Master, if you're being this forward, you can do whatever you want with me. Lu Lei waved his hand and said, enough messing around. You girls only know how to take joy in teasing me. Upon hearing that, Huan spoke up, that's because every girl here has received your help. On behalf of the He family, I thank you. With that, she reached out and threw her arms around Lu Lei, expressing, if it weren't for you, who knows when the He family's curse would have ended. At least now, there's hope in sight. Click, the door suddenly opened, someone's coming, you need to hide. Immediately, Huan rushed into the bathroom, wait. Lu Lei forced a smile and thought to himself, feels like I forgot something. Suddenly, she shouted out loud, remembering something. In the bathroom, even Sun Mu Jun and Huan were both frozen with surprise. Huan secretly sneered, no wonder Lu Lei talked about the group of women. It turns out Miss Sun is even more proactive than I am. Mu Jun snapped, shouting, aren't you here too? Huan put on a smug face and continued, I don't need a title. Miss Sun comes from a big family with a huge fortune, compared to me, it really is an honor. Upon hearing this, Sun Mu Jun became even angrier and shouted, don't think just because you saved my life once you can gloat. I still have an outstanding debt with the He family. Huan, acting all innocent, continued, now I'm Mr. Lu's maid. Are you really going to treat me like this? Sun Mu-jun, frustrated, pointed at her and said, Go, use your magic to find a spacious place for us to fight. Suddenly, a voice called out from outside, Mr. Lei. Immediately, the two pressed their ears to the door to listen. It was the voice of the woman Lin Xiaoya, dressed in a short skirt, calling out, Mr. Lei. She put on a coquettish expression and said, I may not have a body as beautiful as Miss Xiao Yao's, please don't criticize me. I'm willing to treat you with sincerity. Anything from the Lin family, if you want it, I'll give it to you. Upon hearing this, Lu Lei chuckled awkwardly and replied, No, it's not necessary, it's not worth it. Inside, Sun Mu-jun, anxious, shouted, I didn't expect Lu Lei to be such a beast, even a child like that isn't spared. Huan beside him also said, she is the eldest miss of the Lin family, only a few years younger than you. Moreover, the one who likes the master is the genius designer Han Xiao, and also the crazy younger sister Lin Yue. Immediately, Sun Mu-jun grabbed Huan by the collar, lifted her up, and warned, if you say one more word, I'll really hit you. Huan continued, I'm just telling the truth, what's so upsetting about that? I can accept him being flirtatious. At that moment, the two women inside the bathroom made a noise that left Lu Lei helpless. Lin Xiaoya immediately asked him, why does it suddenly feel like the bathroom is moving? He replied, you just entered when dizziness caused an illusion. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoya staggered and fell, so, that means. Then she threw herself into Lu Lei's arms and coquettishly said, it really feels a little dizzy. On Lei, your muscles are so firm, just like when we used to go swimming with our dad. Back then, I sprained my foot, and you didn't hesitate to save me. Lu Lei hurriedly responded, that was back then, at that time I was still engaged to Fu Yao. Upon hearing this, she immediately placed a finger over his mouth, Shoo, don't say anymore. You're not bound by that anymore. Besides, we've grown up and can make our own decisions about the future. But he remained unmoved, replying frankly, Xiaoya, actually, I've always considered you as my sister. Xiaoya refused to back down and retorted, I will grow up, become even more mature, and Fu Yao will be more worthy of you, Lei. Inside, Sun Mu-jun clenched his teeth in anger upon hearing this, this girl really dares to cling on and never let go. Huan, standing next to him, immediately said, there's no one else around now. Do you need me to help you deal with this girl? Mu-jun quickly responded, do I need your help? I can handle it on my own. With that, Mu-jun opened the door. Suddenly, Wu-de-go and the chubby guy burst in, singing loudly, we're not used to not fighting. We'll introduce my sister to you when we get back, but whether it works out depends on your fate. He said, thank you, brother-in-law. My happiness is all thanks to you. Seeing the two drunk men arrive, Lu Lei waved his hand and smiled awkwardly, oh, everyone's here already? But inside the bathroom, there were continuous angry noises. Lu Lei was helpless in the face of the situation. The two drunk men rushed in, pressing Lu Lei to drink. Lei, why are you all alone? Come on, drink with your brothers. Wu-de-go, already tipsy, insisted, come on, down a bottle. You've had some already, so I won't need any. The chubby guy pulled a bag of peanuts from his pocket and said, I've kept some peanuts soaked in liquor for you. Lu Lei immediately shouted, where did you pull that out from? Over here, Yao is soaking in the tub with Xiao Su, and she can't help but wonder, why is it so noisy on the south side? There are still 3 of us here. Yuan Xiaosu shyly smiles and says, maybe they're having a landlord fight. Over here, Xiaoya has also entered the central restroom with Huan and Mu-jun. Mu-jun tightly covers Xiaoya's mouth and says, don't talk about this, it's our secret. Huan gently strokes Xiaoya's hair and says, it's okay, I'm not afraid to speak out. Immediately, Mu-jun shouts, shut up. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoya secretly thinks, so they act faster than me. Moreover, their bodies are even better. I've lost. In the small forest, TT asks if he can talk about these things of hers. Her useless younger brother is not easy to deal with. Lu Mei responds, how about letting your people and my treasure warm up XM together? Suddenly, the pack of wolves howls fiercely. At the southern hot spring, Lu Lei tells Su Chang and Big Brother Wu, drinking alcohol and soaking in hot water isn't good for your health. You guys go to the cold spring, and later we'll drink together. Su Chang agrees, well, that's fine. Big Brother Wu beside him turns pale and shouts, oh no, I need to go to the bathroom. Lu Lei immediately points and says, it's over there. Inside, the three women were panic-stricken. Oh no, he's coming over. But Lu Lei managed to stop them. Wait, you can't go right now. Wu, the older brother, with a pale face, said, Brother Lei, I can't hold it in any longer. Lu Lei then played his trick. Well, there's also a hot spring nearby, but if a woman's scent drifts over, it might affect your flawless image of virtue. But Wu continued to shout, Brother Lei, I really can't hold it in anymore. Suddenly, Su Chang spoke up. Brother Lei. He said with a serious face, I respect you a lot. With determination, Su Chang yelled, but nothing feels better than relieving yourself in time. Brother Wu, go ahead, I'll keep an eye on things. After hearing this, Lu Lei waved his hand in response, no need to shout like that. Overpowered by Su Chang's aura, Lu Lei finally agreed to let Wu Rongming go to the bathroom. Wu, moved, said, Brother Su, I will never forget this kindness. After he was done, Wu Rongming said comfortably, as expected of the villa's restroom, it smells so nice. Now, let's relax in the lounge. Huan smiled and said, you all owe me one. Mu Jun angrily shouted, shut up. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu said, it's fine if I don't go outside. To Brother Lei, it's all above board. At that moment, Huan smugly said, how about I take you two back there again, maybe you'll get to see little brother go to the bathroom. Immediately, Xiuya and Mu Jun screamed, no, don't. Suddenly, Fu Yao and Xiao Su walked over. Everyone's here? Fu Yao asked, looking at the swimsuit Mu Jun was wearing, why are you wearing a swimsuit in the living room? Mu Jun stammered, this. Yuan Xiaosu quickly chimed in, this is probably a punishment from playing landlord fight. Fu Yao questioned suspiciously, all three of you lost at landlord fight? But no one answered her after that question. In the bamboo forest, Lu Mei said that Chi Zuo's position could clearly capture how strong Lu Lei truly was. Chi Zuo responded, very well, when suddenly, a streak of blood splattered. Hu Yang took a claw wound on his back, surrounded from all sides by wild wolves. Si Kongbao clenched his teeth and said, if I didn't have to save some strength to deal with Lu Lei later, I would have slaughtered these beasts already. Suddenly, Chi Zuo calmly spoke up, our target is Lu Lei, don't waste time fighting these animals. Mr. Chi, please take this. Chi Zuo continued, alright, I've already sent someone. Quickly, tell your beasts to follow. Lu Mei then asked, these two aren't coming? Mr. Chi continued, if one could ascend to the nascent soul stage, why suffer losses here? After all, you're only here today to collect data, aren't you? Lu Mei, upon hearing that, gave a wicked smile and replied. As expected, the Chi family thinks far ahead. Suddenly, He Xing spoke up, one from the Chi family is down. Lu Lei, I want to save my strike for last, so he can taste the full despair of watching his closest friends all slaughtered. Chi Zuo quickly grabbed his phone and said, the reports in my people have won. Now it's your turn. Lu Mei's eyes gleamed crimson as she replied, understood. She stood among a pack of wild wolves, looking both bewitching and full of malice. On Lu Lei's side, Su Chang shouted, why aren't you saying anything? Can't you hear me? Martial brother. Wu Yongning entered and saw Big Brother Wu lying unconscious on the floor. Wu Yongning and Su Chang rushed over, checked his pulse, and said, he's no longer breathing. Choking with grief, it's all my fault, all my fault. But Lu Lei calmly responded, the enemy is still nearby. Don't say another word. Get him to the main hall for regrouping. Lu Lei pushed the door open and announced, we've been ambushed. Everyone shouted in shock. What's going on? He pointed to the mark on Big Brother Wu's neck and said, "From the looks of this wound, he was clearly poisoned with a needle." He continued, "It's very likely someone we know." Huan seemed to understand who it was and pouted, saying, "It's He Shing." After Mr. Ming's ascension, he disappeared. Mu Jun chimed in, "The He family. You truly breed talent." Outside, Lin Xiaoya was trembling uncontrollably, then screamed, "A." She pointed outside the vehicle and cried out that the car had been damaged. It turned out a pack of wild wolves had destroyed their vehicle. Seeing this, Lu Lei immediately spoke up, Yao, son Mu Jun, He Huan, you're in charge of protecting Xiaoya and Yuan Xiaosu. Su Chang and I will deal with those beasts." Hearing that, Lei quickly approached Xiaoya and said, "Don't run around, he can handle it. Xiaoya, help me turn on the thermal imaging. Get the computers, the cameras in every corner of the room." Though she felt uneasy, she still responded. Over here, Mu Jun drew her whip and said, "No need for all that trouble," then used the technique Lu Guang Eternal Domain. The wasps were immediately caught by the move and dropped to the ground. Seeing this, Mu Jun smirked proudly, "Just a few venomous wasps. I can handle them. Lu Lei has already gone out. Dealing with a few women like you is as easy as flipping my hand, let another one die." Suddenly, a venomous bee menacingly darted over. "Xiaoya, you keep typing on the computer." From this side, Fu Yao hurriedly spoke up, "I already said there's thermal imaging, and you still want to go and get yourself killed?" Meanwhile, Su Chang was continuously launching counterattacks against the wolves. He used a barrage of punches to strike them. Over here, Lu Lei grinned smugly and said, "Fighting them one by one takes too long." Then he pulled out a sharp blade. Lei Guang, aggressive by nature, immediately felled a pack of wolves with his blows. Suddenly, a shadow flashed by. Lu Lei stared intently in that direction. The shadow zipped past swiftly again, and then appeared before him a giant wolf. Lu Lei struck at the large wolf with a palm. Seeing it had no effect, he thought, "This wolf is wearing an absolute severance defense suit." The wolf let out a ferocious roar and rushed straight toward Su Chang. "Su Chang, watch out." Su Chang had already taken a defensive stance. He immediately grabbed the injured paw of the wolf, threw it down in one move, slamming it forcefully into the ground. Seeing the wolf get knocked down, Lu Lei asked, "Is that it?" "No, something's off. Their attacks wouldn't be this simple." At the mountain peak, Lu Mei said, "Chi family, look at how their stamina is being drained. If you keep pressing them harder." The Chi family immediately responded, "Didn't we already guess that Lu Lei has no way of dealing with the extinction body? That's enough." Upon hearing this, she thought to herself, "He hasn't contributed anything, so of course that's enough." A bee was incessantly flying toward them. He Shing shouted, "Just a few trivial poisons of mine have completely evolved." Suddenly, as he was speaking, he froze. It was Huan's voice. "Try moving," she suddenly appeared from somewhere and squeezed his heart. Huan, from a different dimension, tightened her grip on his heart and said, "Last time Lu Lei didn't take your life, but now you definitely want to bring it on, right? He is a benefactor to the He family." At this moment, He Shing began to fear and begged her, "Let's talk this through, we're both from the He family." Huan immediately began interrogating him. "Who sent you here? Speak up, and I might make your death a bit easier." Suddenly, a stone flew toward him, heading straight for his head. Blood splattered from Yi Shing, causing everyone to be stunned. Lu Lei also instinctively sensed something was wrong. It was Chizwa. He spoke, "I don't like people who talk too much." Lu Lei, holding the stone tightly, said, "How should I treat him?" "In kind." Then he threw the stone hard. The stone flew swiftly towards the man, striking him on the head with a sharp, painful blow, followed by a loud explosion. Seeing this, Si Kong Bao immediately ran to find Lu Lei to settle the score. "Lu Lei, don't you dare act arrogantly." Shizwa quickly intervened, "Don't do anything rash. At that moment, Lu Lei appeared right in front of him. As soon as he saw Lu Lei, he smiled smugly and said, "Lu Lei, don't get too full of yourself." With that, he swiftly struck a swirling palm towards Lu Lei. The red whirlwinds rushed towards Lu Lei, but he was not afraid at all. He calmly dodged the attack, then quickly closed the distance and seized the man's throat. Once the job was done, Lu Lei quickly moved, rushing towards Chizwa with lightning speed. He threw Si Kong Bao's lifeless body to the ground and shouted, "Chiyu, I've had enough of you." Seeing Si Kong Bao, Chizwa froze. Lu Lei's gaze was sharp as he looked at him and said, "You dared to kill my brother. Today, I will make you pay in blood for blood." Chizwa stood there, folding his arms behind his back and said, "Lu Lei, today you harm one person, and I lose two. If we truly fight, neither of us will come out unscathed. It's better to stop here." Suddenly, a shadow swiftly emerged and assassinated him from behind. "Am I allowing you to be cowardly?" Everyone stood stunned as they watched him get pierced in the back by a needle. "It was Lu Mei, I injected the medicine into him. He's just at the pinnacle of golden core stage, you are at nascent soul stage, what is there to fear? Kill him?" Immediately, the old man's eyes turned bloodshot as he spoke. Following orders, Lu Mei turned and smiled at Hu Yang. "Do you want the injection too?" "No, I dare not." At that moment, the old man seemed to have mutated, becoming more violent. Seizing the opportunity, Hu Yang quickly rushed forward. Both Hu Yang and the old man Chizwa charged toward Lu Lei. Lu Lei showed no fear, instead, he smiled foolishly and said, "Do you know why I'm at the pinnacle of golden core stage? It's so I can call upon the thunder at any time." Finishing his sentence, he pointed toward the sky, and immediately a lightning strike shot down toward Hu Yang and Chizwa. However, Chizwa was completely unharmed, and in fact, he rushed forward to attack. With a loud crash, smoke billowed out, and Lu Lei's smug face appeared. Both Hu Yang and Lu Mei stood dumbfounded as they saw Chizwa had fallen unconscious. She screamed, "What are you waiting for? Go!" Hu Yang immediately braced himself, but he was still trembling in fear. With a loud crash, both Hu Yang and Chizwa fell to the ground. Lu Lei, with a smug expression, said, "The thunderbolt was finally left for you." Seeing this, Lu Mei quickly ran off. As she ran, she fearfully thought, "I thought they might exhaust Lu Lei's strength, but I should have listened to Chi's family and ran away earlier." In a flash, she was struck, falling to the ground in a miserable heap. Luckily, her mother had given her the protective celestial elixir, and now, after the ascension and meditation, as long as she could escape, there would still be time. Suddenly, the sound of a fan flapping was heard. Fu Yao spoke up, "When you attacked, you should have considered that this day might come." With that, she created a whirlpool that pulled Lu Mei inside. Lu Mei was bound tightly, unable to struggle like a helpless caterpillar. "You dare sever my meridians? My mother will never forgive you." Lu Mei screamed. Lu Lei walked over, a dangerous smile curling on his lips. "Coincidentally, I was about to kill her. All the humiliation Lu Lei has endured, I will repay it 100-fold. Lu Mei, unconscious on the ground, lay still as Wu Qing approached, grabbing Wang Qi's hand. "Master Wang, my daughter's meridians are severed. You must help me seek revenge." Lu Qi immediately replied, "Lu Lei is not scary, it's just that his Zuzhe interests me enough to investigate. That place might be a portal to another world, and it also provides Lu Lei with a high-level defense array. We'll wait for 2 more weeks so I can study how to break the formation. By then, I'll have reached the peak of the Wang Qi transformation in the other world, and he's just at the nascent soul stage, completely not worth fearing." At Lu Lei's electronics factory, Lu Lei told Yuan Xiaosu, "Since the other side hasn't made any moves recently, let's quickly produce that batch of goods. Overtime pay will be 5 times the usual rate." Hearing this, Xiaosu happily replied, "You've already said it, brother Lei. 2 weeks later, let's head to the Lu family supermarket." Wang Qi hurriedly came to settle the score with Lu Lei. Lu Lei quickly told him to get lost. Looking at the house in front of him, Wuing Qi thought to himself, as expected, there's a protective barrier, and immediately set up a formation. For symbols shattered cloud strike, and the protective barrier was immediately broken. Calmly, he pushed open the door and walked in, surveying the area before quietly speculating, "You've already run off. There's no way to break it without killing you." Immediately, a crack appeared. Wuing Qi smiled smugly and said, "Finally, I can go home now. From now on, everything that belongs to you will be mine." Ching Lan Mountain. General Hua was now fiercely arranging his troops, taking the initiative to wield the weapon granted by martial cultivation. Immediately, the two sides clashed in battle. General Hua held the gun in his hands, joining forces, and he declared loudly, "The divine weapon of martial cultivation truly opens my eyes. The day we quell the chaos at Ching Lan Mountain will not be far off, and I will certainly reward martial cultivation generously." The spiritual chi from the gun stirred, with a total of 20,000 premium spirit stones from Lu Lei's side. He was smiling awkwardly in front of the pile of spirit stones. "Is this acceptable?" General Hua responded, "Minimizing casualties and increasing the combat power of the ancient merchant nation is the favor martial cultivation should not refuse. I will send someone to deliver them to your residence." Lu Lei accepted the offer and bowed in gratitude. "Then thank you, General Hua." He then turned to himself with a sly smile, striking it rich now. On the mountain path, a group of people was marching, when suddenly a large, powerful explosive bullet was thrown. Anyone hit by it was immediately blown apart. Lu Lei, who was nearby the blast, quickly shielded his face with his hands. It was Wuing Qi who had set up this trap, furious at Lu Lei, believing that with his meager abilities, he had shamelessly deceived his way through the ancient merchant nation. "Today, I will act on behalf of the heavens," Heavenly Phoenix Rampage said as he sucked Lu Lei into the air. Lu Lei was swept up, coughing up blood. He realized that this was a technique of a level 2 tier difference. Suddenly, a beast approached, holding a gem in its mouth, standing in front of him, and said, "Martial cultivation, it was he who wounded my husband. Quickly absorb the thunder beast's soul chain that I created and avenge me." Lu Lei took the gem, not forgetting to say, "Thank you, I will not let him off." With that, he began to use the gem to restore his energy. The gem slowly entered his body, merging into him. Lu Lei's strength at that moment seemed to surge, and it felt as though he had unlocked a tremendous power. Wuing Qi, upon seeing this, thought, "If I kill him now, I still have the chance to absorb his soul chain." He thought for a moment, then immediately charged forward. Two individuals, two auras of death, were now facing off. With a loud boom, the two sides clashed repeatedly, sending massive shockwaves through the air. The explosion echoed everywhere. General Hua, witnessing this, turned pale and thought to himself, "This is bad, martial cultivation is in trouble." The people on Lu Lei's side also became frantic with worry. Hearing that martial cultivation had been ambushed, they hurriedly shouted, "Quick, quick, quick, we must save martial cultivation." Wuing Qi, from the midst of the dust, proudly said, "That's all there is to it." However, Lu Lei was quite excited by his newfound strength and, with a foolish grin, said, "All right, I'm starting to get used to this power." With that, he charged forward at his full speed, darting through several lines towards Wuing Qi's position. Suddenly, Wuing Qi realized something and spoke up, "Too slow." But in the blink of an eye, Lu Lei was standing right in front of him. He began to harness the power of his Lei Guang. With a loud crash, a bolt of lightning shot out and struck Wuing Qi, creating a deafening explosion. Yet, Wuing Qi showed no signs of injury. He stood up and said, "Marvelous thunderous medicine cavern from the ancient merchant nation. I underestimated you. I had originally planned to save this move for senior brother Wang Heng, but it seems I can't hide it anymore." As he finished speaking, Wuing Qi transformed into a grotesque creature with long arms. A flash of light flickered, and Lu Lei quickly charged toward him, landing a punch on Wuing Qi. But Wuing Qi was able to block it with his hand. Not stopping there, Lu Lei continued to strike, but his blows inadvertently caused the purple fire streaks on Wuing Qi's body to spread further. A strange mark formed on his hand. While still hesitating, Wang Qi immediately created a vortex that pulled Lu Lei inside. Crack! A bolt of lightning flashed, and flames of purple ignited on his hands. Wang Qi, now like a ferocious beast, relentlessly cast his magic. The mark was instantly surrounded by lines of magic. Upon seeing this, Lu Lei became worried. This is bad. At that moment, the marks on his hand began to burn. The mark was enlarged by Wang Qi, hurtling toward Lu Lei, and then, boom! It slammed down on him. Through the thick smoke slowly dissipating, Lu Lei stood firm, his face full of fury. Upon seeing him, Tian Xiang and Hong Xiu cried out, "Martial cultivation!" Wang Heng pointed at Wang Qi and shouted, "So it was you after all, Wang Qi." Then he pointed at the mark on Lu Lei's chest and said, "This mark is the root cause of the anomaly at Ching Lan Mountain." At that moment, the sound of footsteps rushed in from afar. It was General Hua. He ran up and shouted, "You've sabotaged the defenses of our ancient merchant nation, harmed a martial cultivation. Wang Qi, do you admit your guilt?" Wang Qi gave a sly smile and asked, "Martial cultivation? He's nothing but a worthless nobody from another planet. Living in that world, taking perfumes, foods, even our finest magical treasures from here. Look, he has absorbed the Thunder Beast's power and yet has only reached the nascent soul stage peak. This is the evidence." Tian Xiang had just questioned, "Is that true, martial cultivation?" Lu Lei fell silent for a moment before answering, "He is not lying." At this point, Wang Heng pointed angrily and said, "Wang Qi, forget about his matter for now, but you, on your own, practiced forbidden drugs and betrayed the sect. According to the rules, all of your cultivation techniques should be invalidated." General Hua, standing nearby, also interjected, "For personal grudges, you caused turmoil at Ching Lan Mountain, resulting in severe injuries and fatal wounds to the soldiers of the ancient nation. You can hardly escape the death penalty." Wang Qi, upon hearing this, immediately shouted, "Ridiculous! I provided the medicinal potions, satisfying their desires. Where is the fault? The disturbance at Ching Lan Mountain was also a trial of mine. If used correctly, it could pose an endless threat to the enemy nation." He then pointed at Lu Lei and continued, "Take me in, and I can lead you to conquer two worlds. Choose between trusting a worthless liar or trusting someone like me who can offer much more to the primordial spear nation." Lu Lei, upon hearing this, gritted his teeth in anger. Although it was hard to hear, it was true he was the one boasting, and this time it seemed there would be little chance for him to win. Suddenly, with a flash, General Hua Tycoon stepped in front of him, speaking firmly, "A person who has committed such grave crimes against the primordial spear nation must be captured and brought to justice." Upon hearing this, Wang Qi burst into laughter, "Capture me? Well, you'll have to try harder than that." Having said that, he began to unleash his power, while Hong Xiu couldn't stop showing her astonishment. In that moment, a thought suddenly flashed through Wang Qi's mind, "Take Hong Xiu hostage, only then can I escape from here." With that thought, Wang Qi immediately lunged forward. Realizing his intent, Lu Lei rushed in to block him, shouting, "Don't you dare lay a finger on her." The martial cultivators on both sides clashed once more. Lu Lei threw a punch straight at him. While frowning and blocking Lu Lei's punch, Wang Qi thought, "How can this be? How is his strength so overwhelming? He's even able to sustain it longer than I can. Has he tamed the Thunder Beast, or can he actually nurture the Thunder Beast treasure from the soul of a Thunder Beast?" The Thunder Beast was supplying power to Lu Lei. One electric whip strike from Lu Lei lashed directly across Wang Qi's body. After a chaotic skirmish, amid the swirling dust and sand, Wang Heng pointed his finger and declared, "The righteous are supported, the wicked abandoned. Your downfall stems from your selfishness." But Wang Qi stubbornly retorted, "You all choose to trust that swindler?" Upon hearing this, General Hua quickly spoke up, "He is no swindler. We trust him because each one of us here has been indebted to martial cultivation. It's not just because he is martial cultivation, but because he has a sincere heart, genuinely wishing the best for all of us." On Lu Lei's side, he was surrounded by beautiful women asking him, "Martial cultivation, are you okay? Martial cultivation, don't move, I will treat your wounds." With a sword pressed against his neck, Wang Qi shouted, You will regret this." On the other side, Wan Hong calmly said to Lu Lei, "Martial cultivation, if the battle at Ching Lan Mountain has been decided and the culprit has been captured to face justice, why not play a match here and introduce me to your world?" Lu Lei replied, "I appreciate your goodwill, but I must return. I need to make the woman who took my family's fortune pay in blood." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down. Long Qian laughed in delight, absorbing the full force of it. Then, Long Qian turned to Wu Qing and said, "Finally, thanks to your medicine, Sister Wu, I have ascended successfully. Now, I am in the nascent soul realm." But suddenly, he was stabbed by her. Wu Qing, cold as ice, licked the bloodied knife and said, "You will be more useful dead than alive. Become my necromancer puppet." After that stab, Long Qian seemed to change into a different person. "Yes, master." Outside the Lu family villa, Lu Lei smiled and said, "This is the final battle." The group following him then spoke, "We've been waiting for a long time, finally, we're here." Ha ha. Revenge for the master. The debt with the Wu family hasn't been settled yet. Suddenly, in front of him, a woman appeared holding a scythe. She said, "The summoning formation of Ching Lan Mountain? Could it be that Wu Qian wants?" Wu Qing spoke up, "You guessed correctly, Lu Lei. I am summoning the evil god, becoming the queen of Shangdu, tearing apart the void, expanding chaos, all beings returning to their origin, the evil god descending." Seeing this, Lu Lei quickly shouted, "We need to split up and act, hurry and destroy all the formation nodes. If she manages to summon the evil god, Shangdu will be in danger." Immediately, Lu Lei's group dispersed. "I'll go left. I'll go right. I'll assist Miss Sun." Lu Lei turned to Yao Yao and said, "We'll charge through the front." Then he thought to himself, "We must destroy all the formation nodes, or we won't be able to harm Wu Qian." On the left side of the villa, the person Su Yang encountered was Chizhua. Su Yang suddenly said, "How is this possible? It's you." At this moment, Chizhua had lost all awareness, muttering, "Kill everyone." This was the undead Master Qi, at the Yuaning 7th floor. He quickly punched Su Yang. After the blow, Su Yang was sent flying. He asked in surprise, "Is this corpse poison?" On the right side of the villa, Sun Mu Jun and Huan Huan were facing Long Qian. Mu Jun turned to Huan Huan and asked, "Who is that?" Huan Huan quickly replied, "The expert was taken by the Qi family, extremely talented, but it seems he has already been killed by Wu Qian now." Upon hearing this, Mu Jun quickly charged forward, saying, "It's just one dead person, what's there to fear?" Long Qian, at the peak of Yuaning, saw him and Mu Jun immediately felt some concern. The energy he radiated was overwhelmingly powerful. He quickly lunged forward to slash at her. She was terrified, thinking, "This is bad, there's no way to dodge." At this moment, Huan Huan dropped a sphere and began chanting a spell, Shift Attack. Immediately, the sphere chased after Long Qian. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Jun struck him with a dagger right in the chest. But unfortunately, he managed to grab the dagger and reverse the strike, stabbing her in return. Mu Jun was stunned by the blow. The power difference was just too great. Could it be that her simple attack wasn't enough to defeat him? Seeing this, Huan Huan quickly called out, "Miss Sun, don't be afraid, the Yi family has a technique to use the weak to overcome the strong, now attack him." Mu Jun, seeing her putting everything on the line, shouted, Huan Huan, what are you doing? Stop." Huan Huan turned her head to look at Sun Mu Jun and said, "Please take care of Lu from now on." Then, with a loud boom, a shadow appeared within the white smoke. It was Long Qian. He looked as if he had gone completely mad. Without pausing to rest, Sun Mu Jun charged forward with her sword, Sun Family Secrets, Human Soul 7-colored slash. With a single strike, she sliced him clean in half, blood splattering everywhere. On Su Chang's side, the battle was just as intense. The corrosive nature of this evil sect corpse poison is incredibly strong. Once it touches you, there's no escaping it. The only option is to petrify the entire body, at least it can reduce the poison's corrosive effect. As he spoke, he licked the petrifaction, then smirked to himself, if I can't overpower you, I'll outwit you. I'll use your own corpse poison to corrode you. His entire body became coated in a layer of marble-like stone. Without hesitation, he flew at Shizua and landed a barrage of punches, each one connecting perfectly. Shizua's face immediately twisted out of shape, turning to mush as he collapsed to the ground. Unfortunately, at that moment, Su Chang stepped on the green slime he had created himself and slipped, falling to the ground. Even so, he grinned brightly and said, if Brother Lei hadn't given me some top-tier defensive tools, I really wouldn't have been able to survive this cross-level fight. Scene shift to Lu Lei's side. He and Yao Yao are facing Wu Qing. Lu Lei asked in surprise, how is this possible? The evil god is my father. Lu Lei's father, Lu Shang, was at the second level of the spiritual transformation stage. Wu Qing said smugly, reunited with your father, how does it feel? Lu Lei clenched his teeth, growling, so it really was you. You killed my father. She replied, who told him not to cooperate? As soon as she finished speaking, he lunged forward, shouting, you bastard. But unfortunately, he was stopped by his father. Lu Lei was thrown back violently. Good thing General Hua gave me some guidance before leaving. At the third level of Dong Su, Lu Lei held a gun in his hand, aiming it directly at his father. Father, payback time. With that, he pulled the trigger. The bullet, infused with immense power, shot straight toward his father. Lu Shang looked at the flash of light without the slightest reaction. Then suddenly, that light grew even more intense. In an instant, the power released by the gun formed a massive ring of energy. Lu Lei asked blankly, what's going on? At that moment, all the power had been absorbed by his father, Lu Shang. Wu Qing chuckled wickedly and said, your father is far stronger than you. He can absorb all energy. Wu Qing continued, Lu Lei, become my puppet, you are qualified for it. Lu Lei quickly replied, although I'm not proficient yet, it seems I can only do that. Without hesitation, he created a Lei Guang sphere and then smiled, saying, using lightning to stimulate all the acupoints to strengthen the body, Lu Lei, I kneel. He then swiftly rushed towards his father. Immediately, a chaotic battle broke out between them, with father and son relentlessly attacking each other. At this moment, the Lu family gained the upper hand and landed a punch on him. After being struck, Lu Lei was thrown far away, crashing into a nearby rock. He painfully hugged himself, thinking that even his father's armor could absorb his electricity. Wu Qing kept arrogantly saying, come on, darling, back to mommy's embrace. Wu Qing then shot a bunch of iron chains towards Lu Lei, but he remained calm and did not react, zipping through a path. It's so lively here, and you didn't call me? Are you calling me old? Meng Chang Tian remarked. He Zihao then spoke up, I already said the Yi family would assist you, yet you didn't say a word. How boring. He Zihao continued, we almost lost our beloved He family's woman, and you must take responsibility for that. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Wu Qing spoke with a challenging tone, good, let's settle this now, and then I'll summon Lu Shang. Meng Chang Tian quickly intervened, everyone here, except for the Meng family, has fought Lu Lei before, but they all ended up becoming his friends. He conjured a small orb and said, this guy's ability to attract others surpasses my expectations. With that, he transferred his power to Lu Lei. Yao Yao also did the same, as did Huan Huan and Zihao, all transferring a portion of their strength to Lu Lei. Sun Mu Jun and Su Chang did the same, and together, they all poured their power into him. Receiving the strength and support of everyone, Lu Lei turned around and said, I have received everyone's trust. Father, look at the path I've chosen to grow. With a loud boom, Lu Lei swiftly flew up and landed a punch on Lu Shang. The two continued to clash fiercely, and the sound of explosions echoed through the air as the battle raged on. The Lu family immediately fell into decline under Lu Lei's attack. In the fleeting moment before vanishing, he looked at Lu Lei and smiled, a happy smile forming on his lips, unable to hold back his tears, you've grown up. With that, he disappeared. Lu Lei stretched his hand aimlessly into the air, trying to hold on to his beloved father, but it was futile. At that moment, Wu Cheng began to panic, screaming, "No, no! This can't be!" After sending off his father, Lu Lei regained his composure and shouted, "This final punch, I'm keeping it for you." With that, he swung his fist with all his might. Her face immediately contorted, and after receiving the blow, she coughed up blood, flying backward before crashing to the ground with a loud bang, exploding into pieces. Lu Lei looked at her lying in a miserable heap on the ground. He turned his head and smiled at everyone who had been supporting him from behind. "It's all over now, we've finally won." Meng Chang Tian, satisfied, said, "Since you've avenged yourself, it's time to arrange things for your children." Upon hearing this, Yao Yao blushed in embarrassment, shouting, "Grandfather!" In the luxurious hotel, the wedding ceremony of Lu Lei and Meng Fu Yao was taking place. Xiao Xiao, who was attending the wedding, was suddenly approached by Su Chang, who said, "If it's meant to be in your fate, it will eventually happen. If not, don't force it." Hearing this, she quickly declined, "It's not that I'm unwilling, I'm actually happy." Huan Huan, over here, waved her hand at Mu Jun and said, "Do you need help with a surprise attack tonight?" Understanding the meaning, Mu Jun sneered and responded, "You always encourage me to cause trouble." Huan Huan asked, "Don't you want to?" Mu Jun blushed and said, "I do." Meanwhile, Meng Chang Tian, tense, shouted, "What? The bride and groom are missing." He immediately ordered, "Go find them." These kids were in the otherworldly Ching Lan Mountain, where he and she had run away to. Fu Yao was angrily scolding Lu Lei, "Grandpa organized the wedding for me, and you ran away. Don't you want to marry me openly and honorably?" But Lu Lei, with a smug look, replied, "Over there, you have to be the president, and I have to be the boss, always worrying about the company. It's much more relaxing and carefree in this other world." After hearing this, Fu Yao retorted, "You, always liking to be idle." Suddenly, he changed his tone and coquettishly said to her, "No, it's to be idle with you."